Madison is Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. With both their war bags and 6 guns loaded for trouble, Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles are headed for the town of Pleasantville. After covering 30 miles yesterday, they made camp on the banks of a clear little stream called Singing Creek. This morning, they are just about to jump into the only bathtub known to Western trail riders.
Last one in's a rotten egg, Bill. Here I go.
Right with you, Jingles.
Man, does that feel good.
Yeah, it sure does. We sure hit a lot of dust yesterday.
Oh, you said it. Hey, throw me the soap, Bill, before somebody decides to plow me up and plant potatoes.
Here you are.
Oh, boy, I could just stay in here and wallow in this creek all day like a happy little hog.
Hey, don't sit down. You'll plug up the creek and leave me high and dry.
Oh, now, Bill, I'm not that big.
Then let's just say it's a small creek.
Yeah, let's. Hey, say, Bill, what are we going to Pleasantville for?
To see if I have any messages. I left word at Abilene that I'd stop in Pleasantville.
Then you mean that for once we're not heading for trouble?
Nope, we're just a-riding. Better get your boots on. It's time we're hitting the trail.
Okay. But that no trouble business sounds too good to be true. I'll still keep my fingers crossed till after we've checked that telegraph office for a message from Abilene.
Whoa, boy, whoa,
Whoa. This the place, Bill?
Yep, this is it, Jingles. Let's go in.
Well, I still got my fingers crossed, and I've been hanging on to my rabbit's foot all the way into Pleasantville.
Well, howdy, strangers. What can I do for you?
We just dropped by to see if you had a telegram for us.
Yeah, but we don't want any.
What's that? You don't want any?
You heard me.
Well, you're not likely to get any, unless I know your names.
The telegram would be for Joe Smith.
Joe Smith. Now, Bill, you know that.
Never mind, Jingles.
Oh, okay.
What's going on here, gents? First you want a telegram, then you don't. You give your name as Joe Smith, but this big fella calls you Bill, and you're calling him Jingles. It just don't sound right. There's something fishy.
Yeah, kind of mixed up, huh? But it's all right, mister. You see, my partner's name is Joe Bill Smith. But his ma used to call him Mush in the face.
Don't make no difference. Ain't got no telegram for none of them fellas.
No, you haven't?
That's what I said. Nary a thing.
Hey, my rabbit foot's working today. No telegrams, no trouble. Come on, Bill, let's go paint the town red.
All right, Jingles. We'll be back later, mister, if a message comes.
Can if you want to. But in the meantime, you better be careful about painting the town red. Folks around Pleasantville like our town just the color it is.
Hey, Jingles, look up ahead there.
Yeah, medicine show. Come on, Bill, maybe we'll find something to do after all.
Now, gents, step right up close to the platform. That's it. I, Dr. T. Buddington Shoes, am about to perform some of the most amazing feats of prestidigitation ever to confound the eyes of man.
Bill, did you hear what he said he was going to do?
Yeah, I heard him.
Closer, boys. Now, in order to perform these amazing tricks, I shall need an assistant. You, my good man, you. The one with the shape like a bale of cotton.
Now, who's got a shape like that?
You, laughing boy.
Who's he? Who, me?
That's right. Step right up here and give me a hand.
Oh, no, not me.
Go ahead, Jingles. You were looking for something to do.
Well, all right.
That's right, my good man. Come right up those steps.
Well, I don't think I'm going to like this.
That's it.
Well, here I am.
Good afternoon, sir. May I introduce myself?
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
I am T. Buddington Shoes, doctor of health and happiness, actor, traveler and musician, and originator of that wonderful nostrum, Dr. Chew's famous magic snake oil remedy, which I shall offer for sale in just a few moments. I also sing.
My goodness, all of that? Just imagine.
Every bit and more, sir. I am also a proponent of the theory that the hand is quicker than the eye.
Well, do tell. Well, go ahead and prove it.
Then what, may I ask you, sir, are you planning to do with that chicken under your hat?
Chicken? Oh, are you loco? There's no chicken under my hat. Now, look, I'll just take it off and show you. Well, what do you know?
And now, my good friends, I shall further amaze you by performing that famous trick of sawing a human being in half, right before your startled eyes. Here you are, sir. Will you be good enough to lie down in this big black box?
Yeah, the big... Who, me? No.
Certainly, sir. Without someone to saw in two, I cannot saw.
Oh, well, now, if you look real good, you can tell your friends you saw me heading down the street just lickety-cut. Hey, Bill, let's get out of here before I get separated from my other half.
What's the matter, Jingles?
Why, that smooth-talking galoot was going to saw me in two pieces.
That was only a trick, Jingles.
A dirty trick on my stomach, that's what. Hey, look who's coming.
Hey, you gents. Hey, wait up just a minute. Oh, yes, that there telegram you asked about, but didn't want, it come anyway, just a few minutes ago, for Joe Smith. And here it is.
Thank you, mister.
Oh, now, don't open it, Bill. Oh, now you've gone and done it. What did it say?
Looks like our fun's over, Jingles. This telegram spells trouble, and plenty of it.
Howdy, partners. This is Panhandle Jim. And you know what I just did? I turned my radio up. Got to munching my corn pops so loud I couldn't hear so good. I figure most of you wranglers are eating Kellogg's corn pops right now. If you aren't, here's what you're missing. Corn pops are golden hearts of corn, all popped up big and smiling. They're crisp and crunchy. And listen to this. They're already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box, or when you chow down at breakfast, in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. You've never tasted anything so downright good as Kellogg's Corn Pops. Yes, sir, I'll stake my new 10-gallon hat you never enjoyed better eating. Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops, so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, listen to this little saying I always use. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Just when Jingles has escaped being sawed in two by Dr. T. Buddington Shoes, the telegraph operator runs up to deliver a telegram to Wild Bill Hickok. Bill takes one look and says it means trouble, and plenty of it.
I knew it. Bill Trouble follows you around like a stalking lion. What's the telegram say?
Headquarters in Abilene says there's a couple of confidence men in this area. They want us to smoke them out.
Confidence men? You mean those buzzards that swindle old men and widows out of their land or money?
That's right, Jingles.
You want to send him an answer, Mr. Hickok?
Hickok? Now, how'd you know it wasn't Joe Smith like he said?
You don't think he could fool me, do you?
You're smart, huh?
All right, mister, so you know me. Well, don't spread it around, huh?
Oh, I won't, Marshal.
And send this reply to Abilene. Message received, wire complete description of criminals. And sign it Hickok.
I got you, Marshal. Hope they ain't closed for the day. It's kind of late.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. What time is it, Jingles?
Well, now, I'll just take a look at my old turnip and tell you it... Bill, my watch is gone. Some light-fingered salamander stole it, that's what.
Might have been a pickpocket in that crowd or on the medicine show.
Then let's go back there and cut him out of the herd.
Well, looks like the show's over.
Yeah, the crowd's breaking up and... Hey, hold it, gents! Hold it. There's a snake among you, and if I can find him, I mean to pull his fangs.
Take it easy, Jingles.
What's that, stranger?
I said there's a sidewinder in this crowd somewhere that stole my watch, and I'm about
That's
to...
mighty big talk, fat boy.
Oh.
Unless you mean to back it up, you better button that sagging lip.
You're doing some talking, mister. Maybe you're the one that got his watch.
Nobody talks to Slash Barker that way and lives. Draw, mister.
Did you see that draw? That's the fastest draw I ever seen.
You winged him, Bill.
Why'd you get into this, mister?
This is my partner. No one picks a fight with him without figuring on me, too.
Yeah? Well, you ain't seen the last of me. You got the drop on me once, but there'll be another time. And when it comes, they'll carve a slab for you on Boot Hill.
Don't be too sure about that. All right, men. Show's over. Break it up.
My land o' living, Dr. Tews. It was sure thoughtful of you to come riding all the way out here with my bottle of remedy.
Not at all, my dear Mrs. Wilson. I was just closing up my show after a very successful day when I said to myself, Buddington, you haven't called on the widow Wilson this trip. Tonight is the night.
Oh, how sweet. You thought of me. My, it's been so long since a man has thought about me. It fair sets my hair to curling.
And a very pretty curl it is, too, Bedelia.
You call me Bedelia.
Please don't think me forward, ma'am.
Oh, I don't. Buddington.
Then I may hope, Bedelia.
Yes, Buddington. And now that I have found a man I can trust, I want your advice.
My advice about what, my love?
My money.
Money? How much money do you have, Bedelia?
$9,000.
That's a lot of money, Bedelia. Is it in the bank?
No, Buddington, it's here.
But you should not keep it here. If you want my advice, why don't you let me take it for you and put it in the Rock Falls Bank?
Oh, would you, Buddington? Here's the money.
You had it there in your chair all the time?
Yes. I knew I could trust you, Buddington.
Yes. Well, I must be going now.
So soon, Buddington?
Yes, but when I return, I may have something very personal to ask you, Bedelia.
Personal? Oh, Buddington.
But now I am off. I shall guard this money with my life until it is safely in the bank at Rock Falls. Goodbye, my fair Bedelia, until we meet again. Steady on, O mighty steed, whilst I the... What's the matter, Beelzebub? Is my poetry not to your liking? Then here is one I know you prefer. Looking at the upturned faces, Wayne cried, let our motto be, to the one who fights for freedom, God will give us victory. Belch the cannon's fire and thunder, burst the shells to left and right.
All right, you old fossil, reach for them stars.
Who dares to accost Dr. T. Buddington Tews?
Or get down off that horse pronto, or you'll be breathing through your skin.
Why do you wear a mask? What business have you with me, sir?
$9,000 worth of business, you old goat. I'd hand it over, fast.
This is an outrage, sir.
Here it is. This'll buy me a lot of what I want, mister. And just to keep you from spreading the word too fast, I'm gonna tie you up. Hold still.
You, sir, are a sneaking varmint and a low-life villain.
Instead of calling me names, you ought to be thankful I ain't plugging. Yeah. There, that'll hold you. Adios, sucker. Give my thanks to the widow when you see her. Yeah.
Bill, I've been thinking.
You mean that supper we had started your brain to working?
Well, now that might have had something to do with it. But I've been wondering whether that coyote slash Barker could be one of those men you got a telegram about.
Might be, Jingles. We'll wait for a description and see if it fits.
Well, you got to watch out for him. He's out to get you, you know, and me too, come to think of it.
Jingles,
Yeah, somebody's limbering up a 6-gun.
the shots came from over this way. Let's go.
What do you reckon it is, Bill?
Hey, Jingles, look, up there on the road.
Yeah, it's a man, and there's somebody on a horse riding away.
Too dark to see much. I'll take a pot shot anyway.
He's too far to hit, Bill.
Yeah. Let's stop and help this gent. Whoa, whoa, boy. Whoa, hold up.
Oh.
Jingles, look who it is.
Did I hear you say jingle, sir?
Oh, Bill, that sounds like Dr. T. Buddington Chews.
It is Jingles. What happened, Dr. Chews?
Here, now, I'll untie you while you tell us.
It's a tragedy, my friends. I was entrusted with some money by a very dear friend. But just now a masked bandit held me at gunpoint and took the money.
Whose money was it?
The widow Wilson's.
How much money?
$9,000, and that road agent is getting away with it.
Why, that ring-tailed lizard?
I'm not so sure he's getting away.
What do you mean, Bill?
You'd never catch him now, sir.
Can you make it back to town, Doctor?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Then go to the sheriff's office and wait. Jingles, go get Widow Wilson and bring her into the sheriff's office.
But what are you going to do, Bill?
I'm going to track down that thieving snake and drag him in at the end of a rope.
Well, partners, we're really getting both barrels on this show. But how about taking a minute to catch your breath while your old sidekick Panhandle Jim does a little chinning about something real good? It's about Kellogg's Corn Pops, a wonderful eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now listen close here. Corn Pops are hearts of corn all puffed up big and happy, with plenty of tasty sweetening on them. Now, you can eat them the way I eat them when I listen to Wild Bill Hickok, right out of the box by the handful. But come breakfast time, pour them out in a bowl and add a little milk. Now, just leave the sugar bowl in the pantry, because like I just said, they've already got the sweetening right on them. Every single corn pop. If you're eating them right now, look at the bag inside the box. That bag's pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. Now, don't go fussing with one box of Corn Pops. The way your family's going to go for 'em, you're liable to miss out on some. Get your mom to load up big. Then out of the box or out of the bowl, you can have all the Kellogg's Corn Pops you want. And you'll want plenty. Now, all together, let's tell everybody who loves Corn Pops. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. And Pops love Pops. Now, let's hustle on back to the show.
Now, Wild Bill has been riding for miles in full chase after the bandit when suddenly he stops his horse on a dark trail, dismounts, and puts his ear close to the ground, then listens.
Sure glad the Indians taught me this trick. Yep, there he is. With my ear close to the ground, I can hear his horse running. He's closer, and I'm gaining. Well, we haven't lost him yet. Come on, boy, let's get him. Up, boy. Up, boy. Let's go. Run!
Land of living, Mr. Jingles. Getting a body up in the middle of the night is enough to start me ailing all over again.
Well, I hope not, ma'am, but when Wild Bill Hickok says to get you, I just gotta get you.
Goodness, I hope you're right about poor Buddington not being hurt.
You ain't gone a little sweet on this Buddington, have you, ma'am?
Now, you just tend to your driving, young fella, and let's get on into town before I catch my death.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, mister. You might as well give up.
You ain't taking me in.
Now your gun's gone. Rein up.
You'll never catch me.
Okay, I've got a loop swinging to pull you off that horse. Here it comes, over your head. All right, mister. Now I'm going to take you back into town like I promised Jingles, at the end of a rope.
You say Wild Bill Hickok told you to come here and wait, Doctor?
Yes, Sheriff, that's what he said, but it doesn't look like he's going to show up. So if you don't mind, sir, I think I shall take my departure.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't know what it's all about, but if Wild Bill Hickok says to wait, you wait.
But, Sheriff...
None of that button now. Just you wait.
My land o'-living, that was a wild ride. Evening, Sheriff. Or is it morning? Oh, there you are, Buddington.
Evening, Miss Wilson.
Evening, Sheriff. I'm Wild Bill Hickok's partner, and my name's Jingles.
Well, glad to make the acquaintance of any friend of Wild Bill's. By the way, where is he?
Oh, he's rounding up a varmint, Sheriff. He'll be along. Well, hello, Doc. So you made it back all right.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Buddington, are you really all right?
My dear, I cannot tell you how sorry I am about the money.
Doc, wait a minute. Do you mind if I take a little closer look at that watch chain you're sporting across your vest?
Why,
who's this a-coming?
Just me, Sheriff, and a customer for your jail.
I knew you'd get him, Bill.
Well, he wouldn't have if he... Hey, Doc, what are you doing here?
Shut up, you idiot.
Well, now, do you two know each other?
I'd say they do, Jingles. They've been partners in crime for a long time.
What do you mean, Hickok?
A very clever scheme, Sheriff. They travel from town to town with a medicine show. Dr. Chews makes love to the widows, get their confidence and their money.
Then that's what you mean by confidence men, huh, Bill?
Exactly. When the doc starts for town on a dark road, Slash Barker comes along and holds him up.
Then Slash takes the money and skedaddles.
Oh, Buddington.
Later, they meet and split. Barker told me all about it.
Slash Barker, I'll kill you for this.
He's loco, Doc. I didn't tell him nothing.
No, Doc, he didn't. But what you just said is a confession if I ever heard one, and I've got plenty of witnesses.
I guess we won't have to wait for that wire from Abilene, huh, Bill?
No, Jingles, the description would fit these two perfectly. Here's your money, ma'am. I'd be mighty careful from now on.
Oh, I will, Mr. Hickok. But he talked so pretty.
Yes, ma'am. But you'd better stay shy of those sweet-talking hombres. With all that honey running loose, there's bound to be a bee in the neighborhood, and, well, you might just get stung again.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, Andy and I will be back next week with more adventure and trouble.
Yeah, Guy, you always get the adventure, but what do I get? Nothing but trouble.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting transcribed story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Herbert Butterfield, Paul Frees, Howard McNear, Gene Vanderpyle, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you transcribed Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. The Stagecoach road to Flat Rock winds through country that's wild and uncivilized, but at the moment, all is peaceful. Only the rattle of the stage as it moves along the road, the creak of the leather as its team of horses pull against their harness, the crack of the whip, and an occasional shout from the driver. The passengers inside are half dozing, looking forward to the end of their journey in the town of Flat Rock. Suddenly, as the stage rounds a curve, 4 masked riders appear. Meanwhile, unobserved, a pair of strangers to Flat Rock rein up at the crest of the hill just above.
Well, doggone it, Bill, you're right. Those were shots.
We've ridden onto a holdup party, Jingles.
Hey, wouldn't I know we'd hit trouble even before we're in town?
That's our business. Come on. Up, boy.
Hey, they've seen us, Bill. Let's let them have it.
Hold your fire, Jingles. You might hit one of the passengers in the coach. Will they break for it?
Hey, there they go. They're getting away, heading for the rocks.
Rein up, Jingles. Let me have your rifle. Best we can do from here is mark one of them for the future.
Hey, you winged him, Bill.
That's what I wanted to do. Come on. Up, boy.
Ho, ho. Hey, you mean if they try to get help for him?
Right. They'll give us a lead.
Well, here's a stagecoach, Bill.
Everybody all right, driver?
Ah, sure. Fine. Our payroll shipment's safe, too. Hey, haven't I seen you someplace?
Doggone it, Bill. Why doesn't anybody ever ask me that?
Any idea who they were, driver?
Well, I'm sure they belong to the Shadow Hills gang. Same masks and everything. They might double back. You gonna follow us into town?
Sure. Climb on up there.
Good.
Oh, trouble, trouble, trouble. Now we ride along and back so the Shadow Hill gang can take a pot shot at us. And there must be some other way I could make a living. Something easy. Yeah, like raising polecats.
Get up now. Hey, hit it. I want to thank you again, Bill and Jingles.
Oh, it was nothing at all.
Are you sure there's nothing more I can do for you?
No, we just wanted to know where the school was.
Well, that's it over yonder. What you aiming to do, Bill? Send Jingles to school?
Now, listen here.
You say the school teacher's name is Miss Sanders?
Mm-hmm. Miss Julie Sanders.
She's the one, all right.
Well,
Come
so
on,
long.
Jingles.
Good luck to you with your schoolwork, Jingles.
Oh, now cut that out.
Mr. Hickok, I have to go in soon. It's time for school.
Just a few questions, Miss Sanders, about the Shadow Hill gang.
The Shadow Hills gang?
Reed Bradford's bunch.
Yes, I know.
Hey, you were kind of sweet on Reed Bradford once, huh?
Never mind, Jingles.
Oh, it's all right. It's true. Reed and I were... Well, I did go with him. But not after I learned he was mixed up in all those robberies. And then when he went to jail...
The sheriff here in Flat Rock says you've heard from him since he went to jail.
Well, I'm not sure. You see, Mr. Hickok, I received 2 envelopes, each containing large sums of money. As I told the sheriff, Well, I'm sure the money's from Reed.
Probably part of what he got in that last big bank robbery, huh, ma'am?
That's what we're looking for. I haven't touched the money since it was delivered to me.
You expect another payment soon?
If Reed sends the money on schedule, I mean like the last 2 payments, well, there should be another visit tonight.
Well, that's all right, ma'am. Don't worry. We'll take care of things. All right, Jingles, tonight when the mysterious stranger arrives, you and I will be in that schoolhouse waiting for him.
Oh, you just leave it to me, Bill. Don't be no trouble at all for me to catch that hombre. You know, I was always catching things in school. A rap on the knuckles, wad paper behind the ear. Why, once I even caught the measles.
Wild Bill and Jingles sure don't fool around when it comes to getting after the lawbreakers. And your old pal, Panhandle Jim, don't fool around when it comes to eating Kellogg's corn pops either. Take it from me, partners, you're missing some real eating if you're missing out on corn pops. They're golden hearts of corn, all popped up, fat and happy. They're crisp and crunchy. And listen to this, they're already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box, or for some real fun at breakfast, in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. Yes, sir. You've never tasted a cereal as downright good as Kellogg's Corn Pops. Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, here's what you'll read on every box of Kellogg's Corn Pops. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. You can bet your boots they do. Now, let's get back to the show.
Back to Bill and Jingles. Several hours later now, and they wait, hidden in the shadows of the darkened schoolhouse.
Hey, you think he's going to show up, Bill?
Shh. Listen. Get back.
Well, I'm doing my best, but there's more of me.
Quiet. That's funny.
What? Oh, hey, look, Bill. He's stopping out in front. Hey, now he's putting something in the school mailbox. I know, the money from Reed Bradford, you reckon?
I think so.
Let's get him. Hold it, you! Climb down from that critter! Wait!
Hold it, Jingles.
Hey, Bill, you spoiled my shot. Are you letting everybody get away?
Let's have a look in that mailbox.
Oh, there it is, all right.
Money. A lot of money.
Yeah, and a lot more hidden where we never will find it. I don't see why you didn't let me stop him, Bill.
If you'd killed him, he couldn't have led us anywhere, Jingles. You got a couple of matches?
Sure. Why?
Strike a couple. I want to search the road out here.
Oh, search the road. Oh, well.
Hold them down closer. Over here now. Come on. Over here.
What?
I thought that horse dropped a shoe when it was coming up the road.
Huh? Dropped the shoe?
It was so quiet, and his hoofbeat suddenly sounded different to me.
Hey, come to think of it, why...
Here's the shoe, Jingles. Now, we'll just see if that blacksmith in town gets a little visit soon.
Any sign of Trigg yet, Chris?
Yeah. How's Shorty?
That bullet he stopped this afternoon ain't doing him any good, that's for sure.
It ain't doing any of us any good. If he hadn't gotten himself plugged, we'd be miles away by now.
Hold it, Chris. Somebody coming.
It's Trigg.
Oh, hold it.
Yeah, about time you got back. Well, where's the doc?
He's out of town, over to Willow Creek. Won't be back till morning.
All right, that settles that. We ain't waiting. We're moving on.
Shorty ain't in no condition.
I don't care if he is or not. It's too risky staying here.
Well, okay. Only Reed wouldn't have...
I don't care what Reed would do or wouldn't. I'm running this outfit now.
Sure, Chris. I only meant that your brother...
My brother's in jail, and he's going to stay there a long time. Now, forget him. Come on, let's start moving.
Maybe you won't be so anxious to move on after I tell you who I saw in town a little while ago.
Huh? Who'd you see?
Our old friend, Pop Willis.
Pop Willis? Say, we ain't seen him since he left the gang back at Abilene, right after the law caught up with Reed.
So Pop Willis is in Flat Rock, eh? Well, that's mighty interesting.
Him and Reed always was pretty close, Chris. Reed trusted Pop when he didn't trust us.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Trigger, I always had a hunch Reed told Pop where he'd hidden that money.
I figured the same all along. Well, do we move on or don't we?
We move, but not too far from Flat Rock. I know just the place, an old hideout of Reed's. The caves behind the waterfall in Dutch Canyon.
Let's go.
Hold it, Trigg. Shorty, Dave, and me are going to the cave. You're riding back to Flat Rock. Keep your eye on Pop Willis. I want to know every move he makes.
I'm coming.
Did you bring the...
Did we bring what, Pop?
I was just going to have my meal in the room here.
We had a little talk with the blacksmith in town. He told us you were staying here at the hotel. Can we come in?
You're a marshal, ain't you? U.S. Marshal?
2 U.S. Marshals.
And you're Pop Willis, Reed Bradford's best friend. Go on in, Jingles.
After you, Mr. Hickok.
Hickok? You've come to... Look, I'm not with the Shadow Hills gang anymore. I left him as soon as Reed went to jail.
Oh, sure.
I believe him, Jingles.
Sure. They like to get their hands on me, too.
So you could lead them to the money you and Bradford hid?
I don't know about any money.
We were watching you at the school last night, Pop.
Oh.
We talked to the blacksmith about the shoe your horse dropped. Here it is.
All right. Reed Bradford wanted that teacher there to be well cared for.
You going to take us to the place you hid the rest of that money?
Well, might as well, or tell you where it is. You see the...
Oh, hey, Bill, some polecat shot him.
Pop.
No use. No use, son.
He's gone. The shot came from the window, Jingles. Let's get out there.
Ho, ho, ho.
No use, Jingles. Our killer had too big a start.
Yeah, trail gets away from us just down the river there.
Right. We'll ride up the canyon just on the chances he swung off at the waterfall.
Well, he's around here somewhere.
Sure. I'll bet the whole gang is. Somewhere.
Oh,
Come on.
oh, oh.
Up, boy. Up.
Hickok, he trailed you out here?
Yeah, him and that sidekick of his. But I give him the slip. It's too bad they don't know about this cave behind the waterfall, huh?
What happened in town?
Well, just like you asked me to, I kept my eye on Pop. I seen Hickok and his partner grab him at the hotel. They was trying to make him talk.
About the money?
Yeah. And Pop knew where it was, all right, just like we figured. You know what Reed's been doing all this time with our money, Chris? He's been sending nice big chunks of it to that schoolmarm.
What?
Yeah, every month. Pop's been delivering it to her.
Well, what do you know? Reed was always crazy about that Julie Sanders, but I never thought he... wait a minute. Pop didn't tell Hickok where the money was, did he?
He didn't get the chance.
What do you mean?
I shut him up with this. I got him with my first bullet.
What? You killed him? What, you crazy fool, you...
Now, wait, Chris.
With Pop dead, how are we going to ever find that money?
I got an idea. It's about the schoolmarm. A way we can make Reed tell us where he hid that money. Now, let go of me, will you, boss?
All right. Now spill it, but it better be good.
Doggone it, Bill, that hombre's given us the slip. No sign of him anywhere.
Afraid you're right, Jingles. We'll forget him for now. We got more important things to do back in Flat Rock, like paying a visit to Miss Julie.
What for?
We don't know how long the killer was standing at the window of that hotel. He might have heard a lot.
You mean about Bradford sending all that money to the schoolmarm?
Yeah.
Reed sure must have been plumb loco about that little filly to do that.
And it stands to reason he wouldn't want anything to happen to her.
That's right, but... Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm thinking if that gang could get their hands on Julie Sanders, it'd be a way of forcing Reed Bradford to tell him where the money is.
Why, them low-down, ornery polecats. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ho-ho!
Thank you, ma'am. Good night.
Well, Bill, did you talk to the schoolmarm?
Nope. That was her mother. Miss Julie's gone.
Gone?
Left about a half an hour ago, right after she got my message.
Your message? You didn't...
Of course I didn't. Mr. Sanders said a man came by, told Miss Julie I'd sent him, that I wanted to see her right away.
Doggone, did Miss Julie's mother say what the critter looked like?
Yeah, kind of tall and skinny.
Trigger.
Yeah. Come on, Jingles. Let's ride.
Say, Bill, where are we heading in such a hurry?
Got a long ride ahead of us, Jingles. We're going to Abilene.
Abilene? Why?
Bradford's in jail there, isn't he?
Sure, but what about the schoolmarm?
Quickest way to find her is to go to Abilene. We could spend days up there in the hills looking for the gang hideout. Might find her too late.
But, Bill...
No harm will come to her, Jingles. Leastways, not until after one of the gangs had time to talk to Bradford. You know, I got a hunch he's going to get a visitor by morning, and I want to be there when that hombre shows up. Morning, Sheriff.
Yeah, well, doggone, Wild Bill Hickok. I thought you was over in Flat Rock. Howdy, Jingles.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Well, what are you two doing over here in Abilene?
Got a little business to take care of, Sheriff. Reed Bradford had any visitors this morning?
You Bradford? No, nobody's been around. Why?
When that visitor shows, let me know right away, will you?
Why, sure, Bill. Yeah, say, that looks like...
Chris Bradford, Reed's brother. A visitor I've been expecting, Sheriff. Say, any place we can get out of sight? Don't want him to see us.
Sure. Room back there. Help yourself.
Okay. Don't close the door all the way, Jingles. Leave it open a crack.
Here he comes, Bill.
Morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Bradford.
I'd like to see my brother, if you don't mind.
Reckon I don't. All right, just hang your guns on that peg.
There you are, Sheriff. Wasn't aiming to break Reed out.
Yeah, well, I didn't say you was. Come on. He's in his cell back here.
Hey, what do we do now, Bill?
Nothing. We just wait, that's all. Just wait.
Hey, I'd sure like to know what the Bradford brothers are going to be talking about. I sure would.
They'll talk about the hidden money, mostly.
But if Reed hasn't told so far...
I got a hunch he'll talk now. If only to save Miss Julie from harm.
Oh, I get you, Bill.
So we wait. Then we trail him.
Yeah.
Ease up, Jingles. We don't want to get too close to him.
Hey, look, he's stopping, Bill. Reckon the money's close by?
Yeah.
He's getting off his horse. Heading for that big cottonwood just off the trail.
Come on. We'll go the rest of the way on foot. Easy. We don't want him to hear us. Hold it.
I think he heard us. He's looking this way.
No, I don't think so.
Look. He's reaching under the tree. He's after the money, all right.
Yeah. Stuffing something in his saddlebags.
Do we get him, Bill?
No, we'll just stay on his trail. We've still got to find Miss Julie, and I'm hoping he'll lead us to her.
Yeah, but if he don't lead us into an ambush first...
That you, Chris?
Yeah. Ease up on your guns, Trig.
You get the money?
There it is.
I told you Reed'd see it our way.
The pretty little lady here give you any trouble?
Had to put a gag on her this afternoon. She heard someone out front start to holler for help. There's only Dave coming back from town. I got him up on lookout now.
Yeah, I talked to him on the way in. I ain't sure, but I got a hunch I was being followed. If that's so, Dave will be ready for whoever it is. Well, what's the matter, lady? That gag uncomfortable, huh? Sure. We'll take it off when we're good and ready.
Chris!
Dave, I wonder if... Yeah, what is it?
Got a couple of visitors, Chris. Caught these two hombres sneaking around outside the waterfall.
Howdy, Bradford.
Well. Wild Bill Hickok and his partner.
Nice place you got here. But for a boy of my size, well, it's a little snug.
Keep 'em covered, Dave. Look who's come to pay us a visit, Miss Sanders. The great Wild Bill himself. I got plans for you, Mr. Hickok. For you and your friend. Yeah, I got plans. And I don't think you're gonna like those plans at all.
Man, what a show. But let's settle back for a second and cool off, huh? I want to do a little chinning about something extra good. I mean the cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now, you know that vitamins and minerals in the food you eat are mighty good for you, help make you real healthy. Well, Kellogg's Corn Pops, delicious as they are, contain B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want. And the reason you'll just keep on eating them is 'cause those golden hearts of corn are puffed up big and smiling with flavor. And they're already sweetened for you. Eat them out of the box or out of a bowl with milk. But don't use any sugar, 'cause the sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. And that silver-like bag inside the box is really something. It's pure aluminum. Keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom can use it to store things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches.
Yeah, partners, best of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Right, partners. Now let's sashay on back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Back to Wild Bill Hickok. It's a few moments later now. Bill and his friend Jingles, at the point of a gun held by a member of the Shadow Hills gang, have been led into the cave hideout to face Chris Bradford.
Yeah, Mr. Hickok. I'd say you'd come to the end of your trail, you and your partner. Dave.
Yeah?
Ain't you a little careless, getting a draw on Hickok and leaving his guns in his holster?
There wasn't much you could do about that, Bradford. Besides, I need my guns. Right now.
Dave!
Reach, gents.
Dave, you gone plumb loco? With a drop on him, you just stand there and let Hickok draw his guns.
What else could I do? My gun's empty.
What?
That's right. I emptied it before we came in. Sorry, fellas, it was just a little trick. So's we could come in here peaceful-like without any shooting. We didn't want to take the chance of the lady getting hurt.
You're not getting away with it.
Don't move, Trigger, or you'll get the same. All right, Jingles, get their guns.
Got him, Bill.
Well, guess that about winds up the Shadow Hills robbery.
Yeah, well, we got the money and the rest of the gang, and there's only one little detail we ain't taken care of, Bill.
Oh, Miss Julie. Take the gag off, Jingles.
Oh, not me. That's one job that's yours.
What do you mean?
Ain't nobody ever going to say I helped make it possible for any woman to talk more than she usually does.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, we'll be around again next week with another adventure. So, hope to see you then. Right, Andy?
Yeah, that is, if I don't start raising polecats in the meantime.
Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Gene Bates, Joe Duvall, Fred Howard, Jess Kirkpatrick, Clayton Post, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
In a card game, aces and eights are known throughout the West as a dead man's hand. There's a good reason for it. And this is the story of how the hand got its name.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith, an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just 1 minute, we'll bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentlemen. This is James Matthews with official results on the automobile competition the whole industry watches every year, the famous Mobile Gas Economy Run. This year's run, 1,883 miles from Los Angeles to Galveston, Texas, ranging from sea level through mountain passes. And once again, Chrysler Corporation cars took the lion's share of firsts.
Plymouth, Chrysler, and Imperial again this year for the second straight year, winning first place over all other cars in their class in the famous economy run. Imperial, by the way, was sweepstakes winner, too, getting 62.7188 ton-miles per gallon. The forward look is a lot more than look. You get a better engine, brawnier brakes, torsionaire ride at no extra cost, and winning performance and economy in cars of the forward look from Chrysler Corporation. Take a drive this week in a car of the forward look. Plymouth, Dodge, DeSoto, Chrysler, or the triumphant Imperial. Drive one of America's performance winners from Chrysler Corporation. Now starring John Daner. This is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
I left Fort Benton, Montana Territory, in a little river steamer called the Pride of the West. The journey downstream on the Missouri was a good deal faster than that which I had made coming up from St. Louis just a few months earlier. I decided to write some articles for the London Times on river travel in the American West. But the balmy weather, coupled with a feeling of complete indolence, made me put off all thought of work. Several days passed, and then we docked at Fort Pierre in Dakota Territory. I went ashore to purchase a new pair of boots, and it was in the store of an outfitter named Judd Scott that I first heard the name of Deadwood. Well, the left one might be a bit tight. Yes, right here, in the heel.
Oh, she'll ease up, mister. Of course, I don't do much trade in ready-mades. If you had more time, I'd make you a real fine pair. Finest in Dakota Territory. Here, let me take it off. Try to work it out. So you're a newspaper correspondent, huh? Yeah, we've had 'em come through, but none from England. Must be pretty interesting, your line of work.
Yes, it is. Quite.
Yeah, too bad you ain't staying around these parts. Your folks back home would get a pleasure out of reading about things we got around here.
You mean in Fort Pierre?
Well, there ain't too much going on here. I guess you could write about Jack McCall, though. Try it on now. It should be better.
Now, Jack McCall, huh?
He used to drive a stage between here and Deadwood. Got some tall yarns to spin about Indians and the like. Go ahead. Take a walk now.
Yes, I'd like to meet him.
He's back in Deadwood now. How's that? That better?
Yes, fine. Where is Deadwood?
You mean you ain't heard of it? Oh, worst bunch of cutthroats and outlaws living in all the territories and the United States is in Deadwood. They even got Wild Bill Hickok out there. I hear tell there's folks wanting to put him up for marshal.
Hickok? Yes, I've heard of him.
Yeah, it won't take Wild Bill long to clean up, I can tell you.
Deadwood, huh?
Oh, you taking the boots?
I'm taking them. I sold the remainder of my ticket to a man booking passage for St. Louis, and the next day took the stage from Fort Pierre to Deadwood in the Black Hills of Dakota Territory. At the stagecoach station in Deadwood, I inquired after Jack McCall and was directed to Carl Mann's saloon. Even though it was Sunday, I was surprised to see that the place was practically empty. A hatchet-faced woman dressed in black was drinking alone at the bar, and I found McCall, a broken-nosed, sullen-looking man, sitting at a table playing a game of solitaire.
Yeah, it's me. Who's asking to know?
J.B. Kendall.
What's your business, J.B. Kendall?
Well, a gentleman in Fort Pierre mentioned your name. He runs the general store.
Judd Scott?
Yes, that's right.
How come you want to talk with me?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm a newspaper correspondent, and I thought there might be a story to write about Deadwood, and your friend suggested that I get in touch with you.
What kind of story are you thinking about?
I understand that Wild Bill Hickok is in town. Do you know him?
Why don't you ask her?
Hmm?
Or at the bar. Calamity Jane. Figures she knows him better than most.
Oh, well, thank you, I will. Perhaps I can buy you a drink after?
Suit yourself. I ain't going nowhere.
Miss Jane?
You talking to me? The name's Calamity. Ain't no miss in it. Calamity Jane.
I'm sorry. I'm J.B. Kendall. The gentleman over there mentioned that you were a good friend of Wild Bill Hickok.
Who? Why, that ain't no gentleman. That's a stinking pig by the name of Jack McCall. You been sitting with him. Don't foul up the air around me. Hit the trail, mister.
Yeah, well, I was hoping you could introduce me to Mr. Hickok.
Hey, you English?
Yes.
Thought so. Knew an English feller down in Abilene. Wouldn't quit riding herd on me. Had to shoot him.
Oh.
New in town, ain't you?
Just arrived.
You ain't friend of McCall?
Oh, I only met him a few minutes ago.
What brings you?
I'm a writer, newspaper articles for the London Times.
Hey, I guess you heard about me and Wild Bill, huh?
Oh, yes.
Fastest man with a gun you'll ever see. I ain't too bad myself, but I ain't nothing to Wild Bill. Come on over to the table, bring the bottle, and I'll tell you about me and Wild Bill.
Calamity Jane was a strange, almost masculine-looking woman, hard and rough-voiced. She told me of her exploits as a scout with General Crook's army in the war against the Sioux, but most of the time she spoke of Hickok. About a half an hour had passed when I noticed Jack McCall get up from his table and come toward us.
Yes, sir. What Wild Bill done in Abilene, there ain't another man could have handled. Why,
Hey,
he...
mister, I thought you was going to buy me a drink.
Oh, not just now, Mr. McCall. I'm talking to the lady.
Oh, yeah, I see. It's mostly listening. Ain't nobody gets to talk much around her.
McCall, you want me to put your eyeballs out with this bottle. You open that barn door of yours just once more.
Kendall, you come on down to Boot Hill Saloon when you're through. I'll tell you the truth about that female polecat there in a windy frame.
One of these days, me or Wild Bill's gonna pump that coyote full of lead. Except he ain't worth wasting a ball on.
And all I know about him is that he used to drive the stage between here and Fort Pierre.
Yeah, lost that job because he couldn't hold his liquor. He used to be a buffalo hunter till the feller he worked for caught him stealing hides. He ain't no good, that one, and his pals is worse. You ever run into Tim Brady or Johnny Varnes, you watch your step, mister. Them's two of the boys, along with McCall, that Wild Bill's gonna run out of this town when he gets to be marshal.
Where is Wild Bill now?
He's up in the hills working on his claim. Him and his partner, Colorado Charlie. They ought to be back by tomorrow. He'd like to meet you, mister. Wild Bill always had a liking for you newspaper fellers. Well, what's your hurry? Sit down. We'll split another bottle.
Oh, thank you, but now I think I'd better get settled. Wash some of this Dakota dust off.
What a dude. All right, go on up the hotel. Tell him Calamity Jane sent you, and if they don't give you the best room, I'll shoot up the place.
The recommendation was most effective. I got the best room in the hotel. 2 hours later, in spite of Calamity Jane's warning, I wandered down to the Boot Hill Saloon. I was curious about McCall and what he might have to say about Calamity and Wild Bill Hickok. I found him there, very drunk. He was talking to a heavy-set man who was chewing on an unlit cigar. McCall greeted me as an old friend.
Hey, what do you say, Kendall? You had enough of that female windbag, huh? Hey, Tim, this is the fellow I was telling you about. Kendall's his name. Kendall. Hi.
How are you? Tim Brady. I owe Mr. McCall a drink. I came down to settle my
Oh,
debt.
that's real fine of you, Kendall. Oh, Jim Kendall's coming to Deadwood to write a story about Wild Bill Hickok, the new marshal of Deadwood.
You go and get yourself a drink, McCall.
Sure, Tim.
Take a chair, Kendall.
Marshal is dead.
I wouldn't pay no heed to what McCall says. Not when he gets too much whiskey in him.
Did he say something?
About Hickok being marshal.
Oh, well, it's not particularly news. I heard that in Fort Pierre 5 days ago.
Well, don't you believe it?
Oh?
Fellers around here, they don't want his kind. You go writing in your paper a thing like that, you're going to have to turn right around and write that it ain't true.
He's not going to get the job?
No. I tell you, he does a lot of ear greasing, like that crowbait mare, Calamity Jane. But all them things you hear is just a lot of brag. Hickok never plugged a man unless the feller's back was turned. I was down to Abilene when he dry gulched Will Cole. This is the worst thing you ever seen. Shot him in the back. Then, by mistake, he goes and kills his own pal, Mike Williams. No, sir. Deadwood ain't gonna put up a man like that for marshal. You think so?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose it depends on how many want him.
Oh, well, there's a lot of them miners up to the hills. They're the ones. Figure he's a real big man. Heard all them crazy stories about him. You want to know what I think?
I'd be very interested.
I don't think he'd last 2 minutes as marshal before somebody shot the daylights out of him. Yes, your best thing for Hickok to do is get out of Deadwood and stay out. You see him, you tell him that.
The next night, Calamity Jane introduced me to Wild Bill Hickok. He looked older, more tired than I'd imagined him. As we sat in his room, I noticed that he blinked his eyes, rubbed them, and seemed quite nervous. Constantly glanced toward the door. Calamity had gone out to buy some food.
Me and Colorado Charlie had a rough week up in the hills. Feels kind of good to get back. You ever done any mining, Kendall?
No.
Well, have you ever had the idea to get somebody else to do the work for you? Well, what do you think of Deadwood?
Oh, I haven't been here very long.
Ain't much like London, I'll bet.
No, it isn't.
Well, do a little cleaning up like I did in Hayes City and Abilene. We'll have a right nice little town.
When do you expect to begin as marshal?
Any day now, the boys are getting things moving.
I saw a man yesterday, Tim Brady.
Brady?
And he asked me to give you a message.
Huh?
The best thing for Hickok to do is to get out of Deadwood and stay out.
Well, that's what he said, huh?
Yes.
You know why? They're afraid of me. They know what's going to happen after I get sworn in. I run them out, and if they don't run, we have a showdown. Brady and his pal Varnes ain't got stomach for that.
I gather they're the somewhat unsavory element in Deadwood. Is that so?
Mister, you ain't just milking pigeons. Why, them miners up in the hills would be dead ducks for Brady and his gang if it weren't for me. This is the worst mining camp in the territory. Ain't been no law here since it started, and Brady don't want none. That's how come the miners want me for marshal. Protection.
Well, I'm surprised he hasn't tried to get rid of you before this.
That jayhawker knows what had happened to him in a shoot-up. He ain't likely to try nothing. A fellow like that gets somebody else to do his dirty work.
Oh, it's only me, Bill. Put away the gun.
I told you, Charlie, you ought to knock.
Keep forgetting.
This is J.B. Kendall. He's going to write a story about me for an English paper.
Yeah, I run into Calamity down to Carl's place, and she told me. Nice to meet you, Kendall.
And you, sir.
My old pal, Charlie Utter.
Colorado Charlie's good enough.
Kendall's been talking to Brady.
Oh, that's so. Rest your saddle, Bill. You make me tired standing.
Brady said I ought to get out of town.
Oh, he'd like that fine.
Yeah, he'd like that. Well, I guess I'll go and wash up before Calamity gets back. You staying around, Charlie?
Yeah, I thought maybe we'd go down to Carl's later and play some cards.
All right. I'll be right back.
Sure. Got a lot on his mind, has Wild Bill. He ain't usually like this.
He seems to have trouble with his eyes.
Oh, you noticed, huh? I wouldn't want you to say nothing in front of Bill, but he's been scared he's going blind. Things sure don't seem like the old days. Oh, I gotta get these boots off. My feet's killing me.
is he?
Wild Bill? Yeah, let me see. 39. Of course, to hear him talk, you think he's closer to 60. I sure do fret over him sometimes. Always talking about dying, this and that. Ain't like the old days. He sure was a rip snorter. Oh, well, maybe when he gets to be marshal again, everything will be like it always was.
Calamity Jane came in with the food, and behind her, Bill Hickok. It was a strange supper. Both Colorado Charlie and Calamity kept up a stream of conversation, anecdotes singing the praise of Hickok's past accomplishments, but the atmosphere was strained. The man with the long hair didn't say very much. Afterwards, Charlie Utter invited me to accompany them to the saloon. I noticed that Hickok was reluctant. Possibly he had a feeling, a warning of what was to come. It was 8 o'clock when we arrived at Carl Mann's saloon and sat down at the card table.
Charlie, change seats with me. I ain't sitting with my back to the door.
Wild Bill, you're getting worse than an old woman.
Or maybe so, but that's the way it is. I like to see what's coming in.
Well, here. Yeah, take my place if you like.
No, sir. All he wants is a catbird seat. That's how come he's always winning. You ain't moving, Bill.
You got the right idea, Charlie. Wild Bill, you got your seat, and that's the way it's going to be. Carl, bring us a bottle of whiskey and a deck of cards. Marshal Hickok's going to be the big loser tonight.
After a few minutes, we were joined by a miner, and the 5 of us played. It was a friendly game, and we could see Hickok beginning to relax. He was a good player and held more than his share of winning hands. But while the game went on, there was something happening down the street in the Boot Hill Saloon. We didn't know it then, but after it was too late, we heard what had taken place. 3 men sat in a back room, one of them drinking heavily. This was Jack McCall. The other 2 were Tim Brady and Johnny Varnes, the leaders of the toughs in Deadwood.
Well, I'm telling you, Jack, you'll be a big man.
Well, they'll look at you when you walk down the street. They'll say, there goes Jack McCall. He killed Wild Bill Hickok.
You hear what Johnny says?
Yeah, I hear. Give me another drink, Jack.
Well, sure.
He's in Carl's place right now. You could get him easy.
Oh, might not be so easy.
Well, you ain't afraid, are you, Jack?
No, I ain't afraid.
No.
No, I ain't afraid, but it just won't be so easy.
Of course, we could get somebody else to do it. We just figured, Tim and me, we figured you was the man for the
look,
job.
I ain't saying I won't
You know
do
what
it.
we could do, Johnny?
What?
We could maybe get that newspaper feller, Kendall, to write something about Jack in his paper.
Hmm?
How'd you like to see that, boy, in an English paper? Jack McCall shoots down Wild Bill Hickok. Yeah, you could go on the stage all over with that. Sure.
Yeah, he's right down the street, Jack.
Yeah,
I seen him
sure.
myself. You know what? He's sitting with his back to the door.
Now, you listen. Just listen. How come if you was there, you didn't plug him yourself?
Yeah, it ain't no use, Johnny. He don't understand. All right.
No,
Forget it,
wait a
Jack.
minute. I'm just asking, that's all. Now, just tell me how come.
Because Calamity Jane and Colorado Charlie is with him. If they saw me, they'd know something was wrong. But not you, Jack. They wouldn't figure you drawing on Hickok.
Yeah. That makes sense. That's all I wanted to know was why.
All right. What do you say, Jack?
Sure, why not?
Sure.
Sure.
Give him a gun, Johnny. And don't you miss, boy, you hear?
Just look at there.
3 kings.
He's beat you, Wild Bill.
I mean, son of a gun if he hasn't. I had you pegged for no more than 2 pair.
Kendall ain't the best player I've seen, but he's sure a lucky one. Deal him out, Calamity.
All right.
The old feller once in Hayes City drew 2 cards to a royal. Luckiest thing I ever seen.
That's a loco thing for a man to do.
Sure was. He took one look at his hand and keeled over plumb dead.
You know, I had a hand something like that. I won a Chinese girl with it a few weeks ago in Deer Lodge.
Chinese?
I did.
No kidding.
Sure.
What did you do with her?
Well, I gave her to a man I knew. He married her.
Open for $1.
Wait. Yes, I'm staying.
Stay? Me too.
I ain't proud. There. Cards?
3.
Kendall?
2, please.
Give me 1. Here's a man's gonna drop dead if he pulls it right.
How's about you, Charlie?
2.
Dealer takes 3.
Honest woman.
That's one thing I ain't or never hope to be. Your bet, Wild Bill.
Well, I'll tell you, friend, I'm going to make this rough on you. $2.
All right. I call.
Not me. And I ain't dropping dead, neither. Well, I'll see you.
I'm a sucker. All right. What do you got, Wild Bill?
Prettiest 2 pair you ever seen. Aces and 8s.
Wild Bill Hickok slumped forward on the table. He still had the winning smile on his face and the cards crumpled in his tightening fist. It was Calamity Jane who found Jack McCall. He was hiding in a butcher shop nearby. Colorado Charlie and I dragged him away before she had a chance to use the meat cleaver she was holding. We found 6 cartridges in McCall's gun. The only one to fire was the first, the one that killed Hickok. The other 5 were defective. Before I left Deadwood, McCall was tried for murder, but Brady and Barnes must have chosen the jury themselves, because the final verdict was not guilty.
Frontier Gentlemen was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre, Jeanette Nolan, Jack Moyles, Larry Dobkin, Stacey Harris, and Vic Perrin. Music was composed and conducted by Amerigo Moreno. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentlemen. James Matthews speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
On King! On, you huskies!
Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Here's a mutual note for you. When you hear the sound of an eerie laugh, a pistol shot, or the hard pounding of horses' hooves echoing through the air, then you know that it's Sunday afternoon on Mutual, and time for programs that are everyone's favorites for listening entertainment. The shadow laughs, and evildoers everywhere tremble in fear of his invisible presence. True detective mysteries dramatize actual cases of criminal careers brought to an end by the untiring efforts of law enforcement agencies. Stories of outdoor excitement are brought to you on Bobby Benson, with the Cowboy Kid and his B-Bar-B riders galloping to adventure in the Big Bend country of Texas. And the clever sleuth Nick Carter proves his title of Master Detective is a deserved one as he unravels a tangled web of deception with polished skill. Remember, Mutual is first for listening on the first day of the week. Listen for the sounds of Sunday and enjoy the Shadow True Detective Mysteries and Nick Carter every Sunday over most of these stations. Scotty Digby had a small cabin just off the trail, about a mile from Selkirk. The old man had lived alone until he had taken in a young Frenchman named Andre Barnett. Andre and Scotty worked the old man's trap lines. As spring approached, the shed behind the cabin was filled with valuable pelts. But instead of being pleased with their good fortune, the skins were a source of trouble. Each time Andre tried to discuss the division of the profits from their work, Scotty said,
Listen, Andre, I took you in when you had no place to go. You've been living in my cabin and eating my food.
I have done more than my share of the work.
Oh, that's beside the point. This shack's mine, and so's the trap line.
Always you say the same thing. You tell me you took me in, gave me a place to live, and an opportunity to earn a little money.
That's what I did.
All right, all right. But what would you have done had I not been here this winter? Who would have taken care of you when you were sick?
Well, I lived by myself a good many years. I can take care of myself.
And work the trap line while you were lying in your bunk, too weak to move. I did the work while you were unable to get out.
Huh. If it hadn't been for me feeding you, you wouldn't have been able to do any work. You'd have starved to death if I hadn't taken you in. I'm willing to admit you worked hard and you helped me out plenty. That's why I'm giving you a third of what I get when I sell the furs.
What? I not agree to that arrangement.
Whether you agree or not makes no difference to me, Andre. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
But
You heard what I said. That's my last word.
Scotty refused to discuss the matter further. Though Andre tried to keep his resentment to himself, the injustice of the situation preyed on his mind. Several weeks later, Sergeant Preston, accompanied by the great dog Yukon King, was riding toward Selkirk on a routine inspection trip. He drew rein at Scotty's cabin.
Oh, Blackie. Oh, boy. See?
Come along, King.
Just a moment. Sergeant Preston and King. It is good to see you. Come in.
Hello, Andre. Thought I'd stop by and see how you and old Scotty are getting along.
Oh, it is not a good partnership, Sergeant.
Huh?
Soon I shall go elsewhere and set out a trap line of my own.
Well, what's the trouble?
Sit down, Sergeant, and I shall tell you.
All right.
Now, we have had a good season. The shed behind our cabin is filled with fine skins.
Glad to hear it.
But I am not pleased. Scotty is determined and grumpy. He claims he took me in and gave me my start. Now, I have worked very hard all season, yet Scotty insists he will take 2/3 of what we are paid for the skins. I shall not agree to such an arrangement.
Well, of course he does own the trap line and the cabin.
No, that is true. But he was sick most of the winter. I did most of the work. He is going to town tomorrow to sell the furs. He does not want me to go with him, so I shall not even be sure of what he gets for them.
I know you're excitable, Andre. Scotty hasn't been well. Perhaps if you talk to him calmly and point out the facts, he'll agree to make more suitable division of the money.
Well, I shall talk to him again when he comes in from the trap line. But of one thing I am sure, Sergeant. I shall get my proper share of the cash. Then I shall break with Scotty for good.
Well, I'm sorry things haven't worked out. King, what's the matter, boy? What's in this corner? Oh, a rat hole.
What's that? King must have got a glimpse of a certain thief we have around here.
Thief?
Oui. It is a pack rat, Sergeant.
Oh.
For some time, small objects disappeared from the cabin. One evening, I saw the pack rat make off with a button. And sometime later, I found its nest under the porch. Come, I'll show you.
Keep away, King.
Look there. Just behind that support.
Oh, yes, I see it. A couple of things in the nest right now.
A small spoon and another metal button. Oh, he is a slick one, that pack rat.
He must be under the cabin from the way King's acting. Well, here's your spoon and button, Andre.
Oh, merci.
I'll go on to town now. I want to get to the constable's office before dark.
All right, Sergeant.
I hope you and Scotty got matters straightened out. Come on, King.
That evening, 3 travelers stopped in front of Andre's cabin. As the 3 men approached the front door, they heard loud talking coming from within.
I have tried to talk to you calmly, sir, but you will not be reasonable. I warn you, when you bring back the money tomorrow that you get for the furs, and it will be plenty, I shall not take less than half.
We'll discuss that when I get back tomorrow, Andre. There's no more to be said right now.
We have come upon an argument.
Yeah, but it seems to be over. Let's knock.
See who that is.
Good evening.
What is it you want?
We are heading for Selkirk and stop to ask how much further we have to go. Also, if possible, we would like some water.
Of course. Come in.
Oh, thank you. I am Karl Arnim. These are 2 men I met on the way here. Ben Harwood and Art Topton.
I am Andre Barnett. This is my partner, Scotty Digby.
Hello.
How do you do?
Scotty. Have you come far?
We've come down from Dawson.
Yeah, that's right. Now that it's getting dark, we wanted to find out how much further we have to go.
Selkirk is only a mile from here. I'll get some water for you. Or perhaps you'd all like coffee.
No, thank you. We'll just take the water and then we'll go on and get settled for the night.
The following morning, Carl Arnhem entered the trading post. The usual group of loungers was sitting around discussing the news of the day. Old Scotty Digby was at the counter receiving payment for the load of furs he had brought in to sell.
Well, there you are, Scotty. $1,200 in cash.
Well, thank you, Mike. I have a little business uptown, and I'll come back to get the supplies ordered. Good morning to you.
See you later, Scotty. There's something for you, mister?
I don't suppose you have shells for a rifle of this make,
That's a new one on me, mister. What make is it?
It's a German Mauser rifle. I bought shells for it in Seattle, but I'm getting low.
Well, to my way of thinking, you aren't going to find any in this territory. I'd say that's the only rifle which type around here.
Perhaps you could order some for me from Seattle?
Well, I'll try. I don't know how long it takes for him to get here. Maybe months.
Well, never mind. I may be going to the States soon. I'll wait until I get there. Thanks, just the same.
Don't mention it. Well, hello, Andre. You looking for Scotty?
Not exactly. Did you buy our furs?
Yep. Gave Scotty $1,200 for them.
Merci. That is what I wanted to know.
Well, he'll be back soon to pick up the supplies if you want to wait.
No, I'll not wait. And there is no need to mention I came in. I don't want him to think I was checking on him. I may run into him uptown. See you later, Mike. So long.
So long, Andre. Now, about that foreign-made rifle, mister. If you want to trade it for a new Winchester...
No, I'll keep it, thank you.
Well, come in again.
Yes, of course. Good morning.
When Andre had entered the store, Carl had stepped back so that the Frenchman hadn't noticed or recognized him. Carl left the store and stood watching as Andre reined to a stop up the street in front of the cafe.
Uh-huh. He is the one who was arguing with a man called Scotty at the cabin last night. If I ride out to their cabin and wait, I can take the cash when they arrive there. Easy now. Get up, come on!
Carl rode to the cabin, and leaving his horse behind the building so that anyone riding up trail wouldn't see it, he walked to the front door, and finding it unlocked, entered.
Yeah. Now, I'll wait until I see them through the window.
Carl waited patiently with his rifle held across his knees. Finally, he saw old Scotty coming along the trail alone.
Aha.
He got up and partly opened the window, which gave a view of the trail. Then, deciding he could shoot the old man without being suspected, he knelt and rested the Mauser rifle on the windowsill.
He'll soon be close enough so that one shot will do the trick. Yes, it's time right now. One shot did it. Now I'll pick up the empty shell and get the cash. The empty shell. Must have fallen through that wide crack in the flooring. Well, no matter. Would never be found there. I'll get the cash.
Quickly, Carl ran to where Scotty had fallen. He found the cash, and then ran back. Mounting his horse, rode up the trail in the direction away from town.
Get up! Come on! Get up!
Andre Barnett had watched Scotty leave town. Then, leaving the cafe, where he had been sitting near a window, he mounted and rode slowly down to the riverfront.
Oh there.
He walked slowly along the docks, then sat down on a packing case and stared at the water. Andre knew his shortcomings. He didn't want to face his partner just yet, because he was afraid that, bitter as he was, his temper might give way and cause trouble. He sat for some time thinking. At first, he decided not to go back to the cabin at all, to forget his share of the money. Then, realizing he'd need cash to get a fresh start, he reversed his decision. He'd go out, take what Scotty gave him, and leave for good. He walked back, mounted his horse, and rode back to the cafe to have coffee before going out to the cabin. As he passed the constable's office, Sergeant Preston hailed him.
Andre Barnett.
Oh there. Oh. Hello, Sergeant.
I was about to go looking for you, Andre.
Looking for me? Why?
Because of Scotty?
I don't understand.
Are you sure you don't know that Scotty was shot and robbed on the trail near your cabin?
Sacre bleu. I did not know. Who could have done such a thing?
That's what I'm going to find out, Andre. You'll have to come inside for questioning. Because of a few things we've learned, Andre, we have reason to suspect that you shot Scotty.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. This is National Girls Club Week, May 11th through May 17th. Some of you girls listening may already know how much fun you can have in a girls' club. There are more than 35,000 girls in 16 states and Canada who do belong. But a lot more of you could join the fun. The club dues are kept so low that any girl can afford it. And you'll get an all-year-round program of most anything you're interested in. Arts and crafts, homemaking skills and baby care, athletics and free play. You learn to play and to work together. And in the summer, members go to a girls' club camp for a vacation that not all of you could afford otherwise. If there's no girls' club in your community, try to get your folks and other people interested in organizing one. Tell them it's very important to see that the little girls in their community have a club where they can get wholesome companionship and friendly guidance in out-of-school hours. If you can get your entire community thinking about the good that comes of a girls' club, you'll have one in no time. Now to continue. After being told of Scotty's murder, Andre was taken into the constable's office by Sergeant Preston for questioning. As Andre entered, he saw two of the three men who had stopped at his cabin the night before. One of them spoke.
That's the fellow, Sergeant. Just before we knocked at the door last night at his cabin, we heard him warning the old man that he wasn't going to take less than half of the money Scotty had got for the fur.
Yeah, that's right. All three of us heard him.
Where is this third man you speak of?
He went up to Beaver Creek this morning to see about buying a claim. He ought to be back soon.
Beaver Creek's about 3 miles beyond Scotty's cabin.
That's right. But Carl left some time before Scotty did. We saw Scotty heading from town. We were in the cafe. We saw this fellow there, too. He left right after Scotty did.
But I didn't go out the trail.
Sit down, Andre.
I didn't shoot Scotty. I didn't even know about it until you told me.
We'll talk about that in a minute. No use in you two men staying here any longer. Stay around town in case we want to ask any more questions. Though.
Sure thing, Sergeant. Let's go, Art.
All right.
Now, let me give you the facts, Andre. 2 hours or so ago, Scotty left town to go to the cabin. He carried $1,200 according to the storekeeper, and you knew about it.
Of course I knew. But I didn't follow him. I never left town.
What do you think of it, Constable?
Andre, if you never left town, how come you didn't hear about Scotty's death? The men who found him on the trail and brought his body in told the story all over town as soon as they left here.
That's the point, Andre. Where were you?
Well, Sergeant, I saw
Briefly,
Scotty.
Andre told of trying to think
And
things
I went
over
to
down
the
by the
docks to
river.
be alone
Then he turned to Preston, saying,
I don't even have a gun, Sergeant.
I've seen you carrying a gun, Andre.
Well, sometimes I carried Scotty.
Scotty's the only one who could verify that, and he's dead. You could have thrown the gun away after the shooting.
I didn't do it. I didn't. Believe me, Sergeant. You must believe me.
I'd like to believe you, Andre. I intend to get proof against the killer, and I sincerely hope it will not involve you.
Maybe King could pick up the scent of the killer, Sergeant.
King would have nothing to go on, Constable. Andre's scent would be all over the place, besides the 3 men who stopped at the cabin and those who found Scotty.
And so, you're going to accuse me of murder?
Not until we have proof, Andre. But in the face of the threat you made, and until we can check on your movements during the past 2 hours, we'll hold you on suspicion.
But I didn't do it. I swear it.
I'll do everything possible to prove you didn't, Andre, and to find out who did. We'll keep you in custody. The constable and I will check the alibis of the 2 men who gave us the information about you.
Sergeant Preston and the constable made inquiries around town, then compared notes at the constable's office.
I asked everyone I met along the docks about Andre, Sergeant, but no one remembers having seen him down that way.
I see. I checked the cafe, found that the 2 men who gave us the information about Andre's threat were there during those 2 hours, as they said.
It looks bad for him, Sergeant.
I can't accuse him of murder without proof, Constable.
Oh, what do we do next?
First, we'll go to the trading post and ask Mike a few more questions. And we'll go out to the scene of the crime and look around. Come along, King.
A short time later, the 2 Mounties entered the trading post.
Well, Sergeant, I hear you picked up Andre Barnett. Does he admit he killed Scotty?
No. Tell me, Mike, how many were in here when you gave Scotty that money?
Well, now, let me see. I'd say about 6 or 7.
Huh? Could you tell me their names?
Well, offhand I couldn't. But I can tell you that all of them stayed on here almost up to the time we heard about Scotty.
I see. Well, in that case, their names don't matter.
The only one who was here and left was a stranger with a German rifle. Called it a Mauser. Come in to try to get shells for him.
Oh, that must have been the man named Carl the 2 other strangers mentioned. When did he leave?
Right after Scotty went out. But, of course, Scotty stayed in town a while. I saw that stranger heading for the North Trail.
That adds up, Sergeant. His friend said he was riding to Beaver Creek to see about buying a claim. He must have gone out that trail sometime before Scotty did.
Yes, I know.
He sure had a mighty fine rifle. Did you ever see one of those Mausers, Sergeant?
Yes, but not in this territory, Mike.
I told him he was probably the only one of its kind up here. And as soon as he runs out of what shells he has, he'll not be able to use it.
He still had some shells, then?
That's what he said. But he also said he was getting low on them.
We'll find out all we can about him when he comes back to town. But, meanwhile, Constable, we'll go on out to Scotty's cabin. Let's go.
Right.
The sergeant and the constable, accompanied by King, rode out to the scene of the crime.
Oh, Maggie. Oh, boy. Easy. Here's about where the body was found.
Yes. Yeah, there are plenty of hoof marks and footprints around.
The bullet was lodged in Scotty's chest. So he must have been shot from up trail as he rode toward the killer.
Well, this is flat land around here. I'd say the killer would be someone he knew for him to get so close and not suspect anything.
It occurred to me the killer could have hidden behind the cabin or inside it. Let's look around.
Right.
Come on, Bucky.
Come on, get up, boy. Come on.
Leading their horses, the 2 Mounties walked to the cabin.
Look. The window facing the trail's partly open. Both Scotty and Andre had gone to town. No one ever leaves a cabin for any length of time with the door or window open for fear of prowling animals.
That's true, Sergeant.
Huh. Look here, Constable.
Well, look at what?
See this mark in the dust on the windowsill?
Ah, yes. You think it might
I'd
be...
say it's the mark of a rifle where it rested on the sill. From here, it'd be easy to shoot a person who was riding up that trail.
Maybe you've hit it. We might find the rifle still in the cabin.
We'll search for it.
The sergeant and the constable made a thorough search of the cabin for a rifle, but without success.
They went outside and searched the shed behind the cabin and looked in the few scrub bushes nearby for the murder weapon. Convinced the rifle was not in the vicinity, they started back up the porch when they heard hoofbeats coming down the trail. Quiet, King.
Must be a stranger. I don't know him.
Neither do I.
Ho there, ho! Well, I did not expect to see mounted police here.
You must be the man named Carl.
Yes, that's right. I am Carl Arnhem, at your service, Sergeant. But how did you know my name is Carl?
We've talked to your friends in town.
Of course. But what is this all about? What's happened?
We're investigating a murder, Mr. Arnhem.
A murder? Oh, that is bad, very bad indeed.
Yes, it is.
My friends and I stopped by here last night. The two men were arguing. We couldn't help hearing.
We've heard about that.
Well, I left town early today to go to Beaver Creek, so I missed the excitement.
Who did you see in Beaver Creek?
A man named Hank Aiken. He had a claim for sale.
Oh, I know Hank Aiken, Sergeant. That'll be easy to check.
Have you caught the murderer, Sergeant?
Not yet.
I don't think you have very far to look for him.
What do you mean?
The young Frenchman, of course, Sergeant. He must be the one who did the killing.
Now, why do you say that?
We heard him threaten the old man, Scotty, last night. It's only natural that since the old man has been murdered after that threat, that man, Andre, must have done it.
Now, hold on. Sergeant,
Just a minute, Constable. I'm sure you were about to say we questioned Andre and so far had no proof against him, weren't you?
Yes, sure.
You must have passed this cabin on your way this morning, Mr. Arnhem. I don't suppose you saw anyone lurking about.
No. I rode right by without paying any attention.
You didn't think of stopping again to see the two men you met last night?
Oh, no, I was in a hurry, so I didn't think of stopping.
I see.
What's King after under the porch?
We'll go find out.
Say, look, I just saw a rat go under the cabin.
Yes, I saw it, too. It has a nest right down here by this support. That's a pack rat. We found several small objects in this nest yesterday when I stopped here. I found something.
What is it, Sergeant?
An empty rifle shell.
Strange. A shell should fall under there and into a rat's nest.
Yes, isn't it? By the way, that's an unusual rifle you have on your saddle, Mr. Arnhem. Foreign make, isn't it?
Yes, a Mauser, made in Germany.
Can I look at it?
Of course.
Oh, that's a fine rifle. I see there's a cartridge in it. It's an odd shell. In fact, it matches the empty shell I just found.
No, that can't be it. It cannot be the same. No shell from my rifle could have been in that rat's nest.
Perhaps you haven't heard of the habits of a pack rat. That particular rat often takes objects from inside a cabin and puts them in its nest. Just as it must have done with this empty shell which matches those you use in this Mauser rifle.
It is not possible.
It does, however. And you're the only one who uses this type of shell. You killed Scotty Digby.
Now, wait, don't move.
Put down that pistol on him.
I was too quick for you, Mounties. I admit nothing. But I shall not let you accuse me of murder on the strength of finding an empty shell.
You gave yourself away before we found that shell.
What do you mean?
If you had gone directly to Beaver Creek as you claim, you couldn't have heard of the murder. We didn't tell you who'd been murdered. Yet you said Andre must be the one who did the killing, that it was only natural he must have done it since he threatened the old man.
I noticed that slip, too, and almost mentioned it.
That odd shell is just more evidence against you. That's probably the only gun of its kind in the Yukon.
Huh? So, you have it all figured out, hmm? Well, who will figure things out when they find both of you dead?
Oh, we'll take you in for Scotty's murder on him.
No. I'm going to kill you both.
King had come out from under the porch and saw Carl holding a gun on the two Mounties. King, true to his training, knew enough not to approach a man holding a gun from in front. The intelligent dog slowly circled around until he was behind the killer. Then Preston called,
"Halt, King! I'll fix that dog."
As Carl turned, momentarily taking his attention from the Mounties.
Hold it! Down!
Preston swung the empty rifle he still held in his hands, catching Carl a glancing blow on the head and sending him sprawling.
Oh, the dog! He has my arm!
First I'll get that gun. I have it. Down, King. Watch him, boy. Now get up, you.
Sergeant, it's all a mistake.
Yes, and you made the mistake. Keep him covered, Constable. I'll search him.
Right.
Here's Scotty's wallet. His initials are on it. This money is the reason you murdered him.
This clears Andre.
Yes. On him, We arrest you in the name of the Crown for the murder of Scotty Digby.
That empty shell. It's all because of that.
Perhaps it is. You might have talked your way out of the slip you made. But this odd shell clinched the case as far as I'm concerned. You weren't smart enough to pick it up.
But it fell between the boards and the floor. I thought it would never be found.
Our little friend, the pack rat, helped us out there by taking the shell to its nest. Constable, we'll take this killer to jail and free Andre Barnett. Then this case will be closed.
Sergeant Preston will return in just a moment with a word about our next exciting adventure. Here's a Mutual note for you. Every weekday afternoon at 5 o'clock over Mutual, it's time for the Children's Hour, with programs for all lovers of daring adventure and thrilling exploits. On Mondays, there's Bobby Benson, the famous cowboy kid, who gallops to rangeland excitement with his B-Bar-B riders. Wednesday and Friday, the fearless newspaper publisher Britt Reed dons the secret disguise of the Green Hornet and roars into action to bring evildoers to justice. And every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5:30, Wild Bill Hickok, the real-life marshal of the early West, outwits rustlers and renegades in stories of blazing action. Tuesdays and Thursdays bring Sergeant Preston of the Yukon at 5 o'clock with the stirring adventures of a Northwest Mountie as he faces incredible hardship and danger to get his man. And Sky King follows at 5:30. Tune to Mutual every weekday afternoon at 5 o'clock for programs that take you to a world of imagination all over most of these stations. And now, here is Sergeant Preston.
Sergeant Preston reporting for duty, Inspector.
Sergeant, the mining company office in Whitehorse has been robbed by a small gang. Payroll of $5,000 has been taken.
Are there any clues, sir?
None. They made their getaway in the rain, and it seems impossible to trail or find them. I want you to go there and search until you do find them.
I'll do my best, sir.
The trail of the crooks has been washed away, and even Yukon King can't pick it up. But an unusual story told by a boy camper gives Preston a clue that soon brings him face to face with the crooks and death. Be sure to hear this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye and good luck until Thursday. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Wild Bill Hickok!
Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. Gold. That was the magic word that lured men into the wastelands, that turned deserted villages into roaring boom towns, bringing with it dreams of happiness and glory. But always to cloud the dream came greed, avarice, crime, and sudden death. In Black City, the fabulous gold boomtown, death struck without warning and brought United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles to investigate the case of the unlucky seven.
I tell you, Bill, I don't like it. I just plumb don't like it. I'm going to be sorrier than ducks in Arizona I ever came from there.
Still time to change your mind, Jingles.
Oh, what, just 2 hoops and a holler to Black City?
And Black City's another hour's ride.
All right, but when I get there, I'm going to sleep for 40 days and 40 nights.
If the noise doesn't wake you.
Noise? Oh, what noise is that, Bill?
Liable to be a little shooting.
Shooting? Oh, now, Bill, there you go again. Now, what are we getting into?
I don't know, Jingles, but 7 men have disappeared out of Black City.
Well, I still don't know no more than a mule-eared rabbit. Bill, I got a right to know what I'm doing here.
That's easy.
Oh, yeah.
7 men have gone, right?
Right, sure.
So, you're number 8.
Oh, is that all? Who, me disappear?
Well, nominate your pardon, gents. I aim to propose a toast to our dear departed comrades, gone but not forgotten. Especially poor old Thaddeus Sheffy, rest his soul.
We'll all miss that.
But in the midst of life, we're o'er in death, Sheriff Salinas.
Yes, Judge.
And one man's loss is another man's gain, eh, Judge Boscombe?
Well, if it ain't our fighting editor, Silas McGregor.
What makes you so certain that Sheffy is dead, Sheriff? Have you found the corpus delicti?
I don't savvy your lingo, McGregor.
Maybe you'd like to explain that remark.
Aye, I'll explain it, and to great length, in this week's issue of the Semaphore, Judge Boscombe.
You'll explain it now, McGregor. I'm the law in Black City. Sheriff Salinas, he's my strong right arm.
Read it in the Semaphore, Boscombe. You didn't provoke me to fight with your hired gunman.
Why, you ornery old
I'll ask you 3 questions, Boscombe. What happened to the 7 men who disappeared? Why did each man make a rich gold stripe before he vanished? Why did each man sign over the deed to his claim to you, Boscombe?
Why, I bought them claims from the poor fellows all legal and proper. Mr. Faraday made out the papers, and I got the deeds to prove it. As to where they went after that, that's their business, and none of mine.
You're right in for a fall, Judge Boscombe. No man can set himself up as the law. This is still America, and the will of the people is still the law here.
The will of the people says step down, McGregor. You talk too much.
Let him talk, mister.
Well, what's this? Here's our Mr. McGregor's got himself an audience after all.
Yeah, and cocky is the king of spades, too. I don't believe we've met, stranger.
We haven't.
Better clear out, stranger. This here don't concern you.
Careful, lad. I didn't know who you are, but Salinas is the fastest trigger man in the state.
It's not such a big state.
All right, now I'm telling you. Get out.
Take your hands off of me.
You heard me. Get.
Not so fast.
Assistant Officer Wheeler.
I'm sorry you did that, Sheriff. Maybe you're sorry, too.
Here. Get up there, Salinas.
Can I get up, Boscombe? He's out cold.
I'll get him up. Hey, let's have that pitcher of water here.
Cut it out. Let me alone. I had enough. I think he broke my jaw.
Get up, Salinas. You'll live.
You're right, I'll live. If only to see you dead, mister.
I didn't know your name, but I'd be honored to shake your hand, sir.
Well, the honor's all mine. The name is Hickok.
Now, gents. Now, no sense in all this whittle wagging. I figure folks can settle their grievances quiet-like. You Wild Bill Hickok, the U.S. Marshal?
That's right.
I reckon you owe the Marshal an apology, Sheriff.
Sure. I'm sorry, Marshal. I just didn't savvy, that's all. After all, we're both law officers, ain't we?
It looks that way.
Well, that's one thing we got plenty of in Black City, Mr. Hickok. Law. And there's no crime in Black City to speak of.
Well, maybe so. But before I ride on, Judge, I'll be dropping by your office in the morning, if you don't mind.
No, why, not at all, Hickok, not at all. Glad to see you any time.
Thanks. I'd like a look at those deeds of yours.
Why, surest thing you know, Marshal.
Well, I think you're throwing your saddle on the wrong horse. There ain't a loophole in the lot.
Oh, I reckon they're all legal, Judge. You're too slick to let anyone sell you a bill of goods.
Well, thanks for the compliment, Marshal.
So long, then. Come on, McGregor. Let's talk at your office.
Delighted, Mr. Hickok.
I'm going out the back way, Judge. I can get Hickok when he crosses Elm Street.
Hey, hold on, Salinas. This is too good to be true.
What do you mean?
That pesky old meddler McGregor. I arranged an accident for him over at the newspaper office.
What kind of accident, Judge?
An old kerosene lamp. He's going to knock it over when he opens the door. The floor's soaked with kerosene, and the place will go up like a tinderbox. And inside, there's a few sticks of dynamite from the mine.
Judge, you think everything.
No, not everything. I didn't think of getting two birds with one stone. McGregor and Wild Bill Hickok.
Well, this is my humble office, Marshal. Funny, I didn't recall leaving the lamp lit. Get back. Hey, fire! Help! My press! My paper! Look out, man! I've got to put it
Come
out.
back, McGregor. It's a trap.
Oh, let go of me. I have to save my paper.
Hi, partners. Here's your old sidekick, Panhandle Jim. Right good show, huh? Sure is. You know, lots of young buckaroos, when they listen to a show like this, get so excited they like to nibble on something. Well, I got an idea for that. What you ought to do is bite into a handful of Kellogg's Corn Pops. Sure, because Kellogg's Corn Pops is a wonderful new eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now, come Wild Bill Hickok time on the radio, I sit back and listen while I eat my Corn Pops right out of the box. Come breakfast time, I eat 'em in a bowl with milk. No sugar, mind you. The sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. And while you're digging in for another handful of Corn Pops, look at the shiny silver-like bag that your Corn Pops is sealed in, right inside the box. That shiny bag is pure aluminum. It keeps your Kellogg's Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. Yeah, and tell your mom this. That bag is plumb wonderful, the way you can use it to store things in the refrigerator, or for wrapping sandwiches and keeping them fresh and tasty. Now, you're going to want Kellogg's Corn Pops at your place, sure, if you haven't already got them, like most folks. Now, listen to this. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops. We'll all say that together in a little while. Right now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill and editor Silas McGregor were fighting the fire set by Judge Bascom in the semaphore office when the flames reached the dynamite and the office exploded.
McGregor, you all right?
Aye, lad. Thanks. You saved my life by pushing me back of that press.
Come on. I'll help you to the door.
No, I'm all right. I'll make it alone. Ah, here comes the bucket brigade. Bless their hearts.
Hey, Marshal McGregor, so what happened here?
I don't know yet, Bascom, but
Try
I'll find
and
out.
save the press, lad.
Oh, terrible accident.
I think the only accident, Bascom, is that no one was killed.
Huh? What's that? You reckon it was foul play, Marshal?
Why, Judge, you said yourself there's no crime in Black City.
And you say when you examined Bascom's deeds this morning, Bill, everything was legal, huh?
Well, I didn't exactly say that. I said everything looked legal.
Aye, there's a heap of difference, Mr. Jingles.
All right, Jingles. Now's the time for you to disappear. And don't worry, I'll be close by.
Well, I'll do like you said, Bill, but I just know I ain't gonna like it.
Well, here's luck, partner.
Okay, here goes.
You're strutting like a turkey. How come?
Shh! now, don't tell a soul. I'm rich. Rich, I says, maybe the richest man in the whole darn U.S. of A.
Hey, you don't say so.
Yes, sir. Just filed my claim on the prettiest gold strike you ever did see. Come on, gents, and treats on me. Set him up, boys. Get him what they want.
Well, Salinas, what have we here? A nice fat pig just begging to be stuck.
Not for me, Judge. Not with Hickok in town.
Why, Sheriff, I'm surprised. We ain't going to let a juicy morsel like this get away, are we?
I don't like it. That Hickok is plenty bad medicine.
Quit your whining, Salinas. Just this once more, we'll kill ourselves a fat hog. Then we'll sell out, pull up stakes, and get. See you later.
Yes, sir, the prettiest gold strike you ever did see.
Howdy, stranger. My name's Bascom.
Well,
Judge Bascom, that is.
Well, howdy, Judge, howdy. You know, I heard tell about you.
Well, that's fine. Step aside here, stranger. Let's have a little powwow.
All right, neighborly Judge, you being so nice to me.
Oh, no, glad to do it. Think nothing of it. Now, Sheriff Salinas will bear me out in this, I'm sure. It ain't safe for a man who's made as rich a strike as you to go unprotected among strangers.
Well.
You know, it's just possible there's a crook or two in town.
No.
Yep, it's just possible.
Well, who would have ever thunk it?
Now, I'll tell you what. You go on and have your celebration, but stick close to Sheriff Salinas here. Don't go anywhere without him, savvy?
Aye, savvy. You know, it's sure nice of you to put yourself to so much trouble for me, Judge.
No, not all, my boy. When I do a good deed, son, I figure I'll be well rewarded. Yes, sir. Well rewarded.
You think it'll be all right, Mr. Hickok? We've been waiting out here in this doorway nearly 2 hours.
Yeah, it's all right. I can see everything from here.
Do you think they'll take your bait, Mr. Hickok?
Looks like they swallowed it whole.
Then you're positive that Bascom and the sheriff are behind these disappearances?
Well, not for publication, Mr. McGregor. We still need proof.
Aye, look. Someone's coming out now.
It's Jingles. With the sheriff and Bascom, too. Shh. They're headed this way, toward the hitching post. Get back.
Deputy is playing his part better away.
Yippee, I'm a lone prize dog, and this is my nice house. Yippee.
Now, just close your strap and heave yourself up over the saddle. Come on, I'll give you a boost. Up! Why, you consarn loco sheep herder. Judge, he stuck his boot right in my mouth.
Quiet, Salinas. We don't want to attract no more notice than we have to.
I'd like to plug him right now.
Ah, you darn fool. You know I don't like guns. Guns make noise.
Sure, you like things done quiet, I know.
Now, look at him. Peaceful as a baby, stretched over your saddle. Now, you take him out of town slow and easy. That way, if anything goes wrong on your way to Salt River, you ain't got a dead body hanging over your saddle horn. Just a good-time Charlie who's had one too many, savvy? Go on now, vamoose.
Okay, I'm on my way. Quiet, like. Come on, horse.
Well, reckon I'd better mosey back and do some mingling. What's this? Looks like somebody dropped something. Just take a look-see. That's funny.
Great goodness. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard. Where's Salt River?
Oh, why didn't I think of that before? It's the answer, Marshal. Salt River Flats.
Salt River Flats? What's there? What is it?
Salt River Flats is quicksand. Just a second, Rangers. Let me simmer down here from all the goings on, catch my breath a little. Say, you know one reason why Wild Bill Hickok was better than most anybody in the West at keeping law and order? He was a two-gun man, good with both hands, both ways when it come to shooting. Now, the reason why Kellogg's Corn Pops is better than most other cereals is that it's a two-way cereal, and it's good at pleasing folks both ways when it comes to eating. One way is right out of the box, like I'm eating them now. Yes, sir, they're a real tasty snack with a sweetening already on them. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go wasting sugar on them. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn all ready to go. Now, just 'cause they're good doesn't mean they're not good for you. Why, partners, they're a real two-gun, two-way cereal with B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better saddle up and ride down to the store tomorrow and get a load of them. You'll need plenty, 'cause the whole family's going to be getting into them. Now, let's say our little saying all together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Good for you. Right now, I'm almost busting to get back to the show. Let's go.
Now, Wild Bill Hickok has the answer to the disappearing men. Quicksand at Salt River Flats hides their fate. While Sheriff Salinas heads for the quicksand to get rid of Jingles, Bascom and Faraday follow not far behind.
Yep, Faraday. Maverick must have lost his deputy badge when we hung him over the saddle. He must be Wild Bill Hickok's deputy.
That's right. It's too close for comfort, I tell you. Why don't you and me just start riding the other way?
You're not going anywhere, Faraday. You forged them phony papers. You're in this just deep as I am.
Hickok bluffed us into showing our hand.
But I still hold the ace. I know these hills around Salt River better than Hickok does. And I know the spot to put a bullet in him before he ever knows what hit him.
Hey, you loco. You gonna swap shots with Bill Hickok?
No, sir, Faraday. Not that loco. Nope. I figure there's only one place where a bullet can reach a man like Hickok. That's in the back.
Yeah, still out like a light. And I reckon this is the end of the trail for him. Salt River. Whoa, steady. Steady. Now to drag him off that saddle and put him out of his misery. Why, you good-for-nothing polecat.
Pull your head in, you darn sidewinder. I got a kick like a mule.
Oh, playing possum, were you? Well, just for that, I'm going to make you wish you never met me.
I've been wishing that right along.
Never mind going for your gun. It ain't there. I lifted it out on the ride here. Oh. Now, you slick coyote, take a squint down the muzzle of this one.
Well, now look here, Sheriff. Can't we just sort of talk this thing over quiet-like?
Get back, then. Further back.
Wait.
Let's see you kick your way out of that, you knothead.
Hey, get me out of here, eh? I can't get loose.
No, and what's more, you never will. That's quicksand, bucko.
But I'm sinking. I'm going under, Sheriff. Oh, for the love of Mike, give me a hand, will you? I can't stay up.
But I'll give you a bullet to close your mouth. Ow! My hand. What the... Hickok.
That's shooting Bill.
Jingles, don't struggle. Keep as still as you can. I'll throw you my rope.
Got it, Bill.
Hang on. Up, boy. Up, boy.
I'll finish you for that, Hickok.
Look out, Bill. Get down. That's all for him.
Hold on, Jingles. Up, boy. Up.
I can't, Bill. The rope's wet. Keep slipping. The quicksand is pulling me down.
Whoa, boy. Hold it. Keep that line tight. I'm coming, Jingles.
Hurry, Bill. I can't hold on. I'm going under.
Here, partner. I'll try to grab you. There. Gotcha. Come on now. Let's pull together.
Hit the dirt, Bill.
Oh, the great Hickok bites the dust. How do you like that shooting, Marshal?
It's Bascom.
Well, why don't you draw? This is like shooting fish in a barrel.
Go on, Bill. Go for your gun.
I can't, Jingles. He knows if I let you go, well, you're a goner. Ooh, that was close. If he gets around that boulder, he'll have a clear shot.
You got to admit, Hickok, I'm improving.
Get him, Bill. You got to. Can't you let go with one hand?
All right. But if I slip...
You won't slip.
I figure I got the range now, Hickok. The next one's the last one.
Jingles, when I kick around, you try to grab my leg.
Sure, Bill, I'm game.
Oh, you sure are, partner. Now, where is he? Probably moving down closer so he can't miss. There he is. That did it. Now, Jingles, let's get out of here.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I give up. Don't shoot.
Now, who in thunder's that?
I'll confess, Marshal. You wouldn't plug an unarmed man. I confess.
All right, whoever you are, you can confess later. Now, crawl down all those rocks and give us a hand.
I'm coming, Marshal. I'm coming. Don't shoot. Don't shoot now.
Here you be, Marshal. The very first paper off the press. We a full account of your daring exploit. Careful, man, the ink is too wet.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor. I'll be proud to keep this for a souvenir.
The people of Black City. Well, they'll never be done with thanking you, Marshal, for what you did.
Well, it's Jingles, I should think. He smoked the buzzards out.
Poor lad. He'll want a heap of rest and quiet.
Hiya, Bill, and hiya, Mr. McGregor.
Well, what's this?
Oh, it's me, Bill. Feast your eyes, then close them and just smell me.
Jingles, what in thunder have you done to yourself?
Well, I'm all slicked up for the dance tonight. Bill, I'm a hero.
Well, that's mighty nice, partner. Sorry I can't join you.
Huh? Oh, but Bill, you gotta be there. I promise.
And I promise to ride out west. Seems they could use some new law out there.
Oh, Bill, well, couldn't you at least wait until I saddled up?
I saddled up for you, partner. Let's go.
Oh, Bill, and just when I smell so pretty.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
I hope you enjoyed our story today and that you'll be with us again when we come next week. We've got quite a story.
Oh, boy, we meet up with a gang that even scares me.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll start enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right, it's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir. Don't you forget, next week at this same time on this same station, Kellogg's Corn Pops will bring you another story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Remember, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops. Our story was written by Doug Hayes and directed by Paul Pierce. This is Charlie Lyon. Music was by Dick Orant, and this is a David Heyer production.
Once again, I met a lady named Belle and learned about a gentleman named Archie McLaughlin. This taking place in Deadwood, Dakota Territory.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just a moment, we will bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentlemen. Throughout the week on CBS Radio, Walter Cronkite and Bill Downs report the business news. They bring you up-to-the-minute information on price trends, employment, marketing situations, and the stock market. It's information that can help consumers save money, can help businessmen make money. Join us on CBS Radio regularly as most of the stations bring you the business news reported by Walter Cronkite or Bill Downs. Starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
The tent had been set up on Main Street in the heart of what is known as Deadwood's Badlands District. The last time I had seen it was 2 months earlier in Cheyenne. It was a gambling establishment belonging to a rather extraordinary woman who called herself Madame Verdi. To be exact, Lurleen Monteverdi. Owing to the fact that during the war she had been a Confederate spy, she no longer used her real name, which I knew to be Belle Siddons. It was mid-morning, a comparatively quiet hour in Deadwood as I strolled toward the tent. Off to one side, I saw the wagon that had been converted into a type of omnibus, and which served as Miss Siddons' living quarters, complete with lace curtains and satin cushions. At that moment, the wagon door opened, and she stepped down.
Mr. Kendall.
Well...
Mr. Kendall, how nice to see you
Well, I'm
again.
delighted to see you, Madame Verdi.
Well, I was thinking of changing to Vestal, but it's still Verdi, Mr. Kendall. Unless we're alone, then I think I'd rather you call me Belle.
Yes, thank you. When did you arrive in Deadwood?
Last night. The tent has only just gone up.
And I hope you have better luck than you had in Cheyenne.
Where there's gold fever, there's more than enough business for all. I don't think the gentlemen of Deadwood will object to my presence.
When will you open?
Tonight. But what about you? Really, I've never expected to see you again. What have you been doing?
Oh, not much. Writing my articles, sending them to London, hoping they'll be printed.
I should have thought you'd have joined the gold hunt in the Black Hills.
No, I'm afraid I'll never make a successful prospector.
Oh, what a strange man you are. Will you come with me to the tent?
Yes, of course.
I want to make sure the tables are ready for tonight. And perhaps you'll take me to breakfast. We should have some. Very good.
Thank you, no. I had breakfast 2 hours ago.
Is that a reproach?
No, not at all.
I hate to get up early. I always have.
As a matter of habit. It doesn't make much difference.
Do you know that you've been staring at me? Is there egg on my chin?
No, not at all. Forgive me. It's only that I'd forgotten how attractive you are. One doesn't very often see an attractive woman in these parts.
Well, I'm not sure whether to be flattered or not.
You have a charming smile. It reminds me of the Mona Lisa, a little obscure. One can never be sure why she's smiling.
Probably holding a pat hand.
You enjoy gambling, don't you?
I don't think I ever looked at it that way. Enjoyment. I gamble because it's the most convenient way to make a good living.
Oh, I think there's more to it.
Curiosity isn't healthy in the West. Haven't you learned that yet, Mr. Kendall?
Well, I'm a newspaper correspondent.
Is that why you're interested in me?
Oh, you are a lovely woman who says one thing with her lips and something altogether different with her eyes. Now, that intrigues me.
All women do that.
No, they don't. Not in Dakota Territory. They're a little more obvious.
You know, in some ways, you're like my husband. Newitt Hallett. I think I told you about him.
Yes, you did.
He was a very direct man. I think he would have liked you.
Don't turn around. There's a gentleman wearing a badge coming over to the table.
Oh?
Morning.
Good morning.
Name's Boone May. I'm a peace officer here in Deadwood. I take it you're Madame Verdi, ma'am.
That's right.
Mind if I sit down a minute?
Not at all.
Thank you. You're that newspaper man, Kendall, ain't you?
Yes.
Hey, you was pointed out, that's how I knew, savvy? Well, ma'am, I seen the posters your boys been putting up around town. Went over to your establishment. They said where I'd find you.
It isn't against the law, is it? I mean, putting up posters?
Oh, shucks, no, ma'am. I just figured I wanted to get acquainted, is all.
That's very friendly. Don't you think so, Madame Verdi?
Very.
Well, now, I'm a real friendly feller, madam. Always like to know who's new to Deadwood. Of course, seeing you and all, I'm kind of surprised that a lady sets up business in the Badlands. That's the roughest territory in town. You know that?
I'm not a lady, Mr. May. I'm a gambler. I was told that my situation is the best corner on Main Street. That's why I took it. I'm paying a very high rent. I hope that I haven't been misled.
Well, now, ma'am, if it's business you want and you don't care who gives it to you, you'll do fine. I thought you ought to know, though, that there's some pretty mean boys will be visiting you. That's where they go, to the Badlands.
Then I hope they'll become patrons.
Yeah. Well, I reckon I'll be coming around tonight. Kind of see everything gets off to a good start.
I shall look forward to seeing you, Mr. May.
Yeah. Well, that's good, because I got a feeling you being a woman and all, well, you might need some protection. Now, if I can help, you just give a holler here. I'll be there.
You're very kind.
So long, ma'am. Mr. Kendall.
Mr. May. Now, I wonder why.
Why?
What did he really want?
Didn't you hear? I'm a woman. He wants to protect me.
You don't believe that?
No.
Do you think he knows about you being Belle Siddons? Possibly somebody from Cheyenne has brought word?
It's possible, but I don't think so. I hope not. I want to stay open for a few nights before they throw me out of Deadwood.
If you don't mind, I'd rather like to come tonight. It'll be worth seeing how Deadwood reacts to Madame Verdi.
With all the important decisions which face the nation these days, it's a good thing to become as familiar as possible with the men in industry and government who influence the policies which shape our lives. Every Sunday, CBS Radio calls on these leaders to face the nation, and veteran CBS News reporters call on them to answer questions and frankly discuss the issues of today. Democracy depends for its life on your keeping well informed. To be well informed and to keep that way, listen every Sunday to Face the Nation on most of these same stations.
Deadwood's reception of Madame Verdi will long be remembered. She stood on a board and was carried through the entire town on the shoulders of 4 strapping miners. It was a precarious balance, yet she contrived to appear quite regal and an extraordinary woman. The tent was open for business and immediately became filled to overflowing. Belle took her seat at the 21 table and was besieged by a crowd of men willing, anxious to lose their fortunes to the gently smiling dealer. I was standing at the bar, drinking a beer, when I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was Boone May.
Say, come on out a minute. I want a word with you.
All right.
Oh, bitch down, Jim.
Some crowd, huh? Hey, Mr. Kendall, are you a good friend of the madam?
I knew her in Cheyenne. I'd say we're fairly good friends.
You want to do her a favor?
It depends.
Well, tell her to play it straight. She can stay in Deadwood.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, now, I'll tell you. You see, me and my boys, our job is to watch out for the gold shipments. Now, you take some of them stage drivers and shotgun boys guarding the gold, they get a drink too many in them, and, well, they like to maybe talk some too much. Savvy?
No.
Well, like maybe when a gold shipment's due to pull out of Deadwood.
Well?
Suppose that talk gets into Madam's pretty ear. Suppose she passes it along to somebody. Suppose somebody holds up a stagecoach carrying a box full of gold, Sammy.
I think so.
There's fellas in that tent right now, a dozen or better. Bad medicine. I seen him watching her, figuring the odds. Johnny Bull Collins, Laughing Sam, C.C. Clifton, Archie McLaughlin. They'd make it worth her while to talk turkey at the right time. Maybe a split on the take.
Ah, now I see what you mean. And you want me to tell her not to do business with these chaps?
That's what I mean.
Couldn't you have told her the same thing?
I could. I reckon coming from you, it'd mean a sight more.
Well, why?
Oh, mister, I've seen the way she looks at you. And when a female gets soft in the eyes, she'll listen to one man more than another. She'll listen to you.
The way she looks... No, my friend. I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Say, I'm willing to make a proposition. You tell her, see? Any of that wild bunch try to deal her in on a holdup. If she gets the word to me first, I'll see she ain't forgotten. That company's setting out the gold to take care of her. Savvy?
I savvy, but I'm not your man.
How come?
I don't know her the way you think I do. You're quite wrong about her feelings for me.
Mister, you couldn't teach a setting hen to cluck.
Very possible. But if you have business to discuss with her, I suggest that you do it yourself. I left the peace officer, Boone May, and went back to my hotel. My next 2 weeks were taken up with the story of a fabulous gold strike located a few miles from Deadwood. I didn't see Madame Verdi again until the evening of my return. I was in my hotel room sorting some notes.
Good evening. May I come in?
Yes, of course. Won't you sit down?
I was afraid you might have left for good.
No, I went up into the hills. There's been a new strike.
I heard about it. Why didn't you come back that night? I saw you go out with Boone May.
I was tired.
He talked to me, you know.
Did he?
Wanted to make a deal. Seems that certain information in Deadwood is worth a lot of money to both sides.
The gold shipments?
Yes. It's amazing what a man gives away when he's drunk.
Well, have you made any deals on either side?
Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first.
Why?
Because you're the only man I've wanted to talk to since my husband died.
Money means a great deal to you, doesn't it?
Yes. I've never considered living without it.
Or with less of it?
You sound like a preacher, Mr. Kendall.
Do I?
What difference does it make whether I deal with McLaughlin or Boone May or both?
The road agent, Archie McLaughlin?
Yes. He's offered me quite a lot.
It's a little dangerous, isn't it? Telling me, I mean.
No, I trust you.
You'd tell McLaughlin when a gold shipment's leaving Deadwood. And you tell Boone May that McLaughlin's going to hold up the stage. I have a feeling that one or the other is going to resent it.
You have a very funny way of putting things, Mr. Kendall. Why don't you tell me your first name?
It's Jeremy. Jeremy Bryan.
They're nice names. But you make them sound so very correct. Just as you are, Mr. Kendall.
I'm sorry.
If I asked you to come with me, join my establishment, what would you say?
I'm not a particularly good gambler.
I could teach you.
If I were to ask you to leave your establishment, come with me, what would you say?
You're a most impractical man. I should be quite happy with you for about a month. Then I'd leave you because we'd be much too poor.
I was kicked out of the army because I was impractical. In a way, it was a very good thing.
Why?
Because I refused to testify in a court-martial proceeding against an officer I barely knew.
Well, they were stupid.
Not at all. The man was innocent.
In Cheyenne, you said there was a woman in England.
There was. She was part of it all.
You're much too principled for me.
I don't think so.
Why did you kiss me?
I wanted to see if you'd stop smiling.
I'm not smiling.
fastest runner in town can't hope to keep up with the Mitch Miller Show because every Sunday night, when it comes your way on most of these same stations, the Mitch Miller Show covers that part of the entertainment world that stretches from the bright lights of Broadway to the Klieg lights of Hollywood. For another all-out, all-star variety edition of the Mitch Miller Show, join us right here at the Star's address when Mitch Miller puts out the welcome mat again.
After I took her back to the gambling tent in the Badlands, I went to have dinner. What I didn't know then was that about the same time, 2 men were riding up to an abandoned shanty in the timber near Deadwood. One of the riders was Billy Mansfield, the other Alexander Caswell. Both were heavily armed. They went into the shanty. A third man was inside waiting for them. He was Archie McLaughlin.
How come you're late? We didn't get your message till a short while back.
Where's the others? Johnny, Jack Smith.
They'll be here, Billy. We making a raid?
Yeah.
There's a stage to Rapid City tomorrow. She's carrying a box of gold.
How much?
I don't know, but it'll be worth it. That calico queen of yours, she's sure the... Hey, you shut your mouth, Caswell. She ain't no calico queen. Madame Verdi's a lady, and don't you forget it. Sure, I didn't mean nothing.
You didn't mean nothing, Arch.
It don't matter. Besides, I didn't get this from her. Johnny Brown heard a shotgun rider talking about it down at Maggie's saloon.
Where are we going to take it, Arch?
Well, I figure we'll take the coach and whoop up Canyon between here and Rapid City. Well, I know where that is. That's a fine place for it, Arch. We can ride right down before they know what's happening. No sense going back to Deadwood now. Better if nobody sees us till after the job's done. We'll hole up here tonight.
Well, now, nice to see you back, Candle. Make yourself comfortable. Say, hope you didn't mind me interrupting your dinner.
I'll mind less when you tell me why you did.
I hear you've been up in the hills.
Look here, May. I got a message to come to your office. You said it was important. Let's get to the point.
Yeah, that's right. Have you seen Madame Verdi tonight?
Is that why you asked me to come here?
No. Of course, I know you've seen her. She was up to your hotel.
You seem to know everything that happens in Deadwood.
That's my business.
Well?
She'd tell you about our deal.
She mentioned it.
She'd tell you about McLaughlin?
No.
No. I guess she wouldn't. Since you've been gone, them two is quite something in Deadwood.
What do you mean?
Well, I guess you ain't heard it. That night she opened right after you left. Archie McLaughlin got to playing 21 with her. I guess he wasn't up to keeping his mind on the cards because he lost his last dollar. He's a good-looking young cuss, and I seen her give him a little extra smile. It was kind of late. She offered to stake him to breakfast.
I'm not particularly interested in all this.
I reckon you will be. Now, Archie thinks her real polite and says he's about due for a turn of luck, and when it comes his way, he'll come back and buy her breakfast. A few days later, he does come back, and he's got his pockets full of gold. They went out for breakfast. Been going out ever since.
Go on.
Now, Madame Verdi, she knows for sure who he is and what he is. Ain't no mistake about that. I'm figuring she didn't take my advice about making deals with those boys, savvy? Especially McLaughlin.
What's all this got to do with me?
You didn't know about them?
No.
Listen, Kendall. I'm a peace officer. It's same as any other job, except more so, maybe. I got to know what goes on, savvy. Well, she's told me a stage is going to be robbed tomorrow night somewhere twixt here and Rapid City. She say anything about that to you?
No. Why should she?
I don't know.
Is that all?
I reckon you know now she's sweet on McLaughlin, don't you?
Good night, Mr. May.
She says she don't know who's going to do the holdup. And now, if she's double-crossing me, you tell her.
Belle. Over here.
Hello.
Belle, I've just seen Boone May, and he suggests that you don't double-cross him. I think he's talking about McLaughlin.
He told you? About Archie? About me?
Yes.
I suppose I should apologize to him.
No, there's no need to. But if you really care about him, I think you'd better start playing straight with Boone May.
What do you mean?
The holdup you told him about. He suspects something.
What?
I don't know. Perhaps that you and McLaughlin are working together.
No, that's not so. I don't know who's doing the holdup, but it isn't Arch. He would have told me.
Honor among thieves. You know, if Mr. May knew what you were doing...
He'd probably have me hanged. Why'd you come here to warn me?
Why shouldn't I? I'll be writing about you.
Oh.
But there's one thing I'd like to know. Are you very much in love with McLaughlin?
I don't know. Perhaps in a way that doesn't mean anything to you. I can't explain.
Just be careful.
I have to get back to my table now. There's money waiting to be won.
The following night, I accompanied Boone May on the stagecoach, carrying $20,000 in gold bound for Rapid City. With us were 5 special deputies. What happened when we were stopped by McLaughlin and his men, I shall report in my next dispatch to the London Times.
Frontier Gentlemen was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Gene Lansworth, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and Jack Moyles. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentlemen. Bud Sewell speaking.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Sergeant Preston of the Yukon.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
On King! On, you husky! Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Here's a mutual note for you. You'll find nearly every type of detective adventure or crime-busting mystery story on the Mutual Sunday afternoon lineup. If you like excitement and action, it's there for the listening, as are tales where listeners can match wits with master sleuths. You have your choice of nearly every type of detective, too. Professional and amateur, hard-boiled and debonair. You'll find stories that are realistic and true to life, or strange and mysterious. Puzzles solved and riddles unsolved. The impossible crimes and the nearly perfect crime. cases from official police files, and stories of mysterious avengers that are frankly fiction. Mutual presents the baffling and the mysterious in a variety of top programs every Sunday. Join the millions who thrill to Under Arrest, Mystery Hall, The Shadow, True Detective Mysteries, Nick Carter and Peter Salem. It's hours of mystery make-believe every Sunday over most of these stations. At one point, the trail between Dawson and a community called Grand Forks ran along the edge of a cliff. Here, a number of huge boulders rested on the side of the trail away from the cliff. 3 men were crouched in the soft snow close to one of the big rocks. They were Dude Stevens, his brother Ricky, and a short, heavily built man known as Christie.
Dude, I'm getting fed up with sitting here and waiting.
Be patient, Christie. We've been here less than an hour.
That's about 45 minutes too long. It wouldn't be so bad if we could build a fire.
Sure. Build a fire. Send up a column of smoke so the freighter sees that someone's waiting here.
Even if he knew someone was here, he wouldn't know we were waiting to ambush him.
Well, don't argue with Dude. He knows what's best.
It's getting colder all the time. And I'm getting hungry.
All right, Christie. Why don't you go back to Beagle's cabin or go to Grand Forks? Either place you'll find a warm fire and all the food you want.
Now, Dude...
Go on. Ricky and I don't need you for this job. In fact, I'd rather split the cash 3 ways instead of 4.
You mean a 2-way split instead of a 3-way, don't you, Dude?
Oh, I mean just what I said. I'm cutting Beagle in for an equal share.
Just because he furnishes a cabin to hide out in?
That's right.
Well, Dude, it seems to me you're giving Beagle a lot of cash just for letting us hide out in his cabin.
That's what I think. After all, we're taking all the risk.
Beagle's taking the same risk. He'll pay the same penalty we do if the law catches up to us. Well, Christie, are you leaving?
I've waited this long, Dude. I might as well stay with you.
Suit yourself.
I'd feel better about it if we were sure that man from Montana would be traveling with the freighter.
All I know is that John Morgan from Montana is expected in Grand Forks tonight. And he's supposed to bring $50,000 in cash to close a deal to buy out the Empire Mining Company.
Yeah, that's what you told us.
Well, what more can I do? You expect me to guarantee he'll be with the freighter and have the cash?
Dude, you needn't lace into me so. I was on... Dog team coming.
Yeah, it's the freighter. I know the sound of the bells on his dogs. Get ready, boys. Cover your faces with the bandanas we faced.
Wish I'd cut these eye holes a little bigger.
If we kill the freighter and the man from Montana, we wouldn't have to worry about them seeing our faces.
I don't want murder if we can avoid it.
What if they put up a fight?
Slug him, knock him out, but don't kill him. Now get ready to jump from behind this rock.
Dude, they're close.
All right, let's go. I'll fire warning shots.
Stop the dogs! Stop or we'll shoot the dogs!
Get your hands up, both of you. Don't make any move.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
You there, you on the sled. Throw aside that blanket and stand up.
And be quick about it.
In Montana, where I come from, we used to have stagecoach robbers. And we knew how to deal with them.
A gun.
No! I'm hit!
You want gunplay, huh?
Hold it. Hold your fire.
You shot the passenger.
He fired first.
That's enough. Hold it, you hear me? No more gunplay.
All right.
I don't want any gunplay. My hands are as high as I can stretch them. You can see I'm not armed.
Freighter, your passenger was bringing some cash. Where is it?
I reckon it must be in his handbag, somewhere on the sled.
Get it. Keep him covered.
Right.
While Christie watched the freighter fumble beside the unconscious form of John Morgan for a black handbag, Dude turned his attention to his wounded brother. Ricky was fully conscious. He sat on the snow, holding his side.
You hurt bad?
It doesn't hurt so much, but I don't think I can walk very far.
I'll fix that. You open that handbag.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm doing it. There. Money.
That's all I wanted to know. Now stand back from the sled while I see how badly your passenger is wounded.
All right. I'm doing as you say. Just don't shoot me. That's all I ask. Don't shoot an unarmed man.
That's far enough. Stand right there.
Keep your hands up and stand still. What's the wound like?
The bullet just grazed his head. Hardly more than a scratch. He'll be conscious in a few minutes.
Maybe he has more cash in his pockets.
I'll see.
Dude found a well-filled wallet. He transferred this to his own pocket. Also, a gold watch and a heavy chain. Then he saw a jeweled ring on the unconscious man's finger. He pulled it off and eyed it closely.
Mighty handsome ring.
Too big for you, isn't it?
Yeah. But it looks like it might be worth considerable. I'll take it along. Now I'll get the passenger off this sled.
Hey,
What are you doing with my passenger?
I'm unloading him. We need your sled and dogs.
No.
Shut up.
No. It's bad enough to rob that man without leaving him there in the snow to die.
If he hadn't shot my partner, we wouldn't need your sled. There. With your help, this man can probably walk to town after he comes to. Now, Ricky, I'll help you onto the sled.
Dude helped his wounded brother to the sled, placed the bag of money at his side, and covered him with a fur robe. Then he led the dogs in a small half circle to reverse their direction.
Jeer! Jeer on there! Hey! Now we're set to travel. Hit up! Rush! Get along there!
That night, a high wind blew across the open country and beat against the constable's cabin at the edge of Grand Forks. Sergeant Preston and his great dog, Yukon King, were spending the night with the constable. The big dog lay near the door. Sergeant Preston was examining Constable's fishing tackle. Hooks, flies, lures, and other pieces of equipment were spread out on a table.
I don't like to brag, Sergeant, but I've taken my biggest fish with these flies I tied myself.
I'd like to try my hand with some of this tackle.
Say, why don't you? The boats have started running to Dawson. In a couple of weeks, the streams will be open.
That wind doesn't sound like spring fishing.
Well, nevertheless, spring's just around the corner.
Well, I'll try to arrange to spend a day or two with you on my next patrol, Joe.
That'll be fine. I'll show you where the big fish bite.
Joe, I'd like to stay up all night and talk about fishing, but I have to be on my way early in the morning.
I know. I wish you could stay in Grand Forks for a day or two.
I can't do it unless it's on official business, Joe. I've been out for 6 weeks. I should get back to Dawson as soon as possible. The inspector may have a new assignment for me.
There's always a new assignment.
King, what's the matter, boy?
He's thinking of a new assignment. Nose to the door.
Here's someone outside, King?
Maybe the wind.
I'll open the door and see what's on his mind.
Look at him go. Great Scott, do you think he took you literally when you said you wanted to reach Dawson as soon as possible?
Joe, look. 2 men over there.
Sure enough.
Having trouble walking.
King's returning to tell you about them.
One's fallen. Joe, those men need help. Go ahead, King. We'll follow.
The constable closed the cabin door and hurried after Sergeant Preston and King. A moment later, found the Mounties at the side of the man who had collapsed in the snow. The freighter was explaining.
He's just exhausted, that's all. We've been walking in the teeth of the wind for hours.
There's a bandage on his head.
Bullet brushed him. It's not serious.
A bullet?
We were held up on the trail.
Oh?
Everything was stolen, including my sled and dogs. That man's money. Whole bag full of it.
Who is this man?
His name is Morgan. He's from Montana.
Great Scott, the man from Montana.
I'll carry him to the cabin.
Inside the constable's cabin, Morgan regained consciousness. A bowl of hot soup and a cup of tea did much to restore his strength. He and the freighter told their story of the holdup on the trail from Dawson.
I shot one of the crooks and had my skull creased in return.
Morgan, you're lucky to be alive. Half an inch to the left, and that bullet would have been fatal.
Yes, I know that, Sergeant Preston.
How badly hurt was the man you shot?
That I don't know.
He was hit in the side.
Ah. How much was stolen from you, Morgan?
There's $50,000 that I had in a handbag, as well as a few hundred in my wallet and a ring.
Those crooks seemed to know that Morgan was carrying a lot of money.
But how did they know it?
Everyone in Grand Forks knew you were coming here, Mr. Morgan, to buy the gold mining company.
Oh, I see.
Tell me about the men who robbed you.
Well, sir, there were 3 of them. Their faces were covered by large bandanas with holes cut for the eyes.
They were all about medium size, Sergeant. That's about all that can be said about them.
Not much of a description to go on.
The robbery take place on the main trail between here and Dawson?
Yeah. We were heading this way, but the crooks turned the team around and went toward Dawson.
Where did the robbery take place?
Just where the trail runs between some big boulders and the edge of a cliff.
Oh, yes, I know the place. I'll get my gear together. King should be able to pick up the scent of your dogs.
Sergeant, in that case, if the crooks don't abandon the dog team, you should be able to find their hideout, eh?
I hope to.
You see, Mr. Morgan, I told you the Mounties would catch those crooks. Sergeant Preston will get back your money.
The ring they stole means nearly as much to me as the money. It was a gift. A gift from the governor of Montana.
What does the ring look like?
Well, it's made of gold and set with small diamonds. It represents a seal of the state of Montana with the words Oro y Plata.
Oro y Plata?
The Spanish words meaning gold and silver.
Oh.
That's part of the state seal.
I see.
I'll go with you, Sergeant.
No, Constable, you'd better stay here and see that Morgan has medical attention.
But you're going after 3 men.
I realize that, Constable. If I find I need help, I'll let you know. We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. This is National Flag Week, and next Saturday is National Flag Day. So let's do some serious thinking for a minute about why we ought to honor the American flag. You know, we're pretty proud of that Star-Spangled Banner. It represents all that Americans through the years have fought and died to keep, our right to live in freedom. The flag will be 175 years old next Saturday, and in all that time it has never waved over a land that was not free. You want to keep it that way, don't you? When you grow up, you want to be sure that you will have the right to live where you want to work where you choose, and to worship God in your own church. You can start right now toward protecting those rights. Just be a good citizen and a loyal American. And part of that means honoring the American flag. When you salute and pledge allegiance, it means you are proud of the country you live in, that you intend to give it all the loyalty that's in you to give. Honor the flag this week, next week, and every week. Now to continue. While Sergeant Preston and King traveled through the darkness at a steady pace along the trail toward Dawson, the 3 thieves were in an isolated cabin owned by a man named Beagle. Beagle and Christie slept soundly through the night in bunks in the living room, but there was no sleep from Dude Stevens or his wounded brother. Ricky tossed in pain throughout the night, mumbled incoherently. Dude sat at his bedside, wondering helplessly what to do. In the morning, Beagle entered the room.
How is he, dude?
He's in bad shape. That wound's worse than I figured.
You look like you've been awake all night.
I have been. Beagle, I've got to do something for Ricky. I can't let him lie here and die.
Maybe the wound's become infected.
That's what I'm afraid of. It looks mighty ugly. I wish we could get a doctor here.
Well, we can't.
I've been thinking of sending Christie into Grand Forks for the sawbones.
Nothing doing, dude.
But my brother...
I said nothing doing. The freighter knows one of the men who stuck him up was shot.
But he didn't see our faces. He can't identify us.
Anyone who goes into town looking for the doctor will be suspected.
If you think I'm going to let my brother
You got nothing to say about it. Christie and I have talked it over. We decide if Ricky can't get well without a doctor, he'll just have to die.
Why, you...
That's the way it is, dude.
Hey, Beagle, dude, come here fast.
What's wrong?
There's a Mountie heading this way.
Huh?
Dude. Look out the front window.
See him.
He has a dog with him.
Hey, that's Sergeant Preston.
He's coming straight this way. Dude, I thought you said you hid the tracks of the dogs and slid after you left the trail.
We did hide him. We took a lot of pains to brush him over with soft snow. And the wind last night must have wiped him out entirely.
And why is Preston coming here?
How do I know?
It's that dog of his.
What do you mean?
We covered our tracks so a man couldn't see them. But that dog has probably followed the scent of the freighter's team.
Dude's right.
Now, hold on. It's no use getting panicky. You boys are sure the freighter didn't see your faces? Preston will have a hard time proving anything.
He didn't see our faces.
Boys, we're not even sure he's looking for the men who stuck up the freighter in Morgan.
Well, if he is, he's sure coming to the right place. What's more, he'll know it when he finds a wounded man here.
And especially if he looks in the gully behind the house where we put the freighter sled and staked out the dogs.
He may be on routine patrol. Yeah, look at the way he's walking straight towards the cabin, without making any effort to sneak in on it.
He couldn't sneak across that open country if he tried.
I could put a bullet in him.
Not yet, Christie. It's dangerous to kill a Mountie. We want to avoid that if we can.
Yeah.
You two go in that bedroom, close the door.
Right.
Listen careful. If you see that I'm not going to be able to send the Mountie away, climb out the window from the bedroom, come around the front of the house.
Okay.
That way you'll be able to get the drop on Preston.
Come on, Christie. That sounds like a good idea.
Beagle watched through the front window until Sergeant Preston and King were within a few steps of the cabin. Then he opened the door and spoke heartily.
Well, as I live and breathe. You're the first lawman who's come this way since I moved into this cabin. I'm mighty glad to see you. My name's Beagle.
Hello, Beagle. I'm Sergeant Preston. This is my dog, King.
Sergeant, I don't know what brings you here, but I'm mighty glad you came.
Fact is, I plan to go into Grand Forks today and speak to the constable.
You mind if we step inside?
No, not at all. Come right in. I'll leave this door open an inch or so and get some fresh air into camp.
You said you were going to speak to the constable.
That's right, Sergeant Preston. I've been robbed.
You have?
Yes, sirree. That is, you couldn't exactly call it a robbery, but I was forced to swap my sled and dog team.
Oh, tell me about it, Beagle.
Well, late yesterday, I happened to look out the window. Saw some men coming this way with a sled and a team.
How many men?
3. One was riding on the sled. Found out later he'd been wounded. Seemed to be in bad shape.
I didn't see the tracks of any sled.
No, and I'll tell you why. One of those men had a 6-foot branch from an evergreen tree. He was a long way behind the sled and brushing the soft snow to fill in the tracks. The wind last night covered any marks he left.
Did they stop here?
They sure did. They pulled a gun on me. Made me hitch my own team and sled. They left their outfit in a gully behind the house and went on their way. Last I saw them, they were heading in that direction.
Why did they change sleds?
I don't know why they switched sleds, unless they figured they could travel faster with mine. It's lots lighter than the one they left. Sergeant, I had a feeling they were running from the law.
Did you know the men?
No, they were strangers to me.
Where's the sled they left?
Well, it's still in the gully behind the house. It's a big affair. Looks like a freighting sled.
Are you alone here?
Me? Sure I'm alone.
Mind if I look in the other room?
Now, see here, Sergeant. I told you I was alone. Can't you take my word for it?
Not that I doubt your word, Beagle. It's simply that we're instructed to check on every detail. Is that a bedroom?
Yes.
My dog seems to be interested. What is it, King?
Sergeant Preston, now, wait a minute.
Well?
I'll tell you the truth. There is someone in there. It's my pal. He's sick. I lied because I didn't want to disturb him.
I'll not disturb him.
Get your hands up, Preston.
The sharp command came from the window of the bedroom opposite the door. The shutters of the window had been swung open a couple of inches. Dude stood outside, looking through the narrow opening and holding a gun.
I have you covered.
And I have you covered from this side, Preston.
Steady, King. Well, Beagle, you've proved to be quite a liar.
Well, I'm not lying when I say that both you and your dog will be killed if you don't do exactly as you're told.
You men gamble with your lives when you kill an officer.
The stakes are worth the gamble. I'm going to take a gun, Preston. If that dog makes one move towards me, he'll be shot, and so will you.
The sergeant quickly realized the futility of a sudden move. The partially closed shutters protected Dude from attack by King. And Dude could easily shoot if the Mountie and his dog showed any sign of moving against Beagle and Christie. Moreover, the silent man on the bunk might be merely feigning unconsciousness. There was a chance that he might be wide awake and holding a gun beneath the blankets.
Steady, King. Don't start anything.
That's good advice, Preston. And it goes for you, too. Not you're facing your own gun as well as the others.
This makes it fairly obvious that you are the men who robbed the freighter and its passenger.
Get that dog chained.
You heard what Dude said. Take your dog to the other room. We'll get it chained.
Heel, King.
There's a hunk of chain in the corner, Christie. Give it to Preston.
Right.
Preston, you chain the dog to the corner post of that double-deck bunk. That'll hold him.
Here it is.
Sorry, King. For the time being, there's not much else for us to do.
You made a mistake in coming here, Preston.
I wouldn't say that. I came here to find the men who robbed Morgan and the freighter, and I found them. I'm surprised at you, Christie. For a long time, I thought that the Stevens brothers were playing a crooked game, but I didn't know that you had tied in with them.
Well, I see you have the dog chained. That's good.
Now we've got nothing to worry about.
Did you close the shutter in the bedroom window?
Yeah.
Good. The Mountie knows all about us. Reckon you know what that means. If he lives, we'll all go to jail.
Now, wait a minute, Beagle. Maybe we can make a deal with him. Preston, you Mounties know a lot about treating bullet wounds. I understand you carry medical supplies in your gear.
That's right.
Well, that being the case, I want you to take care of my brother. He's in bad shape.
If I do, I suppose you'll delay my execution.
We'll delay it until my brother's better. Or dead.
Then you'll kill me.
Right. But we'll spare your dog. I happen to know how much that dog means to you.
Take the Mountie's pack off his shoulders, Christie. Get out his first aid kit.
Stand still, Preston.
The sergeant knew nothing would be gained by refusal to do what he could for the wounded man. He stood silent and motionless while first aid equipment was taken from his pack. His pockets were searched for hidden weapons.
Into the bedroom, Mountie. I'll be right behind you. Remember, I'm holding a gun.
I'll see what I can do, but stand back. Stay near the door. I don't want to be bothered. I'll close the door.
Listen, Preston. My brother means a lot to me. I'd do anything for him. Pull him through, and I'll help you get away alive. I really mean that.
Stay back near the door.
All right. But remember what I told you.
How long's he been unconscious?
Since just before you came.
Huh?
The only light in the room came through narrow cracks in the shuttered window. But even in the semi-darkness, the Mountie saw the pallor in Rick Stevens' face. He reached beneath the blanket and took hold of the left wrist. There was no pulse. The man already was dead.
What about him? What are you going to do about him? He's in mighty bad shape, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Well, do something. Do something. Don't just stand there.
Mountie knew that his own life would be taken as soon as the death of Ricky Stevens was announced. Moreover, the great dog King would die with him. His mind was racing while he pretended to examine the dead man's wound. And then he seized on an idea.
Dude, your brother needs the services of a doctor.
You've treated wounds, Preston. I know you have. You've got to take care of my brother.
My medicine kit holds only first aid equipment. The doctor has the necessary drugs to fight infection.
We can't get a doctor.
Well, even though it means my life, there's nothing I can do.
You've got to save Ricky. Do you hear me? You've got to save him.
There are certain new discoveries. If I could get to Grand Forks...
You know that's out of the question.
Well, in that case, dude...
Wait. What do you need?
What's the difference?
You tell me what you need, and I'll see that you get it.
Well, I can't tell you, dude. I'll have to write it.
Now, here's a pencil. Here's a piece of paper.
Very well.
I'll take that to town right away.
If you have any trouble finding the doctor, take this paper to the constable. He has a key to the doctor's office, and he'll see that you're taken care of. There you are.
Good. I'll get going.
Yeah, how are things in the bedroom?
My brother needs some newfangled medicine from town. I'm going to get it for him.
Now, hold on, dude. It's dangerous to go to town.
I said I'm going to get it for him. You keep the Mountie covered while I'm gone.
We might save time if I tied the message to King's collar. He can get to town much quicker than you can.
Oh, no, Preston. That dog stays right here.
Let's see that paper.
It just has the name of the medicine on it.
That Plata. Never heard of this stuff.
No, it's new, I tell you.
It's running a risk if you go to town.
Well, you're not stopping me.
But, dude, the chances you take...
There was further argument, but Dude was willing to run any risk to save the life of his brother. After he left the cabin, heading toward Grand Forks, Sergeant Preston returned to the bedside, hoping to postpone as long as possible the inevitable discovery that his efforts were mere subterfuge. Minutes dragged heavily until several hours had elapsed. Finally, Christie's patience snapped.
See here, Monty.
Stay back near the door.
I haven't seen that man move since I sat down here. Hey, what's going on? Beagle, I was just saying I haven't seen Ricky move for hours. Seems to me there's something mighty funny.
You expect a man in this condition to move?
Stand back, Preston. I'm having a look.
You better do as he says, Preston.
Look at him, Beagle. You see any sign of breathing?
No, I don't.
You two aren't helping any.
Ricky's past all help. He's dead.
You sure?
Stand back, Preston, or I'll shoot you right here and now without waiting for Dude.
Sergeant Preston knew the end was at hand when he saw Beagle cross the room and pick up a small hand mirror.
I'll hold this mirror to his mouth and nose. That's a sure test. If it doesn't cloud over, man's dead.
Now, if ever, the Mountie had to make his move. While Beagle bent over the bed, holding the mirror, Preston leaped at Christie and slapped aside the gun. A shot streaked past the Mountie.
Get him, Beagle. No.
Preston shot a fist at Christie's stomach and threw himself to one side as Beagle brought up his gun. Christie grabbed the Mountie by the legs. The sergeant fell.
Get out of the way, Christie, out of the way. Let me get a shot at him.
Beagle stood back, holding his gun in readiness, while Preston struggled to hold Christie as a shield.
Don't shoot me, Beagle. Close in and crack him on the head.
I'll do that.
Beagle brought up his gun and aimed a blow that would crush the Mountie's skull. But at that instant, a gun barked in the living room, and Beagle's weapon flew out of his fingers.
Hold up your cover. That goes for you, too, Morgan.
I'll take that gun, Christie. Good work, Constable.
One Beagle drops there on the floor.
Yes, that's mine. I'll take it, too.
You. Where did you come from?
You're just in time.
Yeah, so I see. Morgan insisted on coming with me. He felt he had a right to be in on the showdown. We'd have been here a little sooner, but we circled to approach the cabin from the rear.
And obviously, Constable, you persuaded Dude to talk.
Give me your hands, Beagle. I'll try these handcuffs for size. Here, Sergeant, an extra pair for Christie.
Thanks.
Dude came to me with the paper you wrote. He said it was medicine he needed for his brother. first I couldn't imagine what he meant.
Then the constable remembered what I told him about my ring.
I see you're wearing it again.
Yes, we found it in Dude's pocket.
I couldn't figure out why you'd sent me the Spanish words from the seal of Montana.
Oh?
Then it dawned on me that you were trying to let me know you'd found the thieves. So I went to work on Dude, and he squealed. He's now in jail.
I hoped you'd understand. Easy, King, easy, boy. I'll have you unchained in just a second.
I'll bet Rick Stevens was dead before Dude even left this place.
You'd win that bet, Christy. And there you are, King. Yes, boy, that was one fight you couldn't get in on. And I'm mighty lucky that I can say this case is closed.
Sergeant Preston will return in just a moment with a word about our next exciting adventure. Here's a Mutual note for you. Every weekday afternoon at 5 o'clock over Mutual, it's time for the Children's Hour. There are programs for all lovers of thrilling exploits and daring adventures. Imaginative trips into a world of excitement for all kids from 6 to 60. Cowboy heroes of today's and yesterday's western rangeland gallop to deeds of stirring action. Their stories show the spirit of the men who brave the perils of the frontier and still fight to uphold justice. You can hear true-to-life tales of men who face danger and hardship in out-of-the-way places in the world and whose lives are inspiring examples of courage. Exciting fiction characters bring their share of daredevil exploits with secret disguises and modern machines used in a never-ending battle against evildoers. The doors open to thrilling adventure every weekday afternoon when Mutual's popular children's heroes take to the air. Young imaginations delight in these programs that bring a world of daring action to colorful life. They are all heard on Mutual every weekday over most of these stations. And now, here is Sergeant Preston.
Reporting for duty, Inspector.
Sergeant, the night watchman at the Yukon Trading Company has been killed. $5,000 is missing from the safe. 2 witnesses have come forward.
Actual witnesses to the murder?
No, Sergeant, but they saw Dave Mason leaving the office at 3 o'clock this morning.
Well, I can't believe Dave Mason would commit murder, sir.
Your job is to bring him in for questioning, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
But the sergeant soon found that Dave Mason had disappeared. He picked up his trail and followed him to a lonely ghost town. And there, as a spring storm swept the country, the sergeant and King found not one, but 3 desperate killers. Don't miss this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye and good luck until Thursday. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin', tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In the early days, great wagon trains carried emigrants into the West, many in search of peaceful homes along a new frontier. But always with them came the tin horns, gamblers, and hardened criminals escaping justice. So there was a constant battle for law and order. And riding into this warfare came the greatest fighter of them all, scout, sharpshooter, United States Marshal, Wild Bill Hickok. Rainbow Falls is a peaceful community since Wild Bill brought order to it. And now, since it's time for him to ride on, the grateful settlers are throwing a big dance in his honor at the Skinner Ranch. It's night as Bill, with his faithful deputy Jingles, ties up at the Skinner Ranch house.
Do-si-do and around you go. I'm going to swing them pretty gals right off their feet.
You are, Jingles?
Of course I am. Well, except for one thing.
What's that?
Well, Bill, how do you get up nerve enough to ask a pretty gal to dance with you?
I guess you'll have to figure that one out for yourself.
Come on in, Mr. Hickok, Jingles. We've been waiting for you.
Evening, Mrs. Skinner.
We're sure here now, Mrs. Skinner. Hey, what are we waiting for? Let's get the dance started.
That's my plan, if I can get that fiddler going.
Well, howdy to you, gents. Howdy.
Well, if it ain't old Pop Carter.
How are you, Pop?
First rate. So you're finally going to leave the law to me again, huh?
Sure, Pop. You know, there ain't a better deputy than you anywhere.
Been a deputy around Rainbow Falls the past 30 years. Slowed down, maybe, but I can still hold a gun.
Yeah, Pop, we're leaving things in good hands.
Well, thank you. I'll be down to the office bright and early. Oh, there's Ed Flagg, foreman of the Lazy Y. Howdy, Mr. Flagg.
Howdy, Pop. Well, Hickok, I'm kind of surprised to see you here tonight.
We wouldn't have missed it for anything, Mr. Flagg.
Maybe you ain't seen this item in the paper.
Well, what about it?
Dated a week ago. Better have a look.
Oh, Bill, this ain't no time to be reading a newspaper.
Wait, Jingles. It's about Jimmy Cloud. He's been released from prison.
Jimmy Cloud? Oh, he's the young fella you sent to prison for that payroll robbery a couple of years ago.
He's the one. Cloud swore he'd get even with you, Hickok, once he got out.
It seems I remember his saying something like that.
What do you reckon he'll be up to now? Think he'll try coming back to Rainbow Falls?
Mr. Flagg, if you're talking about Jimmy Cloud, you can just bet he's coming back.
Huh? How do you know that, Miss Skinner?
'Cause it just so happens I wrote him, offering him a job right here on this ranch.
What? You bringing that no-good thief back into this community?
Yes, and why not? He's paid for what he did. Jimmy's just a young boy. He's got a right to a new start, and I'm giving it to him.
Well, there's other folks got something to say about that.
Let 'em say it. I'm saying Jimmy Cloud's entitled to another chance.
Well, Hickok, what are you going to do about it?
About what, Flagg?
You know what I mean. You going to let that outlaw come in?
Unless somebody can give me a good reason not to.
He's got a grudge against you. He said himself that he'd gun you down.
Jimmy Cloud's had plenty of time to change his mind. Now, Mrs. Skinner, if it's all the same to you, let's get on with the dance.
Well, I got up my nerve, Bill. I sure got up my nerve.
So I noticed, Jingles. It was a great party.
Yes, sir. You know, them gals sure knew they was getting swung. Yeah, best dance I've been to since Sitting Bull stood up.
You know, I kind of hate to leave this country. Folks have been mighty friendly.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Mrs. Skinner and all the rest, Ed Flagg, and... Hey, say, Bill.
Yeah, Jingles?
About Jimmy Cloud. Now, I heard him myself when he swore to get you.
Well, just the same, Jimmy's not a hardened criminal. He's just a kid who never had a chance. He got off on the wrong foot, and, well, he's never even learned to read and write.
Well, just the same, that don't mean he ain't smart. Now, he was the best shot in the county, and the way he pulled that payroll robbery...
He had quite a trick, setting fire to that building.
Yeah, then, well, everybody was fighting the fire. He made off with the money, and if it hadn't have been for you...
Well, Jingles, let's just hope Jimmy's learned his lesson and goes the right way rather than the wrong.
Dark, ain't it? Easy, boy, now, easy.
The horses know the way through this draw, even if we can't.
Bill, look out!
Behind the rocks, Jingles, quick!
He missed us. Missed us a country mile, and we was setting ducks out there.
There, across the canyon. Smoke 'em out. Hold it, Jingles.
There he goes, flogging over the hill. Gave up quick, didn't he?
After him, Jingles. Let's go.
cowpokes. This is your old saddlemate, Panhandle Jim. Now, those boys are walking into plenty of trouble here, you betcha. Say, you know how the old-time ranchers used to eat when they were riding herd across the plains? Well, they took their grub right along with them in the chuck wagon. And that's what you do with Kellogg's Corn Pops when you're riding the trail. Take 'em right along with you and eat 'em right out of the box. 'Cause Kellogg's Corn Pops are already sweetened for you. But come breakfast time, pour 'em out in a bowl and add a little milk. Now, don't go pouring sugar on 'em. No, sir. 'Cause like I just said, they've already got the sweetening right on 'em. Every single corn pop. Now, if you're eating 'em right now, look at the bag inside the box. It's pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your ma'll want to hear this. That bag's wonderful for storing things in the refrigerator or for carrying sandwiches in and keeping 'em fresh and crisp as a Colorado morning. Now, don't go messing around with one box of Corn Pops. Get your ma to load up big. Enough for everybody in the family. Then out of the box or out of the bowl, you can have all the Kellogg's Corn Pops you want, and you'll want plenty. Remember, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, tie up close here and let's listen to more of this exciting story.
Now, back to Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles. Returning late at night from a dance given in their honor, they rode right into an ambush. Neither was hit, and as the gunman broke for the hills, they went after him.
All the shots come from behind this mesquite, Bill, and I don't know what you expect to find, though.
You never know till you look. Got a match, Jingles?
Yeah, here you are.
Plenty of tracks around. A couple of burnt matches.
Yeah, means he waited here for us to ride through the draw. Bill, if you ask me, which you generally don't...
Jingles.
Yeah? Huh?
Have a look. One word scratched in the dirt. Revenge.
Didn't mind leaving his calling card, did he? Looks like Ed Flagg was right.
Was he, Jingles?
Well, about Jimmy Cloud, the young feller is out to get you.
Don't start saying things you can't prove. Just scratch this out and forget about it.
Forget about it? Well, now what do you mean by that?
For one thing, it means we're not leaving Rainbow Falls.
I sure can't figure you two out. You said you was pulling last night, but you've been hanging around the marshal's office all day.
We decided there was no rush, Pop.
No, me and Bill kind of like it around Rainbow Falls.
Maybe you just figured I wasn't a good enough deputy. That it?
No, nothing like that, Pop.
Oh, come in, Mr. Flagg.
I see you're still around, Hickok. You know Pete Driscoll, one of my hands.
Howdy, Hickok.
Yeah.
Hello. What's on your mind this evening, Mr. Flagg?
Well, us and the boys just finished loading a big bunch of cattle over at the siding. The buyer paid us off in cash.
Yeah, over $10,000. Too much money to carry around, considering.
I'll tell it, Pete. By the time we got the money, the bank was closed. Of course, I'm only the foreman of the Lazy Y, but I sure hate to see the boss have this much money laying around the ranch house all night.
Well, don't you trust folks around here, Flagg?
Not with that no-good Jimmy Cloud around, I don't.
So you want us to take care of the money for you, that it?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Hickok. It ought to be safe here. Guess you know Jimmy Cloud's here in town.
No, I hadn't heard.
Well, he is. Making plenty of big talk about what he's going to do to you, Hickok. And carrying his gun ready.
You mean you saw him?
Just a minute ago. He's over at the eating house.
We'll keep the money here for you, Mr. Flagg, if that's what you want.
It's all here in this envelope. I'll feel better when you lock it up.
Just don't tell anybody about it.
Thanks, Hickok. We ain't telling nobody. Come on, Pete.
So Cloud did come back. Now, Bill, you gotta be careful.
Pop, I've got a little job for you.
Why, sure, Bill. Anything you say.
Stay here in the office till we get back and keep your eyes open.
Oh, got my gun right across my knees. Nobody can outfox old Pop Carter.
Good. Right now, Jingles and I are going over to the cafe and welcome Jimmy Cloud home. Hello, Jimmy.
Hickok. Wild Bill Hickok.
Surprised to see us, Jimmy?
Why, no. No, of course not. Well, what do you want?
Oh, just wanted to say hello and see how things are with you.
I'll bet you did. Well, I'm all right, so stop worrying. I'm out of prison and I'm back, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That's right. You served your time.
Yeah, you saw to that. Well, is that all?
Where were you last night, Jimmy?
Where I was is no business of yours.
Now, I think you better answer Bill's question, Jimmy.
All right. For what difference it makes? I was camping up on Goose Creek.
All night? Anyone see you there?
No. I was alone all night. Why?
Just thought I'd ask. You see, Jingles and I ran into some trouble last night on the way back from the Skinner dance. Somebody with a rifle tried to kill us.
I know what you're thinking. I no sooner get back to town than it all starts again. Well, I didn't do it.
I never accuse a man till I know he's guilty.
And if you want to know something else, I'm staying. Mrs. Skinner's in town and still wants me to come to work for her. And that's just what I'm going to do.
All right, Jimmy. We wish you luck.
Now, hold on, Jimmy. Where do you think you're going?
Down to my shack. And nobody's stopping me.
Well, Jingles, let's get back and relieve Pop Carter.
Oh, that shotgun of his will keep him company. Hey, you know, I wonder if he ever used it.
He might if he had to. Jingles, that light down the street.
Yeah, what do you reckon?
Those flames shooting out of the window down there.
Holy cow, it's the marshal's office. It's on fire.
Come on, Jingles.
Fire! Fire!
Everybody out! Bring the water bucket!
Fire! Hurry it up before it burns to the ground!
The marshal's office and the whole town with it.
There's a little spot going over there.
Fire's about out. Nothing much left but smoke, Bill.
Let me to the door now. I'm going in.
Careful, Bill.
Stay behind.
Well, the lamp busted. I don't know what else could start it like this.
Jingles, here on the floor.
Jumping bullfrogs, it's old Pop Carter. Smoke must have got him.
Not the smoke, Jingles. Look again.
Bill, he's been shot.
That's right. Pop Carter's having a look in the safe.
Mr. Hickok, are you all right?
Outside, Jingles.
What's going on, Hickok?
Just a minute, Mr. Flagg. Folks, we didn't just have a fire here tonight. We've had a robbery and a murder.
Robbery? Not the money I left here.
That's right, Mr. Flagg. Carter's dead, and your boss's cattle money's gone, every cent of it.
I thought as much. And you know who done it? It's the work of Jimmy Cloud.
You've got no right to say that, Mr. Flagg. Nobody saw Jimmy here.
Nobody had to. It's the same kind of job he pulled 2 years ago. Firing the building and making his getaway in the excitement.
Just the same, a man's innocent till you prove him guilty.
We got all the proof we want. He'll get you next, Hickok. I warned you.
You know, it looks mighty bad for Jimmy, Bill.
Better mount up, Jingles. The rest of you stay here and take care of Pop.
Going someplace, Hickok?
To a little shack at the edge of town. Let's hope Jimmy Cloud's still there.
Well, there's his horse outside the shack, Bill.
Yeah, Jingles. Means Jimmy's inside.
Well, he must be locoed, staying around at a time like this.
Shh. We won't bother to knock.
Hickok, what's the idea?
Freeze, Jimmy.
I ain't drawn. Why should I?
Packing to go somewhere, Jimmy?
Well, what if I am? It's no business of yours.
It could be, Jimmy. Or didn't you know? Somebody just set the marshal's office on fire after killing Pop Carter and taking over $10,000.
Well, that doesn't mean I had anything to do with it.
Then maybe you wouldn't mind if I searched the place.
No, search all you like. A lot you'll find around here.
Keep an eye on him, Jingles.
Yeah, go on. Keep looking. I got nothing to hide.
Then why are you packing your war bag? Why are you fixing to pull out when the ruckus starts?
That ought to be easy to guess. I thought folks in Rainbow Fall would give me a chance.
Well, Mrs. Skinner wanted to.
And I was going to take her up on it, till I realized it wouldn't be fair to her. Everybody's making it hard on her just because she wanted to give me a job. Because she believed in me.
I still believe in you, Jimmy, no matter what anybody says.
Mrs. Skinner?
Mrs. Skinner, I appreciate what you wanted to do, but it's no good. They don't want me here.
They'll get over it. Now, you pick up your things and come on out to the ranch right now.
Mrs. Skinner, I'm afraid Jimmy can't do that.
And why not?
Jimmy, this envelope I just found in the bottom drawer. What was it doing there?
Why, I don't know. I never saw it before.
You sure about that?
Bill, that's the one that had all the Lazy Y money in it.
Money? Well, I don't know anything about any money.
Jimmy, if you know, tell him.
But I don't know, Mrs. Skinner. I swear I don't.
You'd better give me your gun, Jimmy. There's nothing I can do now but lock you up. Guess that'll hold you, Jimmy.
Yeah, nice and safe. With a bunch of woolly ranchers out there already tying a rope.
You're not giving the boy a chance, Mr. Hickok. Locking him up in this busted-down jail.
I had to lock him up, Mrs. Skinner. The evidence is all against him so far.
But do you think he's guilty? That's what I want to know.
Bill!
Keep that door locked, Jingles.
Bill, it got around town plenty quick about your bringing Cloud here.
And you know what they're up to. Let me out of here, Hickok.
Not just yet, Jimmy.
It ain't just the mob outside either. Flag and Driscoll are over at the Apache and doing plenty of talking. They'll all be down here before long.
Mrs. Skinner, do you know how to handle a shotgun?
You just bet I do. Give me one and I'll show you.
Here you are. Jingles and I have a job to do.
I'll keep him off, all right. Where are you going?
To get the man who killed Pop Carter.
Say, I'll bet my 10-gallon hat you buckaroos believe all I do while the Wild Bill show's on is think up things to say about Kellogg's Corn Pops. Well, it just isn't so, 'cause I'm too busy eating Pops and listening. And thinking up nice things to say about Corn Pops don't take a bit of effort at all. It's as simple as this. Kellogg's Corn Pops are the two-way cereal. You eat 'em out of the box or out of the bowl with milk. Now, no sugar, mind you. The sweetening's already on Corn Pops, and plenty of it. Oh, they're sweet, crisp, and crunchy, and mighty good for growing young ranch hands. Tell your ma that Corn Pops give you B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want, which is going to be plenty. Say, and that pure aluminum bag inside keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And it's wonderful for packing sandwiches in or for storing foods in the icebox. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better saddle up and ride down the store tomorrow and get a load of them. You'll need plenty, because the whole family's going to be getting into them and maybe leave you without enough. Now, let's say our little saying together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Good for you. Right now, I'm almost busting to get back to the show. Let's listen.
Now let's get back to Rainbow Falls as Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles leave Mrs. Skinner to guard Jimmy Cloud. They step through the crowd gathered outside and walk directly to the brightly lighted Apache gambling house.
Bill, I don't get it. Now, you said yourself all the evidence pointed to Jimmy Cloud.
All the evidence isn't in, Jingles.
But what more do you want?
Easy. Ed Flagg and Pete Driscoll are over there at the bar.
Yeah, you know, for just a foreman, Flagg's be throwing a lot of money around.
There's only one way to handle numbers like Cloud.
Yeah, and I say we get at it pronto.
Well, if it ain't Hickok, you finally see things my way, huh?
Your way, Flagg?
You put Jimmy Cloud in jail, didn't you?
A lot of good that'll do once we get at him.
Now, Jimmy's getting a fair trial, Driscoll. Bill's seeing to that.
There's no need of waiting for a trial.
I agree with you, Flagg.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
I mean, I don't think Jimmy had anything to do with the robbery.
Hey, but you locked him up.
Only for safekeeping. Flagg, last night somebody tried to kill Jingles and me, and I think it was the same man who engineered the killing and robbery tonight.
Sure it was. Jimmy Cloud.
No, Driscoll. He left something scribbled in the dirt. The word revenge.
Cloud swore he'd get you. He wrote it.
Did he? Jimmy never went to school a day in his life. How would he know how to write?
Why, sure. Jimmy couldn't have wrote it.
And if Jimmy tried to kill us, he wouldn't have missed. He's too good a shot for that.
Ed, let's get out of here.
Shut up, Driscoll. Hickok don't know what he's talking about. Anyhow, that don't mean Cloud didn't do the killing tonight.
It makes a lot of difference. I think somebody set up that ambush last night just to make Jimmy look guilty. And then plan the robbery knowing Jimmy's the one we'd go after.
You're guessing, Hickok. You don't know nothing.
Only one thing more. Besides Pop, Jingles, and myself, only 2 other men knew the money belonging to the Lazy Y was at the marshal's office.
Why?
That was Ed Flagg and Pete Driscoll.
Ed. Bill, watch out!
Well, Driscoll won't have no more to say.
But Flagg will. Better tell it all, Flagg, while you can.
Hickok, you mean I'm
That's
going...
right. That's right. Whatever you say won't make any difference now. Where's the money?
It's under the bunkhouse floor at the Lazy Y.
We'll see that your boss gets it. You fired the shots last night.
Yeah. Cloud didn't have nothing to do with it. I planted the empty money envelope in his shack.
Help him up, boys. Flagg's only hit in the shoulder. He'll live.
Hickok, you double-crossed me. You knew all the time I was going to live.
Anyhow, long enough for the trial and what generally follows. Well, Mrs. Skinner, looks like you're going to have to throw another big dam.
That's right, Jingles, and this time in honor of my new cowhand.
You're going to work for her after all, Jimmy.
Yeah, Bill, thanks to you. I guess I had you all wrong. But believe me, I didn't come back to get you.
I know that. I think folks around here will think differently toward you from now on.
Well, it's about time. Folks gotta learn to have some faith in humanity.
You're right, Mrs. Skinner.
Showing a little kindness does a lot more for a boy than a prison could ever do.
You really mean that about showing kindness, Mrs. Skinner?
Well, of course I do, Jingles. Why?
Well, I was just thinking, if we all went with you to the ranch right now, we'd just get there in time for breakfast.
Well, then, come along. I'll fry you up enough bacon and eggs and potatoes to hold you till Christmas.
Did you ever notice, Bill, things always seem to look brighter after breakfast?
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
I hope you enjoyed our Wild Bill Hickok story today and that you'll be around when we ride in again next week.
I guess I'll end up in trouble again, huh, Guy?
I suppose so. But Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Virginia Gregg, Fred Howard, Fred Shields, and Irvin Lee. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
It's a never-ending source of amazement to me what a woman will do for or to a man. This happened in Dakota Territory.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just a moment, we will bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentlemen. Not just a news program, but a clever, concise focus on the world tonight, 7 nights a week on CBS Radio. Listen to The World Tonight, reporting odd, stimulating, and important sidelights to the day's events. Hear CBS News round up the stories behind the news, frequently in the voices of the newsmakers themselves. 7 nights a week on most of these stations, CBS Radio presents The World Tonight. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
The lady I knew as Belle Siddons had brought her gambling establishment to Deadwood. And as I had reason to know, where went Miss Siddons, so followed trouble. This remarkable and very pretty woman had once been a Confederate spy. In the years following the war, she had married, been widowed, and after spending a short time as a tutor at the Red Cloud Indian Agency, she drifted into gambling, becoming one of the most skillful 21 dealers in the West. Belle, or Madame Verdi, as she called herself in Deadwood, was playing a very dangerous game. This was impressed upon me by a peace officer named Boone May. I was sitting in his office the morning after he had learned of a planned stagecoach holdup.
You get to talk to Madame Verdi last night, Kendall?
I spoke to her.
She say anything?
About what?
You know about what? Stage holdup is supposed to be on for tonight.
Well, she knows there's going to be one, that's all.
What'd she say about McLaughlin?
Nothing much. I told her you thought they were planning the robbery together.
What'd she say?
She laughed.
Huh? That's so.
Then she said she'd told you the truth. No, one of her casemen had heard a gold shipment was going to be stopped between here and Rapid City. She doesn't know who's going to do it.
The way things are between her and McLaughlin, I wouldn't figure her square. Would you?
If she's really in love with him, I don't imagine she'd want to see him caught.
Well, I'm going to find out. That's for sure.
How?
Well, I'll tell you, Kendall. It wouldn't be smart me getting mouthy about what I aim to do until it's time to do it. You being a newspaper feller and all. You savvy?
You afraid I'll tell Madame Verdi?
Well, now, I ain't exactly afraid, but I ain't over anxious neither. See, I've been living in Deadwood long enough to know it ain't smart to put trust in any man or woman. Maybe that's how come I'm still living.
Yeah, I suppose in your job it's the safest way.
Yeah, that's right.
What about this Archie McLaughlin?
You haven't met him?
No.
Well, he's real polite. Good-natured young feller. Leastways, that's the way you figure him to be. Then you find out he fought with Quantrell's raiders on the Kansas border in the war. I ain't kept track of his killings since then, but they say there's 4 or more he shot down here and other places. Well, he's a road agent, spends most of what he steals gambling.
But if you know his record, why haven't you arrested him?
Well, I know what I hear tell. I ain't got proof. That's what I need. Maybe tonight that's what I'm going to get.
I'd like to be there when you do.
Yeah, I guess you ain't got a good feeling toward him at that, him taking Madame Verdi from you.
You insist there's a great romance between the lady and me, don't you?
I heard things was a simmer.
A false rumor.
How come you're so interested in McLaughlin, then?
That's part of my job. I'm a newspaper correspondent, remember?
Yeah. All right, Kendall, you come back here this evening, say about 6 o'clock. Maybe I'll have something for you to write about in that London paper of yours.
I spent the rest of the day in my hotel room sorting out notes and preparing outlines of future articles. At 6 o'clock precisely, I returned to Boone May's office. He was buckling on a gun belt, smiled at me in his mirthless way as I walked in.
You all set, huh?
Yes.
You seen the madam again?
No.
I know you ain't. I had somebody watching just in case.
Javert.
Huh?
A French policeman. Man by the name of Victor Hugo wrote about him. You have a great deal in common.
Oh. You got a gun?
Yes.
That's fine. Come on.
Where are we going?
Oh, down to the stage station. Going to take a little trip.
When we reached the station, I saw a coach with 5 heavily armed men standing near it. Each carried a rifle and holstered guns. Boone May nodded to them.
All set, boys?
Ready as I'll ever be.
This feller's Kendall. He's riding with us to see the fun. Gold come in yet?
Yeah, we already loaded it, Boone.
All right, let's get going then. Sam, you drive. Davenport, you ride shotgun. Rest of us be inside. Go ahead, Kendall, after you.
All right, you are. Oh.
Move over just a little.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of tight squeezed, all the artillery. Now, come on, boys. Get the rifles on the floor. We won't have no use for them for a while. All right, let's go, Sam.
You think it's safe to tell me about it now?
Sure. No harm now. This here is a regular coach for Rapid City. Instead of the company driver and guards, these are my men.
As I gathered that.
Oh, see that box on the seat?
Yes?
50,000 in gold. That's what we're going to be stopped for.
Ah.
Don't mind a little shooting, do you?
I don't imagine I'll have much choice, will I?
That's a human fact. Oh, say, Kendall, that there French fella, a law dog.
Javert?
Yeah. Was he a good one?
I suppose in some ways you could say he was.
Gunslinger?
No. He didn't have to be.
We may have a fairish long ride. How's about you telling me more about it? How'd you say that name again?
Javert.
Javert.
Henry Morgan is head man on CBS Radio's bright, bouncy Sunday night quiz called Says Who. Mr. Morgan's noted scimitar wit sets the stage for a guessing game that's sheer delight for players and listeners alike. The idea is for the stars to guess whose voices are being played for their ears. You may beat the players to the punch, or you and they may be tied up in hilarious knots later on today over most of these stations. Play along with Henry Morgan and company in CBS Radio's Says Who.
It may appear odd, but at the time there seemed nothing particularly strange about recounting a condensation of Hugo's Les Miserables to Boone May and his deputies. I suppose I'm becoming used to the peculiarities of my life in the West. One accepts anything, even the gleam in a peace officer's eye as he compares himself to the dedicated bloodhound, Javert. May's deputies listened, respectful, silent. I finished the story.
Well, now, I'd say that was a man who believed in the law. Wouldn't you say that, boys?
Sure was.
Yes, sir. Oh, I like that word you used, Kendall. Dedicated. That there's a fine word.
What's the matter, Sam? Cottonwood tree falling across the road.
All right, stay where you are, Sam. Might be natural, might not.
Up with him. Get down off the coach, both of you.
4 or 5 of them.
Passengers, come on, outside.
Me and Ken will go outside as soon as we hit the ground. You three start shooting. All right, come on, Ken. When I tell you to drop, you do it quickly. You won't have no back left to your head.
All right.
Caswell, hold on to them horses. Right. Billy, you cover the passenger. Here you are.
Archie McLaughlin.
Where? If it ain't Boone May.
Down, get down!
For about 5 seconds, the moonlit clearing thundered to the sound of gunfire. And then it was all over. Lying on the ground was the man named Caswell, a bullet through his head. The 4 other hold-up men were racing away on their horses. One we could see had been wounded as he held desperately to the horn of his saddle. We took Caswell's body back with us to Deadwood, and then Boone May suggested a drink. He led me to a saloon which stood a few doors away from Madame Verdi's gambling tent.
Know why we come to this place, Kendall?
I have a faint idea.
I want to see the madam's face when I tell her.
What makes you think she'll come here?
Oh, she will. 2 of the boys have gone to bring her in.
Are you arresting her?
Not right now. I just want to see her face. Maybe it'll tell me if she needs arresting.
You still think she knew about the holdup?
She might. Oh, there she is. I'll be obliged. You don't say nothing outside the hello candle. I'll take it as real unfriendly if you do, savvy?
Perhaps I better go.
No such thing. Well, now, Madam Verdi, this is sure a pleasure.
Is it? Good evening, Mr. Kendall.
Madam Verdi?
Am I under arrest, Mr. May?
Of course you ain't.
These two men didn't give me much choice. I had to leave my table. There's a big game going on.
Well, then, madam, you better get right back to it. It wasn't nothing important I had to say. I'll see you in the morning.
If it was so unimportant, why did you have me brought here?
Well, I never said to the boys to bring you, madam. I told them to ask you, polite. I surely do apologize for the inconvenience. Oh, by the way, there'll be some company money at the office for you tomorrow.
Oh?
Yeah, that holdup you told us about. You was right. They tried it a while back, and we plugged one for good. Another's bad hurt. 3 got away. We'll get them.
Who were they?
Archie McLaughlin and some of his boys.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, madam, like I said, I sure am sorry for the trouble getting you over here.
That's all right, Mr. May. I understand why you did. Good evening.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Mr. Kendall.
I'll walk back with you to your place if you don't mind.
Not at all.
You have no objection.
Oh, shucks, no, you go right ahead. Oh, I drop around in the morning, Kendall. Maybe I'll have some more news for you.
Who was it? Who was killed?
A man named Caswell. I don't think it was McLaughlin who was hurt, but I'm not certain.
May wanted to find out what I knew about it. That's why he didn't tell me who the dead man was, isn't it?
That mostly, I think.
And he enjoyed watching me.
I expect so.
Were you there during the holdup?
Yes.
Archie's such a fool. Why didn't he tell me?
You didn't know he was going to do it?
Of course not.
Well, Boone May will be watching you now, you know that. He'll expect you to get in touch with McLaughlin, or McLaughlin to try to reach you.
Shall you be watching me, too? Is that why you came with me?
You think I'm on Boone May's side?
I've known newspaper men before. The story's the important thing, isn't it?
Not to that extent.
I have to get back now.
Money waiting to be won?
Yes. Before you go, may I ask you something? You're not angry with me about Archie?
No.
Not jealous?
No.
Most men would be.
I know, but I have no reason. It was just something that was rather nice and right between us. That's all.
Will you let me know if you hear anything about him?
Yes.
You know, I'd be much wiser to fall in love with a man like you. Good night.
What forces are at work? Who are the central figures? How do the people involved feel and think as schools and communities move towards desegregation? These questions are uppermost in the minds of Americans in every part of the country. Tonight on CBS Radio, you will hear the answers, as most of these same stations present Virginia, Pattern of Resistance. Narrated by Walter Cronkite, Virginia, Pattern of Resistance is another special study by CBS News that goes right to the heart of what's happening.
For the next few days, I saw Belle Siddons from time to time, but never for more than a few minutes, and then it was usually on the street or in her gambling establishment. If Boone May expected me to be the unwitting liaison between Belle and Archie McLaughlin, he must have been disappointed. There had been no word concerning McLaughlin or his companions. Then, one night, I had just returned to my hotel room. Yes?
Get inside. Don't make no noise, mister. You carrying a gun?
Well, it's hanging up over there.
Sit down. All right. I'll tell you the straight of it. My name's Billy Mansfield.
Oh.
J.B.
I know you're Kendall. Archie says you know Madame Verdi.
Archie? McLaughlin?
Yeah, he sent me to find her. I think one of Boone May's boys spotted me when I come into town. I figured if I couldn't get through to the madam, you would.
Well, what makes you think that?
Archie says you're a friend of Madame Verdi's, that's why.
Oh. I recognize you now. You were with McLaughlin in that holdup, weren't you?
Yeah. Now, listen, one of the boys, John Brown, he's like to cash in his chips any minute. One of the shots got him plumb through the belly.
Has he had a doctor?
He ain't no doctor we could trust around. Archie wants the madam to come and do something.
What could she do?
Get the bullet out. Archie says she knows about doctoring.
You can't ask her to do that. Not a man with a bullet in his stomach. He needs a doctor.
Mister, I ain't here to argue with you. Will you get the message to the madam?
Supposing I go to Boone May.
Ain't no skin off my saddle if you do. I won't be here when you get back. Besides, you being a friend of madam, you wouldn't want to see her get in no trouble.
What's the message?
Tell her to come to the place she and Archie went. The start of the timber road. She'll know where it is. If she ain't alone, one of us will get her before they get us. Archie didn't say that, but I'm saying it, Kendall.
Supposing I come with her?
That's your business.
When is she supposed to go?
Tonight, as soon as she can. We'll be waiting.
You'll be taking a big risk, Belle. If Boone May finds out, you know it'll happen.
I've got to go.
Why? It's not McLaughlin. He's not been wounded.
No. But he asked me to. That's enough.
All right. I'll come with you.
No.
Yes.
I'll be safe.
I'm sure you will. But if Boone May sees you ride out alone, he may be suspicious. If we go together, let him think what he wants.
You don't have to do that for McLaughlin.
I'm not. I'm doing it for myself. I want to write the story. Belle Siddons and I drove out of Deadwood in a buckboard. And to any casual or inquisitive onlooker, we had all the appearances of a romantic couple enjoying a midnight drive. As far as I could tell, we weren't followed.
This is it.
Ooh.
You better go back. Leave me alone. I'll get back to Deadwood, all right.
No, I'd rather not.
You've done enough.
I've told you, Belle. This is the kind of thing that earns me a living. Besides, I'm rather curious to meet your Archie McLaughlin.
Belle?
Yes?
Who's that with you?
Mr. Kendall.
Were you followed?
I don't think so.
This is McLaughlin, Kendall. I thank you for what you've done. Now you better get on back to Deadwood.
You trusted me to get the message through for you. Why not let me stay? I'll see she gets back safely.
You come into the timber with us, you take your own chances of getting out. I ain't sitting to argue. Follow me up the road.
We drove along the diminishing road for 15 minutes until it became nothing more than a deep, rutted trail, and then was too narrow for our buckboard. McLaughlin swung Belle Siddons onto his horse. I followed behind. Another 5 minutes took us to a ramshackle shanty deep in the woods. A dim glow shone from inside.
Now, she's here, boys.
Who's the fella?
Name of Kendall. I told you he said he'd come. Don't give up easy, does he?
Ain't nothing you can do. Better to put him out of his misery.
Let me see.
Sure looks ugly, don't it?
Can you do anything?
I don't know. How long's it been?
10 days.
Well, I can't make him any worse than he is.
You could kill him.
He should have been dead days ago. Archie, find me a piece of wire. I've got to get the bullet out.
Yeah. Jack, Billy, take a look around.
Have you ever done this before?
No. But I studied dissection with my husband.
I've taken bullets out, but not like that. I'm afraid I'll be no help.
Bring the lamp over here, will you?
Right.
Put it on the floor here.
Yeah.
I'd rather operate on that table, but I'm afraid to move him. What do you think?
Better do it here.
I found the wire.
Give it to Mr. Kendall.
Oh.
Hold it over the flame.
All right. Belle Siddons, ex-Confederate spy, gambler, doctor's wife. With that single piece of wire, she probed the terrible wound and extracted the bullet. And the man lived. She smiled at me, at McLaughlin.
Now I think I'd better go, Archie.
Yeah. You think he'll make it?
He's got a chance.
Hey, wait a minute. You ain't thinking of having her and this Kendall fella going back to Deadwood, are you? Well, why not? Why not? So they can tell Boone May where we're hiding at?
Well, Madame Verdi is hardly likely to, and I have no reason to. I'm not a lawman.
I ain't for letting him go, Arch.
Jack's right. It ain't safe.
Now, look, she came as a favor to me. A favor to Johnny. And he's still alive, ain't he? Don't matter. She'll tell, or he will. I say plug him now.
I'd rather you didn't, gentlemen.
Oh, put away your gun, Kendall. There's no call for shooting. Leastwise, not between us. I say you and Madam here, you both go. I figure neither one of you'll do any talking. Now, ain't that so?
You know, Archie.
How about you, Kendall?
I'm rather fond of the lady, too. I don't think I want to see her strung up to a cottonwood limb as an accessory. No, I won't do any talking.
Hey, you hear that, Jack? Billy? Now we're going to let him out of here. Quiet and peaceable. Any killing to be done, you'll have to draw on me.
Will I see you again, Archie?
Sure you will, honey. Don't you worry. I'll be around real soon. Old Johnny there, he can't thank you yet, but I sure do. And one of these days, I'll prove it. So long, honey.
I drove Belle Siddons back to Deadwood. Our escapade had apparently gone unnoticed, which was just as well, because a rather unusual message awaited me at my hotel, which I shall write about in my next report to the London Times.
Frontier Gentleman was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Gene Lansworth, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, William Allen, and Jack Moyles. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentleman. Bud Sewell speaking.
Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. When Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles rode toward the little town of Flat Rock City, they had a warning that their old friend Pappy Sparks was headed for real trouble. But Pappy wasn't worried about it as he sat in the railroad station teaching his grandson Clay how to send a message on the early day telegraph.
That's it, boy. That's it.
There. How'd they do, Pappy?
Clay, boy, you did just fine. Just like I taught you. You got that message through without a single mistake.
Boy, oh boy, sending messages on the telegraph. Hey, can I do it again sometime, Pappy?
Sure thing, Clay. But now you're going to do some practicing on that bugle of mine. You're going to learn all those army calls just as well as I know them, and...
Hey, Pappy,
Yeah, boy?
is Wild Bill Hickok really coming to Flat Rock City?
Of course he is. I sent for him myself. We got to have somebody around here who's man enough to cope with that sidewinder Pete Jennings and his gang.
And I'll get to meet him personally?
And shake his hand, boy. You sure will.
Hi, Pappy. Hello, Clay.
Oh, hello, Sheriff.
Well, what do you want around here, Sheriff?
Now, don't act so all-fired grumpy to me, Pappy, just 'cause I ain't going out single-handed and trap that Jennings gang.
Yeah, if I was younger, just a few years, mind you, I wouldn't be sitting around here like you are. I'd be out after them hombres.
It's suicide to go after them men alone, and if you wasn't so stubborn, you'd know it. I'd go after them if I could get a posse together. But you can't get a man in this town to ride after the Jennings gang. And to tell you the truth, I don't blame them.
I never seen such a bunch of cowards as this town's got. Well, Hickok will be along soon. You'll see a man.
That's what I come to talk to you about, Pappy. Ain't heard from him, have you?
Nothing to hear about. He'll just show up, that's all.
Well, I hope so.
What's the matter? What are you so worried about?
Pappy, I was out riding earlier today. I seen a lot of dust rising out of Devil's Pass, and you know what that means. Jennings and his gang's out riding again. They're going to strike someplace, that's for sure.
I was expecting this. Been too quiet lately. The calm before the storm.
Maybe they're going to ride into Portersfield. Maybe Canyon City. Or here.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's round up some men.
Hey, listen to that, Pappy.
Horses. And lots of them. Pete Jennings and his gang.
They're shooting up the town.
Hey, look, you can see them out the window.
Keep away from that window, boy.
Hey, they're not more than a few feet away from the building here, Pappy. You can see Pete Jennings as clear as day.
And take a couple of boys and clean out that bank. Anybody gets in your way, make them sorry.
They're robbing the bank, Sheriff. Well, don't just stand there. Do something.
There's 8 men out there, mean men. When I step out that door alone, I'll have a hole in me quicker than a gnatkin bat is on.
Blackie, take the boys and see what money you can find in the store. If anybody goes for a gun, you know what to do.
Well, I don't care none about you, Sheriff. You stay inside here and protect your skin. I've had enough of this from that Jennings outfit. Give me that rifle.
Don't be a fool, Pappy. You're an old man.
I may be old, but I ain't no coward like the rest of the so-called men in this town. This Winchester will teach that Jennings coyote a thing or two.
Don't go out that door, Pappy. Wait till Hickok gets here. He'll know what to do.
Hey, please, Pappy, the sheriff's right. Come back.
Jennings! Pete Jennings!
Get back inside that office, old man.
We've had enough of you and your kind about these parts, Jennings, and now I'm going to take care of you.
Why, you stupid old...
Oh, Pappy. Hey, Sheriff, Jennings shot him. He's lying on the ground.
All right, men, come on. Let's clear out.
Jennings' gang is pulling out. Come on, son. Let's take a look at Pappy.
Yes, sir.
Pappy. Pappy, you all right?
I missed him, Sheriff. I clean missed him. My eyes ain't what they used to be at all.
Pappy.
Easy, son, easy.
Is he dead, Sheriff? Is my grandpappy dead?
I don't know, Clay, but I do know that Jennings gang has started something that nobody can stop. Listen here, Wranglers. We got a mighty big Wild Bill Hickok show to do. So if you listen real close, I'm going to make this kind of short. Telling about corn pops is as simple as this. Kellogg's corn pops are the two-way cereal. You eat them out of the box or out of the bowl. They're already sweetened for you. Just dig in and enjoy them right out of the box. But come breakfast time, you eat them in a bowl with a little milk. Now, no sugar, mind you. No, sir, the sweetening's already on corn pops, and plenty of it. They're sweet, crisp, and crunchy, and mighty good for growing young ranch hands. Saying that silvery bag inside keeps corn pops fresh up to 10 times longer. It's made of pure aluminum, and it's really nice for storing foods in the refrigerator, too. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's corn pops right now, get a load of them tomorrow. You'll need plenty, because the whole family's going to be getting into 'em and maybe leave you without enough. Well, that's just about the whole story. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now let's listen.
Now let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles. They've ridden into Flat Rock City and were immediately told of the Pete Jennings gang shooting up the town and shooting down Pappy Sparks.
Pappy's in the bedroom here, Mr. Hickok.
Thanks, Clay. Come on, Jingles. Let's see the old fella.
Hey, Pappy, look who's here.
Bill. Wild Bill.
Hi, old-timer.
I knew you'd come. I sure as shooting did.
Pappy, this is my sidekick, Jingles.
Howdy, Jingles.
Well, what's this we hear about you trying to let daylight through Pete Jennings?
I would have, too, if I was a mite younger. As it was, he parted my hair instead. I was out for some time, but when I come to, my feelings ain't changed. Somebody's got to get that Pete Jennings gang behind bars, and you're the man to do it.
Well, what about the sheriff in Flat Rock City, Pappy? Seems to me he could be doing something about it.
He's worse than nothing.
I resent that remark, Pappy.
Resent it all you want, Sheriff.
If you wasn't sprawled out there in the bed like that,
Hey, ease off, you two. You're supposed to be fighting the Jennings gang, not each other.
That's what I'm trying to get him to do, but he won't raise a finger.
That ain't fair, Pappy, and you know it.
There's nothing unfair about it. A man fights for his rights, that's why.
They don't need a marshal, they need a referee.
Here's the situation, Marshal. I can't get a posse together. The Jennings gang got the town scared out of its wit. They're mean, and I don't mind admitting it. They're the meanest outfits I ever seen.
Well, knowing Pete Jennings, I can believe it.
Fact is, the town folks hope if they leave the Jennings gang alone, that they'll leave the town alone.
Fat chance. They busted into town today, didn't they? And they'll do it again. You can't kowtow out no bad man, or he'll have you crawling in the mud. And that's what this town's doing.
Yeah, Pappy's right in a way. But folks are scared, and it's hard to blame them. Killing comes as natural to that Jennings outfit as breathing.
Then it's time they stopped breathing.
Where they hold up, Sheriff?
Devil's Mountain. They don't care who knows it. There's one trail in and one trail out. Take an army to roust them out.
Come on, Jingles.
Well, where are we going now, Bill?
Take a look at Devil's Mountain. Take care of Pappy, Clay.
Sure will, Mr. Hickok.
And don't go fussing, Pappy. Rest up like the doc said, and you'll be okay.
Rest up? Who can rest up now? Not when Wild Bill Hickok's going to teach the men in this town how to be men. Yeah, it's going to be something to see.
Well, there's Devil Mountain yonder, Bill. Looks as mean to me as a wet bobcat.
Sure does, Jingles.
Well, if those coyotes are dug in there like the sheriff says, don't know how we can ever get them out.
There's a way, Jingles. There always is.
Wild Bill Hickok, sharpshooter, marshal, and optimist.
Well, you got to look at the rosy side, Jingles. Come on. Let's ride up that ridge there. We'll look at Devil's Mountain from the side over there.
We can work our way up that trail over there, Bill, and... Hey, somebody shot my hat off.
Nobody else but me, Pete Jennings.
There he is, Jingles, standing up there on those rocks.
Yeah, with a smoking Winchester in his hand. I'll learn him to put holes in people's hats.
Hold it, Jingles. He's got the drop on us.
Hiya, Hickok. Hiya, Jingles.
Hiya yourself, you no-good, lily-livered polecat.
Ease up, Jingles. That's no way to talk to me. Remember, I'm the one who's holding a gun.
I'll talk any way I like. What's the idea of putting a hole in my new hat? Cost me $20. Might as well put a hole in a $20 bill, you...
That's better than putting a hole in you, wouldn't you say? And I could have done it just as easy.
Huh?
Never mind the talk, Jennings. What's on your mind?
Thing or two. And don't make the mistake of going for your gun. I got some of my boys hiding up in the rocks just waiting for you to do that.
You got something to say, Jennings. Say it while you can. Then be on your way. But you might as well know I'm coming after you.
That's exactly what we're going to talk about. I don't like you coming after me. Me and my boys got a good setup here. We got a hideout in the mountains. It's like a fort. And we don't want no interference from anyone, especially you.
Well, you're going to get it, Jennings, whether you want it or not. From Hickok and from me, too. And you know what? Before it's all over, you're going to pay me $20 for my new hat.
Can't you shut this man up, Hickok, so we can talk business?
They've got no business to talk.
All right, now, Hickok, listen to me. I want you to spin your mounts around and take that left trail there and ride into the sunset out of Flat Rock City.
And if we don't?
Well, I'm not going to be fool enough to say I'll drill you, because I know nobody scares Wild Bill Hickok that way. I got a better scheme, and you might as well know it. If you ain't gone by sunup, I'm going to take me 2 hostages from Flat Rock City.
I always knew you were lowering a skunk, but taking innocent folks...
Let him talk, Jingles.
And if you ain't gone by the next day, 2 more hostages. Women and kids. Don't matter none to me. Now, think that one over, Wild Bill Hickok.
All right. Quiet down, folks. Quiet down. Let's get some sense out of this meeting. Marshal Hickok has told you about his meeting with Pete Jennings, and he's told you what Jennings said. Now the marshal has put it up to you. He wants to stay, but he wants you to know it's dangerous.
Well, I got something to say on the matter, Sheriff.
All right, Mr. Jagger, let's hear your piece.
Well, I say it's too downright dangerous. Jennings means what he says. I'm in favor of the marshal leaving right now, tonight.
Now, hold on. Anybody else got anything to say?
Darn tootin', someone else has got something to say.
Hey, what's he...
Pappy, why aren't you in bed? You shouldn't be up yet.
That's a darn good thing I did get up. Is everybody around here yellow? The marshal's here to fight Jennings and his gang. We can't send him away.
Jennings and his gang can't be fought against. They're too strong.
Oh, that's poppycock. That's what they want you to believe.
Oh, sure, it's all right for you to talk, Pappy. You're an old man. But we got women folks and kids. And we know Pete Jennings isn't fooling when he says he's going to take them as hostages.
I got a young'un, too. I got my grandson, Clay. And I sure ain't going to teach him how to be a coward.
Let's take a vote right now.
Okay. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. This is getting out of hand. Let's have a vote on the matter.
You betcha right.
Now, the question is, shall Marshal Hickok and his partner Jingles leave town by sunup like Pete Jennings says, or shall they stay on and try to figure out a way to get the Jennings gang in spite of the danger of hostages? All who says the marshal shall leave, say aye.
Aye!
All who says he should stay, say aye.
Aye.
You're the only one, Pappy. And I reckon that's it.
That's it, all right. It was a Democratic vote.
You mean you're going to leave, Bill?
Not much else to do, is there? Folks want me to go. Think it's safer that way. They think they can work out some kind of a settlement with Jennings.
They can't work out no such thing.
Well, maybe not, but everybody voted. Jingles and I are going to leave. So long, old-timer.
Well, reckon that's the last we'll see the town of Flat Rock City.
Reckon.
Don't make no sense to me nohow. Spend 2 days of hard riding to get here and then just turn around and leave without doing nothing. Bill, are you sure you're feeling all right?
I'm feeling fine, Jingles.
Well, you sure don't act it. Turning tail without a fight? Well, that's what it looks like you're doing.
Does it?
Well, I admit there's danger to the folks of Flat Rock City if we stayed, but there's always danger when you're fighting polecats.
This trail here, Jingles. Get over, boy. Over.
Well, maybe you figured the town folks ain't worth saving since they don't want to do nothing about it themselves.
Don't figure that at all. Matter of fact, I figure they need saving more than ever. They're scared and need saving not only from Pete Jennings and his gang, but also from themselves.
Yeah, well, then why don't
Let's
you...
make for that clump of cottonwoods.
Cottonwoods? What for? Hey, now, this ain't the trail out of town. This trail doubles back and... What's that? Somebody whistling? And you whistle back. What's going on here? Doggone it, nobody tells me nothing.
We're over here, Bill.
Hey, that's Pappy. Well, what's he doing out here in the middle of the night?
Come on and you'll find out. Whoa,
whoa.
Hi, Marshal. Hello, Jingle.
Hello, Mr. Hickok.
The sheriff and Clay, too. Doggone, looks like we're having a convention.
Pull the horses into the brush, Jingles. We don't want to be spotted.
Oh, here, I'll give you a hand, Jingles.
Well, somebody better give me more than a hand. Somebody better give me some information.
Everything all set, Bill?
Yeah, I guess so, Pappy. You got the horses hidden?
Yeah, they're tucked in so good an eagle couldn't spot them with a spyglass.
I brought the dynamite along just like you told me to do, Marshal.
Good.
And I brought my old army bugle, but I can't figure out what you'd want with it.
You'll see.
Dynamite bugle? I'm going to bust if somebody
You
doesn't...
didn't think that Wild Bill was just going to ride out of town without helping us none, did you?
No, I couldn't believe that, but it sure looked like we was riding out of town.
Yeah, that's what I wanted everybody to think, including Pete Jennings and his gang.
And Bill planned ahead a time for us to meet him here.
I can figure that out all right. I ain't ignorant. But, Bill, the folks voted that you leave, and you can't go against the way they voted.
You forget, Jingles. They voted for us to be out of here by sunup.
Yes, sir. And we still got some hours of darkness for that. We got dynamite and a bugle, and Bill's got a plan. I don't know what it is, but Jingles, I'll bet a silver saddle against that shot-up hat of yours. It's a corker.
What we're going to do, men, is charge the Jennings gang in their hideout.
What? With just a few of us?
Right. Now, here's the way I got it planned. We're going to surprise them. Oh, it'll be dangerous, of course, but the first thing...
Pete.
Pete, wake up. What is it?
Wake
What's
up.
the idea of waking me up in the middle of the night?
I just seen something you got to know about, Pete.
Yeah. Well, what is it, then? Make it snappy. I want to go back to sleep.
You won't be going back to sleep after I tell you this. Hickok and Jingles didn't leave town like we thought.
Huh?
I saw them take the trail that doubled back toward town. And if you ask me, they're planning on surprising us tonight.
That's it, all right. Wake up the boys.
Yeah, sure.
Put half of them on the back trail to guard it, the other half on the front trail.
All right.
If Hickok and that partner of his think they're surprising us tonight, they're going to be surprised with lead.
You know, buckaroos, I get to laughing at myself sometimes. When it comes time for me to say a few words about Kellogg's Corn Pops, I catch myself right on the edge of my chair. I get all riled up at the bad fellas and want to help Wild Bill and Jingles so much I almost butt in and join the shooting. No, instead of that, I take it out on my Corn Pops, chomping on them as fast as my jaws will work. Yep, right out of the box is the way I eat my Corn Pops, because the sweetening's already on them. Come morning, though, I go for Corn Pops at breakfast in a bowl with milk. Hey, but back up there. Hold the sugar, partner. The sweetening's already on Corn Pops, and milk is all you need. And Kellogg's Corn Pops, delicious as they are, contain lots of things that are good for you. B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want of those golden hearts of corn puffed up big and crisp. Yes, sirree. The best cereal of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Let's say it together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Right. Now, back on the edge of my chair for Wild Bill Hickok.
Now, let's get back to today's Wild Bill Hickok story. Bill, as we know, is planning on storming the outlaw stronghold in Devil's Mountain. But what he doesn't know is that Pete Jennings is planning something himself.
What time do you say it was, then?
It's about 2, I'd say, if I can judge by that moon.
Yeah, we've been waiting like this for over 2 hours.
Seems like it's been 2 days.
Yeah, and I don't like it.
Yeah, me neither. And the boys are getting kind of edgy, too.
You sure you saw Hickok double back to town?
Well, of course I'm sure. I wouldn't say I did if I didn't.
Well, something funny's going on. Where are they? I figured sure they'd be busting up here by now with guns blazing.
Yeah. Well, maybe they ain't going to come. Maybe they ain't crazy enough to think they can attack us in this stronghold.
Yeah, maybe not. Sure seems like a foolish thing to do. Yeah. What's that?
Well, that sounds like a dynamite blast.
Dynamite? But who would be blasting this time of night? There it goes again. What in thunder's going on?
Hey, Pete.
Yeah, what is it, Blackie?
Someone's blasting the back trail.
The mountains are coming down. The whole trail's closed in solid.
What's that mean, Pete?
I don't know.
Well, at least it means Hickok and his partner can't come in that way since it's closed up solid.
But it also means we can't get out.
Yeah, but why? A bugle.
That's the Army charge call.
The Army?
Yeah.
Well, where'd it come from?
I don't know.
Charge!
Wait a minute, that Hickok's voice.
He's leading the charge.
Well, how can we fight against the U.S. Army?
And there ain't no escape. The back trail's blocked in by that blast.
Yeah, and the boys are throwing down their guns.
Well, they can give up, but I ain't. Give me that rifle.
Put down that Winchester, Jennings.
But that's Hickok. He's right above us.
Let me get a shot at him. Oh, my arm.
Get it, Jennings? Ain't no man ever lived fast enough to outshoot Wild Bill Hickok.
All right, you men. Line up. Jingles, take their guns.
I'd consider it a pleasure. Come on, you hombres. Kick those guns over here.
All right, Hickok, you got us, but it took the U.S. Army to do it.
The U.S. Army. Are these coyotes in for a surprise?
You want to meet the U.S. Army, Jennings? Come here, Clay.
Here I am, Mr. Hickok.
Show these gents a bugle, Clay. That was the U.S. Army, Jennings.
And us, too, the sheriff and me.
Why, you tricked us.
He sure did. Your whole pack of bad men captured by 3 men, an old-timer and a kid. Pete Jennings, you ought to hide your head in shame.
Sheriff, I want to apologize to you. You're not a nanny goat at all. You done real well.
Well, thank you, Pappy. And the folks of Flat Rock City will do well to learn from you and from Wild Bill Hickok. Even though you're outnumbered, you got to fight for your rights. And you'll get 'em.
Come on, Sheriff. I'll help you take these men to the lockup.
Come on, you polecats. Move along. Get 'em.
Hey, now, just a minute. I almost forgot something. Now, let me at that Pete Jennings.
Hey, take your hands off of me. What are you doing?
Just fishing in your pocket for something. Now, let me see. Is it in? And here's what I want.
Hey, that's a $20 bill.
Why, Pete, that ain't money. That's my brand new hat.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, hope you'll be around again next week.
Doggone it, Guy. Why can't we find a nice, quiet town with law and order and plenty of good eats?
I don't know about the eats, but you can bet we'll find trouble.
Trouble, always trouble. Guy, I gotta have food with my fighting.
All right, Andy. All you have to do is remember to load up with Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Hey, sure. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir. Be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Colleen Collins, Barton Yarborough, Fred Shields, Stan Farrar, Bill Boucher, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
At Little Cottonwood Creek, I saw a man whose life wasn't worth $10,000. Not even to himself.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just a moment, we will bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentleman. Do you like color in your news? Do you want the sidelights and the inside stories on the day's headlines? Then the program for you is The World Tonight, broadcast 7 nights a week on most of the CBS radio stations. The World Tonight is the program that gives you the plus features in the news the inside stories, the interesting interviews with personalities in the news, and the vital record testimony from important hearings and investigations. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
It has been my intention to send these reports to the London Times in normal sequence. I find, however, that certain incidents take precedence over others. Therefore, I shall postpone writing of several unusual occurrences which took place in Dakota Territory in order to speak of the final chapter in the matter of Belle Siddons, alias Madame Birdie, Archie McLaughlin, and Boone May. It began about a month after McLaughlin and his band had attempted a holdup on a stagecoach. Boone May was a peace officer in Deadwood, one of the most tenacious men I have ever met. He was determined to capture McLaughlin dead or alive, and I knew that he suspected Belle Siddons of being in partnership with the wanted man. The fact that I was well acquainted with the lady put me under the same shadow of suspicion. I had met Miss Siddons for lunch in Deadwood House, a comparatively respectable eating place. I thought she looked rather pale, tired.
Have you heard from Boone May?
In the past couple of days, no.
I wondered.
What's the matter, Belle?
Nothing.
McLaughlin?
I don't know why I should care. It makes no sense.
Have you heard from him?
No.
Do you know if he's still holding out in the timber?
I don't know.
And you're worried?
Yes. He's not a good man. Feeling this way about him, I know it'll only cause me unhappiness.
But you love him?
I suppose I do.
Do you think he loves you?
In his way.
Is that enough?
If I could be with him, it would be.
Why don't you go to him?
No. Boone May is having me watched. I took the chance once, not again.
Hasn't McLaughlin tried to reach you? Sent a message?
2 weeks ago. A note. Said he'd meet me in San Francisco. A place we talked about.
Perhaps he's gone then.
I don't know. That's what I'm afraid of. And I don't know what to do, whether to go. I hate this. Stupidity, behaving like a schoolgirl. First love, it's nonsense.
Is it?
It's interfering with my work. To be a good gambler, one must be able to think clearly. I can't.
Perhaps this is the time I should play 21 with you.
Jeremy, what do you think I should do?
At this moment, look pleasant and unworried.
Good afternoon, madam. Kendall, I've been looking for you.
And will you sit down, Mr. May?
Well, now, thank you. Got a piece of news for you, Kendall. We got one of the fellers was with McLaughlin night of the holdup.
Oh, which one?
Brown, Johnny Brown. Silly son of a gun. I beg your pardon, ma'am. He comes waltzing into town, goes down to Maggie's place, and one of my boys sees him and picks him up.
What about McLaughlin?
Oh, well, we got out of Johnny Boy, found out where they was holed up. Went out to fetch him, but they already hightailed it out of there. You see, there's McLaughlin and Smith and Billy Mansfield.
Any idea where they've gone?
Not yet a while, but I'll get them. Oh, you wouldn't have heard any talk around, would you, madam?
No. Why should I?
Well, now I'll tell you why, ma'am. It seems that Johnny Brown was nigh to sacking his saddle a month back when a lady comes along and digs a hunk of lead out of him. Johnny Brown says the lady was you.
He's a liar.
Well, now, madam, right now it'd be his word against yours, and, well, I ain't so sure which one to stand up in trial. I don't see much sense in arresting you for a merciful act that you done, but I could for not informing the law where a wanted man was hiding out.
The man's a liar. I'd never even heard of him.
Now, he says different, but it ain't worth arguing. Now, this Johnny Brown, he done a lot of talking. And he figures McLaughlin's going to pick up the buried loot he's been collecting, and he'll be heading for San Francisco. Johnny says he's got a lady friend in San Francisco. You ever hear tell of such a thing, madam?
Mr. McLaughlin never confided in me to that extent.
Well, now, I thought maybe he had. You and him being kind of close. What do you think, Kendall?
I don't.
Of course, now, maybe McLaughlin's still around, waiting for a chance to see you, madam. before he goes. You know, I'd surely take it as a kindness if you'd tell me if and he shows up. But I guess that's asking too much now, isn't it?
Mr. Kendall, please excuse me.
That there was a mean, mad woman.
And do you blame her? You know the way she feels about McLaughlin.
Well, sure I do. I just want to see how she'd take the news.
Oh, you've tried that before.
You know what? There's a fact, Kendall. Except in maybe you noticed that I had better luck this time.
You still think she's working with McLaughlin? I tell you she's not.
Well, she's his woman. She already broke the law going to him when he asked her to take the bullet out of Brown. You went too, Kendall.
You knew?
I told you that there Johnny Brown, he talked like a Texan. If and I was a mind to, you know I could arrest you for that.
I imagine you could.
I just kind of figured that you and me thought together. Now, why didn't you tell me you was with her when she went out to fix up that Johnny Brown?
2 reasons. First, I'm a newspaper correspondent. It was my job. I wanted to protect my story.
Ain't your job to protect outlaws, is it?
No. But I gave my word. That's the second reason. 2 of the men wanted to make trouble. They weren't going to let us leave the shack that night. Might have come to shooting. I don't condone what McLaughlin's done. I don't like what he is. But Madame Verdi could have been killed if he hadn't taken our side. That's why I gave my word.
You know, that word of yours, that broke the law. Yeah, it's a good thing, Kendall, that I got a liking for you. Because, you know, if and I didn't, I could have you making hair bridles for the next 5 years.
Long sentence.
Yeah. Now, that McLaughlin, he got maybe $10,000 or better cast away somewheres. It's company money he stole in gold. You know, I got to get it back. Now, if I can get the money along with McLaughlin, that there'd be a real good thing. Savvy?
I gather that either Madame Verdi or I am supposed to know where it's hidden.
Yeah.
I don't. I doubt whether she does.
Well, it might be you don't. I ain't so sure about her.
Tell me, was that true about McLaughlin going to San Francisco?
That's what Johnny Brown says. Of course, now, I don't figure he'll ever make it.
I'd say he's got a fair chance. You sitting here, he's riding west.
Cheyenne. You stop there for a while. That Johnny Brown was supposed to catch up with him there. And Johnny won't, but I will. Would you mind taking the longest ride with me, Kendall? You see, that way you can do a writing chore and I can keep an eye on you.
You afraid I'd tell her where we're going?
Wouldn't you?
Probably.
That's what I mean. Come on.
Maury Amsterdam, Joan Alexander, Bill Balance, and Jim Backus will make up the panel of experts later today on CBS Radio's lively guessing game, Says Who. What makes the prospect so pleasing is the fact that this famous foursome, taken one at a time or collectively, are all people of high good humor and wit. For fun and excitement, join them on CBS Radio later today as most of these same stations present Says Who.
Boone May accompanied me while I went to my hotel to pack my saddlebags. And an hour later, we took the stage out of Deadwood for Cheyenne in Wyoming Territory. There were just the 2 of us, and the only stops we made during the entire journey were for meals or stations at which the horses were changed. But in spite of his precautions, Boone May hadn't counted on Madame Verdi. While we were making our way to Cheyenne, she had not been idle. The lady had heard of our hurried departure from Deadwood and found out the reason for it. A few hours after we left, a deputy peace officer more interested in money than law paid her a visit. His name was Harry Morgan.
What's your proposition, ma'am?
Would you like to earn $1,000?
Yes, ma'am.
You've heard of Archie McLaughlin?
Yes, ma'am, I've heard.
They say he's in Cheyenne.
That's what I hear tell.
Boone May's going out to pick him up.
Yes, ma'am.
If he takes him, he'll bring him back to Deadwood.
You want that happening?
No. A man named Kendall's with May. They left by stage.
You reckon they'll come back same way?
Yes.
You asking a lawman like me to stop at stage and set an outlaw like Archie McLaughlin free?
Yes.
You know, as them say, McLaughlin's got better than 10,000 hid somewhere. You and him partners?
No.
Suppose Boone May don't catch McLaughlin. Be a long ride to Cheyenne for Maine to stop an empty stage.
500 for the ride if May hasn't caught him. 2,000 if Archie's in the coach and you get him out.
How come you think maybe I won't turn you into Boone May for asking that?
Because I know you won't. That's why I asked you to come here.
Uh-huh. It'll take some men. Boone might have other guards with him. It's no job for a man alone. Figure 4 others would be safer along with me.
That's up to you.
2,000 don't go far. Split up between 5.
2,500 then.
That sounds fair.
When will you leave?
As soon as I round up the boys.
All right. If you get to him, tell him to go to San Francisco. Tell him I'll meet him there.
Yes, ma'am.
One more thing. Do you know what Mr. Kendall looks like?
Yes, ma'am. He's that newspaper fella. I seen him.
He's not to be hurt.
Well, no telling what happens in a shooting match. Boone May ain't likely to give up McLaughlin so easy. You reckon you better give me some money before I go? The boys will want some.
I'll give you 500 now. The rest will be on deposit for you at the bank. Collectible if Archie's free.
Uh-huh. I reckon it's better if you give me 2,500 now. If I don't get McLaughlin, or if Boone May ain't caught him, well, I'll give you back the 2,000. That's fair, ain't it?
No.
You don't trust me?
No.
Well, I see you ain't got no choice. I don't trust you to pay me later, so you gotta trust me. You got to if you want your Archie back.
Wait here. I'll get your money.
And I says to her, you got to if you want your Archie back. And she hands over the whole thing, 2,500. Now, boys, seems to me we're working mighty cheap to take a chance like getting a prisoner away from Boone May.
I ain't all fired anxious to get in a powder-burning contest with Boone. I seen him use artillery. He ain't the fastest, nor he ain't the slowest by a long way.
Against 5 of us, Boone May ain't no bigger fool than another man. Besides, we ain't gonna take that big a chance. If he got too many for us, we'll take to the Tule, split the dinero, let it go at that. But if we can take...
Ease the talk, Morgan.
I hear tell Archie's got 10,000 or more here, or maybe carrying on him. Now, that's worth saving any man for.
Any man? 10,000.
Which, along with his 2,500, makes fair fighting wages. What do you say?
Now, wait a minute. How's about Boone May? He recognizes us, he'll be gunning for us.
Pinky, wasn't you never a vigilante? Masks, we'll wear masks. Now, you got any more food questions, ask them later. We'll travel light, boys. I'll meet you back here half hour.
These conversations, plans we knew nothing about as our stage rolled on toward Cheyenne. Boone May seemed uncommonly sure about his chances of capturing McLaughlin. At the time, I didn't share his optimism, which, as it turned out, was a mistake on my part. I should have known better than to underestimate his capabilities. Boone May was a very thorough man.
A gentleman of sentiment, our man about music is Mitch Miller on CBS Radio. Sunday evenings, he gathers unto himself a group of show folks of equal sentiment and talent for a bull session on the trade. Mitch and his friends do their talking right before CBS Radio's microphones, where everyone can hear them. Tonight and every Sunday, over most of these stations, get the inside story on show business from The Mitch Miller Show.
To report that Archie McLaughlin and his 2 companions were captured after a bitter gun battle would make colorful reading, but such was not the case. When we arrived in Cheyenne, the men were already in custody of the Cheyenne Marshal. Boone May had telegraphed ahead, and 4 hours after receiving a message, McLaughlin, Mansfield, and Smith were arrested while drinking a toast to freedom. They were put in irons, and accompanied by 1 other Cheyenne peace officer, we started on a return journey by stage to Deadwood.
be passing through Fort Laramie directly. And maybe you boys like to take your last look.
I'll be coming this way again.
If you do, you're going to be an old man, McLaughlin. The charges against you is going to add up to more years than any man's got a right to live.
Bet you wish they'd hang us, huh, Boone?
Maybe you deserve to, Mansfield, but the law is the law. And the law says you're going to stand trial for robbery. You get a fair shake in Deadwood. Robbery ain't a hanging crime like in some places.
How come you're along with him, Kendall?
I think Mr. May was afraid that Madame Birdie and I would ride to Cheyenne to warn you.
How is she?
Better than she'll be when she sees you like this.
Oh, you've won. You've got your man. Why rub salt in the wound?
What'd you do with the money you hid, McLaughlin?
What money?
That 10,000 or more. Well, ain't no use playing ignorant. Half of Deadwood knows about that loot. But it'll go easier at the trial if you turn it back to the company.
Sorry, Boone. I got all kinds of plans what to do with it.
Ain't gonna do you no good in the Hooskow.
What's the matter, Boone? You gonna lose reward money if Archie don't fess up?
The law'll go easier on you. That's what I'm saying.
You know, hearing you talk curls my gut, Boone. Leastways, I don't mind admitting I'm a no-good highline rider. Only difference between us is you hide behind a badge for your kind of steal.
You lie, McLaughlin. I never stole in my life.
Talk about law, Kendall. Get this here peace officer to tell you about the times he shut an eye when a gold shipment's been...
Kendall! Get out of that coach or we'll make wolf meat out of you.
It's a holdup, Boone.
We got you on both sides and behind. Get out slow, hands way high, you hear?
What's the matter, Boone? Ain't you gonna fight back?
Man's a fool to take our more than he can handle. There's too many of them.
Well, I'm right glad to see you, boys. Archie McLaughlin's the name. This here's Boone May, peace officer in Deadwood, taking me and my pals in.
You're Boone May, huh?
That's right.
Thank you. Take your gun.
Sure.
All right, Boone May. You and the other fella, you stand right there. Driver, stay up on that box. You, McLaughlin, the other two. Get over here under the tree.
Don't seem like no proper hold-up to me.
I have an idea it isn't.
That's just fine, McLaughlin.
That feller's voice.
Now, we ain't gonna waste time, because
I swear I heard it
who might
before.
be coming along the trail. Couple you boys get that rope over that limb yonder.
A necktie party for Boone May? You won't see no weeping from me, mister.
You ain't got it straight, McLaughlin. It's like this. We're vigilantes, see? Law and order, that's us. Now, we know all about you. We know what you done, why you're going back to Deadwood. But we figure it ain't right you should get off without paying for your sins. So, McLaughlin, if you're carrying that $10,000 or whatever, you hand it over right now.
I ain't carrying nothing.
Boone, may you take it off him?
No, he never had it. Now, look, you want to help the law, that's just fine, but that ain't the way...
Boone. Where's your head, McLaughlin?
No use asking, mister.
Archie ain't gonna do you no good, Dad.
Not much sense you fellas getting strung up on account of him. You won't tell us?
We don't know.
How's about it, McLaughlin?
Go ahead, hang me. I ain't giving you nothing.
You figure maybe we don't mean business? You, what's your name?
Smith. Jack Smith.
You got a prayer? Say it.
Archie, tell him. Archie.
Oh, my God.
That's murder. Murder, you can't do that.
I done it, Boone May. You won't be next. Now, you see, McLaughlin? Now you know, because you seen I ain't no flannel mouth. Now, I ask you, where's that money hid?
Oh, go.
You tell him, Arch. You gotta tell. There's no call for us to get murdered on account of money. What good's it? What good, Arch? Tell him.
All right, boys, get the rope round his neck.
No.
Take that one first.
No, Arch, tell him. Fellas, please, it ain't my fault.
You tell him, McLaughlin.
Don't do it.
That's a spit you wish you had in your throat by and by, mister. String him up.
Don't!
A moment later, the rope was put around McLaughlin's neck. He didn't fight, only stood there waiting. And then they lynched him. After that, the 5 masked men rode away. Boone May and I cut down McLaughlin's body and buried him under the tree with Mansfield and Smith. Then we went back to Deadwood. It was early morning when we arrived. I went straight to Belle Siddons. She'd been asleep. Looked very young, fragile. She listened dry-eyed.
He didn't tell?
No.
He should have. I wish he had. It was my fault. I wanted to help him.
You knew what was going to happen? Those men?
I sent them. I killed him. Please. Go away.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Candle? You tell him?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I'm glad you did. A fellow like you knows how to do a thing like that.
Yes, I'm very good at things like that.
Well, how about a drink? I could use one after the ride.
No, thanks.
Oh. Well, I'll see you. Candle? Did she say anything about where the money was hid?
No. Nothing.
Yeah. Too bad. So long.
Frontier Gentlemen was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Jack Crucian, Gene Lansworth, Harry Bartell, Richard Perkins, and Jack Moyles. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentlemen. Bud Sewell speaking.
As gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
On King! On, you husky!
Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. There's no one that can make a better cereal than Quaker puffed wheat. It's neat. And when you hear that shootin', you're darn tootin'. The Quaker makes the ones shot from guns. And why not make breakfast a bang-up meal every morning? pour out a bowl full of the one shot from guns, delicious Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice. They're actually exploded up to 8 times normal size, puffed to perfection. A deluxe treat with milk or cream and sliced bananas. So tomorrow, reach for the big red and blue package of crisp, delicious Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice. Johnny Hamilton's trading post was in the forest about 10 miles north of Grand Ledge. He woke up one morning to learn that his assistant, Lou Wilson, had absconded during the night, taking $500 in cash. Johnny left his mother in charge of the post and drove into Grand Ledge to report the robbery. It was agreed that if he didn't find a Mountie there, he would go on to Dawson. So Mrs. Hamilton wasn't exactly worried when the hours passed and he didn't return. Her thoughts were with her son constantly, however. Otherwise, she might not have wondered why a single Indian didn't appear at the post to trade. No one entered the store at all until the afternoon light began to fail and a traveler stopped his team outside.
Good afternoon, stranger. What can I do for you?
Howdy, man.
The man's beard was touched with frost, and his dark eyes were shadowed by the hood of his parka. But Mrs. Hamilton was sure she had never seen him before.
Is there anything you want?
Well, a little tobacco, maybe, kid, if you have it.
Why, yes, Oh, there doesn't seem to be any on the counter. Would you mind bringing that step ladder over? There's a carton on the top shelf.
Well, I'll get it for you, ma'am. Here it is.
Well, that's so kind of you.
So you run this store all by yourself, huh?
Oh, no, it's my son's post. I'm just tending to business while he's away. It's the carton with the blue label.
Oh, yeah.
Reach in and get a half a dozen packages.
Right. Does your son leave you alone much?
No, I expect him back in a minute.
Well, a post this size, he should have someone to help run it. Besides you, I mean.
Well, as a matter of fact, he did until this morning. He had a man named Lou Wilson working for him. Lou turned out to be a thief. Lit out with all our cash. Over $500.
Oh, that's too bad. I was wondering if I might stay the night.
We have a cabin for travelers, the second one. It's $2, and I'll give you supper and breakfast.
Well, that suits me fine.
Just a second.
What's the matter?
Time the lamp was lit. There.
Well?
I thought so. There was something about your voice. After all these years.
You haven't changed much, Mary.
I'm 45.
So am I.
20 years. It's only your eyes that are the same. You changed a great deal, Harry. And, of course, with a beard, it's no wonder I didn't recognize you. Did you know when you came here?
Yes. Someone in Dawson happened to mention a trading post run by Johnny Hamilton. I asked questions, and finally there was no doubt in my mind. What brought you here, all the way from Wyoming?
You sent us here, Harry.
I?
You deserted us 20 years ago.
You haven't been here that long.
Johnny was 5, and he grew up with the knowledge that his father was an outlaw.
A famous outlaw, Mary.
That made it worse. Everyone knew he was Harry Hamilton's son. And when he was 15, you were caught and sent to prison. That made him a convict son.
Yes.
When he was 20, he came up here.
5 years ago.
He sent for me last year. You ask me why we're here. Now you have the answer. You.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Sorry?
I've paid my debt to society. I'd like to pay my debt to you and Johnny.
As if that were possible. How could you possibly make up for the years of heartbreak and shame? I'm not talking about myself, you understand. It's Johnny's heartbreak, Johnny's shame. Making him give up his home and his friends. Making him come here to this wilderness to escape from you. What can you do to make up for that?
Well, I could work for him.
Oh, no, he hates you. If you ever met face to face, I believe he'd kill you.
He need never know who I am. I don't call myself Harry Hamilton anymore. It's Harry Harding. And you didn't recognize me. Why should Johnny?
How could you ask such a thing?
I'm only asking for a little forgiveness, a chance, Mary.
It's impossible. Now get out of here before it's too late. There's murder in Johnny's heart where you're concerned. If he should ever find out, he would... It is too late. There he is now.
You needn't tell him who I am.
But if he guesses, he...
Good luck, Mom. Sergeant Preston drove into Grand Ledge while I was there. He's come back with me, and he... Hello there.
Howdy, son.
What's wrong, Mom?
Oh, nothing. This traveler just stopped in for some tobacco. Here it is, sir. 10 cents, please.
Oh, thank you. And I'd also like to stay the night.
Of course, the second cabin. The cot's all made up and there's a fire laid in the stove. Mom will call you for supper.
Your mother's told me about your assistant running away. If there's anything I can do...
No, the sergeant's taken over.
Oh, where is he?
In Lou's cabin. Looking for something that might give King the scent. If anyone can pick up the trail, it's King. Oh, here they are now. Well, Sergeant?
Nothing there. Well, hello, Mrs. Hamilton.
Hello, Sergeant. How are you, King?
And Harry. Well, surprised meeting you here.
Well, just taking a little trip, Sergeant. I haven't introduced myself to Johnny. The name's Harry Harding.
Well, pleased to meet you. Sergeant, you've been looking for something that Lou wore a lot.
That's right.
I should have remembered. He left a parka out in the kitchen, a white fox parka.
Oh.
I'll show it to you.
Listen,
Those are drums from the Indian village.
they sound like war drums.
That couldn't be. Our Indians on the warpath? Never. Would you like to see the parka?
Yes, if you please.
This way.
You mind if I come along?
Not at all. Mom, we can't let the sergeant and his team hit the trail without giving them something to eat.
I should say not, son. I'll have supper ready in 10 minutes.
I'm not promising that King will be able to pick up a trail around here. There's been a lot of snow since last night.
Well, here's the parka.
Oh, beautiful pelts.
Good for show, but not for go.
Yes, it's heavy.
He always wore a drill parka when he wanted to travel fast.
Here, King. Here, boy. Get the scent. Fine fella, fine.
He's starting for the store. Lou was in there last night just before he left.
He's coming back.
And looking at the outside door.
There's someone out there. An Indian was lying in the snow just outside the door. He was trying to raise himself to his feet, and the sergeant and his companions could see a red stain on his caribou jacket.
It's Wimago, the head man of the village. He's been wounded.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. Say, fellas and girls, I can hardly believe it, but somebody gave me a magic word. And if I whisper it 3 times, I'll be able to talk to dogs and understand what they say. Gee, why don't I go over right now and talk to one of Sergeant Preston's team of Huskies? And here goes. Abulakazar. 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 Hey, you're a friendly-looking husky. Hello there.
Hi, Bub. What's on your mind?
Well, I've been wondering how you huskies like to pull a sled behind Sergeant Preston's dog, Yukon King.
Why, I'd pull my head off for King. He's the greatest lead dog in Yukon.
Sounds as if you like your job as much as I like mine.
What do you do?
Well, I tell fellas and girls about the swell-tasting breakfast cereals shot from guns. Delicious Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat.
Did you say shot from guns?
Yep. They're exploded up to 8 times normal size. So they're bigger, better tasting, and full of bang-up nut-like flavor. Crisp as can be, too, because of the sealed inner lining in the package.
At times it might be worthwhile being a human instead of a husky.
And when it comes to nourishment, fellas and girls, Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice furnish extra food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. Yes, you get a delicious and a nourishing breakfast treat when you eat Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat. The breakfast cereals shot from guns. Now to continue. Sergeant Preston lifted the wounded Indian in his arms and carried him into the post. Johnny led the way to his own bedroom, and there the sergeant stripped off the stained jacket and found a bullet wound in the shoulder. By the time he had dressed it, Wamago had recovered his strength and was able to speak.
Sergeant Preston, it's good you here.
Who shot you?
Tagish.
Tagish? Well, he's the renegade who was sent to jail for manslaughter.
Yes. Him come back to village. Young braves them listen to Tagish, not to Wamago. Them go on warpath.
So he's up to his old tricks of inciting a rebellion.
Indians want Lou Wilson.
What's that?
You not know, Johnny, but Lou cheat Indian many time. Last night on trail, young brave and Natu meet Lou on trail. Them make big talk, fight. Lou shoot.
He killed Natu?
Natu hurt plenty bad, but him get back to village. Tell Indian Lou shoot him. Then him die. Me say this case for police, but Tagish there, him speak in council. Him say police no good. All brave turn away from my words. Tagish shoot me. Them come down here plenty soon. Them want Lou Wilson. You let them take Lou, maybe them go away.
But Lou isn't here.
That's why he ran away last night. He knew the Indians would be after him.
He knew the law would be after him.
Chief, Lou's run away with all our money.
That plenty bad. Indian not think so.
Huh?
He means the Indians will think we're lying if we tell them he isn't here.
Well, let them search the place.
That would be dangerous. Remember, we're dealing with Tagish. I know the way his mind works. He's using this murder as an excuse to start a full-scale insurrection.
Him say this land belong to Indian. Indians must make law, drive all others out.
You see? Let them in here and they'd kill us all and loot the post. After the young braves had a taste of looting, Tagish would march them on to Grand Ledge.
But what can we do? Leave the post and let them loot it?
No, Johnny. Board up the windows and fight them off.
For how long? We don't have much ammunition.
I'll get word to Dawson.
How?
By King. One word is all he'll need. Headquarters. He should be able to get there in 3 hours. I'll write a note, stick it in his collar. I'll ask the inspector for every man he can spare. Do you have a pencil and paper handy?
On the table.
Get to work on those windows.
Right, Sergeant.
The sergeant's note was written and tied firmly to King's collar. Then the great dog was sent on his way.
Headquarters, King.
The great dog raced across the clearing.
Now for the windows.
All the windows in the post, the 2 in the store, 1 on either side in the bedrooms, the 2 in the kitchen, were boarded up completely, except for a small opening to sight and shoot through.
That ought to do it.
Ammunition cases were opened, and all the available rifles were loaded. The preparations for the defense were completed. Mrs. Hamilton, arguing her long experience with a rifle in the West, insisted on taking her post at the window in her bedroom. Johnny was assigned to the store, Harry to the other bedroom, and the sergeant stayed in the kitchen. A constant watch was kept on every angle of the wide clearing in which the post was centered. Soon the Indians made their appearance at the edge of the forest at the rear of the post. The sergeant called everyone into the kitchen.
There only seemed to be about 15, 20 at the most. The young braves Wamago spoke of.
Wilson! Give us Wilson! Give us the man who killed Natu!
Wilson isn't here! I'm telling you the truth. This is Sergeant Preston. Go back to your village. Wilson will be found and arrested. Leave him to the law. Tagish's work. He refuses to let them listen. Now hold your fire. Wait until you have a target before you shoot.
Tagish can persuade them to charge.
They must cross 50 yards of open ground before they reach us. We can stop them.
That takes care of one of them.
Here they come, all of them.
The first charge was driven back after 3 Indians had been shot. There was another lull, this one lasting nearly half an hour. And from the movement of the Indians in the forest, it could be seen that Tagish meant to shift his attack to the front of the post. As a result, the defenders were in position when the Indians broke from the cover of the trees once more.
Get ready.
All set, Sergeant.
This time, they nearly reached the post before they faltered and turned back. 6 more Indians lay on the ground, not dead, but wounded.
Hold your fire.
And the sergeant ordered to cease fire while they crawled back to the cover of the trees. Soon, 2 campfires could be seen through the trees. The Indians seemed to be settling down for a siege.
That's fine.
Yeah, the ammunition's getting low.
The longer they wait, the more chance there is of relief getting here in time.
The fresh snowfall cut down King's speed, and it was not until 10 o'clock that he reached Dawson and raced down Front Street toward headquarters. The sergeant had given him 2 commands that evening. One was to find the man who owned the White Fox parka. The other was to go to headquarters. In King's mind, each were equally important. And when he caught the scent of the man in the crowd of miners on the street, he ran straight toward him. Lou Wilson was heading for the cabin of a friend where he meant to spend the night. He was startled when King suddenly barred his way, barking defiance.
Hey, what the...
But only for a moment.
Get out of the way, you mutt. Get out of the way.
King refused to budge and barked even more frantically. A crowd gathered around the man and the dog.
Let me get through there.
And soon Constable Downey pushed his way through.
What's going on
This
here?
dog's trying to kill me.
Why, it's King. What's the matter, boy? Where's the sergeant? Are you?
That dog should be locked up or shot. He's a menace.
King wouldn't annoy you unless he has a good reason. Now, what's your name?
Lou hesitated. There were several men in the crowd who knew him by sight, so he had to tell the truth.
It's Lou Wilson.
Wish I knew what you were trying to tell me, King, but since I don't, there's nothing to do but... Hey, what's that tied to your collar? A note. That's from the sergeant.
The constable read the note by the light from a cafe window. Besides an appeal for help, it described the shooting which had led up to the crisis at the trading post.
So your name is Lou Wilson, and you've been working for Johnny Hamilton.
No, I'm a prospector.
You're lying. You're under arrest. You're coming to headquarters with me.
Shortly before midnight, Taggies led a series of attacks on the trading post. When the last of them had been repulsed, the defenders' ammunition was almost gone. Everyone inside the post knew the next attack must be the last. And it was a long time in coming. Johnny and his mother sat near the stove, their heads bowed, their eyes closed. The sergeant stood guard at the window, while Harry was writing something at the kitchen table. He finished, folded the paper, and rose from his chair.
Sergeant,
Yes, Harry.
will you witness my signature? I just made my will.
Of course.
Thank you. Now, will you keep it for me?
If anything happens to you, the same thing will happen to me.
One never can tell. This is just in case.
Very well, I'll keep it for you.
You're tired, Sergeant. Let me stand guard a while, huh?
I'm all right.
We depend on your shooting, Sergeant. Give your eyes a few minutes' rest.
Well...
Just a few minutes.
All right. Call me if you see anything at all.
I shall.
The sergeant drew another chair up to the stove. He closed his eyes, only to rest them. But the warmth of the stove and his fatigue were too much for him. He fell asleep. He had no idea how long he slept when he was awakened by the shouts of the Indians. Both Johnny and he jumped to their feet.
They're coming again.
Where's Harry?
Well, perhaps he's in the store.
The 2 men ran to the windows. There, halfway across the clearing, they saw a man wearing a white fox parka walking toward the forest.
That's Harry.
Oh, no. No.
What's he doing?
He's given himself up.
Oh, what for? Harry!
He's wearing the white parka. Perhaps he hopes the Indians will think he's Lou Wilson.
That's crazy. The Indians know Wilson. Harry, come back here.
It's too late. There's Tuggy stepping out from the trees.
With a rifle.
Stand aside, Johnny.
You hit him, Sergeant. You hit target.
Harry's been hit, too.
It was true. Both the renegade Tagish and Harry were lying face down in the snow. A great wailing rose from the forest. It died away. And then, from around their campfire, the Indians could be seen lifting their wounded and carrying them away in the direction of the village.
They've had enough.
Yes, more than half of them are wounded. Now they've lost their leader and they're through. I'm going after Harry.
Tagish, the renegade, was dead, with 2 bullets through his chest. As the sergeant examined the body...
Harry hit him, too. No telling which bullet killed him.
Harry had also been hit in the chest, but he was still alive, and the sergeant carried him into the post, where he worked feverishly to save his life. He extracted the bullet and bound the wound. Still, Harry's eyes remained closed, his pulse faint, his breathing shallow. There was nothing to do but wait and hope. Then a chorus of barking filled the clearing as 3 sleds were driven up to the trading post, and a few minutes later, 6 Mounties headed by Inspector Conrad entered the post. The sergeant made a complete report to the inspector.
So you think the Indians have gone back to their village?
I'm sure of it, sir. Don't you agree, Wimago?
No, you punish them?
I I don't believe they'll make any more trouble now that Tagish is dead, Inspector.
That right. Some Indian die, many get hurt. Them learn lesson.
Will they accept you as their chief again?
Them glad listen to me now.
Then we'll leave that discipline in your hands. And you can tell them that Lou Wilson has been arrested and will stand trial for murder.
What's that?
Oh, yes, Sergeant. And it was King who caught him.
King?
Picked him out of the crowd on Front Street and held him at bay until I got there. When I read the note you tied to King's collar, I arrested Wilson and found the $500 he'd stolen on him. That's all there was to it.
I told King to find the man who owned the White Fox parka. When he caught his scent in Dawson, he went to work. Good boy, King.
Sergeant,
Yes, Mrs. Hamilton?
Harry's conscious. He wants to talk to you.
Good. Excuse me, Inspector.
Of course.
Do you want to speak to the sergeant alone, Harry?
No, Mary. Both of you. Please come here. Sergeant.
Better not try to talk too much.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm done for. I want to tell you why.
Why you put on the parka and left the post?
Yes. You said Indians would be all right without Tagish. I thought maybe with the parka on, they'd mistake me for Wilson until I got real close. Then I was going to shoot Tagish.
You did shoot him, and the Indians ran away.
Good. Saved us all.
Yes, you saved us all.
Good. The will, Sergeant.
I read it.
The money, Northwest Bank. The claim on El Dorado should bring a lot. It all goes...
I understand. To Mrs. Hamilton and her son.
May I tell him, Mary?
Yes, Harry.
You see, Sergeant, Mary's my wife. Just a little something for you at the end, Mary.
Oh, no.
Could I see the boy?
Yes, I'll call him. I'll tell him about you.
No, not now. Maybe sometime later.
Johnny,
Yes, Mom?
please come in here.
What?
Harry.
Yes, Harry?
Will you shake hands, Johnny?
Sure.
Take good care of your mother, son.
Both of us, we can't tell you.
No, never mind.
I only wish
What?
I only wish I had a father like you.
Do you, son? Good boy.
Sergeant.
He's gone.
Oh, no.
Great guy.
Yes. Quiet, King. This case is closed.
Sergeant Preston will return in just a moment with a word about our next exciting adventure.
Check and double check.
Yes, check. And see if the whole family, from Junior to Grandma, doesn't prefer delicious Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat for breakfast.
Check and see how much they like the toasty, nut-like flavor of the good, natural grain.
The sun-ripened flavor that Old Mother Nature puts into it.
These premium grains are never coated with factory sweetening.
And Mother will double-check on this.
Some of the family like their cereal not so sweet, while others like it ever so sweet.
Now, here's the beauty of Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat.
The whole family can sweeten them with sugar just the way they like them.
You bet. That's the way to enjoy the good toasty flavor of the ones shot from guns.
Remember, eat a better breakfast, enjoy a better day.
Check and double check on the way everybody in your family goes for delicious, crisp, fresh Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice.
And now, here is Sergeant Preston.
Reporting for duty, Inspector.
Sergeant, a man named Sam Savage has disappeared.
Sam Savage? Well, he's an ex-convict.
Yes. Now he's wanted on suspicion of robbing and murdering the owner of a gold mine. He probably knows that if he's captured, he'll hang.
I'll bring him in, sir.
Sam Savage knows he must flee the Yukon to escape the gallows. A two-time killer, he is surely prepared to kill again to reach the safety of the border. Don't miss this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Fred Flowerday, and supervised by Charles D. Livingston. The part of Sergeant Preston, played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday at this same time. On Thursday, by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. The breakfast cereal shot from guns. Boys, girls, hurry. Get this special brand new collection of 18 Braves of Indian Nations trading cards. That's 18 Indian trading cards, all different, all reproductions of original paintings of famous Indians. Set includes Arapaho War Dance, Hopi Snake Dancer, Blackfeet Buffalo Hunter, Sitting Bull Geronimo Crazy Horse, to name a few. Every card in full colors, stiff back, regular playing card size. These exciting Indian trading cards are not on sale in stores. They're offered only by Quaker Pack-O-10. That's Quaker Pack-O-10. 10 crisp, fresh individual servings of 6 different favorite ready-to-serve cereals. Remember, only Pack-O-10 has wheat and rice shot from guns. And inside special new packages now at grocers, you get a sample Indian trading card free of extra cost. To get entire collection of 18 in a hurry, do this. But act fast. Supply is limited. Right now, tonight, send name, address, and 10 cents. That's only 10 cents, together with money-back guarantee seal or special order blank from bottom of Pack-O-10 package. Mail to Indian Cards, Box 712. I'll repeat that, Box 712, Chicago 77, Illinois. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. Listen tomorrow at this same time to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the drink that makes you feel fresh again, delicious Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. The legends of the Old West are full of names of outlaws whose 6 guns blasted defiance and death to law and order. But there was none more deadly or more feared than the ruthless gunfighter, Pharaoh Stroud. When Pharaoh was trapped and taken alive by a sheriff's posse, the call went out to United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles to escort the killer back to Abilene for trial, bringing them face to face with mob violence, and a strange outlaw's bargain.
That must be the jailhouse up ahead, Jingles.
Yeah, and take a squint at that mob out in front.
Looks like trouble.
Now, wouldn't you know it?
Yeah, they sure got blood in their eyes, all right.
I reckon they got a right to feel that way.
We can't help how they feel, Jingles.
Pharaoh never gave anyone an even break.
But no one has a right to take law into his own hands.
We want Pharaoh! We want Pharaoh!
Hey, look, they got a rope, Bill. They're going to rush the jailhouse.
Come on, Jingles. We're riding through.
Hey, who's that coming? Is that Wild Bill Hickok? Hey, Marshal, we want Pharaoh. You ain't planning to take him away from us.
We're taking him back to justice, mister. Those are my orders.
Well, we're giving you new orders. You turn him over to us. We'll give him justice at the end of a rope.
If you do, it'll be over my dead body.
Now, Bill, don't talk like that.
Maybe that can be arranged, Hickok. We got 100 guns out here that say we're taking him.
And I've got 2 guns here that say you're not.
How many of us could you stop with those, Hickok?
I don't know. Who'd like to be the first to find out?
Look out!
All right. He's not hurt. Only grazed him. Now pick him up and go on home. All of you.
Come on, Bill. Let's get inside.
We ain't through, Hickok. We'll get Pharaoh yet.
I'll remember your face, mister, the next time you try it.
Great jumping Jehoshaphat. I'm plumb glad you got here when you did, gents. I couldn't have held off that pack of wolves for long.
Hey, did you see the way Bill scared them off, Sheriff?
I sure did. I've been sitting mighty uneasy with that concerned murderer caged up in this Cracker Barrel jail.
Well, we're here to take him off your hands, Sheriff.
You know, even without that mob, you're going to have your hands full, believe me. That Pharaoh is full of more tricks than a corkscrew cyclone.
And just about as crooked, too.
Yeah.
Well, I reckon if anyone can take the kinks out of him, Sheriff, it's Wild Bill Hickok.
Well, that's what I figured, son.
Why, Sheriff, my partner here eats bigger men than him and spits out varmints like Pharaoh as if they was peach stones.
All right, Jingles, never mind.
Well, doggone it, Bill, you know it's true. Now, what about the time you grabbed the tail of a polecat, lassoed him with it, and then...
Jingles?
Oh, all right, Bill, all right.
Well, that must have been quite a tale, young fella.
It was. A tall one. Where's Pharaoh now, Sheriff?
Well, I got him locked up back here. But I'm telling you, it's like courting a load of dynamite with a fuse burning short.
Well, let's have a look at him.
Yeah, the worst part of it is he ain't worried. Just sits there smiling like he's got the black ace up his sleeve.
It don't seem natural for a man with practically a rope around his neck.
That's what I'm telling you. He ain't human. Yeah. After you, gents. There. There goes the darn hyena now. When he ain't laughing, he's singing. Hey, Pharaoh, you get company.
Well. I sure been looking forward to this. Hello, Bill.
Pharaoh? Well, you're Bob Stroud, aren't you?
Now, don't tell me you know this Sidewinder, Marshal.
Know me? Well, we were kids together. Ain't that right, Bill? I'm sorry. I just can't get used to calling you Marshal.
Yeah, that's right. Bob Stroud. I can't believe it.
Well, I'll be jiggered. Well, I reckon you never thought you'd be looking at him through iron bars, eh, Marshal?
You should have known I come to no good end, Bill. Got off to a bad start.
Yeah, because of your dad.
Sure. You were the only one who stuck up for me, remember? When the kids used to say my old man was a jailbird.
It wasn't your fault that your dad was hanged, Pharaoh, but that's no excuse for what you've done.
Well, I reckon I drifted the way the wind blew.
Well, I'm sorry, Pharaoh.
Sorry? I figured you owe me more than a sorry, Bill.
I haven't forgotten you saved my life.
What now? You mean this maverick saved your life, Bill?
Sure. Time Bill was in swimming, stuck his head up, nearly got it knocked off by a floating log. Yeah, I pulled him out. More dead than alive. You remember our bargain, Bill.
I'll keep my part of the bargain, Pharaoh. I'll keep you alive as long as I can. Till you've had a fair trial in Abilene.
That ain't exactly what I had in mind.
Darnation, listen to that.
Them ornery owl hoots is back again.
Yeah, but I can see them out this window, Bill. They got burning torches with them now.
The loco sidewinders, they're figuring to set this jailhouse on fire.
Well, it looks like this is a showdown, Farrell.
Just like old times, Bill. You pulling me out of scrapes, sticking up for me against all the rest.
Don't crowd your luck, Farrell. This is my job, that's all.
Here they come, Bill.
All right, Hickok. We don't want no harm to come to no federal marshal. Not if we can help it. Leave your guns in there and come on out.
That's him, Sam Sawyer, good old chicken-hearted Sam. He's really scared.
He's scared?
What do you mean, Farrell?
I swore if I ever broke out of this fleet trap, I'd hunt Sam out and gun him down. Old Sam's taking no chances.
You got about as much chance of getting out of here
as you have, buddy.
Huh? Well, I see what you mean.
All right, Sawyer, this is your last warning. Call off your dogs before it's too late.
And this is our last warning, Hickok. Run out of there and leave Farrow to us. Or die in there with him.
Here, let me poke my snoot up in that there window. I'll talk some sense into the varmints.
Careful, Sheriff. You can't reason with a mob.
Now listen here to me, you fools. You all know me. Doggone it, I raised half of you. I know you got better sense. Now what in blazes come over you?
Pull your head in, Sheriff, if you don't want it blown off.
Sawyer, you ornery horn-toad. You're bad as a fellow you're trying to lynch. You was his best friend. You sold him out. Folks, don't let that snake make you fight his battles for him. He got me. I was only trying to help him.
Come on, what are we waiting for? Let's get Farrow.
He's done for, Bill.
All right, they asked for it.
Bill, let me out of here. Let me do something.
Haven't you done enough already? Now another good man is dead on account of you.
Bill, I give you my word. I won't try and escape, not from you.
You know I can't trust you, Farrell.
But you gotta trust me.
Looks like you were right, Farrell. Can't scare him off without hurting someone.
Hey, they set the torch to the jail.
We'll fry like steer meat in here.
Jingles, get the keys off the sheriff. Let Farrell out.
Okay, Bill.
Well, out of the frying pan into the fire.
Bill, the walls are going.
The roof will come down next.
We've got to make a break.
They'll pick us off like setting ducks when we head out that door.
It's our only chance. Farrell, grab the sheriff's gun.
Hurry, Bill, the roof is going.
Wild Bill and Jingles are putting on a real show for us, aren't they, partners? Well, I'm putting on a pretty good show myself, digging into this here box of corn pops. Now I want to have a little chat with you young'uns who haven't tasted Kellogg's corn pops yet. Take it from old Panhandle Jim, you're missing some real eating. Kellogg's corn pops are golden hearts of corn, all popped up big and sassy. They're crisp and crunchy. And listen to this. They're already sweetened for you. Eat them right out of the box, or for some real chow at breakfast, in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. Now, how does that sound for a treat? You've never tasted a cereal as downright good as Kellogg's Corn Pops. I'll stake my favorite saddle you never enjoyed better eating. Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops, so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, here's that famous saying that's on every box of Kellogg's Corn Pops. I'm going to ask you to say it with me in a little while. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. And Pops love Pops. Now you're talking. Well, let's get back and see what's happened to Wild Bill and Jingles.
When an angry lynch mob led by Sam Sawyer stormed the jailhouse and set it afire, Wild Bill with Jingles and their prisoner Farrell Stroud had to make a run for it, just as the fire brought the flimsy jailhouse walls crashing down around them.
Here they come! Running out the jailhouse door! Come on, men, let's get them! Hey, I come back here, you loco sheep herders! Where's everyone running to? Where are they going, Elton?
Looks like you overplayed your hand, Sawyer. You didn't think this mob was going to set still for a pair of gunslingers like Bill Hickok and Farrell Stroud. A pack of them scattering like scared jackrabbits. Come back here, all of you!
Save your breath, Sawyer. It didn't set so well with the crowd when you plugged the sheriff. They love that old longhorn. The best thing we can do now is vamoose, and I mean pronto.
We don't stop Pharaoh now, Elkins.
I know. Pharaoh swore to nail your hide to the bunkhouse wall. Now you got Hickok gunning for you. You made a fine mess of things.
Everybody's gone, Elkins. We're all alone here.
I don't think they spotted us yet. Back at this woodpile. Come on, Sawyer. We can sneak through that stable back of us. Then if we're lucky, we can reach the corral.
I figured we had him for sure. You low down here. You hit me for?
To wake you up, you spineless crawfish. We're in trouble, bad trouble, savvy?
Yeah, I savvy.
Come on now. We're making tracks. We'll be lucky to get out of this with our skins.
Yeah, but if we do, we'll get Pharaoh and Hickok another way. And I think I know the way.
Just take a sniff of that prairie breeze, Bill. Ain't it heavenly?
Near to heaven as I'll ever get, I reckon. Never figured any of us would be smelling that again, huh, Bill?
It looked pretty bad there for a while. Thanks for not trying to escape, Pharaoh.
I didn't have much choice, Bill. Mob on one side and you with your fist full of guns on the other. No, sir, I know which side my bread's buttered on.
Oh, now you would go and mention bread and butter and me with my stomach full of wide open spaces.
Just to make it official, Pharaoh, you'd better hand over that gun now.
Ah, sure, Bill.
No, not that way. Just lift it out with 2 fingers, Pharaoh. Easy like.
Still don't trust me, huh?
Would you?
Not if I was in my right mind. All right, Bill, here it is.
Thanks.
I don't mind telling you, friend. I don't aim to let you or anybody else turn me over to the law in Abilene.
I know that. But that's just what I'm going to do.
There's a railroad track up ahead, Bill.
Yeah, that's right. Next leg of the trip is by Iron Horse, Pharaoh.
Going to my own funeral in style, huh?
More than you did for all the men you've killed.
Maybe. But aim to kill one more before I cash in, Bill. And I'm an hombre who likes to pay off a debt.
You mean Sam Sawyer?
That's the one. You see, Sam and me were in business, so to speak. Robbing stagecoaches, banks. You know the way I work.
That's all over now.
Yeah. Because the price on my head got too high. And things got too hot for Sam. So he made a deal with the law. He got me while I was sleeping. With Sam standing guard.
I know.
I knew they'd get me someday, but not like that. I figured to go down with my boots on, not wrapped up in a saddle blanket.
Looks like we're just in time. Here comes the train now.
Bill, give me just 24 hours. That's all I'm asking. Then I'll give myself up.
Not a chance, Pharaoh. But if it makes you feel any better, I'm going back to look for Sawyer myself. He killed the sheriff.
Bill, let me save you the trouble, huh?
Come on, Pharaoh. We've got a train to catch. Come on, boy. Up. Ho, ho, ho!
Many thanks for the lunch, lady. Food where I've been staying wasn't so good.
Oh, well, you're real welcome, boys. There's more if you get hungry.
Thanks, ma'am, but we'd better get back to our own seat now. Come on, Pharaoh.
Well, reckon I'll set a spell, Miss Tilly. You know, this here is sure the way to travel. Nice horsehair sofa seats and a pretty lady with a big picnic basket for company.
Oh, now go along with you, Mr. Jingles. I just wonder if it's me or that picnic lunch you're sweet talking to.
Well, it's always a pleasure to find a gal who can cook, too, you know.
They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, Mr. Jingles.
Well, I reckon that'd be quite a trip in my case.
Oh, well, you may be a little well-upholstered, but I like a man with meat on his bones, a real homebody type.
Huh? Oh, yes, ma'am. You ain't eating your cake.
Oh, here, silly boy.
Thanks, Tilly.
I gotta hunk the track loose, Elkins. Help me lift it up off the road here.
All right, Sawyer. Got it. Now swing it around on your end. There. We'll heave it over the side into the gulch.
Okay. Where's she going?
That ought to just about do it, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, Bilkins, and now we're using our heads.
Good thing that station master was so anxious to talk about Hickok and Farrell being on this train.
And a good thing we knew the shortcut through the pass. I can see it now. The train comes plowing out of that tunnel, hits that span of missing rail.
And over the side, Hickok, Farrell, and all.
No one's gonna walk away from that wreck.
I don't know. They say Hickok's got more lives than the chuck wagon cat.
Well, if they do live through it, which they won't, we'll be waiting down there to pick them off when they start crawling out.
Let's go. That's the train coming now.
And you say that Bill is really Wild Bill Hickok, the U.S. Marshal?
Yes, ma'am. That's my partner.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, dear. Well, that is exciting. Then the young man with him, he must be someone real important, too.
Well, in a way, ma'am, that's Pharaoh Stroud.
Pharaoh Stroud?
Uh-huh.
The outlaw? Oh, merciful heavens. Stop the train. I feel faint.
Better keep your seat, ma'am. We're coming to a tunnel.
Hey, who put out the light?
Sorry, Bill. Here's where I get out. Pharaoh, come back here, you fool.
Ouch, he's getting out this window, Bill.
Hold him, Jingles.
I got him.
Let go of me, you ruffian.
What? Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
Come on, Jingles. We've got to stop him.
I'm with you, Bill, if I can see you.
This way, to the back platform. We'll have to jump.
We're coming out of the tunnel.
When it comes to making your hair stand on end with excitement, it's hard to beat Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles. Yeah. And take it from old Panhandle Jim. When it comes to eating, you can't do better than tasty Kellogg's Corn Pops. The kind that's already sweetened for you. You ever see ranch hands eat? Well, when the dinner bell rings, they come lickety-cut for the dinner table because they need plenty of vitamins and minerals after working hard. You know that vitamins and minerals and the things you eat are mighty good for you, make you big and strong. Well, Kellogg's Corn Pops, delicious as they are, contain B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want. And the reason you'll just keep on eating them is because those golden hearts of corn are puffed up big and crisp and good, and already sweetened for you. Out of the box or out of a bowl with milk. But don't use any sugar because the sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. And that silver-like bag inside the box is really something. It's pure aluminum, keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom can use it to store things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches. But best of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Say it with me. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Right, partners. Now let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
As their train entered a tunnel, Pharaoh Stroud tried to escape from Jingles and Wild Bill. Then, pulling out of the tunnel, the train was derailed by the sabotage of Pharaoh's enemy, Sam Sawyer.
Would you look at that train, Bill? We're lucky it stayed right side up.
Looks like we jumped just in time.
Funny Farrell made his break when he did.
Maybe.
You figure this wreck was his doing, don't you, Bill?
I don't know. Let's get down there and see about the rest of the passengers.
What about Farrell?
Not time for that now. But don't worry, I'll catch up with him.
Looks like everybody's all right.
If the engineer hadn't slowed for that tunnel, we might have all been killed.
Look, there's Tilly down there. She's all right.
Hold on, Jingles. What was that flash in those rocks?
Huh, looked like the sun glinting on the rifle barrel.
Right. Look, it's Sawyer.
I see him.
So this was more of his work.
Drop those guns, Hickok, we'll plug the women and children first.
Why, that polecat.
Wait, Jingles. He means it.
Man, the both of you, drop your guns and we'll let the passengers have it.
I've got no choice, Jingles. Can't risk innocent lives. Drop your guns and wait for a chance.
Yeah, that's better.
Now let us help those people.
Not till we get Farrell. Where is he, Hickok?
He got away, Sawyer, but you won't.
You mean you let him get away? Now, where is he, Hickok? Or I swear I'll drill you where you stand.
Here I am, Sawyer. Come and get me.
Look out, Sawyer. There he is up there behind Hickok. I see you, Pharaoh.
You got him, Bill. You got them both.
And they got Pharaoh. Come on, Jingles. Pharaoh, where'd they hit you?
Never mind, Bill. I'm sorry I broke my word, tried to escape, but I got what was coming to me. You got Sawyer, so we're all even.
You showed yourself to draw their fire, Pharaoh, and you weren't even packing a gun.
Of course not. If I was, you don't think you'd have been taking me alive, do you?
He's gone, Bill.
Yeah. Well, Jingles, come on, we've got work to do.
Oh, great day in the morning.
Now, just relax, ma'am. You're all right now. Everyone's safe. Nobody was even hurt.
Oh, fiddlesticks, of course I'm all right, but where's Mr. Jingles?
He ran back into the train, ma'am.
What? But everyone's out. He shouldn't take a chance like that. Let me up. I'm going after him.
Now, hold on, ma'am. Here he comes now.
Oh, Jingles, you naughty boy. What'd you go back for?
Well, I just had to go back, Tilly. We plumb forgot the picnic lunch.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
We're mighty glad you could be with us today, folks.
Hey, Guy, before you get started, let me say something, please.
Sure enough, Andy. The mic's all yours.
Well, I've been giving some pretty serious thought to all the folks who maybe haven't tried Kellogg's Corn Pops yet.
They're sure missing something, all right.
Yeah, and folks, when Guy and I say that Corn Pops is the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, we mean it.
Andy's right, folks. You're missing something good if you haven't tried Kellogg's Corn Pops. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Ann Morrison, James Nusser, Tom Holland, Ken Christie, Anthony Barrett, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
On King! On, you Huskies!
Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Here's a Mutual note for you. Tune to Mutual any evening for Hollywood star-studded entertainment to make your stay-at-home nights a pleasure. You can enjoy light-hearted romantic comedy with Woman of the Year, starring Betty Davis and George Brent. Thrill to the realistic picture of police operations on Crime Does Not Pay. And listen as Orson Welles narrates the stories behind the actual crime mementos in Scotland Yard's Black Museum. Your favorite doctor duet comes your way with Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore in the story of Dr. Kildare. and their hour-long productions of famous Hollywood hits on the MGM Musical Comedy Theater, as well as the MGM Theater of the Air. Errol Flynn stars in The Modern Adventures of Casanova, Ann Sothern in The Hilarious Adventures of Maisie, and Mickey Rooney and Louis Stone in The Hardy Family. Music, too, is yours for the listening with the one and only music hall favorite, Gracie Fields. It's fun to stay home evenings when you stay tuned for Mutual's Hollywood Star Shows. Hear them all over most of these stations. The steamer Yukon Queen was due to dock at Dawson in 3 days. One member of the crew knew that he would never again see the Yukon port. His name was Sullivan, but everyone called him Old Jim. Old Jim lay on his bunk, his fingers plucking at the blanket. 25-year-old Jack Barton was at his side.
Jack, you've been good to an old man. I reckon you're the only friend I got.
Oh, that's not true, Jim. Everyone's your friend.
No. Oh, no. I'm alone in the world. No kin of any sort. No one but you to leave my gold mine.
Oh, sure thing, Jim.
I'm not fooling. My brother Jake, he discovered it in the Yukon. Then he returned to the States with a map to get me so as we could share it.
What? A map?
Just listen, Jack. Just listen to me.
Well, sure, Jim.
Jake died, and now it's too late for me to use the map.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to have it. Trying to get it out of my pocket. Here it is. Take it, Jake.
Jim, Oh, now take it easy.
Jack Barton placed an arm beneath the thin shoulders and lifted old Jim to a sitting position. During critical moments, while the dying man fought for air, the cabin door was opened softly. Neither Jack nor old Jim knew it.
You gotta get air. Tell you how to find the gold mine.
At the mention of gold, the cabin door was closed even more silently than it had been opened. The ferret-faced man who closed it remained inside the cabin. He stood against the wall and fingered a knife drawn from his belt.
Easy does it, Jim. Easy now. Easy.
I thought that was going to be it. Jack, listen close. You have the map.
Yes, Jim.
You'll need more than the map to find the gold claim. Take that map to the town of Ogilvy.
Ogilvy?
Show it to Hanford. Pete Hanford. The two of you stake the claim. Share the gold mine. You understand?
Yes, Jim. Pete Hanford at Ogilvy.
Jack, behind you.
Huh? Lennox, what are you doing here?
Let go of me, you
sneaking eavesdropper. You've been listening to what old Jim said.
Oh, no.
Don't lie. How long have you been in this cabin?
I don't know. I didn't mean no harm, Jack.
You hear what old Jim said about a gold mine? Did you?
Jack, listen to me, please. I couldn't help overhearing him. I'll help you look for the gold mine. Let me work with you.
Not a chance. I don't want anything to do with you, Lennox. I just remember this. You forget everything you heard, you understand?
Oh, yeah. Sure thing, Jack.
You breathe a word of what old Jim told me, I'll kill you. Now, get out. It's a good thing you saw him, Jim. Oh, Jim. Oh. So long, Jim. So long.
The thin-faced man named Lennox was the first to leave the Yukon Queen when the steamer docked at Dawson. He hurried to the most popular cafe. After eyeing the patrons, he approached two men who stood at the far end of the long lunch counter. They were hard-faced men, and their eyes were shifty.
You're looking for someone, stranger?
I'm looking for information. Why'd you come to us? Think we look smart? You two look like men who knew their way around.
What's that got to do with you wanting information?
I thought you might have heard of a man named Pete Hanford. He lives in Ogilvy. Yeah, we heard.
Shut up, Curly. Why are you asking about him, stranger?
Who are you? The name is Lennox. I just arrived on the Yukon Queen. I was Is there someplace where we might talk without a big-eared waiter listening? There's a back room. What makes you think we want to talk with you? I'm ready to pay for information.
Well, what have we got to lose, Curly?
All right. Joe, is anyone in the back room?
No.
When our steaks are done, send them back there. Let's go, Baldy. Come on.
Joe, the waiter, took plates of food from the kitchen to the men in the back room. About 30 minutes later, Sergeant Preston and Constable Baker entered the cafe and sat down on high stools at the long lunch counter. They ordered tea.
Well, here's your tea, gents. How's everything at the dock?
About the same.
Took you longer than usual to look over the incoming passengers.
There was a dead man on board the Yukon Queen. That's what delayed us.
Dead man? Calling Sergeant Preston.
An old man, Joe. Apparently dead of natural causes. Young fellow with him, when he died, said he'd had a bad heart for some time.
Sergeant Preston.
Oh, hello, Barton. To give the coroner all the information he wanted about the old man who died?
Oh, yes, sir. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you some information.
No, sit down. This is Constable Baker.
How do you do, sir? I saw you at the dock.
Glad to meet you, Barton. Cup of tea?
Oh, no, thanks. Sergeant, I want to go to a place called Ogilvy.
Hey, you're the second gent that's asked about Ogilvy in the past hour.
I am.
Yeah, the other man inquired about Pete Hanford.
He did? What do he look like?
Ratty sort of face and shifty eyes. Gave the name of Lennox.
Why, that sneaking double-crossing. Where is he? Where'll I find him?
He got acquainted with Curly Bender and Baldy Clark.
Fine company.
The three went into the back room to talk private.
Well, I'll deal with him.
Just a minute, Barton.
Let me go, Sergeant. That crook is...
Steady, we like to avoid backroom fights.
Well, he tried to murder me.
Murder you?
Now he's planning some... Well, he's planning something else.
You better tell us about it. Come on, Barton. We'll go over to the corner to talk. Come on, Constable.
Right, Sergeant.
Jack Barton told of his conversation with old Jim Sullivan. He told about the legacy and the map, and how Lennox had overheard the conversation.
Now Lennox is talking to those men in the back room.
Did old Jim's brother stake that claim and register it?
No, Constable.
If he'd filed it, he'd have had to stay and work it.
That's right, Sergeant. And he wanted to return to the States and get old Jim so they could work it together.
I see your map.
Oh, of course. Here it is.
Pete Hanford doesn't know where it is?
No, he doesn't know a thing about it.
This map is worthless unless you have help from someone who knows every landmark in the vicinity.
Pete Hanford's the right man.
Put this away, Barton. As I see it, Lennox must have the map before he can hope to find the gold.
With Curly and Baldy, he probably plans to waylay Barton on the trail to Ogilvy.
Well, that's a situation easily handled. Let's go to the back room.
What's the play, Sergeant?
We'll hold Lennox in jail on Barton's complaint of attempted murder.
But it'll be my word against his. I have no proof.
That's all right. By the time he's brought up for a hearing, you'll have staked your claim. As for Curly and Baldy, we'll see. Well,
no one here.
Lennox has been here. That empty package held the kind of cigarettes he smokes.
Looks like he left with the rear door. Well, we're in sight.
Come with me, Barton. I'll ask the inspector for permission to accompany you to Ogilvy.
I'd like to go along, Sergeant.
All right, I'll tell the inspector. Meantime, Constable, see if you can find Curly and Baldy here in town.
Constable Baker learned that Lennox and his companions had left town in the direction of Ogilvy with packs on their shoulders. It was about an hour later when the two Mounties and Jack Barton were ready to start over the same trail, accompanied by Yukon King.
Sergeant, do you think we should try to pick up the trail of Baldy and Curly?
There's no charges against them. Our main purpose is to see that Barton reaches his destination safely.
They might be waiting along the trail to ambush Barton.
Yes, they might try that if Jack were traveling alone, but I doubt they'll start anything while we're with him. Furthermore, King will run ahead of us, and if those men are waiting in ambush, he'll root them out. Ready, Jack?
Yes, Sergeant.
Come on, King. Let's go, boy.
Lennox and his companions had intended to ambush Jack Barton and had taken a position behind huge boulders on a hillside. But looking at the distant valley, they saw that their intended victim was accompanied by Mounties, so they changed their plans. They hurried along the hillside, keeping out of sight behind big rocks and shrubs, until they were a couple of 100 yards from the trail. They waited there until the others had crossed the mountain and were out of sight. Then Curly broke the silence.
Come all this way for nothing. Why didn't you tell us he'd have redcoats with him?
I didn't know they'd be with him, Curly.
Now what'll we do?
Curly, there's more than one way to handle this.
We tried one way. You tell us another.
We'll just persuade Pete Hanford to work on our side. It'll be as easy as breaking through thin ice.
Would Hanford do that?
I know a way to persuade Hanford to do anything I say. Now, you just leave things to me, and we'll have a gold mine.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. Maybe you haven't thought of the woods and forests as being very important. Sure, they're nice to have around. They make good picnic and camping spots. But that's not the only reason we should see that fires don't burn up our forests. Every time there's a forest fire, our national defense takes a beating. Precious timber is lost. Industrial plants are put out of action. Men who could be working other defense projects must be sent to fight the blaze. And 9 out of 10 of these fires are caused by somebody's carelessness. So the next time you're around trees or rangeland, think about that. Don't build a campfire unless you have to. And if you do, be sure to drown the embers thoroughly before you leave. If you are not extra careful, you may start a fire that will end in the nation's losing valuable timber and costly man-hours. If you are careful, chances are that your favorite spot will be there the next time you want to go camping or picnicking. Follow the simple rules of forest fire prevention. Don't you be a firebug. Now to continue. Sergeant Preston, Constable Baker, Jack Barton, and King reached the town of Last Chance without seeing anything of the men who were planning to skip and jump Jack Barton's claim. After spending the night in town, they set out early and reached Ogilvy before noon. Pete Hanford lived at the far side of the town. After introduction, Sergeant Preston told about Jack's mission. Hanford nodded.
Yes, I remember Jake Sullivan. He stopped here on his way to the mountain and again on his way back. He told me he'd be returning to the Yukon with his brother. I'm sorry to hear that he couldn't live to profit by his discovery.
You think you can find the place where you found gold?
Well, I'll be able to tell you, Sergeant Preston, when I see the map.
Oh, here it is, Mr. Hanford.
Yeah.
It's very carefully drawn.
Yes, it is. Let's see. A valley here. This must be Moose Valley. One here parallel to it. A mountain peak. 3 tall trees close together. And a mass of rocks.
Do the landmarks mean anything to you?
Yes, indeed they do.
And you can find the place?
Well, Jack, I don't want to raise your hopes too high. We'll have no trouble reaching the place, but we've no assurance we'll find gold when we get there.
I've warned Jack about that.
Oh, I'm not counting on anything.
There's no reason why we can't start right away. It'll only take about an hour to reach the area.
Oh, fine.
I'll tell my daughter. Oh, Jeannie.
Be right there, Dad.
Oh, I didn't know you had a daughter.
Well, I have.
Yes, Dad?
Oh.
Come in here a minute, Jeannie. I want to introduce my new business partner.
Hanford introduced his attractive 19-year-old daughter and told the girl about the map. Preparations were made to set out in search of the gold. Meanwhile, Lennox, Curly, and Baldy watched the Hanford home from the concealment of an evergreen woods a couple of 100 yards away. The trio had followed Jack and the Mounties to Ogilvy.
Hey, look. Someone's coming from the house.
Curly, let's take those binoculars.
Here you are.
The 2 Mounties.
Yeah, and there's Barton. Hanford right behind him.
Someone is standing in the doorway.
That's the girl I told you about.
4 men are starting north from the cabin.
Yeah. We'll wait right here for about an hour. That'll give the men a chance to get well away from the house. Then we'll call on the girl.
Hope no one sees us.
No one's likely to. We're lucky the Hanford place is a little apart from the town.
After about an hour of waiting, Baldy led the way to the Hanford house and rapped on the door.
Now, remember, let me do the talking.
Rap again. Maybe she didn't hear you.
She heard it all right.
Who is it?
You see? Miss Hanford, your dad sent us for you.
What did you say about my dad?
Well, Miss Hanford, I'm sorry to be the one who brings bad news.
What is it?
Well, it may not be as serious as the Mounties think.
Oh, tell me.
Well, it seems that your father had a fall.
Oh, no.
The 3 of us came by just after it happened. We offered to help. So Sergeant Preston asked us to come here at the house and get a couple of blankets.
What happened to my father? Is he conscious?
Well, he was conscious enough to ask for you.
Then I must go to him.
Is there a doctor in town?
Not in Ogilvy. The nearest doctor is at Last Chance.
Well, the sergeant didn't say anything about a doctor. He He probably plans to use the blankets to make a litter. Bring your father here at the house.
Please come in. I'll get the blankets right away.
All right, boys. Should we take the blankets off this couch?
Oh, no, I'll bring some from the bedroom, and I'll be ready as soon as I change to heavier boots. I'll not be long.
She believed every word of it, Baldy.
Look around this room. See if there's anything belonging to the girl. Anything that we... Here, this'll do. This handkerchief on the table.
Here's a silk scarf.
Guess I'll take that, too. Now we're all set.
Pete Hanford's task was simplified by the fine detail and precision of the map. He found a mountain peak where 3 tall trees grew close together and stood like sentinels against the sky. He found a mass of rocks and other landmarks. Finally, he paced off a number of strides and said,
Dig right here.
Beneath a crust, the snow was soft and not too deep. Presently, the shovel struck frozen ground.
Now, we'd better use the pickaxe to break that ground.
Keep as close as possible to the tree stump.
Jake probably cut the tree himself to mark this place.
I'll spade away some of the ground you've broken.
That'll help.
King, sitting nearby, saw a man coming through the valley from the direction of town. He wondered whether or not to call Preston's attention to the newcomer. Sergeant Preston paid no attention to the dog's low whimper. He was too busy with the shovel. The work progressed for some time. And then suddenly...
Wait. Hold it.
What is it, Sergeant?
Hanford, you know war. Look at this.
Well, let's see it. Say.
Is it?
Jack, write out your claim notice. This is it.
Oh, gosh.
Hey, Hanford.
Who's this?
What? Baldy Clark.
What? You're a long way from home, aren't you, Baldy?
Any law against being here, Sergeant?
What do you want?
I'm here to deliver a message to Mr. Hanford. A younger gent named Barton. Is that you?
Oh, yes. But who are you?
It's mighty private. You'd both better come away from the lawman for a minute or two. It's something you'll want to hear.
Well, I...
Go ahead. See what he has to say.
Very well.
Let's go over this way.
Baldy led Hanford and Jack Barton nearly 50 yards away from the place where they had been digging. It was too far for either of the Mounties to hear the conversation. While Preston and the constable waited, they deepened the hole and examined the ore more carefully to further confirm the fact that it was truly an outcropping of gold.
Probably worth a fortune.
It's too early to say that, Baker, but we may be sure it's a mighty valuable discovery.
They're returning.
About time.
Been talking for over half an hour. I wonder what Baldy had to tell those two.
Whatever it was, it's had a sobering effect.
Yeah, it sure has. Look at the expression on Baldy's face. If ever I saw a smug expression.
We'll pick up the tools and return to my place, Sergeant Preston.
What about posting your claim notice?
Well, this isn't our discovery, Sergeant.
What?
That's right, Sergeant.
I'm posting the claim notice.
You?
Mr. Clark convinced us that he has a prior right to this land.
Now, hold on. Baldy, if you have a prior right, where's your claim notice?
A little oversight, Constable. I didn't get around to posting it. But that's all right. I'll post it now.
Hanford, what's behind this? Is it blackmail?
Oh, no, Sergeant. It's just that Baldy Clark convinced us that he has more right than we to stick this land.
My notice is all written out. I'll just fasten it to this tree stump.
There's something mighty mysterious about this deal. Baldy, you're not going to get away with it.
No?
Steady, Constable. If Hanford and Barton are willing to concede to Clark, there's little we can do about it.
That's right, Sergeant. Now I'll get to town and register this claim. I'll see you again, Hanford.
Well, there goes our gold mine.
Why?
Huh?
Why did you and Hanford let him steal your claim? What did he hold over your heads?
Sergeant, there was nothing else we could do.
Hogwash. You could have told him to go jump in the creek.
What would he have done if you'd defied him?
Please, Sergeant, I don't want to discuss it.
Well, I do. Baldy Clark is a crook. He stole the gold mine from you and Barton while Constable Baker and I stood right here watching. I can't understand why you let him get away with it. Is your daughter involved?
What? Please, Sergeant,
So that's it.
Are you protecting your daughter?
Well,
Have those crooks captured Jeannie?
Sergeant, there's nothing that can be done about it.
Then they have captured Jeannie.
Yes.
Jack, don't say any more.
We might as well tell the truth. Lennox and Curly are holding Jeannie a prisoner. Baldy promised that she'd be released as soon as he had filed a claim in Ogilvy.
How do you know Baldy wasn't bluffing?
He showed us Jeannie's scarf and a ribbon she wore and a handkerchief.
Baker, Get to town by the shortest route. See that Baldy does not file that claim.
Right. No, Sergeant. My daughter's left.
How do you know they'll keep their word to release her? They may kill her anyway, so she can't testify against them.
I'm on my way.
We must trust those men.
We must capture them and jail them.
You can't. If you're near their hiding place, they'll see you and kill Jeannie.
King?
Preston, don't go. My daughter's left.
I'm as interested in saving her life as you are. Come on, King.
Sergeant Preston turned abruptly and set out with King along the back trail. He traveled fast and was soon at the Hanford house at the edge of town. Without pausing to rap on the door, he went inside.
Come on, King.
It took but a moment to learn that the house was empty. The Mountie went with King into the girl's bedroom. Small shoes that had been changed for hiking boots lay on the floor.
Here, boy. This is the scent to follow. All right, King, we're on our way.
After Sergeant Preston had left the scene of the gold discovery, Jack Barton and Pete Hanford gathered up the tools and started south. They traveled slowly. They had covered about 2/3 of the distance to Hanford's house and were passing a dense stand of timber when they saw Sergeant Preston and King.
He's coming this way, Hanford. What do you make of that?
What's that dog? He's following a scent.
Uh-huh.
Preston sees it.
He's holding a hand to his mouth.
Yes, doesn't want us to call out to him. I wish we could persuade him to give up trying to catch those crooks. At least until Jeannie is safe at home.
I'm glad you didn't shout.
I suppose you've been to my house.
Yes, that's where King picked up the scent. Your daughter was brought along this trail, Hanford. From this point, she was taken into the woods.
There's a hard-packed trail into the woods.
It's a sled trail to a community west of here.
King and I are going on, Hanford. You and Jack care to join us for the showdown?
Sergeant, once more I appeal to you. Don't try to catch those crooks until my daughter is safe.
Sorry, Hanford.
Those crooks are sure to see you before you can close in. They'll kill Jeannie as they threatened, and they'll shoot you.
They may be too busy to do any shooting.
What do you mean?
King's learned a lot of tricks. This may be the time to use a couple of them. Come along and see what I mean.
Deep in the woods, a small one-room cabin stood near the trail. Inside, Jeannie sat on a bench, tied hand and foot. Curly watched the girl, while Lennox kept his face turned toward a small square opening that had been cut through the wall for ventilation.
If you hadn't gotten suspicious, Jeannie, we wouldn't have had to tie you like this.
At least I know the truth. And I'm glad to know my father wasn't hurt.
Glad you take it that way.
Hey, Curly, come here a minute.
What's the matter, Lennox?
Look at that animal crawling this way. Is that a dog or a wolf?
Yeah, looks like a dog. He's hurt.
Yeah.
Now he's trying to stand. No, there he goes down again. You know, that looks something like Sergeant Preston's animal.
What's he doing here?
How do I know? He sure seems to be hurt bad.
The two men watched King inch forward, whimpering as if in pain. Nearer and nearer the big dog came until he was within 6 feet of the door. Then Curly noticed
something's fastened to his collar. Looks like a note.
So it does.
I'd like to see what it is. I'm going to open that door and let the dog in.
Do you suppose Sergeant Preston is nearby?
Well, if he were, the dog would go to him, hurt as it is. You know, that dog acts like it had been poisoned.
With the door open, King tried once more to stand, but collapsed on the threshold, whimpering loudly. His ears lay back, and it seemed as though he had no strength to stand.
I'll get that paper.
Curly reached for the paper fastened to the collar. At that moment, from somewhere in the dense trees, Sergeant Preston's voice rang out.
I am King!
In an instant, King changed. He leaped to his feet, fangs bared. He charged at Curly and knocked the man off balance.
Hey, call him off! Help me!
Lennox reached for his knife, but King seemed to anticipate the move. His jaws closed on the schemer's arm.
Let go! Let go!
Curly drew his gun, but Sergeant Preston was at hand.
Don't go!
Preston!
Drop that gun!
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Call off this dog! Call him off! Take him away!
You're covered, Lennox.
Down, King. All right, boy.
I'll take that gun, Curly.
Both of you stand against that wall.
Dad! Dad!
Oh, Jeannie, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. Just cut these ropes.
I'll cut you loose, Miss Jeannie.
Give me your wrist, Curly. Now you, Lennox. You're under arrest for the abduction of Miss Hanford.
Are you sure they didn't hurt you, Miss Jeannie?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I wasn't even tied until a little while ago. They told me Father had been injured. They were taking me to him. They brought me to this cabin and said he'd be brought here. Then I became suspicious, and I learned the truth. Oh, Jack, did they get the gold claim?
We don't know,
Jack, Constable Baker went into town to stop Baldy from filing that claim. We'll start for town directly to arrest Baldy. I'm sure you'll find that Hanford and you will be able to stake your claim.
Jeannie, I want you to know that Barton here didn't hesitate a minute about giving up his share of the claim when he thought it would save you alive.
Well, Mr. Hanford, what's a gold claim compared to a girl like Jeannie?
Yeah.
Oh, Jack.
If you're ready, we'll take these prisoners to town.
I'm ready.
That dog, he acted like he was one jump ahead of death until he got inside this place.
Among other things, King's quite an actor.
I suppose that paper on his collar was just part of the act.
That's right, Curly. It's blank paper just to make you curious. Any other questions?
No.
Then this case is closed.
Sergeant Preston will return in just a moment with a word about our next exciting adventure. Here's a mutual note for you. This Sunday, rest your eyes on Mutual, where the scene is set for the nation's most popular day of rest listening in your own mind's eye of imagination. Here you can find Adventure Unlimited, can traverse the far reaches of the earth, or even investigate mysterious and unearthly goings-on. You'll hear tales to take you winging across space and time, stories of frankly fantastic suspense, as well as dramatic reenactments of real-life episodes. Nowhere else can you escape so completely from the familiar environment of your own daily living, to dare the dangers of faraway places, to accompany fearless and intrepid challengers of the unknown, or to live again in the glorious days of our own American past. You'll find fiction detectives, too, with intriguing crime bafflers for the whodunit fans to sharpen their wits on, as they try to outguess some of the cleverest sleuths in the business. Start this Sunday to make listening a mutual habit. You're sure to enjoy the programs heard over most of these stations. And now, here is Sergeant Preston.
Sergeant Preston reporting for duty, Inspector.
Sergeant, we've heard that Hunch Sparkman, who was wanted for several robberies, was seen in the town of Fort Albert.
What about the men who worked with him, sir?
We still know nothing about them.
Sparkman and his gang have been wanted for a long time.
Hunch has managed to escape capture because he always has an ace up his sleeve.
I'll do my best to bring him in, sir.
Bringing his gang with him, Sergeant.
Very well, sir.
Sergeant Preston's assignment is more difficult than he realizes. For the men in Hunch Sparkman's gang know Preston is looking for the boss. When he takes Hunch into custody, he unwittingly walks into a six-gun trap that may cost him his life. Be sure to hear this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye and good luck until Thursday. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. And now to the western town of Hangtree. It is late at night, with only the sound of laughter from the Golden Dollar Saloon, tinny music from the ancient player piano. If the citizens could know what's happening at the local jail right now, they'd be singing a different tune. At the barred window, a large but quietly moving figure steals up, slips a rope around the bars, and ties it fast. Then he runs silently to his horse, ties the other end of the rope to the saddle horn.
Yank him out!
The bars in the jail give way, and the prisoner leaps through the open window. He's on his waiting horse and riding off with his rescuer as the excited patrons pour out of the saloon in confusion.
Gee whiz, Bill, I'm getting tired.
We'll pull up here, Jingles.
Good.
Cross the river to cover our trail.
Cross the river, ride on the hard ground. Don't tear your clothes on the brush. We wouldn't have to do all this if Wild Bill Hickok hadn't gone and got himself arrested. Shoo, Bill, what'd you do it for?
People say things in front of an outlaw they won't around a U.S. Marshal, Jingles.
But I was...
Hold it.
Huh? Now what?
Quiet. Off your horse, Jingles. Hit cover.
Oh, me, trouble. I should have stayed a stagecoach driver.
Go get him, Jingles. He's your size.
I'll get him.
All right, Jingles, you've got him.
Holy gee willikers. Hey, it's just a boy, a little rascal of a squealing boy. Looks like a drowned mouse.
I'm not squealing. And you look just as drowned, fatso.
Hey, now, no smarty stuff now, Mousy.
Hold it, Jingles. What's your name, son?
Tad Lawson.
And where do you hail from?
Hangtree. My father's a sheriff there.
Oh, me. Shall I throw him back in the river, Bill?
Bill? Hey, I knew I was right. He called you Bill.
He talks too much.
No. You see, I made a mistake, Mousy. This is the Missouri Kid.
No, he's not the Missouri Kid. I knew it when the deputy arrested you. No. That's why I rode out after you. Gosh, Wild Bill Hickok. Oh, my dad sure talked about you. He saw you in Abilene once.
Where's your dad?
He's out combing the hills for the real Missouri Kid over near Big Rock. He never would have let him arrest you if he'd been in town.
Tad, are you sure you weren't followed?
No, I don't think I was, Bill. But we could move on. Hey, I'll show you a good hideout. The old skeleton mine.
No, I ain't hitting leather again. Now, I'm tired.
Show us the way, Tad.
Okay. But like I was telling you, that deputy that arrested you, well, I never did like him. I don't think my dad trusts him either.
Who does your dad trust?
Well, I reckon the only real honest man in town is Mr. Perry. Frank Perry. He runs the newspaper.
Go on.
Well, naturally there's others, but not that deputy. He's always hanging around with Marty Slade that owns a saloon. My dad's had a lot of trouble with them, boys.
Well, maybe you ought to have a talk with this man Perry, Bill.
Yeah, I guess so, Jingles. Tad, you show us where the old skeleton mine is, will you?
Oh, sure.
Then I'll ride into town and see Perry.
Well, what about me?
You stay at the skeleton mine.
Skeleton mine? Well, I'll... Who, me?
Mr. Perry?
Huh? Oh, that's right.
Pleased to know you.
Who are you?
The deputy that arrested me figured I was the Missouri Kid.
You? Why, you're the man that broke jail.
But I'm not the Missouri Kid, Mr. Perry.
Well, of course you wouldn't admit it.
The name is Hickok, Mr. Perry. Bill Hickok.
Hickok? Wild Bill?
I've been called that.
Wild Bill Hickok. The United States Marshal.
Right again, Mr. Perry. I've been told I can trust you.
Why, of course, Bill. I'm always on the side of the law. What do you want from me?
Think you can find out why somebody tried to pass me off as an outlaw? Get me hung?
I could try. Start asking questions around town. If I get some information, Bill, where can I find you?
I'm holed up with my partner in an old mine outside of town.
Not the old skeleton mine?
That's the one. Tad Lawson led us to it. You can find me there.
Tad Lawson, huh? Well, fine, Bill. Glad you told me. And I'm sure I'll be able to bring you something soon. Can you see him down there by the mine, Slade?
What's keeping that fool deputy?
Oh, take it easy, boss. Takes time to plant dynamite. Besides, it has to go off just right to blast the mine entrance. Close it off.
He'll make sure they're in there. You warned him about this Bill Hickok.
Yeah, he's heard of him. But when we're through, well, nobody else will ever hear of him or his partner either.
I wish he'd hurry. We far enough away here?
Sure. Relax, Perry. Nobody's ever going to find the real Missouri Kid. These two marshals will disappear just like the last one.
We killed one already. Let's get rid of these two.
Don't be so nervous,
Well,
boss.
I'll feel better when I hear that explosion.
You'll hear it.
What's the devil's keeping him? You should have gone yourself, Slade.
What were you saying, boss?
Yeah, well, that's more like it. Hey, you're all right, Slade, all right. So long, Mr. Wild Bill Hickok. You can add 2 more to the old skeleton mine. Say, this mystery of Wild Bill's got old Panhandle Jim on the edge of his chair. I'm feeding my face with Kellogg's Corn Pops fast as I can grab 'em. Yeah, sure is a good thing these Corn Pops are a 2-way cereal. That's right. You can eat Kellogg's Corn Pops 2 ways. One way is right out of the box, like I'm eating them now. Yes, sir, they're a real tasty snack, with the sweetening already on them. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of a bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go dumping a lot of sugar on Kellogg's Corn Pops. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn all ready to go. They're not only good, but mighty good for you. Why, partner, they're a real 2-gun, 2-way cereal with B vitamins, vitamin D, and with important minerals and food energy, too. That's important to all you young'uns who want to grow up big and strong. And you can eat all you want. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better sashay down the store tomorrow and get a load of them. You'll need plenty, because the whole family's going to be gobbling your Kellogg's Corn Pops all up. Now listen to this little saying. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. Pops love Pops. Well, sir, I'm busting to get back to the show. How about you? Let's go.
Now, back to the adventures of Wild Bill Hickok. The deputy who blew up the mine for Slade and Perry rides away from the scene, unaware that high on the ridge, 2 figures have been watching his every move.
Bill, that ornery polecat tried to blow us to kingdom come. I seen him with my own eyes. I seen him plant that dynamite in the opening of the mine.
That's right, you did. But there was someone else around we didn't see.
What you mean?
You heard that horse whinny across the canyon, didn't you?
Say, that's right. And it wasn't the deputy's horse either. Hey, you think somebody else was up there watching?
And maybe that somebody told the deputy what to do.
Hey, Bill, I just thought of something. How'd that deputy know we was staying in the mine? Only Tad and Frank Perry knew about it.
That's right.
You don't think that Boyd told anybody, do you?
Without meaning to, maybe.
Oh, now, I don't reckon he'd tell anyone except maybe his pa. And we know the sheriff's over at Big Rock.
Do we?
Huh?
Maybe he's back.
Oh, now, Bill, you ain't
Let's
thinking...
go. Get the horses. Come on.
All right, come on now, here. Listen, Bill.
Saddle up, Jingles. We'll ride over to the other side of the canyon and see what we can find.
Whoa,
easy,
steady
boy.
now.
Easy.
Any signs of them, Bill?
Over here. According to the tracks, looks like the party split up.
Sure does. One of the riders headed back to town.
Deputy, probably. He must be real anxious to tell the citizens in Hangtree that the Missouri Kid got killed in a mine cave-in.
Hey, look, Bill. Look, over here. The other riders must have headed up the road into the hills.
Sheriff Lawson lives over that way, doesn't he?
He sure does.
Let's go. Hiya, hiya!
Hi, hi, hi! Well, there's the sheriff's place down there in the hollow, Bill. But I don't see anybody around.
Didn't expect anyone.
Well, I reckon you was right, Bill. Them riders must have turned off where we lost the trail back there. Hey, look, there's somebody coming out on the porch.
Sheriff's wife, maybe.
Sure hope she's got breakfast going. I got me an appetite, something fierce.
Ooh,
What?
ooh. Morning, ma'am.
Morning. Heard you coming down the road. Figured it was the sheriff.
He's not back from Big Rock yet.
No, but I'm expecting him back soon. Won't you come in? Coffee's on.
Well, thank you, ma'am. That's real nice of you.
Say, haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Me, ma'am?
Well, yes. Yes, your face looks right familiar.
Could be. Maybe in Abilene. That's where your boy said.
Bill Hickok. Wild Bill Hickok, of course. Tad was telling me about what happened last night, and, well, I reckon he shouldn't have told me, not after he promised.
That's all right, ma'am.
Well, I really can't blame the boy. He was all fired, excited about meeting you and all. Wild Bill!
Morning, Tad.
And Jingles.
Howdy, son. Say, ain't you all dressed up? My, real pretty.
Ma and me's fixing to go to the church picnic after a while. Gosh, what are you doing here? I thought you...
Oh, now, there was an accident at the mine, Tad. Some dirty varmint... Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Some dirty skunk tried to blow us up.
What?
That's right, Mrs. Lawson. Say, Tad, you didn't tell anybody besides your mother about us being up there at the mine, did you?
Oh, no, honest, Wild Bill. I didn't tell anybody.
Well, now, come on, let's get inside. I sure could use a cup of coffee.
Hold it, Jingles.
Just one cup and, well, maybe some bacon.
Look,
and eggs.
over there.
Yeah, fire. Hey, look, Ma, smoke's coming out of the canyon. Come on, let's go see.
No, Tad. You better stay here with your mom. Jingles and I'll ride over and have a look.
No, all right. And, ma'am.
Yes?
Keep that coffee on. Hey, look there, Bill. Hey, ain't much of a fire at all, but sure a lot of smoke.
I got a hunch that fire just didn't start by itself.
What you mean?
Get back, Jingles. Here, behind these boulders.
Hey, what in tarnation's going on around here?
That fire was set to get Tad up here. I reckon they were surprised to see us.
Hey, look, Bill, there they go. Come on.
We'll head them off. After seeing us, they'll probably be on their way to the sheriff's house. It's Tad they want. Come on. Hey!
There they are, Bill, just pulling up to the house. I'll take the one on the pinto.
Careful, Jingles. You don't want to hit Mrs. Lawson or Tad.
They're breaking for the tree.
Let's get inside the house.
Whoa, whoa.
Listen, Mrs. Lawson, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Bill.
Where's Tad?
He's right here.
Down! Down, all of you! Jingles, take that side of the house.
I'll take it.
Who are those men? Who are they, Wild Bill?
Well, I'm right sure one of them's Frank Perry, ma'am.
Perry? But I don't understand.
He and Slade want us, Mrs. Lawson, and they want Tad.
Tad? But why?
Because Tad knows that I was up in the mine, not the Missouri Kid.
Watch it, Bill. One of them sneaking around the barn.
I see him.
Doggone it.
What's the matter?
Oh, look at what one of them skunks did, Bill. Shot a hole plumb through the coffee pot.
Hold it, Jingles.
Hey, they're getting away, Bill.
We'll get them. But first, we gotta see to it that nothing happens to Mrs. Lawson and Tad.
Oh, we'll be all right. I got Dad's rifle. I can take care of things.
Sorry, son, but I don't think you and your mother ought to stay here.
If there's someone you could stay with for a spell, man.
Well, yes, there's the Crowleys. Their place is just at the edge of town.
Plenty of menfolk around?
Oh, plenty.
All right. Let's ride, then.
Oh, I hate to put you to all this trouble, Wild Bill.
No trouble at all, ma'am. Jingles and I have business in town anyway.
Bill, this is plumb local. You walking right into town this way in broad daylight. Too many folks still think you're the Missouri Kid.
Sure they do. But the Missouri Kid is supposed to be dead.
Well, there ain't nothing to stop him from shooting at his ghost.
Well, in that case, you cover the other side of the street and keep a sharp eye on the windows.
You ain't told me yet where we're going.
To the saloon. That's where we might find the deputy.
Good. That's one hombre I'm hankering to have a few words with.
Now, you let me handle him.
Oh, just let me bang his head against the wall a few times, Bill. Just a few teensy-weensy times. That's all I ask.
Oh, all right. Let's go in.
The Missouri Kid!
I thought he was dead.
Howdy, strangers. What'd it be?
Seen the deputy sheriff around, bartender?
Why, no, I...
Bill, look out!
Hello there. Couldn't talk for a spell. I was eating corn pops. You know, it's bad manners to talk with your mouth full, especially when you got nothing to say. I got something to say, though. Something big. It's about Kellogg's Corn Pops, that wonderful eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now, listen close here. Corn Pops are hearts of corn, all puffed up big and crisp with plenty of tasty sweetening on them. Now, you can eat Kellogg's Corn Pops the way I eat them when I listen to Wild Bill Hickok, right out of the box by the handful. But come breakfast time, pour them out in a bowl and add a little milk. But don't go putting any sugar on Kellogg's Corn Pops. No, sir, because like I just said, Corn Pops already got the sweetening right on them. Every single Corn Pop. Now, if you're eating them right now, look at the bag inside the box. Well, that bag is pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom will want to know this. That bag's wonderful for storing things in the refrigerator, for wrapping sandwiches in. Now, don't go fussing with one box of Kellogg's Corn Pops. Get your mom to load up big and keep them on the pantry shelf. Then out of the box or out of the bowl, you can have all the Kellogg's Corn Pops you want. Now, let's tell everybody who loves Corn Pops. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. Pops love Pops. Now you're talking.
Now back to Wild Bill Hickok, who ran straight into gunfire when he started looking for the deputy in the saloon.
You must have a bad memory, bartender, or bad eyesight.
Yeah, that deputy was standing right behind the piano.
Get him on his feet, Jingles. He's not hurt.
It'll be a pleasure, Bill, a pleasure.
Say, stranger, you ain't... you couldn't be...
The Missouri Kid? What do you think?
I know you ain't. Not with a draw as fast as that one. The Missouri Kid, I heard tell, ain't much of a gunfighter. He gets others to do his killings for him.
So I heard, too.
Yeah, there's only one man I ever heard of had a draw as fast as yours, stranger. And that's Wild Bill Hickok.
And that's just who he is, bartender. Wild Bill himself. Come on, deputy. Come on now.
Leave me alone.
Well, what'll we do with this critter, Bill?
Ask him a few questions first.
And I'll bet he answers, too. Won't you, deputy? Won't you, deputy?
Where's Frank Perry? Where's Frank Perry?
Perry? I don't know.
He doesn't know, Jingles.
Oh, sure he does. Sure he does.
Wait.
Where is he?
Maybe up at the cabin. Lone River way. I don't know.
All right, Jingles. That's enough.
Oh, Bill, just one more time around, please.
No. We'll take him down to the jail. Then we're riding after Slade and Perry. And I've got a hunch we'll find the Missouri Kid, too.
Now, them hombres sure made it easy for us to trail them, Bill. Look at them tracks here along the river. Can see them a mile away.
Yeah. Maybe they made it a little too easy for us. Maybe they're expecting us.
You reckon so?
Pull up a minute. Listen.
Oh, don't hear a thing except the river.
Sure you do.
Hey, you're right. Horses somewhere in back of us.
Not far behind either.
Them varmints double back on us.
Let's give them a surprise, Jingles. Get behind those rocks.
Must be Perry and Slade.
Yeah, that's right. Here's where we meet the Missouri Kid.
You're sure one of them is the Missouri Kid?
That's right. And I want to hear him say so.
Oh, don't worry. I'll make him talk.
Quiet. Here they come.
Yeah, shh.
All right, boys. Reach. Hickok, hit him. I said reach, Slade, but not for your gun. Now, both of you get off those horses. Drop your guns.
Look, Hickok, let me take care of my hand. It's bleeding bad.
See what you can do for Slade, Jingles.
You can't get away with this, Hickok. I'm a respectable citizen.
Save your breath, Perry. I know you're the Missouri Kid.
Oh, that fool deputy must have talked.
Shut up, you fool.
Look out for him, Bill.
Come back, Perry.
Shoot him, Bill.
He hasn't got a gun, Jingles. I'm going in after him. Give up, Perry.
Get away from me.
That's as far as you go.
Let go! Let go!
Who killed the marshal?
I don't know.
Okay. Underwater with you.
No!
Who killed him?
The deputy. It was the deputy.
On your orders?
No. No, I had nothing to do with it.
You had him killed because he was pretty sure you were the Missouri Kid.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Sure, now let me go. Let me go.
All right, Perry. Let's go back to shore.
Oh.
I got some more questions.
I know I'm finished. I told the deputy to grab the first stranger coming into town. Let it get around he was a Missouri Kid. I didn't know it'd be you.
Then there'd be a lynching. The Missouri Kid would be dead. The law would stop looking for you.
Yeah. I'm the Missouri Kid.
I thought so.
Jumping catfish, Bill, I thought you was both going to drown.
So did Perry.
Hey, did he say he was a Missouri Kid?
Yeah, after I held him underwater.
Hey, you know something, Bill?
What's that, Jingles?
Well, we started out hunting, and then you went swimming, and, well, you wound up fishing.
That's right. And here's what we caught. A big fish who thought the law wouldn't catch up with him.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Andy and I sure hope you enjoyed our adventure today and that you'll be with Wild Bill and Jingles again next week.
Yeah, and I guarantee you I won't take care of more than 30 or 40 bad men.
If I know you, Andy, you'll have enough trouble just taking care of yourself. Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll be eating Kellogg's Corn Pops like we do.
That's right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
We think Kellogg's Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week, this same time, same station, when Kellogg's Corn Pops again bring you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Directed by Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
On King! On, you husky! Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Fellas and girls, why not start off every morning with a bang-up breakfast? Enjoy the ones shot from guns, delicious Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice, topped with sliced bananas or sweet, fresh strawberries. And say, listen to this news, big news. In just a few minutes, you'll hear how to get a wonderful Sergeant Preston camping outfit. Get ready, get set with paper and pencil.
Ted Norton, a young prospector, lived in a cabin near his claim on Shelf Ridge. Besides his wife and son, Ted's elderly father lived in their cabin with him. It was late afternoon, just before the spring thaw, when Ted entered the cabin in a state of excitement.
Elaine, I brought in more gold for you to add to what you've been saving in that tin box. Look here.
Ted, there's small gold nuggets.
Yes, sure are, honey. And there's lots more where they came from.
Jumping catfish, son. Looks like you finally struck it rich, huh?
That's right, Dad. Our worries are over now.
yeah.
But I have to act fast to make sure no one else gets the gold that's still waiting to be taken out.
What do you mean?
Well, I found this right on the boundary line of my claim back on the ridge. I'll have to file a claim to the land beyond mine right away.
That's right, Ted. If word of this gets out, others will swarm up there to stake claims.
I'll get the dog team and head for town right now.
You might get there too late to register your claim today, son. Selkirk is 10 miles away, and the office closes at 6. But it opens at 7 in the morning if you want to make an early trip.
Oh, I still might have time to make it. I'll go to town, and if the claims office is closed, I'll stay overnight at the hotel and register it first thing in the morning.
Good idea. Reckon if you don't mind, I'll go along with you. I've been hankering to get to town for a visit.
But if we don't get there in time and have to stay for the night, Elaine and Tommy will be here alone.
Oh, sure.
Don't worry about that. We'll be all right. I'll put that gold in the tin box and hide it, and then give you something to eat before you go.
All right, honey. Where's Tommy?
Outside playing Western Sheriff. You know, those stories Gramps has told him have gone to his head. Now, you and Gramps get ready for town.
Ted and his father made a quick trip to town, but they were too late. While Ted went to engage rooms at the hotel, Gramps entered the general store to make a purchase and greet some of his cronies who usually lounged around the big stove.
Well, here comes Gramps.
Well, how's everything, Gramps?
Oh, fine. Oh, say, Jake, give me a plug of chawing tobacco with you.
Sure, Gramps. Here you are. Reckon you want that on Ted's account, eh?
Yep. And that's one account you aren't going to have to worry about.
Oh, how come?
Well, Jake, the fact is...
Yeah?
Well, Ted's finally struck pay dirt. Yes, sir.
What? That's fine. Glad to hear it. Last time I talked to Ted, he said he tunneled quite a distance back into the ridge without too much luck.
Matter of fact, Jake, he struck gold.
Where?
Oh, I can't tell where until he gets his new claim protected. And he's here to get it registered when the office opens in the morning.
That's wise. Then nobody can jump the claim.
Well, that's what I told him. Well, I'll see you in the morning before we leave for Shelf Ridge, Jake.
Right, Gramps.
So long, fellas.
Goodbye.
Later, a stranger who'd been at the store was talking to another man as they sat at a table in the cafe.
Cal, I know how we can get the cash we need.
Yeah? How? I could use some, Charlie.
I saw an old man in the store.
Briefly, the man called Charlie told about Gramps' conversation at the store. When he had finished, the other man asked,
You mean we should go out and jump that claim?
No, the old man didn't say where it was. Ted Norton's waiting right here to register the claim when the office opens in the morning.
Well, then what...
I asked a few questions at the store. Seems the old man's son has a wife and a boy about 10 years old. They're out at Norton's cabin alone for the night. Well, if Norton made a strike, there must be gold hidden at the cabin.
Yeah, but suppose there isn't.
Look, as busted as we are, we'll have to take that chance. But I know the habits of prospectors, and they usually hide some at their cabins.
Well, let's get the dog team go out there. Did you find out where the cabin is?
Yep, up on Shelf Ridge, about 10 miles from here. We'll grab what we find and keep on going to Whitehorse. I've been ready to get out of here for a week anyhow.
Yeah, so have I. Let's go.
Right.
Leaving the cafe, Charlie and Cal got their team and started for Shelf Ridge. Meantime, Sergeant Preston and his great dog, Yukon King, were returning to Selkirk from a trip to Whitehorse. Preston stopped his team at the Norton cabin.
Well, King, hiya, husky. Hiya. Come along, King. We'll visit the Nortons a while and get warm.
Oh, Sergeant Preston and King, do come in.
Thanks, Elaine.
Hello, Sergeant. Oh, golly, there's King. Hello, fella.
Well, Tommy, I'd say King's glad to see you, aren't you, boy?
King is so gentle for a dog that's been trained to catch criminals, Sergeant.
King's always gentle with friends, especially with children. Where's Ted and his father? Still working?
No, they went to town, Sergeant. Ted finally struck gold, but it's back at the boundary, and he staked out more land there. He must be staying in town all night so as to get the claim registered first thing in the morning. He probably arrived too late to attend to it tonight.
Well, that's good news. I may see Ted and his dad in town.
Well, before you leave, I'll make some hot coffee.
Well, I'm anxious to reach town, but I'd be glad to wait long enough for that coffee.
All right. Tommy, you and King go in the back room and play so you'll not be underfoot.
All right, Mom. Come on, King. Come on, boy.
Tommy and King certainly get along well together. Now, Sergeant, you sit by the fire. I'll have the coffee ready in a jiffy.
After having a cup of coffee, Sergeant Preston left the Norton cabin with King and headed along the trail toward Selkirk.
Hey, King! Here, boy! All right, on King! On, you husky!
After going a short distance, Preston turned onto a shortcut, which other travelers who felt more certain on the main trail seldom used during the cold season. Because of the shortcut, the sergeant missed meeting the two crooks, Charlie and Cal, who had taken the main trail.
We'll reach the Norton place soon, Cal. It's only a short way from here.
Good. It ought to be easy to scare that woman and the boy into telling us where the gold is hidden, if there's any there.
Don't worry, we'll find gold there. What's more, we'll take their supplies for our trip. Mush! Mush, you husky!
At the Norton cabin, Elaine had put Tommy to bed in the back room. Then she closed the door and sat before the fire sewing. A short time later, there was a knock at the door.
I wonder who that is.
You Ted Norton's wife?
Yes, I am. But has something happened?
No, he's safe in town, ma'am. Ask us to stop by, that's all.
Of course. Do come in and have coffee.
Thanks. Come on, Cal.
Yeah.
Now, just make yourselves comfortable.
Look, we came here to get the gold that's hidden in this cabin. Now, get it.
A gun?
Yeah. We sure fooled her for a minute, huh, Cal? Thought we were friends of her husband.
Then you've come here to rob us.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's search the dump ourselves, Charlie. You look around here while I search the back room.
Oh, no, please. Our boy is sleeping in there. He'd be terribly frightened.
And get the gold you have put away. Because if you don't, I'll go drag the boy out here, see if he can tell us where you keep it.
What gave you the idea we have gold here? There's no reason to
She's
think that...
stalling, Charlie.
Sure, get the youngster out
No,
here.
wait. We do have some gold put away. I'll go get it for you. It's in this tin box. All of it. Here, take it and leave.
I'll see what's in it first. Watch her, Cal.
All right. Now, what about it, Charlie?
Hey, we're in luck. There's plenty here. Now I'll tie her so she can't leave here and spread the news.
Oh, no.
Her husband and the old man aren't going to get back here till tomorrow.
Yeah. By that time, we'll be far away. We'll take supplies, load them on our sled, and before we leave, we'll tie up the youngster.
Oh, no, leave the boy alone.
In the back room, Tommy had been awakened by the sound of voices. He climbed out of bed and went to the door, where he stood listening a few moments.
Tight enough to hold her.
You took the gold and you'll take supplies, but there's no reason for you to disturb my boy. You'll frighten him.
We'll tie up the boy when we get round.
Charlie.
A little scaring isn't going to hurt him. Now, Charlie, let's get the supplies out of the sled.
All right, come on.
Tommy, realizing something was wrong, was at first too frightened to think clearly. Then, remembering the stories Gramps had told about sheriffs and crooks, he decided he'd leave and try to get help from the Mounties. He dressed hurriedly, then quietly eased up the window and slipped out. Tommy ran behind the cabin and circled around through the trees to avoid being seen by the two crooks who were out front loading supplies on their sled. He finally reached the main trail out of sight of the cabin, then headed on foot toward town.
Those crooks will be sorry when I get Sergeant Preston and King. But it's a long way to town, and it's cold. But I have to find them. I just have to.
After taking practically all the supplies from the cabin, Charlie and Cal went back inside.
I'll go see about the boy.
Please let him alone.
Shut up or we'll gag you. Go tie him, Cal.
Hey, the boy's not here.
What?
We better get after him, Charlie. He must have heard us and went for help.
Hey, if that's the case, let's clear out fast. You might get to somebody. Come on, let's get out of here.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. Don't you think, Sergeant Preston, that the outdoor life of a Mountie is something every fellow and girl should experience?
I certainly do. There's a real thrill in pitching a tent under the open sky and cooking your own food in the open air.
Yes, fellas and girls, and that thrill can be yours.
Here's the most exciting offer you can imagine.
It's your chance to get a Sergeant Preston camping outfit.
A marvelous new prospector's tent and a genuine all-metal camp stove. Offered to friends of Sergeant Preston by Quaker Puffed Rice and Quaker Puffed Wheat.
It's a bright green, sturdy plastic tent. Stands 4.5 feet high and is 3 feet square at the base.
It has a flap to let you in, to close up snug and tight so you'll feel like a real gold prospector up in the Yukon.
You get the tent poles, stakes, everything you need to set it up easily in just a few minutes, outdoors or in the house.
Yet, for this wonderful new waterproof prospector's tent, all you do is send $1 and a box top from swell-tasting Quaker Puffed Wheat or Rice.
But that's not all you can get.
In addition, here's a genuine all-metal camp stove.
Mind you, it's not a toy. It works. You can really cook with it.
On the top section, you can fry hamburgers, hot dogs, bacon, and eggs.
In the Dutch oven, you can bake potatoes, biscuits.
Over the broiler, you can cook cocoa, soup, beans.
There's a firebox to fill with twigs, charcoal, or canned heat for fuel.
And this complete 4-piece camp stove, plus a handy combination stove tongs and cooking fork, is yours for only 50 cents and a box top from Quaker Puffed Wheat or Rice.
Now, to get both tent and stove, the whole Sergeant Preston camping outfit, send 2 box tops from Quaker Puffed Wheat or Rice and $1.50.
Send to Camping Outfit, Box L, Chicago 77, Illinois.
With your order, you'll get a little booklet that shows you how easy it is to put up your tent, outdoors or indoors, and gives you tips for safe camping and cooking.
What's more, if you aren't completely satisfied with your prospector's tent and camp stove, you get every cent of your money back.
Grocers now have special new packages of delicious Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice with full offer details plus order blank right on the package.
For the prospector's tent, send 1 box top and $1.
For the camp stove, send a box top and 50 cents.
For both tent and stove, send 2 box tops and $1.50.
And say, if you're the first in your gang to get one, oh boy, you'll be a big shot.
So hurry. And remember, too, the limited supply of Sergeant Preston prospectors' tents and camp stoves won't last.
So send for yours right away, tonight, to Camping Outfit, Box L, Chicago 77, Illinois.
Now to continue. After he managed to escape from the cabin, Tommy trudged along the trail in spite of the cold wind and the snow underfoot. The going was rough, much too rough for a boy his size. And Tommy's steps finally began to drag as fright and exhaustion took their toll.
Golly, I can't go much further, and it's so cold.
Then he thought of something Gramps had said once when the old man was telling one of his stories of the Southwest sheriffs.
Yeah, I'll make believe I'm a sheriff. I gotta get a posse to help catch those crooks.
But pretending didn't take away the sharpness of the wind or smooth out the snow-packed trail. Finally, cold and tired, Tommy turned off the trail to the shelter of an overhanging ledge nearby. There, he sank to the ground to rest.
Gotta rest. Gotta. But I'll go on again and find Sergeant Preston and King. Then those crooks will be sorry. Mighty sorry.
When he arrived in town, Sergeant Preston had gone to report at the constable's office. Later, he and King entered the hotel. The Mountie crossed the lobby to greet Ted Norton and Gramps, who were sitting in chairs near the front window.
Hello, Ted. What? I saw you and Gramps inside here as we were passing.
Well, Sergeant Preston, how are you?
Fine, thanks. Hello, Gramps.
Well, howdy, Sergeant. I see you have King with you as usual.
That's right. By the way, Ted, I stopped at your cabin earlier. I heard the good news.
Oh, were Elaine and Tommy all right, Sergeant?
Why, of course. You talk as though you'd been away for a week.
Why, it's just that I've never left them alone at night before. Gramps is usually there if I'm away.
Yep, but seeing as how I've been at the cabin most all winter, I talked Ted into letting me come with him.
I see.
I tried to reach the claims office before it closed, but didn't make it. I was afraid someone might get wind of the strike and get a claimant ahead of mine for that land.
The man from the claims registry lives here at the hotel, Ted. If he's in, I might persuade him to open the office long enough to register your claim. Then you could go back home tonight.
Say, that's an idea. I'd feel much better about it.
Come on. Let's see if he's in his room.
The claims registrar was in, and at Preston's request took care of the details of filing Ted's claim. As they left the claims office, Ted spoke.
Lucky we talked to you, Sergeant. Now the matter is all settled. I'll go back and check us out at the hotel, then we'll head for home.
I'll stop at your place in the morning. I'm going back that way.
Oh, why not come along with us tonight?
Why,
We have room to put you up, and there's lots we haven't talked about.
no reason why I shouldn't, Ted. Thanks. I'll meet you in front of the hotel in 10 minutes.
Right.
Later, with Gramps on his dog sled, Ted moved along the trail behind Sergeant Preston's sled as King ran ahead. About a mile from the cabin, King recognized a familiar scent, the scent of his friend Tommy. Suddenly, the intelligent dog turned from the trail and headed toward the ledge under which Tommy had stopped to rest.
King! Ho, you husky! Hold on.
What's the matter with King? Must have found an animal.
I don't know. I found something over there. He wants me to investigate. Come on. What is it, King? What? Ted, look. It's a boy.
Why? Oh, no, it can't be. Sergeant, it's Tommy. My boy Tommy. How did this happen? Oh, he's dead. I know it.
Hold on, Ted. Take it easy.
Oh, no.
The boy's alive. We found him in time. Tommy.
King. Must be King. You'll get the crooks. He'll out, Mom.
Something must have gone wrong at your cabin. I'll take Tommy to my sled and wrap him in blankets. Come along, King. He'll be all right, boy.
But Elaine, what could have happened?
We'll soon find out, Ted. Here's the sled. There. Now the blankets.
Hurry, Sergeant.
Get a hold on your nerves, Ted. If anything has happened, you'll need your strength. Now let's go. All right, on King! On, you husky!
The run to the cabin was made in record time. Elaine was quickly untied, and as soon as she was sure Tommy was going to be all right, she told the three men what had happened.
Tommy must have heard them and went to find help.
Tommy's a brave boy.
Yes, bless his heart.
Well, they can have the gold and supplies as long as you and Tommy are all right.
No, Ted. They must be caught.
You mean you're going after them?
Of course. They must have gone toward Whitehorse. Otherwise, they'd have caught up with Tommy.
Yes, I listened, Sergeant. I'm sure they went in that direction. They were very rough-looking. One was bushy-haired and slim, the other rather heavy-set with a pointed beard.
Thanks. Let's go, King.
Charlie and Cal had about an hour's start. Since one of them rode the sled and it was loaded with stolen supplies, their progress was slow. They had fewer dogs than Sergeant Preston, and what dogs they had were ill-fed and lacking in stamina, so that frequent rests were necessary. As they moved along the trail, Cal was saying,
Wish we could make better time, Charlie. These mutts move along like snails.
Ah, what's the difference? It'll be hours before anyone finds out what happened.
Yeah, but I keep thinking of that boy. Suppose he meets somebody on the trail or something.
Well, stop worrying. Nothing we can do about it now.
Oh, there, oh.
Well, what are you stopping for?
I gotta arrest these doggone mutts before they give out on us. Besides, when we start again, I want to ride a while and let you drive it. Hey, wait a minute. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Sounds like somebody coming behind us. We'll get behind this ridge and wait till they go by.
Right. Gee there! Mush out!
Two crooks reached the ridge, which hid them and the dog team from anyone coming along the trail.
Oh, there, oh.
The twilight of the Yukon night made it possible for them to see quite clearly as Preston and King came around a bend.
Charlie, it looks like a Mountie.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Boy must have gotten help.
What do we do?
Well, you don't have a gun. Guess it's up to me to plug him as he passes.
Yeah. I'm sure he's after us, Charlie. So you better not miss.
Preston and King soon approached the place where the two crooks had turned off the trail. King, running ahead as he followed the trail his master had indicated to him outside the cabin, suddenly stopped, and then sniffed the trail. He stood motionless as Preston came up to him.
Oh, you huskies. Hold on. What's the matter, King?
Immediately, the Mountie saw the tracks that led in the direction of the ridge. He realized that two crooks must be waiting in ambush. He quickly dropped behind a snow-covered boulder nearby.
Down, King. Down, boy.
Even as the words were spoken, a shot rang out. King, still in a crouching position, began to crawl back along the trail away from the sled. The intelligent dog knew he dared not make a direct attack toward the men behind the ridge. Suddenly, the big husky stood up and ran out of sight around the bend. Behind the ridge, Charlie laughed.
That big dog the Mountie had with him was scared away by the shot. You see him beat it back along the trail out of sight?
Yeah. But you better concentrate on that Mountie, Charlie. You got to plug in before we can get away from here.
Sergeant Preston dared not go from behind the boulder without being a target for the crook's bullets. For about 5 minutes, intermittent shots were exchanged. Then...
Look, Charlie, you're a good shot. Why not pick off his dogs, one by one? Then we can circle around and leave, and he can't follow us.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea.
Take careful aim.
I'll get him. I have to reload.
As Charlie quickly put more cartridges in his rifle, neither he nor Cal noticed the dark gray figure that crept around the corner of the ridge. King had circled and had come toward them from behind.
Now I'm ready.
As Charlie turned to raise his gun, King, with a snarl of rage, sprang. When the big dog grabbed Charlie's gun arm, the gun fell from his hands. Cal, panicked by the sudden onslaught by the big husky, and not having a gun, turned and started to run.
Cal, help me!
But he forgot Sergeant Preston for the moment until a shot rang out.
Ow!
And Cal fell with a bullet in his leg.
Help! Get him away! Help!
Sergeant Preston hurriedly approached the scene.
On, King. On, boy. On guard.
Preston quickly picked up Charlie's gun. Then, while King stood guard over Charlie, the Mountie attended to Cal's wound.
There. That'll do until you see a doctor. I arrest both of you in the name of the Crown for attempted murder and robbery.
We didn't rob anybody. We didn't know you were a Mountie. We thought you were somebody who intended to rob us.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't lie. You tied up a woman and stole a box of gold.
We have our own gold on our sled. You can't...
Shut up. We'll pass the Norton place on the way to the Selkirk jail. I'll stop and have this woman identify you. We're starting back right now, but first I'll use these handcuffs.
Within a short time, Preston started back with the two crooks. And sometime later, they reached the Nortons' cabin.
King! Hi, Husky! Come on.
Sergeant, I see you caught them.
Yes, Ted. Look them over, Elaine.
Those are the two men who robbed me and left me tied in the cabin, Sergeant.
And this is the box of gold they took?
That's it, all right. See, we kept it in that tin box. My initials are painted on it.
That's our gold, Sergeant.
I'll see it's returned to you after it's used as evidence. Ted, will you drive one of these sleds to town for me? I had King lead my team while I drove their sled with them riding it.
Oh, of course, Sergeant.
How's Tommy?
Oh, he's sleeping. He was worn out, but he's all right now.
Good. Tell him King and I'll come back and see him later in the day.
I'll get my park and be ready to leave with you.
Fine. Now that the claim is registered, the gold recovered, and these two on their way to jail, this case is closed.
Sergeant Preston will return in just a moment with a word about our next exciting adventure. Listen, have you discovered the taste wallop in Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat?
You know, they're the king size, ready-to-serve premium grains that are actually exploded up to 8 times normal size.
That's what makes them bigger and better tasting.
Crisp and tender as nuts in November.
Yes, for a real taste wallop, every morning pack away a bowl of delicious Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice with milk or cream and fruit.
And remember, special new packages are at grocers now, offering the Sergeant Preston camping outfit.
Right on these packages, you'll find full details of this sensational offer.
And orders are pouring in, so send for yours right now.
Get the wonderful new waterproof prospector's tent of sturdy plastic, ready to set up outdoors or indoors for only $1 and a box top from Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice.
Get the complete 4-piece all-metal camp stove to cook hot dogs, to bake potatoes, to fry eggs. A genuine camp stove for only 50 cents and a box top from Quaker puffed wheat or rice.
Or get both tent and stove for 2 box tops and only $1.50.
Send to Camping Outfit, Box L, Chicago 77, Illinois.
It's first come, first served. There's a limited supply, so get going. Send tonight.
Write down the address. It's Camping Outfit, Box L, Chicago 77, Illinois.
And now, here is Sergeant Preston.
Sergeant Preston reporting for duty, Inspector.
Sergeant, I'm sending you to Kaw River Camp. Minnie May has been caught in a freeze-up some distance from Kaw River. She'll be trapped in the ice until spring.
Well, that ship was carrying food for the miners in Kaw River Camp.
That's right, Sergeant. When you reach camp, see if the men have enough food on hand to last until the thaw.
Very well, sir. I'll start at once.
Trouble awaits the sergeant in Kaw River Camp. 2 killers have already destroyed the food supplies and have made a successful getaway with gold stolen from the hard-working miners. For the first time in his career, Sergeant Preston faces failure when he loses a race against time. For the 2 outlaws reach the freedom of the border before he can overtake them. Be sure to hear this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Fred Flowerday, and supervised by Charles D. Livingston. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday. On Thursday by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. The breakfast cereals shot from guns. Only Quaker Pack-O-10 has all your family's cereal favorites. A regular cereal pantry. That's Quaker Pack-O-10. 6 different delicious ready-to-serve cereals. 10 crisp, fresh individual servings. Pack-O-10 and only Pack-O-10 has wheat and rice shot from guns. And Pack-O-10 alone has the individual packages with the cellophane windows. There's both an inner and outer cellophane wrap to doubly protect that day it's made Christmas. Pick up a pack of Pack-O-10 at your grocer's tomorrow. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. Listen tomorrow at this same time to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the drink that makes you feel fresh again, delicious Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereals shot from guns, present Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
On King! On, you husky!
Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Here's a Mutual note for you. Every afternoon at 5 o'clock over Mutual, it's time for fun for everyone who loves stories of daring adventure and breathless excitement. At 5 every Monday, Bobby Benson, young boss of the B-Bar B Ranch, takes you on a rangeland trip to the Big Bend country of Texas. Wednesday and Friday, the Green Hornet roams the streets in his specially built car on his mysterious missions to avenge crime. And at 5:30 Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Wild Bill Hickok brings more tales of Western action. At 5 o'clock Tuesday and Thursday, Sergeant Preston of the Yukon follows the trail to danger, accompanied by his faithful husky, Yukon King. And at 5:30, it's Sky King. Don't forget, 5 o'clock every afternoon, Monday through Friday, over Mutual is Time for Fun with Bobby Benson, the Green Hornet, Wild Bill Hickok, Sergeant Preston of the Yukon, and Sky King over most of these stations. It was early morning when Sergeant Preston halted his dog team in front of Molly Bay's trading post in Caribou Ridge. The great dog Yukon King followed his master into the store. Molly, a large, good-natured woman, came forward to greet them.
Sergeant Preston.
Hello, Molly. How are you?
I'm fine and mighty glad to see you. Yes, I'm glad to see you too, King. Come back by the stove, Sergeant, and sit down and visit for a while.
I haven't time to sit down and talk, Molly. I must leave as soon as I post this handbill.
A handbill, huh? Oh, there's a hammer on the shelf and some nails beside it.
Fine. I'll put it right here.
You mind if I read it while you post it?
No, not at all.
Stolen from Wells Fargo. Reward. I'd sure like to collect that reward.
Well, if you receive any American money, compare the numbers on the bills with the list of numbers on this poster. Maybe you will collect the reward.
Is there any reason to suppose that the critter who stole the money'd come up here?
As a matter of fact, there is, Molly. The American authorities have notified us that some of the money was spent in Seattle. It had been used to buy a steamship ticket to Dawson.
Oh, then this fella is in the Yukon.
We think he is.
And I'll keep my eyes open for him, Sergeant Preston. If he shows himself in this trading post, I'll pull my six-shooter out of that cash drawer and let out a bellow that'd bring help from all directions.
If he comes here, Molly, you'd be wise to leave your gun alone. Take his money, and as soon as he leaves the post, find someone to capture and hold him. Then send word to Constable Clinton in Bristol City. He'll come and take him into custody.
Seems like a mighty roundabout way of handling things. I could capture him myself.
Perhaps you could, but this man is dangerous, Molly. He killed 2 men when he committed that robbery.
Well, you needn't worry about me. I'll recognize the critter if I see him. I'll do as you say.
Pay particular attention to anyone who pays for his purchases with American paper money. And be sure to notice the serial numbers on any bills you see.
That I will. Where'll you be, Sergeant?
I'm traveling north.
To Bristol City?
Yes?
Well, then you'll be seeing Andy Clinton?
The constable? Of course.
Well, would you mind telling them that I got a new shipment of ammunition? He asked me to let him know when it arrived.
Be glad to tell him. Well, come along, King.
Oh, you're leaving already?
Yes, I want to reach Bristol City this afternoon.
Well, it's too bad you can't stay longer, Sergeant.
I'll be back this way in about 2 weeks. I'll see you then, Molly.
I'll be looking for you and King. Goodbye, Sergeant.
Bye, Molly.
And I'll be on the lookout for that murder and his paper money.
Good, but be careful, Molly. He's dangerous. Up front, King. All right, on King! On, you husky!
Sergeant Preston traveled at a steady pace, and shortly before noon passed a familiar landmark. It was a small cabin which stood at the edge of a woods a couple of 100 yards to the side of the trail. The cabin had been deserted for many years, but now Preston noted with surprise that smoke was coming from the chimney. He made a mental note to speak of it when he met Constable Clinton in Bristol City.
On, King! On, you husky!
At 4 o'clock that afternoon, the sergeant was in the office of the young constable, Andy Clinton.
I'll see that these handbills are posted around town, Sergeant Preston.
Thanks, Andy. By the way, has someone moved into that old cabin at the edge of Red Pine Woods?
Yes.
I thought so. I saw smoke coming from the chimney.
A little old man called Hard Luck Hastings.
Hastings, eh? And I'll call on him next time I pass the cabin. Anything new in Bristol City, Andy?
A robbery last night.
Huh?
Someone broke into Banker Clark's house. The thief made off with the banker's gold watch and the wallet that held $20.
Any idea who did it?
Well, I arrested Jim Blunt.
I remember Jim. He seemed like a fairly decent young fellow.
I hated to jail him, but I didn't have any choice. His hunting knife was found at Clark's place. And Jim was carrying the wallet when I brought him in for questioning.
Did he have any explanation?
Sure, he claimed someone stole his knife and said he'd found the wallet. He said he saw it on the ground late last night and picked it up, planning to return it to Clark.
What about the watch?
I searched Jim's place thoroughly this afternoon, but it wasn't there. The watch is all that's needed to clinch the case against him.
He may be innocent.
I hope he is. At any rate, he'll have a chance to prove it at his trial next week.
That'll give me time to make a little investigation.
Well, I'll start passing out these handbills. The sooner folks know about the stolen cash, the sooner they'll be on the lookout for it.
I'll go with you to post those notices.
Brick Beard and Jake Moon, a couple of petty sneak thieves, were standing in front of a cafe when they saw Sergeant Preston and his great dog King on the opposite side of the street with a constable.
Jake, that's Sergeant Preston.
Yeah. He's one man nobody's ever fooled, Brick. He'll soon learn the truth about last night's robbery at Clark's place.
You think so?
He'll put that dog on the scent and it'll lead to us.
I'd hate to be jailed for stealing a measly $20 in Clark's watch.
We better start traveling, Brick, before he starts an investigation. We'll leave town and try to hide our trail.
But we have no cash. We spent the
I
20...
say we're clearing out. I don't hanker to meet Preston.
That's a long way to another town. What do we do for grub?
We'll head south. Stop at that trapper's shack near Red Pine Woods. Someone's living there now.
You mean we'll have to wait till we get to that shack before we eat?
Yeah, that's right. Unless you want to sell Clark's watch and use the cash to buy food.
Jake, are you loco? The watch has Clark's name engraved on the back of it. If we try to sell it, the constable and Preston will be on our necks in no time.
Exactly. We have no cash and we can't sell the watch. We'll risk jail if we stay in town. All right, you do as you please, but I'm heading for that trapper's shack.
I'm with you, Jake.
Cheer up, Rick. At least we'll get a meal.
Jake and Brick had neither gear nor possessions to pack. They left town immediately. At dusk, they were still some distance from Red Pine Woods.
Folks in town are likely getting ready to eat supper now.
Thinking about food's no way to forget you're hungry.
And tired.
Just keep moving, Brick.
There's nothing else to do.
You could stop here, sit down in the snow, and freeze to death. We'll reach that cabin soon.
How soon?
Another couple hours. Come on, hurry up.
It was dark by the time Jake and Brick came within sight of the cabin at the edge of Red Pine Woods.
There's a place ahead, Brick. Someone's there, all right. Place is lighted.
I thought we'd never get here.
We'll soon have a meal and a place to bunk for the night.
I'm wondering, Jake.
Yeah, about what?
I've heard that the fellow who lives here keeps to himself.
Well, what about it?
He might not like the idea of feeding us.
Like it or not, he'll do it. Nowhere else this side of Caribou Ridge where we'll find food and shelter. We'll get grub and a place to stay if we have to take it at the point of a gun.
Suits me. Just so's we eat.
We'll eat. I'll knock on the door.
Without waiting for the door to open, Jake lifted the latch.
Hey, anyone home?
What's the idea of busting in here?
Leave that gun on the table, mister.
Why are you pulling a six-shooter on me?
You gave me the idea when you reached for your hardware.
You always meet callers with a gun?
Callers aren't welcome here. So you two'd better shove on.
Guess again, Mr.
Hard Luck's my name. Hard Luck Hastings.
My partner and I are hungry.
That's your worry, not mine.
We're making it yours. Take his gun, Brick.
You've made a mistake. Nobody's ever taken my gun and lived to talk about it. To prove it to you...
Look out, Jake! He's going for his gun! Jake, did he hit you?
I got him first. Good thing I did, too. That was my last bullet.
Well, maybe we'll find some spare cartridges here. Is he dead, Jake?
Yeah.
We're in worse trouble than ever now.
What's wrong with you?
We cleared out of Bristol City so we wouldn't be jailed for a $20 robbery. If the Mounties catch us now, they'll hang us.
You saw how it happened. If I hadn't fired, Hard Luck would have killed me.
Maybe you shouldn't have pulled your gun in the first place.
He was going for his when we walked in here. Trigger happy, Galoot? Help me get his body out of sight, Brick.
There's no place to hide a body around here.
Who said anything about hiding it? We'll get it out of sight, that's all.
Oh. Well, that door in the rear probably opens to a woodshed.
Brick's guess was correct. He and Jake dragged the dead man into the woodshed and closed the door. Then they hurriedly ransacked the cupboard for food. They found canned goods, flour, and salt. And then...
Look out!
Doggone it.
Of all the clumsy. You knocked that jug to the floor.
Yeah, molasses. Well, no use crying about spilled milk or molasses. Let's open these cans and eat.
Ignoring the spilled molasses, which made a widening pool on the floor, the two men tracked through it, preparing a meal. They ate greedily, then searched the cabin. Jake smashed the lock on a chest that had been hidden beneath the bunk. When he lifted the lid, he gasped.
Hey, it's full of cash. There's thousands of dollars here.
Jake, we're rich. This makes up for the money we didn't get from Banker Clark.
Who'd ever think a little fella like Hard Luck could have more cash on hand than a banker? Fill your pockets, Brick. We're clearing out of here.
Now?
Now. I want to put a lot of distance between us and the body in the woodshed. There, that's all the money. Now, here, get in your pocket.
What about supplies?
No, I'm not hungry.
Well, neither am I. But we'll need grub on the trail.
We'll buy what we need in Caribou Ridge.
How long it'll take us to get there?
Hit town about 3 or 4 o'clock.
In the morning?
Sure. We'll go to the hotel and sleep a couple hours. As soon as the trading post is open, we'll go there and buy supplies.
Hey, you want to take Hard Luck?
No, you keep it. I got mine.
Well, yours is no good without cartridges.
Too bad Hard Luck packed a 38 instead of a 45. I'll get ammunition in Caribou Ridge. Now, let's get going, Brick.
I'm with you.
At the hotel in Bristol City, Sergeant Preston had turned in early. He had slept soundly for several hours. It was nearly midnight when he was wakened by a loud pounding on the door of his room. The great dog King, sleeping at the foot of Preston's bed, moved to the door, then raced to the bedside as the constable shouted,
Hey, Sergeant Preston! Just a minute, Andy. Quiet, King. Well, Andy, what's wrong?
Jim Blunt's broken out of jail.
Huh?
The guard came to my place a few minutes ago. He just discovered that Jim was gone.
How long has Jim been gone?
The guard didn't know. Said he might have broken out any time after 8 o'clock.
He left town at 8 o'clock. He has a good start.
Not only that, Sergeant, I think he's armed. I kept a gun in my desk at the jail. The guard says it's gone.
I see.
Doggone it, I'd hoped Jim was innocent. This jailbreak makes him look guiltier than ever.
I'm ready, Andy. We'll go to the jail. King may be able to get his scent, and then we'll go after him.
I'll go with you on the trail.
That's not necessary. King and I'll bring him back. Come on, boy. We have work to do.
King got Jim Blunt's scent from a few belongings the fugitive had left behind. Then, at the head of Sergeant Preston's dog team, the mighty Husky followed Jim's trail.
On, King! On, you Husky!
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. Friends, over the weekend, headlines told us of the tornadoes that hit 6 of our southern states. More than 2,000 homes were destroyed, homes of families like your own. More than 1,000 people were injured, many of them very seriously. If you were there, you would help them. And in a very real sense, you are there through your Red Cross. Your Red Cross is there. More than 100 experienced disaster workers and hundreds of volunteers, feeding and sheltering the homeless, caring for the sick and injured. Your Red Cross has made an initial allocation of $1 million for immediate emergency relief, and more will have to be done, homes rebuilt, and people restored to health and livelihood. So great is the destruction, your Red Cross has had to increase its $85 million fund goal by $5 million. The need is great. The need is now. So answer the call, and please give generously through your American Red Cross. Now to continue. After his escape, Jim Blunt traveled south from Bristol City. He hoped to reach a branch trail that would take him to the border. He walked fast for several hours, and he was tired and hungry. It was shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning when he saw a cabin in the moonlight. He left the trail and went to the cabin in the hope of finding food and a chance to rest. He rapped on the door. When there was no response, he tried the door. It was unlocked.
Anyone here?
He received no reply and decided that the cabin was empty. He closed and bolted the door. He struck a match, and the light revealed an oil lamp. In a moment, the room was filled with yellow light. The scene of disorder brought an involuntary exclamation.
Gosh, this place is a mess.
But Jim was too tired to think much of the disorder. He thought he'd rest a moment, then look for food. He sat down on Hardluck's bunk, leaned back, and closed his eyes. In a moment, he was asleep. When he wakened, he hurried across the room and looked out the window.
Almost daybreak. I'll get something to eat and clear out of here.
Jim was searching for wood for the stove when he found Hardluck's body.
Hey!
At that moment, Sergeant Preston halted his team outside. Jim was panic-stricken when he heard and recognized the sergeant's voice.
It's Preston. Too late now to put out the light. I already know someone's here. I'll have to open the door. You're covered, Sergeant. Don't reach for your gun.
I thought I'd find you here, Jim.
How'd you know I was here?
King followed your trail. Quiet, King. Steady, boy.
Get out of here, Sergeant. Please turn around and go back to town. I don't want to shoot you.
Where's Hastings?
I don't know.
Sergeant Preston noticed that King had moved to the door that led to the woodshed. The dog sniffed at the crack between the floor and the door.
What is it, King?
Stay away from that door.
I'm going to open that door. First, I'll take your gun.
Oh, no.
Jim, King's behind you. You can't cover him and me at the same time. Shoot me, and before you turn around, King will attack. If you make a move to shoot him, I'll have time to draw my own gun.
Oh, you win. Here's my gun.
That's better. Now I'll see why you were so anxious to keep me from opening that door.
Oh, I'll open it. But I didn't do it.
Great Scott.
I found the body when I looked for wood. I didn't kill him. I didn't shoot him.
Watch him, King. Don't try any fast moves, Jim. King's guarding you.
I know when I'm licked.
Let's see if this man has any papers to identify him.
I know who he is. His name's Hardluck Hastings.
That's what I thought.
Did you find anything in his pocket?
Yes. Newspaper clipping.
Well, is it a write-up about Hastings?
No. It's an account of a Wells Fargo robbery.
A robbery?
Yes, it lists serial numbers of stolen bills.
I wonder why old Hardluck kept the clipping.
This man isn't as old as he looks. The face is young under that beard. Bring the lamp over here, Jim.
Sure thing. I don't see what difference Hardluck's age makes.
I have a picture on a handbill in my pocket. The serial numbers listed in the clipping are the same as the ones on the handbill.
What's that got to do with Hardluck Hastings?
Perhaps a great deal. Hold the lamp close to his face.
This close enough?
Yes. I'll compare the picture. Without that beard, I think. Mm-hmm.
Why are you studying Hardluck's face so closely, Sergeant? Is he anyone you know?
I know now that he was a murderer and a thief. I'll take the lamp, Jim. Look at the picture on this handbill, and then look at Hastings.
Well, without the beard, I'd say... Gosh, it's the same man.
Right.
Then Hardluck was a crook.
He was wanted for robbery and murder.
I wonder who murdered him.
How long have you been here?
Long enough to get a little sleep. I was about to eat when you came.
You were rather careless handling the supplies, weren't you? Molasses spilled on the floor.
I didn't spill it. Fact is, I hadn't gotten around to handling any supplies.
Someone walked through this molasses. See the tracks on the floor? Come here, Jim.
Yeah.
Put your foot here.
All right.
Oh.
See, my footprint isn't as big as this one here, or as small as that one.
2 men were here ahead of you.
Must have had a meal. They probably spilled the molasses.
The lock on this chest is smashed.
Maybe they robbed Hardluck.
There'll be 2 sets of tracks leading away from this cabin. Jim, I'm inclined to trust you. You've never been in trouble before, and I think you're innocent now. I'm going to take you with me, but I warn you, don't try anything.
Well, I'm not armed.
All right, come on. We'll see where these tracks lead.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, Molly Bay opened her trading post. A few minutes later, Jake Moon and Brick Beard hurried from the hotel in Caribou Ridge. Brick's eyes were still heavy with sleep. He blinked at the bright daylight and muttered,
I don't see why you're so set on getting to the trading post as soon as it's open.
Look, the sooner I get ammunition, the safer I'll feel. Besides, we can't afford to waste time. Hardluck's body will be found, and unless there's snow to cover our tracks, we'll be hunted for murder.
Nobody knows who killed him. Finding our tracks can't tell him who we are.
You forget fast. Preston was in Bristol City when we left. If he starts on our trail...
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. I hope this place stocks cartridges.
Good morning, Jen.
Oh, howdy, ma'am. You have cartridges for a .45?
Sure thing. A new shipment of ammunition came in a few days ago.
Oh, good. We'll need some supplies, too.
Call them off, mister, and I'll stack the things here on the counter.
Jake and Brick selected the supplies they'd need. And then Molly totaled the purchases.
Don't forget my cartridges.
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me, mister.
Will you be able to change a $100 bill?
Huh?
It's the smallest we have. We haven't had time to change it.
Paper money, huh?
You have anything against American money?
Oh, no, of course not. Let's see it.
Sure. Here.
Molly looked at the crisp new bill. She turned it over, then moved to the handbill Sergeant Preston had posted on the wall. She studied the reward notice for a moment, and then the bill. As she went to the cash drawer, Jake's eyes narrowed suspiciously. He read the handbill and reached into his pocket to look at the serial numbers on his money. A glance was all he needed.
Hey, Brick, this is stolen money.
You're doggone right it's stolen.
Grab her, she has a gun.
Give me that six-shooter, lady.
Boy, let go, you won't make a loot.
As Brick struggled to take Molly's gun, Jake hurried to the counter looking for the box of cartridges he had purchased. He was startled when a bullet struck the floor inches from his feet.
Hey!
The shot had been fired by the gun Molly still held.
Brick, you jughead, get that gun.
She's strong as an ox.
If I could get my hands free, I'd twist your ears over your eyes and change the look of your ugly face.
Jake, give me a hand.
Can't even handle an overgrown woman.
What's the gun, please?
Hey.
Molly!
Jake, it's Preston.
You're covered, both of you.
Surprised at Sergeant Preston's unexpected appearance, Molly released her hold on the gun. Brick snatched it from her. But the sergeant was faster. His bullet struck Brick's hand before he could shoot.
My hand.
You there, keep your hands up unless you want the same treatment.
Oh, they're up.
Sakes alive, Sergeant Preston. Where'd you come from?
I've been following these two ever since they left Hastings' cabin. I was about to go into the hotel when I heard the shot over here.
Well, Sergeant figured you were in trouble, so he came on the run.
Trouble? Well, I admit I had a mite more than I could handle. It all started when I recognized that paper money you told me about, Sergeant Preston.
Oh?
They tried to pay for supplies with cash that's listed on that handbill.
I see. Search them, Jim.
For weapons?
Weapons and paper money. Let's see how much of it they're carrying.
Hey, now, see here, you can't search
Stand
me.
still.
Who are you?
Jake Moon's my name. The law doesn't have a thing on me. I've never been in jail in my life.
Yeah, his pockets are full of cash, Sergeant. Hey,
give me that watch.
Not so fast. This watch has Banker Clark's name on it.
Oh, Jake.
Look at this watch, Sergeant. It's engraved with Clark's name. It was stolen the other night along with his wallet and $20.
Constable Clinton's been looking for that watch.
These two must have committed that robbery. They either stole or found my knife and used it to force the lock on the banker's door. They left it there. And they threw away the wallet, and I was unlucky enough to find it. It was my knife and the fact that I had the wallet that made the constable so sure I'd committed the robbery. You two are the thieves.
No.
Then explain the watch. How did you get it?
Well,
I knew that watch would tie us into the robbery. We never should have taken it.
Shut up.
This watch will be used as evidence at your trial. And I think the charges against you, Jim, will be dropped. Now search Jake's partner.
Right.
My hand.
You're not seriously hurt, but I'll take you to the doctor before we return to Bristol City.
If I had a gun, I'd do worse than shoot his hand.
He's carrying a .38, Sergeant.
A .38?
And his pockets are bulging with paper money. I'll put it here on the counter.
Look at the serial numbers, will you, Molly?
All right.
Hey, now listen, Sergeant Preston. I read that handbill. It says that cash was stolen from Wells Fargo, but we didn't steal it.
You didn't know the money could be traced when you murdered and robbed Hardluck Hastings.
Whoever'd think Hardluck was a thief and a murderer?
Look who's talking.
What about that money, Molly?
Every one of the serial numbers checks with the list on the handbill.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll report that you've earned a reward.
Me? Oh, gosh, Sergeant Preston, why, I might not be alive if it hadn't been for you and this young fella here coming in when you did. Well, you're as much entitled to that reward as anyone.
I was just doing a job, Molly. And as for Jim...
I was a prisoner when I came in here. Now, thanks to finding that watch, I'll be free. That's enough of a reward for me, Miss Molly.
Well, now I...
Put the handcuffs on these two, Jim. They'll be tried for 2 robberies and Hardtuck's murder.
All right.
Oh, Molly,
Yes, Sergeant?
you might take down that handbill now that this case is closed.
Sergeant Preston will return in just a moment with a word about our next exciting adventure. Here's a mutual note for you. America chooses Mutual as its Sunday suit. Yes, more people listen to the Mutual Sunday shows because they suit the entire family. Pop, Mom, and the kids all cast their vote for true detective mysteries, which are based on actual police records. Week in and week out, true detective mysteries sing the praises of the brilliant police work, of gallant police detectives and their modern scientific methods that make your town a safer place in which to live. Other Mutual shows that suit America on Sunday include the Gabby Hayes Show, where the famous Western character actor narrates tales of Western heroes, and Nick Carter, who is rated tops by millions of mystery fans. And the all-knowing, all-seeing, yet invisible Shadow proves beyond the shadow of doubt that crime does not pay. So this Sunday and every Sunday, do as most Americans do. Hear Mutual's famed Sunday suit entertainment over most of these stations. And now, here is Sergeant Preston.
Sergeant Preston reporting for duty, Inspector.
Sergeant Pierre Dumont has disappeared. He left town for home carrying a large sum of cash. He never arrived. And a couple of his dogs from his dog team were seen roaming the countryside.
You think he was held up and robbed, sir?
Yes, and maybe killed. I want you to find Pierre Dumont and bring in those responsible for his disappearance.
I'll do my best, Inspector.
Sergeant Preston and King picked up Pierre's trail and started out to find him. But Preston little realized when he took the icy river trail that he and the great husky might both meet death. Be sure to hear this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye and good luck until Thursday. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I left Cheyenne without my luggage, and in company with a wild Irishman and his even wilder cargo of freight.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just a moment, we will bring you the latest report from the Frontier Gentleman. Whether your marriage license is brand new or your wedding ring is worn thin over the years, you'll get a kick out of every light-hearted episode of CBS Radio's The Couple Next Door. Written by Peg Lynch, creator of Ethel and Albert, The Couple Next Door is a warm and humorous series about a young married couple. Just for the fun of it, join us on most of these same stations 5 days a week as Peg Lynch and Alan Bunn star as CBS Radio's The Couple Next Door. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
Cheyenne, Wyoming Territory had been good to me. And when I decided to leave, I informed the people at my hotel, packed my little bag of belongings, and dropped by Carrie Chase's office to thank him for his kindnesses. From there, I went to the stage station and made arrangements for my departure. Having several hours' wait, I took a last turn around the town. I thought I had visited all of the saloons in search of people and stories from my column in the London Times. I was wrong. I had missed Dan's Bloody Bucket, a scant 4 blocks from the center of town. I shall never forget Dan, nor his bloody bucket.
Oh, so you want to play dirty, do you? All right then, Mr. Dan.
The man shouting was small, wearing a derby hat pulled low over shaggy eyebrows. He was holding a gigantic cat in his left arm, while with his right hand he was tugging a length of chain from beneath the folds of a swallowtail coat. He was facing a great brute of a man who was waving a broken whiskey bottle at him. Behind him, out of sight, another man was approaching with pistol butt raised. The odds against the little man were more than I could stand. Look out behind you!
Oh, dear, save us! A saint has arrived. Oh, no, you don't, blighter.
Hey, you want to get in this, stranger?
The troops has arrived, you shilly-shally mucky-buck.
The man seems to need a friend.
You better move on, or what's going to happen to him will happen to you.
Oh, the devil, the cat, the princess, she's jumped out of my arms. Grab her, saint.
No, you won't.
Oh, no, you shouldn't have done that.
No, grab him, Jake. Grab the stranger.
I'll get him. I'll get him right now.
Oh, you've done it, Saint, you've done it. Now grab the cat. I'll swing me chain over these two. Grab her!
What?
The princess, the cat, grab her, lad.
Who?
She's going by, Clapperhead.
Oh, yes. Here you go, princess. She's not friendly.
Grab her!
All right. Here now, cat princess.
Throttle her now and make friends later.
Stop it, I say, stop it. I've got her.
Now let's get out of here. They're beginning to come around. Run!
Where should we run?
Out the door to me wagon. They won't never come near me chain. Now watch the cat. Don't let her get away. Now run. It's straight on with you. Now the cat into the box. Hurry.
There you go, lovey.
Hi-you, come on, you high-roaring hoptail. Hi-you.
It's Dan. He's shooting.
It's never again you'll see me down at the bloody bucket. Never. And the same to all of you. Thunder corruption.
6 times a week, here at the Star's Address, you'll find that the shortest distance between 2 smiles is the Amos and Andy Music Hall. For one thing, there's always a sparkling tune or two to give your spirits a lift. The guest list reads like a textbook in applied astronomy. And of course, right at the heart of all the light-hearted things that happen at the Music Hall are the one and only 2, Amos and Andy. Tomorrow and every Monday through Saturday on most of these same stations, listen for the Amos and Andy Music Hall.
The little man drove at a most fantastic rate of speed. I sat in silence atop the wagon seat, holding my hat down with one hand, while the other clutched the side for support. Our exit was punctuated by the princess hurling herself at my bottom side in magnificent rages, and I was thankful for the barrier of wood between us. In the bed of the wagon were numerous large crates full of cats of all sizes and colors. There seemed to be no one in pursuit, and after some minutes the little man slowed the wagon, and without looking at me, he painfully lit a pipe. I presumed we were now somewhere in the barren area between Wyoming Territory and the Dakotas.
Perils. Perils of the trade, me boy.
I would say.
You've done a grand thing, lad. The princess there is the start of a whole new race, she is. I had to have her.
What? You mean the princess belonged to Dan?
And what did you think, huh?
Then I helped you steal the cat?
Oh, tush, tush. You merely laid down a blow he'll not be forgetting.
But you said grab the cat. I thought she belonged to you.
Don't let the technicalities bother you. 'Tis a proper thing you've done.
I don't understand.
I supplied Cheyenne with her cats in the first place, and I reserve the right to have access, as it were, to their progeny.
I see. And if Dan pursues us, then what?
Well, if me luck holds, he won't find us.
And if it doesn't?
Never borrow trouble, me lad. Look at me, lad.
Yes?
You have a bit of England in you.
Why, yes, as a matter of fact.
Ah, my worst fears. What did you say your name was?
I didn't. It's Kendall. J.B. Kendall.
And I thought the saints had smiled. My name is Kerrigan, Shane Kerrigan. And you might as well have it straight out. I'm an Irishman. What's your business, Kendall?
I write stories concerning the West for the London Times.
Oh, that is a good town, London. I was there once when I was a mere boy. Good town. Too bad it's so full of the English.
Mr. Kerrigan, I'd be indebted to you if you'd tell me something about yourself for my readers.
Oh, wait a minute. Will you stop your blather, pussycats? It was on a bright summer morning when the birds sweetly sang on each bough that I first saw me Kathleen Mavourneen as she sat a-milking her cow. There.
It's a miracle.
Now, Kendall, what was it you wanted to know about?
Yes, this cat business of yours. I was going to ask, how does it work?
Oh, very simple. I'm on my way to save Deadwood at this time.
Save Deadwood?
I have 62 cats, 62 furry creatures in the proper positions, and the town will be rid of its varmints in a matter of hours.
And you intend to sell your cats?
That I do, at $10 a head.
$10? People pay $10 for them?
Now, where have you been, Mr. Kendall? Do you not know that civilization rises or falls according to the number of cats in the towns and villages?
But I just never thought of it.
The Great Plague in Europe was due to the shortage of cats.
I suppose you're right.
Of course I'm.
Well, when you get to Deadwood, just how do you plan to go about the sale of your cats?
I have a staunch friend there, dear Margaret. I shall make me headquarters with this lovely lady, and soon the word will spread that I have arrived with me cats.
And will this lady appreciate your coming in with all this baggage?
It'll take a bit of doing, me boy, I don't deny that. But Miss Margaret has had an eye for Shane Kerrigan these many years. Before 'tis done, she'll embrace me and me cats.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather like to ride along, if you don't mind.
Oh, 'tis welcome you are. Hurry up there, little one. You've rested long enough. Here.
Your horse. She seems to love her work.
That she does. Oh, 'twas on a bright summer morning. Oh, and the birds sweetly sang in each bough that I first saw me Kathleen Uh-oh. That'll be Dan, the tenacious one. Hiya, girl, hiya! We'll give him a run for his dust.
I turned in my seat, and sure enough, it was Dan on horseback, accompanied by another rider. Mr. Kerrigan clamped his jaw on his pipe, leaned forward, and the wagon flew across the rocky ground.
Is he there, Kendall? Can you still see the Hayden?
Yes! He's closer! Shane! You might as well stop!
Stop! Are you daft? I wouldn't suffer the devil himself! Get along there! Hurry up!
Then it happened. A rock, half as big as the horse, loomed up in the road. Shane Kerrigan couldn't miss it.
Look out! We're going to hit!
Dan, do you ever see so many cats in the air at one time?
There's only one cat I'm looking for.
Oh, me heart, I've had it this time. Me heart can't take no more.
Are you all right, Mr. Kerrigan?
No, I'm dead and dying. The wagon's across me leg.
I came for my cat, you old goat. Where is she?
Kendall, how's me horse and cat?
The horse is all right, but the crates are broken and the cats are scattering.
Are you listening to me? I want that cat. She was the best mouser in Cheyenne.
Now, you see here, Dan, whatever your name is. Can't you see this old gentleman is hurt? Now, give me a hand. We'll get the wagon off him.
You ought to do it, Dan. Your cat ain't worth killing, the old fella.
I ain't helping nothing. It's a cat I come for, and I'm a-gonna get.
And I say you're going to help me. Here.
No, Kendall. Let him go. It's me dying wish she'd take the cat. Dan, you can see they've all scattered to the winds. Find yours and take her.
I'm gonna do just that. Come on, Jake. Let's find her before she gets lost.
Wait! I'll need help moving this man.
No. Are you daft? What about the princess?
Well, the wagon box is still closed.
Oh, good.
What about you?
Well, the kind of help I need, the likes of them can't give. Now, come on, give me a hand here.
All right, I'll try. Now, when I lift it, you try to pull yourself out.
Oh, yes.
Now, up. How you doing? Howdy up there.
Oh, Kendall, she's bent. Oh, my leg is bad.
Here, let me help you.
Oh, may I be forgiven, an Englishman keeping me. It is more important to get the cats back. Whew. Now, break out the tripe and liver. They can smell it for miles. Then whilst they're coming in, we can make our repairs and be off for Deadwood.
Whatever happened to, what's his name? You know who I mean. That high-pretense newsman who reported every wild rumor he ever heard. We don't know what happened to him, but we can tell you that reliable newsmen like Larry LeSueur, Lowell Thomas, and all of their colleagues at CBS News are still very much preferred by listeners everywhere. 5 nights a week, Larry LeSueur and Lowell Thomas broadcast the news on most of these same stations. Interestingly enough, their consistently accurate and carefully detailed reports provide much more excitement than cheap sensationalism ever could.
It was true. The tripe and liver could be smelled upwind, downwind, probably in Deadwood itself. The cats came streaming in. And with each group I expected to see Dan and his friend, but we had seen the last of them. Mr. Kerrigan was considerably lamed by the accident, but managed to move about amazingly well. I made all the necessary repairs to the wagon and the crates, and by morning we were underway. We finally arrived at Deadwood, which had the look of all boom towns, a long, narrow street with wooden frame structures along the sides. The dwelling of Miss Margaret turned out to be a large saloon with upstairs lodging quarters. It was called simply Maggie's Place. You're certain this is it, Mr. Kerrigan?
Aye, this is it. You go tell Miss Margaret Jane Kerrigan is sick and wounded and needs lodging.
All right.
Lively with you now.
Howdy, mister. Can I help you?
Why, yes, I believe you can.
I think I'd like to. My name's Charlene. Have I seen you here before?
No, I don't believe so. I'm looking for Miss Margaret.
Miss Margaret? Sure you are. Hey, Maggie.
Yeah?
There's a fella here wants to see you.
Well, send him over.
Don't forget me. Charlene. Mr.
Kendall.
Kendall.
Yes.
That's Maggie over there. The big fat one at the end of the bar. I'll be around if you want to buy me a drink later on.
All right, Charlene. Thank you.
Max, you can change to the bad whiskey now. Nobody'll know the difference. Well, hello, stranger. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for lodging.
Not a chance. We've been full up for weeks. Ain't you heard about the strike at Gold Run Gulch?
No, I just arrived. No, this was for a friend of mine. He's outside. You know him, Mr. Jane Kerrigan?
Jane? Well, why didn't you say so? Charlene!
What?
Fix up the good room for a friend of mine, and hurry it up!
Maggie almost cried at the sight of Jane cradled in my arms as I carried him up to the room prepared for him. There, lying back on the bed, he lifted a hand feebly toward me.
Oh, Kendall, good lad. Would you be about bringing up me luggage?
Oh, the poor man.
You mean you want all?
Yes, all of them. And don't forget the rations. It's most important, lad. Now go.
Oh, why do you bother the poor ailing man with trivialities now? Bring up his baggage, as he says. There's a back way, and it won't bother no one.
Oh, Margaret, come to me, Si.
Yes, love. Now, what is it?
Are you sure I'm not imposing on you?
Well, now, what kind of a woman do you take me for?
Oh, Margaret, darling. It's worth the whole trip and trouble and the accident to my leg just to get back and look into your eyes.
Go to sleep, sweetheart. And you can have your friend Kendall right here with you.
Oh, no. I mean, it'll be rather crowded here. I can find a place.
Well, how can it be crowded? 2 men in a big room like this?
Well, maybe not. I just hate to,
That's the end of it right now. I'll have another bed set in for you.
Thank you. That's very nice of you.
Look at him, Mr. Kendall. Poor man has fallen asleep. And we stand here, jawing in front of him. Come away.
Oh, before you go, darling, would you be sending up 4 fingers of your best whiskey for my leg?
Well, of course. I'll have Charlene bring it right away. You can see, Mr. Kendall, nobody understands Jane Kerrigan like I do. I guess he's told you, hasn't he? The reason he's come back to Deadwood is to marry me.
Nobody saw me staggering up the back steps with crate after crate of cats. As for Chain, he busied himself drinking the liquor provided for him and instructed me to release and feed the cats. Eventually it was over, and we finally got settled down, in a manner of speaking. But in the morning, the swarm had to be fed all over again. It's quite a job, isn't it?
It is a labor of love, my boy. Did Miss Margaret see you bringing our friends in last evening?
No, she didn't. But what do you plan to do about selling them now, crippled up the way you are?
I have a plan, Kendall, a wee bit of a plan.
Jane, love, it's Margaret with your breakfast. Can I come in?
Oh, please do, darling.
Well, did you sleep well? Oh! What goes on here? Get out! Get out! Oh,
now, Margaret, you've lost control of yourself.
So this is the way you thank me, Jane Kerrigan. Well, you can get out, too.
What?
I'll not have this kind of a mess. Go on! Get
Oh, Margaret, come to me, side love.
I'll come to your side. I'll take an axe to you.
But it's my business, love, selling cats. I told you that when I was here before.
Yes, you told me. But I don't expect you to let him a place with them.
Possibly I could help in some manner.
You can, Mr. Kendall. You can open the back door for Jane Kerrigan and his cat.
Have you been told, lass, you're lovelier than ever when you're shouting like that?
Oh, get him out.
Margaret, now would you be allowing $620 to walk out the back way?
I don't care how much money you... What? How much did you say?
62 cats. Not counting the princess, of course. I could never sell her. She's my breeding stock. 62 cats at $10 apiece. That's $620. Now, Mr. Kendall, a man with that much money could support himself and a loved one for a good long time now, could he not?
Why, yes. I suppose he could, Mr. Kerrigan.
Margaret, have you ever thought of marriage? A woman of your beauty and accomplishments.
Well, as a matter of fact, Jane, you're proposing to me, ain't you? I knew that's why you'd come back.
Now, when me leg heals and I'm able to get about and sell the cats, then I can make the plans closest to me heart.
Oh, Jane, I got an idea.
Oh, what is it, beauty?
I'll sell the cats for you.
No, you can't mean it. Now, how would you be doing that?
Why, they'll buy. They'll buy or else.
Who'll buy?
My clientele. I have a certain power here in Deadwood, as you know, Jane, and they'll buy from me.
Well, no, but if If it wasn't for my leg, I wouldn't let you do this.
Oh, don't worry about your leg. By tomorrow, you'll have $620, and I'll have the preacher come by in the afternoon. Now, what do you say to that, Chain? Huh?
One thing at a time, Margaret, one thing at a time. Now, how would you be going about selling those cats?
That was the last I saw of Chain Kerrigan. I found a room for myself in town, lay on the bed for a moment, and, well, it was the next morning before I awoke. I rushed over to Maggie's place. Above her own sign, there was another one. It said, "Cat Sale. Get yours now." On the door of the saloon itself, there was another sign saying, "Closed." I knocked, and Charlene, the girl I had first met at Maggie's, came to the door.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kendall. I'm sure glad to see you this morning. But y'all better not come in.
What? Why? What happened?
Come on. Let's walk down the street. It's about Mr. Kerrigan.
Was he died or something?
Worse. He's lived.
Oh, well, then, that's good.
Oh, no, it ain't. He didn't wait for the wedding and say goodbye to Maggie or nothing. Just got his wagon and left.
What about his cats?
She sold them all. Last night. Gave him over $600. Why, you never seen so many men buying cats in all your life.
How's she taking it?
Oh, all right. Every time she feels bad, she counts her money again.
Her money?
Sure. She sold those cats for $15 apiece. Made over $300 for herself.
What? Why, that's marvelous. Charlene.
What?
You come on with me. I'll buy you that drink I promised you.
Why, Mr. Kendall.
Frontier Gentlemen was produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Tom Handley and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Charlotte Lawrence, Joseph Kearns, Barney Phillips, and Harry Bartell. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentlemen. Bud Sewell speaking.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hi-ya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed from Hollywood, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. Of the long procession of pioneers who traversed our broad continent, pushing the early frontiers ever westward, most were honest, law-abiding, but some were not. and the battle between the good and the bad was often violent. Into this conflict, always on the side of law and order, rode the greatest fighter of them all, scout, sharpshooter, United States Marshal, Wild Bill Hickok. Early one evening in the town of Silver City, two men sat together in the corner shadows of the Cactus Bed Saloon, and they spoke quietly.
If you don't mind my saying so, boss, you're looking mighty pleased with yourself.
Why shouldn't I be, Stacy? I'm going to be a rich man. I got a perfect setup.
It's perfect, all right. You grub stake some prospectors, they sign a contract with you, and when they strike it rich, you cut in for a third of their claim.
And then when one of the men I grub stake, like Careful Smith, for instance, hits a rich load, the next thing you know, he meets up with an accident and dies.
And the whole mine is yours after you've seen to it that he had that accident.
Shut up. Stacy, I don't ever want to hear you say I had anything to do with Smith's death.
I'm sorry, boss.
Anyway, that ain't why I asked you here to talk about it. It's about old Jim Harris. He's got me worried. I got a feeling he thinks the cave-in that trapped Smith wasn't what we say it was.
He don't know nothing for sure, does he?
I don't know. But he's done something I don't like. He's in for Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok?
Seems Wild Bill's a friend of his or something.
You sure he sent for him?
I'm sure.
Oh, I don't like that, boss. I don't like no U.S. Marshal around, especially Hickok.
Relax, Stacy. Hickok doesn't know anything, and Jim Harris isn't going to tell him anything either. It's exactly what I called you here about. It would please me a good deal if old Jim Harris suddenly developed a case of lockjaw. Permanent lockjaw.
Oh, boy. Oh. Oh, why don't we bed down here, Bill? We've been going all day without a rest.
Well, maybe we better. It's getting kind of dark anyway. Whoa, boy. Whoa.
Doggone, I was beginning to think we'd never stop.
It's just that I'm in such a hurry to get to Jim Harris. I didn't like the sound of his letter at all.
What's that?
It's a Winchester. Come on. Up, boy. Up. Over that way.
Bill, there's a man laying by those rocks.
Whoa, whoa, boy, whoa.
Who is it, Bill?
Let me just bend down and see. It's Jim Harris, Jingles.
Bill, is that you?
It's me, old-timer.
Oh, thank heaven you've come, Bill. Thank heaven.
Now, take it easy, old-timer. We'll get you to a dock.
Oh, it's too late for that, son. That bullet had my name on it, all right.
Oh, now, don't talk that way, Mr. Harris. Why,
Oh, there ain't much time. There's trouble, Bill. Trouble in Silver City. Careful, Smith. It wasn't an accident. Oh.
Jim.
Oh, he's dead, Bill.
Murdered, Jingles. The killer was hiding behind those boulders, waiting for Harris to step into that clearing.
A bushwhacker lower than a rattlesnake.
Come on, Jingles. We'll tell the sheriff in Silver City. Then we're going hunting for a murderer.
I don't savvy it one bit. Who'd want to kill old Jim Harris, Marshal?
That's what we aim to find out, Sheriff.
But he was nothing but a poor, harmless prospector. As far as I know, he couldn't have an enemy in the world.
He knew too much, Sheriff. He knew that Careful's death was no accident.
Hold on. Are you saying Smith's death was murder, too?
He sure as blazes is. You've got some ring-tailed coyote running around loose, and he's struck twice already.
Well, I can't agree with you, Marshal. Careful Smith's death was an accident. I investigated the thing myself. Mine cave in. The walls of his mine just gave way, trapped him inside, and he suffocated.
Sheriff, I just heard what happened to Jim Harris. Came over as quick as I could to see if I could be of any help.
Well, glad you did, Adam. Mr. Cobb, this is Marshal Bill Hickok and his sidekick, Jingles. Mr. Cobb's got a law office up the street.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Certainly glad you're here, Marshal. We don't like no killers around these parts.
I don't like killers around any parts, Mr. Cobb.
He sure don't. And if more Mavericks would take that to heart, there'd be a lot less trouble for all concerned.
Well, we don't usually have no trouble in Silver City. The sheriff keeps things orderly.
Do you have any idea, Mr. Cobb, who'd want to kill Jim Harris?
No, can't think of anyone.
That's what I told the marshal, Adam. But he's got some notion.
Now, wait a minute. Seems to me Jim Harris had a big argument with another prospector named Sourdough about something or other.
Doggone, I remember that. The fur was really flying twixt those two.
There's a lot of difference between an argument and a murder.
Well, that's so. But this sourdough fella's a fiery hombre.
Well, Bill, I guess we ought to have a little talk with Sourdough.
Yeah.
Look out!
Somebody threw a knife at us, Jingles. Look, it's sunk in that post.
Yeah, there's a note attached to it.
Yeah. Just let me get a look at it.
What's it say, huh?
Marshal Hickok. If you know what's good for you, you'll turn round and ride right out of Silver City.
Huh.
Or you'll get the same treatment I give Jim Harris. Sign the bushwhacker.
Real two-gun excitement, eh, partners? Got old Panhandle Jim all keyed up. Yes, sir. Well, I guess two-gun westerns sort of just fit in with a two-way serial. Did I say two-way serial? I sure did. Kellogg's Corn Pops. Come on, sidle up close here and I'll tell you about them. You can eat Kellogg's Corn Pops two ways. One way is right out of the box like I'm eating them now. Yes, sir, they're a real tasty snack with the sweetening already on them. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go pouring a lot of sugar on them. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn all ready to go. And your ma's going to let you eat all the Corn Pops you want, because they're good for you. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better hit the trail for the store tomorrow and get a load of them. You'll need plenty, because the whole family's going to be getting into them and gobbling them all up. Now, listen to this little saying. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. You said it. Well, right now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles are riding toward Careful Smith's mine in hopes of finding some evidence to prove Smith's killing wasn't an accident.
Doggone it, Bill. We went all over town looking for that Sourdough fella and didn't find hide nor hair of him. Well, that ought to tell us something.
Just what, Jingles?
Well, it tells me that the man's hiding out. And you only hide out 'cause you're scared of something. You know, I'm getting a theory about this whole thing.
The left trail, Jingles. Come on, boy.
I said I got a theory about this whole thing, Bill.
I heard you.
Well, ain't you going to ask me what it is?
Don't have to ask you, Jingles. Reckon you'll tell me anyway.
Well, I ain't going to tell you. I ain't going to tell you that I got it figured that Sourdough killed Careful Smith over the mine claim and then killed Jim Harris, too, 'cause Harris saw him do it. Does that sound all right, Bill?
Well, I don't know how it sounds, Jingles. You weren't going to tell me anything, remember?
Huh?
There's the mine. Woo, boy. Woo. Come on.
What are we going to do in Careful Smith's mine?
Look around. Let's go in.
Well, just what do you think we're going to find here, Bill?
I don't know. I just want to look the place over. Look at these braces, Jingles.
Geez, thick as an elephant's leg. Solid, too.
Yeah. This mine was built by a careful man, built to stand. Doesn't look to me like these braces would give way of their own accord.
No, sir, it sure...
Hickok.
Don't know. Who's that?
It's me, Sourdough.
Where is he, Bill? I don't see him.
There he is, Jingles, standing by the entrance to the mine.
That's right, Hickok. Now, don't either of you go for leather, 'cause I got you covered. I hear you and that fat friend of yours been looking for me.
That's right, Sourdough. I've got some questions to ask you.
Well, I ain't ready to answer no questions, but I got a few things on my mind. I got you at gunpoint, and you're going to hear me out.
Well, then doggone it, stop pointing it at me. You're just making
Well,
me...
just shut your mouth and listen in. I know you think I killed Jim Harris and Careful Smith. Well, I didn't. I admit I had an argument with Harris. What it's about ain't none of your business, but I didn't kill him. And another thing, I didn't throw no knife in the sheriff's door with a note attached.
Then who did, Sourdough?
Well, maybe I know and maybe I don't. Maybe you'll find out. Or then again, maybe you won't ever find out nothing.
He's gone, Bill. Just scooted away like a scared little cottontail.
Come on, let's get out of here.
What's that?
Avalanche. Side of the mountain's coming down. It's going to block the entrance.
Well, let's get out of here.
Stay here, Jingles. We'll never make it.
Oh!
Sourdough. Get off your horse.
Take your hands off me.
Bring him inside, Stacy. He's going into the sheriff.
Get your hands off me, I said. I ain't done nothing.
What's going on out here? Sourdough. What's this all about, Cobb?
We caught him red-handed, that's what, Stacy and me. We were riding out by Careful Smith's mine, and we saw Sourdough here start an avalanche of rocks. They trapped Marshal Hickok and Jingles inside.
What? I did no such thing.
Don't listen to him, Sheriff, trying to lie his way out. Stacy and me saw him, and we'll testify to it in court.
I didn't do nothing, I tell you, Sheriff.
Now, you just simmer down a bit and let me get at some facts. Sourdough, are you saying you weren't at Careful Smith's mine?
Well, I was there, all right.
And he knew the Marshal and Jingles was inside, too.
Of course I knew it was inside. I talked to him, explained things.
Then he came out and set off the avalanche to trap the Marshal inside. He had a very good reason. Hickok knew that Sourdough killed Smith and bushwhacked Jim Harris.
That ain't so. Cobb, you're just...
You better put him in the lockup, Sheriff, and stop wasting time. We got to get some men out to that mine and see if we can dig out Hickok and his partner before it's too late.
You're right, Adam. Come on, Sourdough. I'm putting you in the calaboose for safekeeping.
Sheriff, we've been at this for hours.
Yeah, and we'll keep going when we get through.
Some of the men are pretty tired, Sheriff.
I know that, Cobb. We can't stop now. Men, we got to keep on going. We can't give up hope now. We're almost through.
That's right, man. Keep working. We got to save the Marshal and his partner if we possibly can.
I sure want to thank you, Cobb, for helping out like this.
Think nothing of it, Sheriff. I'm glad to. Hickok's an important man. He came to help us. Be a darn shame if he loses his life because of it.
Yeah, sure would.
Hey, Sheriff, we're through. We broke through to the mine.
Come on, Adam.
All right.
All right, you men. Widen the entrance and let's get on inside. See about Hickok and Jingles. There, that's it. All right, you men, you wait outside here. Come on, Cobb, let's go inside. Hickok. Wild Bill, you all right?
No answer, Sheriff. That's bad.
Yeah, I was afraid of this. They suffocated all right, just like Careful Smith. He must be around here someplace. There's no place for him to go. The entrance was sealed by all those rocks.
Sheriff!
Huh?
Sheriff!
Clint, what are you doing here? I left you back at the jail to guard Sourdough.
Well, that's what it come about, Sheriff. Something's happened.
What's happened?
Well, I don't rightly know, but...
But what? Come on, man, speak up.
Well, there was Sourdough in the lockup like you left him. And, well, I went out to get a drink of water, and when I come back,
Well, what, Clem?
Well, when I come back, Sourdough was gone.
Gone?
You sure, Clem?
Sure, I'm sure, Mr. Cobb. Sourdough just disappeared. That's what he done.
Well, that doesn't beat all. What's going on, anyway? Hickok, Jingles, Sourdough, all of them vanishing into thin air. There's something downright weird about this whole thing.
Oh, just smell that, Bill. Just breathe in that lovely bacon frying. At last, my stomach's getting the kind of treatment it deserves.
Keep the fire low, Jingles. We don't want to be spotted just yet.
Sure thing, Bill.
Yeah, I sure want to thank you, Bill, for sneaking me out of the calaboose like you done. I figured I was going to be there till they come for me with a rope.
Well, Bill's real good at getting innocent folks out of jail and crooks in. He sure is. Here, now, have some more bacon, Sourdough.
Thanks, Jingles. Well, I'm mighty glad that someone thinks I'm innocent. But doggone, how'd you two ever get out of that mine? I thought you was goners for sure.
So did we, Sourdough, till we started to poke around and found something.
Yes, sir, another exit. A safety exit that Careful Smith dug for himself so that if one entrance caved in, he'd have another way out. You know, I sure am glad he was such a careful man.
Well, now, there's something I don't understand. How come Careful Smith himself didn't use that other exit to get out instead of suffocating in that mine?
Careful Smith couldn't use that other exit because he couldn't walk to it. He was knocked out and he died before he came to.
By George, that's it, all right. Doggone it, some coyote knocked him out and then set off the cave-in. It all looked like an accident when it really wasn't.
The same coyote killed Jim Harris because he knew too much. We got a pretty good idea who it was. Here, boy.
We moving on so quick?
Yeah, that's right. Stomp out that fire. Sourdough, we got you out of jail because we want your help.
Sure thing, Bill. I'm glad to do anything I can. I got to clear myself of this thing once and for all. You got a plan?
Yes. Come on. We're still hunting, Jingles. And now's our time to bait that trap for a murder.
If you could see me right now, you'd see a real happy wrangler. Just finished up a whole handful of corn pops. And lucky you did, because I want to tell you something. It's about these Kellogg's corn pops, a wonderful eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now listen close here. Kellogg's corn pops are hearts of corn, all puffed up big and crisp with plenty of tasty sweetening on them. Now, you can eat them the way I'm eating them now, right out of the box by the handful, or in a bowl with milk. But don't go putting any sugar on them. No, sir, because like I just said, they've already got the sweetening right on them. Every single corn pop. All you ranchers who are eating them right now, take a look at the bag inside the box. Well, it's pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's corn pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom will want to hear this. That bag's wonderful for storing things in the refrigerator. And you just can't beat it for carrying sandwiches in and keeping them fresh as an evening breeze. Now, don't go fussing with one box of corn pops. The way your family's going to go for 'em, you're liable to miss out on some. Get your mom to load up big. Then out of the box or out of the bowl, you can have all the Kellogg's corn pops you'll want. And you'll want plenty. You know who loves corn pops. Kids love pops. Moms love pops. And pops love pops. Let's hustle on back to the show.
And now let's get back to Silver City and find out about Wild Bill Hickok's daring plan to trap the murderers of Careful Smith and Jim Harris.
I don't get it, boss. How could Sourdough disappear from the jail like that? I saw the sheriff lock him in.
How could Hickok and Jingles disappear from inside that mine? It ain't possible.
I'll say it ain't possible. We set that rock avalanche off ourselves. We know they were sealed up inside, and by all rights, they should have suffocated.
They should have, but if they did, why didn't we find them?
Don't ask me. All I know is that they're dead, and dead men don't just disappear. It's plenty dark in here, boss.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Better light the lamp.
Sure thing. Get a match to the wick here.
Somebody shut the lamp out in my hand.
Stacy, let's get out of here.
Don't move for that door, either of you.
That's Hickok's voice.
Where is he?
I don't know. I can't see nothing. It's pitch black in here.
You don't have to see me now. Just settle down, you two. We're going to have a little talk.
In the dark?
Your eyes will get accustomed to the darkness soon.
Well, I, for one, ain't talking to no dead man. No, don't shoot again, Hickok.
That wasn't Bill. That was me, Jingles. And don't break for that door again.
Now, we're going to have that talk, all of us.
Hickok, I'm going to demand an explanation of this. What's the meaning of breaking into a peaceful man's office and shooting the place up?
Oh, well, darn it, Bill. Cobb's getting brave again.
Cobb, there's nothing peaceful or law-abiding about you at all. You and Stacy are killers.
You gonna let him stand there saying that, boss?
Now stop fuming, Stacy. There ain't nothing you can do about keeping Bill from saying anything he wants, especially since it's the truth.
There ain't a word of truth in what he says.
Well, my goodness. The man is getting awful brave, calling Wild Bill Hickok a liar. My goodness.
Cobb, you and Stacy killed Careful Smith to get his mine. Then you two killed Jim Harris to keep him from telling what he knew.
Boss, maybe he...
Shut up, Stacy. Hickok, you're just talking. You got no proof.
Got the best proof in the world, Cobb. An eyewitness.
An eyewitness? Boss...
Shut up, I said. That's a bluff, Hickok. Who's your eyewitness?
Sourdough.
Sourdough?
That's right, and he's at the sheriff's office right now, telling the sheriff what he knows, and it'll be enough to send you two to justice.
And justice to me sounds like hanging, maybe.
You ain't scaring us none.
Oh, of course not, but you're sweating a little.
Boss, I don't like this. I don't like these two hombres disappearing like they did and then showing up again. It ain't natural.
Just relax, Stacy. Don't you see what this is? Hickok's bluffing, trying to get one of us to crack.
Think anything you like, Cobb. But in a few minutes, Sourdough and the sheriff are going to be coming this way. Running. They're going to be coming for the two of you.
Now I know you're bluffing. Sourdough, vamoosed jail. He wouldn't be seen near the sheriff, because the sheriff would toss him right back into the lockup.
All right, Cobb. If you feel so safe, we'll just sit back and wait.
Stacy and I can wait as long as you can. Can't we, Stacy?
Sure we can.
Drag out your harmonica, Jingles. Might as well have a little music while we're waiting.
Harmonica? Oh, sure thing, Bill. Something happy?
This way, Sheriff. Hurry.
Boss, that's Sourdough, and the sheriff's right behind him running this way.
Yeah.
Guess you can start on the harmonica now, Jingles.
I don't know about you, boss, but I got a horse around back, and I'm clear now.
Stacy's going out the window, Bill.
Let him go, Jingles.
There goes Stacy, Sheriff. He's making a run for it. Stacy, wait a minute. All right. So we killed Smith and Harris, but you think I'm fool enough to wait around for a hanging? Come down off that horse. Shoot at me, will you?
Jumping catfish, Bill. The sheriff picked Stacy right off his horse.
He won't be so lucky with me.
And there goes Cobb.
I'll take him, Jingles. No, you don't.
Oh, let me go, Hickok. Pop him one, Bill. Pop him one right on his good old snoot.
Like this, Jingles?
Yeah, Bill, just like that.
And did I do all right, Marshal?
You did fine, Sourdough, and thanks.
Hickok, Jingles, what is this?
All right, Cobb, on your feet. Here's the other one, Sheriff. Cobb and Stacy committed both murders.
Figuring that don't make you so smart, Hickok. You wouldn't have got me if you hadn't had an eyewitness.
Eyewitness? Who was the eyewitness?
Sourdough, of course. Ain't that what he told you? Ain't that why you come running so fast?
That ain't why I come running here, Cobb. I come running this way because Sourdough was running this way, and I was chasing him. I was going to put him back into lockup because I thought he committed the murders you done.
You were right the first time, Cobb. Hickok bluffed you. Yes, sir, he bluffed you right into the calaboose. Hey, now's the time for that happy tune on my... Hey, you know, I just remembered something.
What's that, Jingles?
You got me in an awful spot, Bill. I don't know how to play the harmonica.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
We're mighty glad you could be with us today, folks. We'll be looking for you next week for sure.
Yeah, we sure will, and if there's any trouble to get into, you can bet I'll get into it.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Hal Gerard, Barney Phillips, Lou Marcel, Tyler McVeigh, Jess Kirkpatrick, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce. Music by Dick O'Rourke. This is a David Heyer production and was transcribed in Hollywood. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
On King! On, you husky!
Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon.
There's no one that can make a better cereal than Quaker Puff Rice. It's nice. And when you hear that shootin', you're darn tootin' that Quaker makes the ones shot from guns.
And remember, to have real stamina like Sergeant Preston, eat a nourishing breakfast every morning. Include a heaping bowl of delicious Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat with milk or cream and fruit. In every spoonful of the ones shot from guns, you get added food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. So eat a better breakfast, enjoy a better day with plenty of stamina. In the warm weather of late spring, Sergeant Preston was traveling on horseback with his great dog, Yukon King, running alongside. The sergeant was looking for a notorious criminal named Hunch Sparkman. He was heading upstream along the bank of Silver River. As he neared the swift-flowing stream with its treacherous rapids, he saw 3 men floundering in the water and a wrecked canoe being dashed from rock to rock. 2 of the men reached shore without help, but the 3rd man needed assistance. Without hesitation, the sergeant plunged into the river and brought him to shore. Despite the fact that he was unconscious, the 3rd man clung to a wooden box. While the others watched, Sergeant Preston examined him.
He's regaining consciousness.
Is he hurt bad?
Well, he seems to have been stunned. Probably struck his head on a rock.
He'd have had a lot less trouble if he hadn't hung on to that box.
Yeah, if it hadn't been for that, he wouldn't have lost control of the canoe.
I wonder what's in it.
A violin. Violin?
Is that what's in this box?
Oh, yes. I was afraid I'd lost it.
Who are you?
Jim Dallas.
Who are your friends?
I'm Shanto. My partner's named Hasty.
You're a mounted policeman.
Yes, I'm Sergeant Preston. Which one of you owned that canoe?
Shanto and I own it, Sergeant.
Well, if you're rivermen, you should have known it'd be dangerous to try to shoot these rapids this time of year.
We run them before without any trouble. We'd have gotten through this time. Hadn't been for that loco greenhorn in his box.
Yeah, he lost his head as soon as a little water washed over us.
Yeah, he dropped his paddle and grabbed the box. Next thing I knew, the canoe was spinning.
And we struck the rocks.
You were lucky to be thrown clear.
Yeah, we've lost our canoe and all our gear, thanks to Dallas and his box.
The way he hung on to it, I figured it was filled with gold.
If it had been filled with gold, I'd have let it go. You
What?
call a fiddle more valuable than gold?
That particular violin's worth more gold than you'll ever see.
Why, you look...
That's enough.
I'm sorry about it, Shanto. If I had any cash, I'd make good your loss. The money I paid you, too, for a place in your canoe was all I had.
Steady.
My head.
Well, don't try to stand, Jess.
I feel kind of weak.
Stay where you are for the time being. I'll build a fire and dry our clothing.
You needn't worry about Shanto and me, Sergeant. The air's warm enough to dry us out. We'll head for town. We'll have to buy supplies to take to my place.
You're going directly to Freezeout?
Yeah.
Would you deliver a message to the constable?
Sure thing.
I'll write a note now. What's your destination, Jim?
I'm going to freeze out. But the way I feel...
You'll be all right in a little while. Here's the note, Hasty.
We'll see that it reaches the constable.
Thanks.
So long, Sergeant Preston.
Bye. Come along, King. I'll gather wood and build a fire. And I'll give you something to eat, Jim.
The fire served a dual purpose. It dried out wet clothing and heated food. After Jim had eaten, Sergeant Preston helped him pry the lid off the wooden box that held the oilskin-wrapped violin case. Jim unwrapped the case and opened it with trembling hands. From it, he lifted a narrow-waisted violin. Careful packing had protected the instrument. It was unharmed.
Thank heavens it wasn't damaged.
Wait. May I see that violin, Jim?
Of course, here.
Thanks. A Guarnerius. Why, this is nearly as valuable as a Stradivarius or an Amati.
As Jim showed the sergeant his treasured violin, Shanto and Hasty were making their way toward the town of Freezeout.
Let's see Preston's message to the constable, Shanto.
Oh, yeah. Here. Oh, what's it say?
The constable's to bring an extra horse for Jim Dallas and meet Preston on the trail at the rapids. That's all. He doesn't mention us. He must not have recognized us.
There's no reason why he should. The Mounties don't know what we look like. Hunch is the one they want.
Yeah, there's a reward for Hunch and a reward for his gang.
Not much of a gang since Pete was killed. There's only the 2 of us left, and no one but Hunch knows we work with him.
One thing is sure. If Preston knew it, we'd be wearing handcuffs. I wonder if he's looking for Hunch. We'd better tell Hunch we saw him.
Hey, I'll be mighty glad to see the boss.
You'll not see him till tomorrow morning.
At your place?
That's the plan.
Maybe he'll have a job for us.
We already have a job, Shanto.
Huh?
I'm thinking of Dallas's fiddle. $5 or $10 will buy any fiddle in the pawn shop at Freezeout. Jim Dallas must know that as well as we do.
What about it?
He said that if that box had been filled with gold, he'd have let it go.
I heard that. I thought he was local for saying it.
Now, what if Dallas has a letter or a map that tells where to find more gold than a case that size could hold?
What makes you think he has anything like that?
Well, he has something mighty valuable in that fiddle case.
Hey.
Or in the violin.
That'd explain why he hung on to it.
And why he was so anxious not to lose it.
I think you're right, Hasty. Yeah, but how'll we get hold of that fiddle?
Dallas told us he was heading for Freeze-Out. We'll deliver Preston's note to the constable and wait in town for Jim.
Hasty and Shadow delivered Sergeant Preston's note to Constable Terry in Freeze-Out. The constable saddled 2 horses and left town immediately. He went directly to the meeting place. A short time later, Sergeant Preston left to continue the search for Hunch Sparkman, while the constable and Jim continued toward town.
What are my chances of finding a job as a violinist in Freeze-Out?
You've about the same chance as a snowball on the equator.
But I have to find work.
Are you broke?
I haven't a dime.
And my advice is pawn your fiddle at Rye Poley's pawn shop. Buy yourself a pan, a pick and shovel, and do what all the other fiddlers have done.
Who owns the pawn shop in Freeze-Out?
Rye Poley. I've been told he used to be a first-rate musician, but then the Yukon's no place for anything but brass bands. Rye found out he couldn't make a living as a performer, so he opened a hock shop.
Is he trustworthy?
In my opinion, he's one of the finest men in town.
Well, thanks for the information. I'll call on Rye Poley as soon as we reach Freeze-Out.
Come on, boy.
Get up there.
In town, Hasty and Shadow were watching from the porch of the hotel some distance away as Jim Dallas entered the pawn shop.
Mr. Poley, I'm Jim Dallas.
How do you do?
I want to borrow some money on this violin, but I want to be sure you'll not sell it or let anything happen to it. You see, this isn't an ordinary fiddle.
I've seen lots of fiddles in my life, young fella.
Have you ever seen a violin made by Joseph del Jesu Guarnerius?
A Guarnerius violin? No, I've never seen one, but I've read so much about them that I'd recognize one if I saw it. Not that I'll ever see one.
I have one.
You have? Oh, I don't believe it. A Guarnerius? Oh, it couldn't be.
I'll show it to you. Here it is.
Yes, it is a Guarnerius. The real thing. Where did you get it?
It's been in my family for generations.
My boy, why in the world did you come to the Yukon with an instrument like this?
Well, when Dad died, I was alone. I came here because I thought people would pay real money to hear good music played on a fine instrument. I hope to be able to earn enough to go abroad to finish my musical education. I haven't been able to earn enough to buy a ticket home. That's why I'm here to borrow money. I decided to take Constable Terry's advice and try prospecting.
All right, Jim. I'll lend you the money you need. And I promise you I'll take mighty good care of your violin. A Guarnerius here in my shop.
Jim concluded his business with Rye Poley and left the pawn shop. Then he headed for the trading post to buy some supplies and a small outfit. His former companions, Hasty and Shadow, followed at a distance.
Hey, where's this fiddle, Hasty?
He left it in the pawn shop.
Then he hocked it to get cash. Hey, look. In the trading post window.
Yeah. Shadow. He's buying prospecting gear.
So, he's going after gold.
I told you he must have been carrying a map and that fiddle. Now I'm sure of it.
Shall we follow him when he leaves town?
We'll watch for our chance and try to bushwhack him when no one will see us.
When Jim left the trading post, he went directly to the hotel. The events of the day had nearly exhausted him. He rented a room and decided to rest for a while. He fell asleep at once. It was dark when he wakened. He dressed quickly and left the hotel, intending to go to a nearby restaurant for a light meal. He walked down the dark street, and as he passed an alley...
Let him have it. What the...
A sharp blow on the head knocked Jim unconscious. As he lay motionless, Shadow gripped him beneath the arms and dragged him to the back of the alley. Then the 2 thieves began to search him.
Yeah, good thing we saw him coming, Hasty. Saved us going to the hotel to get him.
Did you find anything in his pockets?
Only his wallet.
What's in it?
Let's see. Near as I can make out in the light coming from that window. There's cash, pawn ticket, and some identification.
Is that all?
That's all. What did you find?
Nothing. Whatever was in that fiddle is still in it.
Well, the fiddle's at Poley's pawn shop.
Take his cash. We'll tie and gag him and leave him here where no one will find him till morning. And we'll go to that hock shop and get that fiddle.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. You know, the other morning at breakfast, I was just about to pour myself a heaping bowlful of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice when the strangest thing happened. I can't believe it yet. There was a terrible pounding on the door. Well, I opened the door, and in walked a giant.
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
What do you want here?
I'm looking for a rascal named Jack. Lives next to a beanstalk.
Oh, Jack and the Beanstalk. Oh, you have the wrong address.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. I'm hungry. What are you eating?
Well, matter of fact, I was just trying to decide whether to eat Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat.
Never tasted them myself.
Oh, you'd really go for these ready-to-serve breakfast cereals.
Why?
Well, they're so big, like yourself. They're giant size because the choice sun-ripened premium grains of wheat and rice are shot from guns.
What?
Yes, they're exploded up to 8 times normal size. Why don't you try some?
Well, pour out 3 or 4 packages for me.
With a giant appetite like yours, you can't beat crisp, delicious Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat.
Fee, fi, fo, yum. Come on, let's eat.
I'd say, that's a good idea for you fellas and girls listening in. Treat yourself to delicious Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat. The breakfast cereals shot from guns. Now to continue. Neither Hasty or Shanto knew that Sergeant Preston was closing in on the man they called Boss. Hunch Sparkman had stopped beside the trail some distance north of Hasty's cabin. He was preparing a meal when the sergeant moved in from the moonlit darkness.
Got your hands up, Sparkman. That's right. You're under arrest.
I'll get you. Oh,
That's for making a play for your gun.
my arm.
I'll bandage it after you're handcuffed and searched.
How'd you know where to find me?
Been looking for you. When I saw your campfire, I came closer to investigate, and I recognized you. You know the rest. Watch him while I search him, King.
You call that dog King. You must be Preston.
I am.
Yeah, I've heard of you.
That makes us even.
If you're looking for a sneak gun, you're wasting your time.
I'll make sure of that. What's this?
Nothing that would mean anything to you.
A map, eh?
What if it is?
Here's the town of Freezeout, the river, and an X at a cabin on the river's edge.
You wouldn't know that cabin.
I passed it this afternoon. It was deserted.
Yeah? Well, that... Say, Preston, if I was to show you where to find some of that marked money I haven't been able to spend, would the law give me a break?
I'll make no promises, Sparkman.
I'll take a chance. The loot's in that shack on the river, where it's marked on the map.
Oh? Well, we'll go there and get it.
That suits me.
In Freezeout, Rye Poley was in the living quarters at the rear of his pawn shop. He sat at the table examining the beautiful old violin Jim had left with him. Suddenly, he heard a noise in the shop. He put down the violin, went to a desk. Taking his pistol from a drawer, he moved to the door leading to the shop. He opened it cautiously. Hasty had anticipated discovery. He stood at one side of the door. As Rye Poley stepped into the shop, Hasty struck quickly. He brought the barrel of his gun down on the pawnbroker's head.
Did you get him, Hasty?
Yeah, I'll take his gun. Hurry up and get that fiddle.
Yeah, there's one here on the counter there, an empty fiddle case. That must be the one we want.
Shake it. See if anything's inside.
Yeah, there's a paper of some kind in here.
Rye Poley had been stunned by the blow on the head. He was slowly regaining consciousness. He heard voices and lay still.
At last we have Jim Dallas's fiddle.
Put it into the case. We'll take it with us to my cabin.
We might have trouble finding your place in the dark.
All we do is head north along Silver River Trail. My shack's the first one you'll see on the right. Only about 2 miles from here.
Then we can't miss it. Hey, what'll we do about Poley?
Leave him right where he is. It'll be a long time before he's able to walk. Come on, let's go.
As Rye Poley struggled to his feet, it never occurred to him to look on the table in his living quarters for Jim's violin. Having overheard the conversation, he believed that Hasty and Shanto had found the Guanarius while he was unconscious. Frantic over the loss of the prize instrument, he hurried toward the door and shouted,
Constable! Constable! Constable!
Meanwhile, Jim Dallas had managed to free himself of the ropes that had bound him. He took the gag from his mouth and was heading for Constable Terry's office to report what had happened when he met Rye Poley. Rye was holding his hand to his throbbing temple.
Constable! Constable Terry!
Mr. Poley!
Oh, Jim, something terrible has happened. 2 men came to my place and stole your violin.
What?
Yes, they hit me on the head. I came to and I heard them talking. I'm on my way with the constable. Oh, my head.
What did they look like, Mr. Poley?
I couldn't see their faces, but they called each other Hasty and Shanto.
Hasty and Shanto?
Yes. They said they'd take the river trail north. They'll stop at the first cabin they come to on the right side of the trail, about 2 miles from here. And from what I heard, I think the man named Hasty owns the place.
I'll follow them.
But you better hurry, Jim.
I'll need a horse.
Mine is in the stable next to the shop. Take it, Jim, and don't waste a minute.
Thanks, Mr. Poley.
I'll go for the constable.
Jim quickly saddled Rye Poley's big black horse and left town.
Get up there.
The moonlight was bright enough to light the trail dimly. Jim rode hard in an effort to overtake the 2 men, but they were traveling fast. They reached the cabin at the river's edge a short time ahead of him. Leaving their horses ground hitch, they hurried inside. Hasty lit an oil lamp. Then Shanto opened the violin case.
Hasty, it'll be some job to get that paper out of this fiddle.
Don't waste time trying to fish it out. Break the fiddle across your knee.
All right.
There it is, Shanto. A piece of cardboard fell out.
Hey, there's writing on it.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Well, what's it say?
It's a pawn ticket from Chicago.
But there's got to be something else.
Yeah, we'll examine the pieces to make sure we didn't miss anything.
A short time later, Jim Dallas saw the lighted cabin through the trees ahead.
Oh, easy.
He hit the ground running and opened the cabin door without knocking.
Hey, what's Shanto, Hasty? You've smashed it. You smashed my violin.
Looking for your map, Dallas. Now that you're here, where is it?
My violin. Broken beyond repair.
You know you had something mighty valuable hidden inside it. But when we slugged you in search of you didn't have it on you.
You're the ones who robbed me.
Yeah, that's right. Now, where'd you hide the paper you took from the violin?
There was nothing in the violin.
And why were you so anxious to have it from the rapids, huh?
You keep him covered, Hasty.
Yeah, right.
I'll search him.
What did you take out of that fiddle, Dallas?
Nothing.
You're lying.
Don't hit him, Shanto. We want him to talk.
There was nothing in the violin. It was the instrument itself that was valuable.
Don't try to fool us, Jim.
It's the truth. That violin was worth a fortune.
Huh?
Why?
It was made over 150 years ago by a man named Guanarius. Can never be replaced. It was priceless.
Hasty, did you hear that?
I heard it.
We had a fortune in our hands, and we... Oh, of all the blasted luck.
Too late now to do anything about it. How'd you know we had the fiddle?
Rye Poley told me.
Poley will tell the constable.
That Mountie may come here.
We better clear out.
We can't. We have to wait for Hunch.
Well, we got to.
Put ropes on Dallas. Throw him on the bunk. And blow out the lamp. I'll stay here while you get the horses out of sight. If the constable shows up, we'll be ready for him.
20 minutes later, the waiting outlaws heard hoofs approaching. Hasty listened for a moment, then said,
Shanto, those horses aren't coming from town.
Maybe it's Hunch.
If it is, he has someone with him. We'll wait till those riders come into view along the trail.
Oh, I see him now. It's Hunch. Hey, he's handcuffed.
There's a Mountie with him. It looks like Preston.
It is Preston.
I told you he was looking for Hunch.
Well, he got him now.
They're coming here.
Shall we let Preston have it?
I'll wait till they're inside. We'll have the drop on that Mountie. Then we'll see what Hunch wants us to do.
The 2 outlaws waited tensely between the door and window as Sergeant Preston approached the cabin. Jim Dallas had managed to free his feet. He was making a desperate effort to free his hands to help the Mountie, but he knew there wasn't time enough for that when he heard Hasty say...
They'll be inside in a minute, Shanto.
Jim swung his feet to the floor and shouted a warning.
Look out, Sergeant Preston.
Hey, what?
There are 2 of them in here waiting for you.
You dirty... Get Preston, Shanto. I'll take care of Dallas.
I can't see the Mountie. He's hugging the side of the cabin.
I'll get Dallas.
The door burst open and Preston rushed into the cabin with his gun drawn. Hasty fired at Jim Dallas. The open door startled the outlaw.
Get the Mountie.
His shot went wild. The Mountie saw Shanto whirl from the window to face him. The sergeant's gun went into action a split second before Shanto's. Shanto was hit. Hasty turned from Jim Dallas to cover Preston.
Get your hands up, Mountie.
But Jim managed to throw his weight against the seat, knocking him off balance. Hasty's second shot went wild.
Good work, Jim. Drop your gun, Hasty. Your partner's out of the fight.
Get him, boys. Get the Mountie.
Hasty, I told you to drop your gun.
All right. Don't shoot me.
Oh, my shoulder. You hit me in the shoulder.
Jim,
Right here, Sergeant. My hands are tied.
come over here where I can see you, and I'll cut those ropes. That's better.
Oh.
There. Now light a lamp.
Right.
You two stay where you are. There's enough light coming through that window and the open door to make you perfect targets.
There you are, Sergeant. Now we'll have plenty of light.
Good. Pick up those guns, Jim. Keep these two covered while I go outside for their boss.
It'll be a pleasure.
All right, Sparkman. Come inside. Good work, King. You did a fine job guarding our prisoner.
You mean my boys didn't get you?
Unfortunately for you, they didn't.
What's wrong with you two? I led Preston here like a lamb to slaughter, and you muffed your chance to get him.
Oh, my shoulder. He put a bullet in my shoulder.
2 against 1, and you couldn't take him. Who's this?
My name's Dallas. Jim Dallas.
I'm glad you were here, Jim.
You're the one who scented that hornet.
That's right.
I'm grateful to you, Jim, but what brought you here?
I came to try to stop those two from smashing my violin.
Your violin?
They stole it. I got here too late.
I'm sorry.
Yes. So am I.
Jim, you've earned a reward. Several banks and a mining syndicate have offered rewards for the capture of Sparkman and his gang.
A couple of hours ago, I'd have been glad to hear that. I wanted money to go abroad to study. But without my violin...
There are other violins.
There'll never be another like that. Sergeant Preston, they admitted to me that they knocked me out earlier tonight and stole my money. They probably have the cash in their pockets.
Got it?
It's in my pocket. Take it, Dallas. Oh, but please, Preston, do something about my shoulder.
I'll bandage it for you, and we'll search this place for hidden loot. When we reach town, the doctor will examine your wound.
I found my money. It was in Shando's pocket.
Sergeant Preston, I thought I heard your voice in here. What? You got Sparkman.
And his gang, thanks to Jim Dallas.
Jim, I came here to get the men who broke into Poley's pawn shop.
There they are, Constable.
They'll be tried for more than the theft of Jim's violin.
But they didn't steal Jim's violin.
What did you say?
The doctor and I took Rye back to the pawn shop to bandage his head and put him to bed. When we got there, we found Jim's violin on the table where Rye had left it.
What?
Those crooks took one from the front of the shop.
Constable, are you sure of that?
You'll see for yourself when we get back to town, Jim. Rye said if he hadn't been so anxious to report the robbery, he'd have taken time to look around. He didn't know the true facts till we got back to his place.
Then my violin's safe. That's great news.
Yes, it is, Jim.
What's this talk about a violin?
We thought by stealing it we'd be able to cut you in on something worthwhile, boss. Instead of that, we got the wrong fiddle and cut ourselves in on a trip to jail.
You're right, Hasty. This case is closed.
Sergeant Preston will return in just a moment with a word about our next exciting adventure.
Tasting. 1, 2, 3. Tasting.
Yes, tasting is the test that makes Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat the favorite breakfast cereal of the whole family.
You fellas and girls go for the puff to perfection goodness of the one shot from guns. The extra crisp taste, safeguarded by the sealed inner lining of the package.
Dad and Mom like the toasty, nut-like flavor of the good, natural grain.
The sun-ripened flavor that old Mother Nature puts into it.
These premium grains are never coated with factory sweetening.
After all, some of the family like their cereal not so sweet, while others like it ever so sweet.
And here's the beauty of Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat.
The whole family can sweeten them with sugar to suit themselves.
And say, fellas and girls...
The latest bulletin says it's coming next Thursday.
A terrific, amazing offer on this program.
If you like camping, hikes, cooking outdoors like gold prospectors, listen Thursday.
Don't miss this program next Thursday. And now, here is Sergeant Preston.
Sergeant Preston reporting for duty, Inspector.
Sergeant, a sourdough named Scotty Digby has been murdered. He was carrying $1,200 at the time.
I knew Scotty, sir. He had a trap line in partnership with a young French chap named Andre.
Well, it's said that they had an argument, and Andre threatened Digby. Get Andre and bring him in for questioning. I'll not be satisfied until you catch the killer with sufficient proof to hang him.
I'll do my best, sir.
In his efforts to get proof against Digby's killer, Sergeant Preston little knows the unusual turn of events that will cause him to face the killer's gun. Be sure to hear this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Fred Flowerday, and supervised by Charles D. Livingston. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday at this same time. On Thursday, by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns. Boys, girls, hurry! Get this special brand new collection of 18 Braves of Indian Nations trading cards. That's 18 Indian trading cards, all different, all reproductions of original paintings of famous Indians. Set includes Arapaho War Dance, Hopi Snake Dancer, Blackfeet Buffalo Hunter, Sitting Bull, Geronimo, Crazy Horse, to name a few. Every card in full colors, stiff back, regular playing card size. These exciting Indian trading cards are not on sale in stores. They're offered only by Quaker Pack-O-10. That's Quaker Pack-O-10. 10 crisp, fresh individual servings of 6 different favorite ready-to-serve cereals. Remember, only Pack-O-10 has wheat and rice shot from guns. And inside special new packages now at grocers, you get a sample Indian trading card free of extra cost. To get entire collection of 18 in a hurry, do this. But act fast. Supply is limited. Right now, tonight, send name, address, and 10 cents, that's only 10 cents, together with money-back guarantee seal or special order blank from bottom of Pack-O-10 package. Mail to Indian Cards, Box 712. I'll repeat that, Box 712, Chicago 77, Illinois. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. Listen tomorrow at this same time to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the drink that makes you feel fresh again, delicious Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King! On, you husky! Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Here's a Mutual note for you. Every weekday afternoon at 5 o'clock over Mutual, it's time for the Children's Hour. There are programs for all lovers of thrilling exploits and daring adventures. Imaginative trips into a world of excitement for all kids from 6 to 60. Cowboy heroes of today's and yesterday's Western rangeland gallop to deeds of stirring action. Their stories show the spirit of the men who braved the perils of the frontier and still fight to uphold justice. You can hear true-to-life tales of men who face danger and hardship in out-of-the-way places in the world, and whose lives are inspiring examples of courage. Exciting fiction characters bring their share of daredevil exploits with secret disguises and modern machines used in the never-ending battle against evildoers. The doors open to thrilling adventures every weekday afternoon when Mutual's popular children's heroes take to the air. Young imaginations delight in these programs that bring a world of daring action to colorful life. They are all heard on Mutual every weekday over most of these stations. In the warm summer weather, Sergeant Preston was traveling on horseback with his great dog Yukon King running alongside. They were on the trail several miles from the town of Stewart when the sergeant noticed a thin stream of smoke rising from a cabin ahead. The cabin belonged to a friend of Preston's, a wealthy prospector named John LaRue. As the policeman watched, the smoke became more dense. It darkened and rose ominously against the sky.
What? That cabin's on fire. Come on, Blackie. Up, boy!
As Preston neared the cabin, a heavy-set, red-headed man ran from the open door. The Mountie recognized him as Red Trigo, a trail robber and the head of a gang of petty thieves. Red carried a large canvas bag, and he was hurrying toward a ground-hitched horse nearby. When he saw Preston, he reached for his gun.
Don't finish that draw. Whoa, Blackie, whoa. Easy. I'll take that gun. So you were planning to shoot me.
No, I wouldn't have shot you.
And why'd you make the play for your gun?
Why, I lost my head. You see, my cabin's on fire. I'm trying to save my
You
gold.
claim to own this cabin?
Yeah.
You're lying, Red.
Hey, you know me.
That's right. Where's John LaRue?
How do I know?
If there's gold in that canvas bag, I think it's his.
You can't prove that without LaRue say so.
Is he inside that cabin?
Well, why don't you go look?
I intend to. First, I'll handcuff you. There.
You can't make me go in that cabin with you.
I'm going in alone.
You think handcuffs will keep me here while you're inside?
No, but King will see that you don't leave. Guard King. Watch him, boy. Understand? You better not try to make a break, Red. With King on the job, you haven't a chance.
With that warning, Preston left his disarmed and handcuffed prisoner and hurried toward the cabin. As he entered the cabin, he caught the odor of coal oil that had been used to start the fire. Flames were concentrated at the far end of a single room. The bunk and wall above it were completely on fire, and the furniture nearby was blazing. On the floor near the flames, the sergeant saw John LaRue, wounded and unconscious. The prospector's clothing was beginning to burn. There was nothing with which to beat out the flames, so Preston ripped off his own tunic and used it to smother them. Then he wrapped the tunic around LaRue and dragged his friend toward the door. Outside, he found Red Trigo as he had left him. While King remained on guard, the sergeant treated LaRue's scalp wound. The unconscious man opened his eyes.
Steady, John.
My gold.
Your gold's safe. I'll take it with us to town.
Listen, Preston, let me explain.
Save your explanation for the judge. You're under arrest for robbery and attempted murder.
Look, Preston, I have friends.
I know all about your friends. They're a pack of thieves. And sooner or later, they'll all land in jail. Keep an eye on him, King.
Sergeant Preston examined the contents of the canvas sack Red Trigo had carried from the cabin. It held gold. The policeman placed it in his saddlebag. And then he helped John LaRue mount his horse. When he was in the saddle, the sergeant mounted behind him.
All right, Trigo, hit the saddle. You'll ride ahead of us to town.
When they reached the town of Stewart, Sergeant Preston went directly to the jail. 2 cells occupied one end of the long room. A cot, a desk, and a couple of chairs comprised the office. A moment after the guard had placed Red Trigo behind bars, Dr. Spruce hurried into the office. He was carrying a sealskin bag, which he placed on the floor beside the cot.
I saw you ride past my place holding LaRue in your saddle, Sergeant. I knew the man was hurt, so I figured I'd be needed.
How bad is that scalp wound, Doc?
From the looks of it, LaRue's lucky to be alive.
I wouldn't be if it weren't for Sergeant Preston.
As soon as I've bandaged LaRue's head, I'll take care of those burns on your hands and arms, Sergeant.
Oh, they're not serious, Doc.
From the looks of your clothing, I'd say a burning building must have fallen on you.
It wasn't quite that bad, but LaRue's cabin has burned to the ground.
What happened to your uniform?
Well, I used the tunic to beat out the flames on John's clothing. Fire and sparks ruined the trousers.
I'm sorry about your uniform, Sergeant, but I'll make it up to you. Now I've got to be on my way.
Where do you think you're going?
To meet Captain Ray in Templeton. He's leaving for the States next week, and he's going to take my gold home to my family.
You trust the captain with your gold?
I trust him with my life. We've been friends for years. I'll leave as soon as you've patched me up, Doc.
You're not going any farther than my place. You'll need a lot of care for a week or so.
But I've got to get to Templeton.
You'd never make it, so you might as well forget about it.
Well, I'm going to Templeton to investigate the operations of Trico's gang. When I leave here, I'll take your gold with me and deliver it to Captain Ray, if you like.
Sergeant, I'm already indebted to you. I hate to ask
You
you
didn't ask, John. I offered, so forget it. Doc, has Constable Baker reached town?
No, is he supposed to come here?
Yes, he's to be stationed here in Stewart.
Yeah, doggone, that's good news. We need an officer here. Well, John, that bandage is set. Now it's your turn, Sergeant Preston.
Dr. Spruce applied soothing ointment to Sergeant Preston's hands and arms. And then, leaving the guard on duty in the jail, the Mountie and the doctor moved John LaRue to the doctor's home. With his patient comfortably settled, the doc turned his attention to the gold Sergeant Preston had carried into the bedroom.
Sakes alive, John. You've a small fortune here.
I am very glad that Sergeant Preston's taking it to Captain Ray.
Oh, Trigo nearly killed you to get that gold.
If it isn't generally known that I've taken the gold with me, there may be another attempt to steal it.
Well, that's what I think, Sergeant.
Of course, John will be safe when Constable Baker arrives.
But he isn't here yet. There's no telling what might happen before he reaches town.
You're right, Doc. I'll leave King to stand guard until the constable arrives.
Well, that'd be great, if you can spare him.
Of course. I'll be back this way in a week or so. I'll pick him up then.
I appreciate that, Sergeant. I have more than LaRue to worry about. My wife and children are in the house, and there have been a lot of robberies around here. If someone tries to break
I
in...
understand, Doc. I think Red Trigo was responsible for those robberies.
Have you questioned him about the men who are supposed to work with him?
I questioned him on the way to town.
Did he talk?
No, but I have some leads to investigate in Templeton. Well, Doc, tell Constable Baker I'm sorry I missed him.
I'll tell him. What about your clothing, Sergeant? Do you have a spare uniform with you?
No, I haven't, Doc. When I left Dawson, I didn't expect to be caught in a fire.
We're about the same size. Maybe some of my clothes will fit you.
Well, I plan to stop at the trading post long enough to buy some dungarees and a jacket.
Oh, no need for that if I'm able to outfit you. I'll see what I have.
Sergeant Preston left town wearing a borrowed jacket and trousers and carrying LaRue's gold in his saddlebag. Meanwhile, Constable Baker had arrived. With him was Constable Tom Diamond. When the two men learned that Sergeant Preston had been at Doc's house, they went there. King gave Baker a friendly welcome. Then he returned to the foot of John LaRue's bed, while Doc explained the day's events to the two policemen.
Sergeant left King to stand guard. He didn't know how soon you'd arrive, Constable.
My orders were changed in Dawson. That's why I was delayed, Doc. Constable Diamond is to stay here.
That's right, Doctor.
Then you'll be based here, Constable?
Yes.
What about you, Baker?
I have orders to join Preston.
Oh, I see.
If Constable Diamond's to stay in town, we'll not need King, Doc.
Oh, that's right, John. I hadn't thought of that.
I'll take King with me. Perhaps we'll be able to overtake Preston before he reaches Templeton. You like that idea, huh, King? Oh, well, we'll leave right away, boy.
Constable Baker mounted his horse and left, taking the great dog King with him. Constable Diamond went to the hotel in town and rented a room. Then he began his rounds. He checked the cafes and gambling halls, introduced himself to a number of townsmen. It was nearly dark when he returned to the jail to find the prisoner had escaped. Red had headed into the hills, traveling over ground that would show no hoofprints.
Steady there, steady.
As darkness fell, he spurred his stolen horse.
Get up there. Move along. Get up.
Sliding rocks were treacherous underfoot. The big gray horse tried to slow his pace, to pick his way more carefully, but Red drove the animal hard to increase his speed.
Come on there, get up.
And then suddenly the horse lost its footing. Man and horse spilled to the ground. In falling, Red wrenched his ankle and twisted his knee. The sudden pain of his injuries left him gasping for breath. Then he tried to stand. The horse had already regained his footing. Red gripped the stirrup, then the pommel as he pulled himself to his feet. He mounted and gritted his teeth against the pain. Cursing the gray's stupidity, Red proceeded at a slow gait.
Get up there, get up.
He traveled all night, stopping at frequent intervals to rest. It was nearly 10 o'clock the next morning when he reached a prearranged rendezvous with the three men who comprised his gang.
Ho there, ho there.
Hey, Red, what happened?
I've been in jail. I'm making my getaway after stealing John LaRue's gold when a Mountie named Preston captured me. Took me to jail in Stewart. I managed to break out.
Did you steal that horse to get away from town?
Yeah, and the critter threw me. I think I sprained my ankle, twisted my knee. Help me dismount, will you, Jakin?
Sure, Red. Come on, lean on me.
I'll take it easy.
Come on, easy now. That's it.
Yeah.
Now, come on over here. All right, now sit down here. Lean back against that rock. I'll take a look at your knee and ankle.
Good thing you boys are here.
We've been here since daybreak yesterday.
Hey, that ankle's sore, Jakin. Be careful.
It looks sore, Red. It's all swollen.
So you were jailed for robbery, huh, boss?
Robbery and attempted murder, Monk.
Hey, Red, we stayed away from murder.
Yeah, I know, Crow. Figure that's why we never made a real big cleanup. From now on, we're changing our style of operation. We're going after the big money. We're through with small stuff.
With a Mountie in these parts, stealing of any kind would be dangerous.
Yeah, it might be. But I know where that Mountie is. Oh, hey, Jakin.
I'm tying a couple of bandanas around your ankle, Red. Make them good and tight. That'll help some. You ought to see a doctor.
Yeah, the doctor and Stewart. I'll see him when I go back to get LaRue.
What do you mean, get LaRue?
He's got to die so he'll never be able to testify against me in case I'm caught later.
What about the Mountie who captured you?
I aim to kill Preston, too.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. This year's outdoor vacationing season really begins next weekend. It's the Memorial Day holiday weekend, you know, and that means a lot of people will be taking advantage of an extra day off. So if you and your family are also planning an outing, here's something to remember. As you're driving along the highway or road, watch to see that no one in your car carelessly throws a lighted match or cigarette out the window. If you're out in the woods on a picnic or camping trip, keep a close watch on the campfire. And when you leave, pour water over the fire, stir it, then pour water over it again. This is important. If you're not careful, you may start a bad grass or forest fire. And every time there's a fire like that, it does all kinds of damage to your country's defense program. Men who could be working on defense projects have to go out and fight the fire. Valuable timber and rangeland goes up in smoke. So you be careful with fire. And be sure that everyone else around you is careful, too. Let's all help stop forest fires. Now to continue. Red Trigo had announced his intention to kill Sergeant Preston and a prospector named John LaRue.
What about LaRue's gold, Red?
Monk Preston's taking it to Templeton. Planning to take it to a fellow named Ray. But the Mountie will be traveling alone, except for his dog, King. Now, Monk, you and Crow are to head him off before he reaches Templeton. Get him and get that gold.
How we know, Preston?
Don't talk like a saphead, Crow. How many Mounties are in this part of the country?
How do I know? I make it a point to steer clear of.
Look. You'll have a big husky named King with him. You'll have to move fast to overtake him before he reaches town. You take every shortcut to the main trail you can think of.
How much of a start does he have?
They left Stewart late yesterday afternoon, from what I heard.
We'll have to travel hard to catch up to him.
I know a couple of shortcuts that'll cut him off, Monk.
Good. Remember, the gold he's carrying will be worth whatever it costs to get it.
What about Jacob?
He'll travel with me. Bad leg, I may need help.
I'll help you reach town, Red, but I don't want any part of murder.
I'll handle that myself, Jakin. And we'll come back here and I'll deal with Preston and his dog.
You want us to bring Preston here?
That's right. And save him for me. First, I'll put a bullet in that dog of his. Then I'll take care of the redcoat. Now get ready to hit the saddle.
Right. Come on, Crow.
Yeah.
Red, how about something to eat before we start for Stewart?
Good idea, Jakin. I'm plenty hungry.
Red ate a cold meal. Then Jakin packed the gear and broke camp. As he was helped to the saddle, Red tried to ignore the throbbing pain of his swollen ankle and twisted knee.
Now, how do you feel, Red?
I don't know if I'll make it, Jakin.
You want to stay here?
No. I'm going after LaRue. I'll have to make the doc take care of my ankle and my knee.
Well, whatever you say, Red.
Get up.
Get
up.
Meanwhile, a man named Crow led Monk over several shortcuts that shaved miles in the distance to Templeton. It was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon when they came down a wooded slope at the side of the main trail. As they drew rein, they saw a red-coated horseman approaching on the trail below. They grinned with satisfaction when they saw the great husky King trotting alongside the policeman's horse. Neither Crow nor Monk knew that the rider was Constable Baker.
There's Preston, Monk.
He has a dog with him.
He's due for a surprise.
That's far enough, Mountie. Stop right there.
Whoa, boy.
Don't try to reach for your gun. You're covered.
What's the idea?
You'll find out.
I'll keep him covered, Monk. You take his gun.
Right.
Easy, boy. You better keep that dog quiet. He makes a fast move, I'll let him have it.
Steady, King. Quiet, boy.
I'll take your gun, Preston.
Preston? You think I'm Preston?
We know who you are. We know all about your dog. Have his gun, Crow.
Good.
I tell you, I'm not Preston. Preston's a sergeant.
Sergeant or constable, you're Preston. What about the gold, Crow?
Make sure it's in his saddlebag.
What gold are you talking about?
LaRue's gold.
You've made a mistake. I'm carrying no gold.
Hey, he's telling the truth. There's no gold in this saddlebag.
What'd you do with it, Preston?
You had it when you left Stewart.
You two seem to have all the answers. Figure that one out.
Call it, Monk. Red wants us to save the Mountie for him.
Red? Red Trigo?
That's right. He's our boss.
He's in jail in Stewart.
He didn't like it in jail. He broke out.
Ah, I see.
You'll come with us, Preston. When Red gets back from Stewart, he'll make you talk. Get mounted, Monk.
Right.
Easy, boy. Easy there.
Now start moving, Mountie. Try any fast moves and we'll let you have it. In spite of Red's orders.
Get up. Get up there, boy.
Get up. Get up.
The great dog King had been waiting for an order to attack the men who held guns on Preston's friend Baker. When the order didn't come, King was perplexed. Now, as Baker turned off the trail to go with the two strangers, King realized that the constable was not going to join Preston. Baker's plans had apparently been changed, but King's had not. He turned and ran toward the underbrush beside the trail.
Whoa, whoa! Crow, that dog, stop him!
That's it, King. Keep going.
Now, stop him.
Crow was firing at a target he couldn't see, for King was hidden from view by the heavy growth of timber and brush bordering the trail. Bullets struck tree trunks and plowed into the ground without touching the mighty husky. When the men were no longer within earshot, King returned to the trail. With Preston's scent to guide him, he continued toward Templeton. In Templeton, Sergeant Preston had already turned John LaRue's gold over to Captain Ray at the steamship office. The Mountie had watched the captain lock the precious metal in an office strongbox. Then the two men had gone outside. Preston was about to leave the captain when he saw King racing toward him. Captain Ray watched in amazement as the husky leaped and jumped at his master.
King! Why, King, old fellow, what are you doing here?
Sergeant Preston, I thought you said you'd left your dog in Stewart.
I did, Captain Ray.
Then what's he doing here?
I don't know. Unless something's gone wrong and King's come to me for help.
Do you figure my friend LaRue's in more trouble?
I hope not, Captain, but I'll soon know for sure.
You're going back to Stewart?
Yes, goodbye and good luck.
Thanks, Sergeant. The same to you. And tell John I'll be sure his gold reaches his family.
I'll do that. Come along, King. Like he's waiting at the hitch rail, we'll get him and go back to Stewart.
Sergeant Preston mounted and rode hard over the trail he had recently covered. He continued his journey long after darkness fell, pausing only long enough to rest his horse and eat a light meal. At midnight, he was still in the saddle. The brilliant moonlight made travel easy. But for Red Trigo, who had a much shorter distance to cover, the trip to Stewart was far from easy. He had signaled frequent stops for rest, until finally Jakin exclaimed,
You should have stayed in camp.
I should be right where I am, on my way to the dock.
I thought you were going after LaRue.
I'm willing to forget about LaRue. If only I can get my ankle and knee taken care of.
Why not let me go on to town? I'll get the doctor and bring him here.
No, you don't, Jakin. You're not leaving me here.
I'll be gone only long enough to get the doctor.
Yeah, sure. You don't fool me. I know you're waiting your chance to head back to camp. You and the boys will split the gold Preston had and clear out.
You're wrong, Red. I never thought that.
Hold it.
What are you stopping for? Hey, what's the idea of pulling a gun?
Hand over your hardware.
Red, you must be local.
I want to make sure you do things my way. Without your gun, there'll be no argument. I hand it over, I'll bust it with a bullet.
All right, Red, you have me covered.
Yeah, that's better. Now remember, Jakin, I'll be watching you. Now get up.
Come on, get up there. Get up.
At daybreak, the two outlaws were a short distance from town. They were on the main trail when Jakin said,
Red, we ought to get off this trail and head for the hills.
It's a lot easier traveling like we are.
Yeah, but you might be spotted.
Now look, this critter threw me once in the hills. I don't want to risk another spill. What's that?
It's a rider coming this way.
Ho there. Red coat?
No.
Where's he coming from?
From Templeton, I reckon. Holster your gun, Red, before he sees it. No need to make him suspicious.
Yeah. A minute I thought it might be someone from Stewart hunting for me.
Jakin and Red had taken a quick look at the approaching rider. Because he was not in uniform, neither of them recognized Sergeant Preston as a policeman. But the sergeant had recognized Red Trigo. As he moved in, Red took a closer look at the tall man astride the big black horse. But by that time, it was too late to act.
Hold.
Preston!
Don't reach for your guns, Trigo.
Jake can do something. Get him.
I can't get him, you jughead. You took my gun.
You're both covered.
Don't shoot, Preston. I've been hurt.
On guard, King. You two keep your hands up while I disarm you. Easy, Blackie. Come around, boy.
You're Preston the Mountie?
That's right.
My boys were going to meet you.
I don't know where your boys were going, but you and your pal are going to jail. When we're there, I'll ask some questions about the rest of your gang. I'll get moving.
The trip to Stewart was a slow one. For Red, it was sheer torture. And for Jakin, every inch of the way added to his bitterness. Jakin blamed Red for his capture. By the time they reached the jail in town, the outlaw was beside himself with rage and resentment. The doctor treated Red's ankle and knee, while Constable Diamond explained to Preston how Baker had left town with King. As Red Trigo lay on the cot in one cell, Jakin gripped the bar door of the other one, listening to the conversation.
I don't know why King would leave Baker.
Baker may be in trouble.
Where was Constable Baker heading?
He was on his way to Templeton.
With that dog?
That's right, Jakin.
Oh, I know what happened. Monk and Crow would have stopped you, Preston. Get the gold you had.
Shut up, Jakin.
Why should I shut up? It's your fault I'm in here. Now I'm going to make it easy for myself by helping the law.
Oh, you dirty double-crosser.
I didn't see Monk or Crow on my way to Templeton.
No, but Baker was traveling with your dog. He was in uniform. Maybe the boys got the wrong man.
I said shut up.
Scott.
Baker's been captured.
Where is he?
Probably in camp. I'll tell you how to get there.
Jakin described the hidden camp in the hills and told Preston how to reach it. Then the sergeant said,
Thanks, Jakin.
When I go on trial, tell the judge I helped you.
If I could get to these boys, you wouldn't live to go on trial.
Quiet, Red. Jakin, if you've told the truth, you may count on it. Come along, King.
You want me to go with you, Sergeant?
Stay here and see that Red doesn't break jail again, Tom.
I'll stand guard myself. He'll not escape this time, I promise you.
Just a minute, Sergeant. Are you going to that camp?
Yes, Doc?
Sergeant, two of Trigo's men are there.
Baker may be there, too, Doc. I hope he's still alive.
Easy, Blackie.
But it may be a trap.
I'll have to take that chance. Got it, Blackie. Come on,
Constable Baker was tied hand and foot in the outlaw's camp. He sat with his back against a huge boulder, waiting for the return of Red Trigo. Monk and Crow were also waiting for their leader.
Let's go to Stewart and look for him, Monk. You heard what he said. We'll stay here and wait. Wait this long? Well, what else can we do? We can't go to town, leave the Mountie unguarded. One of us could go. Well, go ahead if you want to. And if you meet Red, tell him Preston had no gold with him.
I told you I'm not Preston.
You'll change your tune when Red gets here.
I'll go throw a saddle on my horse. Red may need help.
Maybe.
Crow walked through the heavy underbrush to the place where his horse was tethered. Through the trees, he could see the back of Monk's head as the outlaw watched their prisoner. Crow picked up his saddle and threw it on his horse. He was about to tighten the cinch when he felt the pressure of a gun barrel against his ribs.
Get your hands up.
Crow whirled to face the speaker, pushing Preston's gun aside. He made a grab for his own gun, but Preston drove a left to his chin. Crow fell to the ground unconscious.
I'll disarm him and put the cuffs on him, King. And you stand guard, boy, while I go after his partner.
A few moments later, Preston made his way to the clearing where Baker and Monk were sitting.
All set to leave, Crow?
That's right, he's all set.
Hey, what the... Preston! Why, you... Ow! My arm!
You shouldn't have tried to draw your gun.
Crow! Crow!
But no use calling your partner. He's already in handcuffs.
Handcuffs?
Yes, and I have a pair for you. I'll cut those ropes in a few minutes, Baker.
Take your time, Sergeant. It's a pleasure to see these two in custody. How'd you know where to find me?
Jakin told me.
Jakin? Dirty squealer.
Well, he's being smart, Monk. He decided to help the law.
You mean he's in jail?
Yes, and so is Red Trigo. There, your wrists are free.
Oh, thanks. I'll take the knife and free my ankles. Where's King?
Guarding Crow. If you're able to hold a gun, I'll leave you for a minute and get our other prisoner.
Sure, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on Monk. Well, Monk, now you've met Preston. I told you had the wrong man.
But he's out of uniform.
That doesn't change his identity.
So we made a mistake.
And a big one, though I appreciated the compliment. I'm not often mistaken for the sergeant.
Compliment.
Stand beside your partner, Crow.
Hi there, King. Glad to see you, fella.
Mark, who is this fella? Put handcuffs on me. Says we're under arrest for abducting an officer of the law.
He's Preston, Crow.
Preston?
Sergeant, did you say Red Trigo and Jakin are in jail?
Yes, Baker. And now that we have these two, this case is closed. Sergeant Preston will return in just a moment with a word about our next exciting adventure. Here's a mutual note for you. For super quick action crammed mystery adventure, hear Nick Carter, Master Detective, this Sunday over most of these stations. Nick Carter is part of Mutual's lineup of Sunday shows that are tops in imaginative listening to suit everyone. Since 1886, when the first Nick Carter story was printed and sold to the general public, this famous fiction sleuth has delighted and amused his faithful fans. In his radio adventures, heard over Mutual since 1942, he has become one of the nation's great favorites. And despite his long history, Nick Carter is outstanding as a modern-day detective. Every Sunday, when you join Nick Carter, you set out on an exciting trail of clues and deductions, of action and suspense which reach the heights of the mysterious. Nick Carter's trigger-fast mind provides his listeners with a challenging opportunity to match wits with a master detective who solves crime bafflers with polished ease. For suspense and thrills, to relax with a good mystery, hear Nick Carter, Master Detective, this Sunday over most of these stations. Now, here is Sergeant Preston. Sergeant Preston reporting for duty, Inspector.
Sergeant, I've been advised the crooks robbed a woman in a cabin on Shelf Ridge yesterday.
What'd they take, sir?
A box of gold and most of the supplies from the cabin. Trail those men and bring them back, Sergeant.
I'll leave right away, sir.
Trailing the crooks was not difficult for Preston and King, but the Mountie little expected to run into a trap and become the target for the gunman's bullets. Be sure to hear this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye and good luck until Thursday. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin', tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you transcribed from Hollywood Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. It took civilization a long time to reach the little old western town of Red Rock, and the last 100 miles was the toughest. That's where the rugged trail ran through Rawbone Gulch, up over Rattlesnake Ridge, and down across the Gila River into Mohawk Valley. It was that same trail which led United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his faithful deputy Jingles into Red Rock one evening about sundown on their way west.
Oh, boy, ho. Belle Brady's boarding house. Good grub and hot biscuits anytime. That sure sounds good, Bill.
Yeah, and it'll be a pleasure to see Belle again.
Well, it will if she can still cook like she used to.
Is that the only reason, Jingles? Seems I remember Belle kind of took to you.
Oh, now, Bill, don't you start getting me in trouble with her. You know, every time a gal starts making calf eyes at me, well, I get goose pimples all over.
Well, watch out for Belle. Let's go in.
Now, who's that? Is this Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles?
Hello, Belle.
Evening, Miss Belle.
Oh, now, if you two ain't a sight for sore eyes. Jingles, I haven't seen you for almost 6 years.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, you sure have plumped up some.
Oh, I've just got to give you a big hug of welcome.
Hold still, Jingles.
Oh, now, Miss Belle, I ain't much used to that.
Oh, well, a big, comfortable man like you should get used to it.
You'll find Jingles a little bridal shy, ma'am.
Oh, I know how to fix that. You sit down here by the window, and I'll get you a good supper. Now, what do you want?
Well, what have you got, ma'am? We've been on the trail so long. I worked up an appetite that'd just put a bear to shame.
Well, I got some ham, some lamb, pork roast, pickled pig's feet, short ribs, prime ribs, T-bone steak, goulash, potatoes, boiled and fried, onions, boiled and fried, turnips, tomatoes, and 2 kinds of pie. Now, what do you have?
Oh, why, that'll be fine, ma'am.
What'll be fine, Jingles?
Well, just what you said.
Oh, I declare, Jingles, you haven't changed a bit. All right, just cool your heels a minute, and I'll bring it all.
That was a mighty fine spread, Belle.
Yes, ma'am, it sure was.
Thank you, boys. Now, what brings you two all the way out here to Red Rock?
We're just passing through on our way west, Belle.
Passing through, is it? Well, then I'll bet my new mail order dress there's trouble to the west of here.
Yes, ma'am. Anywhere Wild Bill Hickok goes, you can bet on trouble.
I know.
How are things going in Red Rock?
Oh, not too good, Mr. Hickok. Fact is, I wish you'd stay around here for a while instead of moving on.
Why? You got some trouble around here, Belle?
Oh, have we? We've got a bunch of gold thieves nobody can catch.
Gold thieves?
That's what I said.
You mean they don't steal nothing but gold?
Well, ain't that enough when half the folks around Red Rock depend on the high pocket gold mine for their living?
How long has this been going on, Belle?
About 3 months, and that's too long. Mr. Hickok, I'm pleading with you. Stay around Red Rock and see if you can help us.
Oh, don't you do it, Bill. We gotta get
You hush up, Jingles.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, Mr. Hickok. If there's any man in the West who can smoke these varmints out in the open, it's Wild Bill Hickok.
All right, Belle. Maybe we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
2 birds? What do you mean, Bill? I don't...
Mr. Hickok, ain't those your horses?
Bill, some polecat stealing our horses.
Come on, Jingles.
Hey, come back here with those horses. Let him have it, Bill.
There's a lot to be said for Kellogg's Corn Pops, partners. But the best way to know about this wonderful 2-way cereal is by munching a few mouthfuls yourself. Yes, sir, you can eat Kellogg's Corn Pops 2 ways. One way is right out of the box like I'm eating them now. A real tasty snack with a sweetening already on them. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go pouring any sugar on them. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn all ready to go. And your mom's going to let you eat all the Corn Pops you want, 'cause they're good for you. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better hit the trail for the store tomorrow and get a load of them. You'll need plenty, 'cause everyone in your family, Pop and Mom too, are going to like them. Yes, sirree. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, in a little while, we'll say that together. Right now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles have just promised Belle that they would stay in Red Rock to try to catch the gold thieves when suddenly there's a commotion outside. Bill and Jingles run out to see their horses disappearing up the dark street.
Why, those ornery polecats?
Hold your fire, Jingles. Hold your fire. They're out of range.
Oh, doggone it. We can't catch them on foot.
Oh, now that's a shame. What are you going to do, Mr. Hickok?
I'll have to borrow some horses.
What's all the ruckus, Mr. Hickok? Were you doing all that shooting?
You ding-dong right we were, mister. Some low-down pack rats just stole our horses.
Horse thieves in Red Rock?
That's right, mister. You don't happen to have a couple of fast mounts we could borrow, do you?
Well, I'll do better than that, Hickok. Hey, Doggy, go ahead. A couple of jaspers just rustled the marshal's horses. Take some of the boys and round them up.
Okay, Mr. Taggart, we'll get him.
Now, that's right nice of you, mister.
It's nothing at all. Rest easy, Marshal. Boys will have your horses back before you know it.
Well, thank you. I see you know who I am. This is my partner and deputy, Jingles.
Taggart's my name. Race Taggart, Hickok. I own the hotel and saloon across the street. When you got nothing else to do, drop over to my office. We'll have a little talk.
Maybe I'll do that, Mr. Taggart. I've been told there's trouble in Red Rock, and now it seems I'm in the middle of it. Well, Jingles, we might as well get a little sleep. We can start looking around tomorrow.
Now you're talking, Bill. You know, I'm getting so sleepy my eyelids feel like window shutters. I declare Look out, Bill!
You all right, Jingles?
Yeah, Bill, them coyotes were shooting at us.
Look that way.
Darn near woke me up. Who do you reckon they were, Bill?
I don't know. I couldn't get a good look at them, Jingles. Maybe we better go see Race Taggart tonight after all.
What for?
He just might have some facts that would help us figure out what's going on around here.
Hickok, I didn't know you were headed for these parts, but I've been thinking about sending for you for some time now.
That's so? What was your reason, Mr. Taggart?
Well, somebody's been stealing the gold we hauled down from the High Pocket mine.
Why, Bill, that's just the same thing that...
Jingles, let's just listen to Mr. Taggart.
You heard this before, Hickok?
Well, just a rumor.
Well, it's true. Mike McGinty, he's our wagon driver, has been held up 4 times in the last 3 months. We've lost over $40,000 in gold.
$40,000? Why, that'd buy me half the land in New Mexico. Who's pulling these stick-ups, Mr. Taggart?
If I knew that, I'd have plugged them long before now. I own half the High Pockets. It's my gold they're taking off that wagon. Half of it, anyway.
You own half the mine?
That's right. The other half is owned by my 2 partners, Shad Martin and Al Jackson.
Well, do you trust them?
Now, Jingles, that's
As
not
a matter of fact, Hickok, Jingles might not be throwing too wide a loop at that. Shad's all right, but I've been watching Jackson for some time.
Mr. Hickok! Mr. Hickok! Mike McGinty's just come in from the mine road. He's been robbed again of all the gold.
Holy horned toads, Bill. While we've been sitting here chattering like a couple of silly chipmunks, somebody's gone and robbed McGinty. Hey, Bill, look at the bullet holes in the side of that wagon.
Yeah, Jingles. Let's see what the driver has to say.
Sure, here he is.
You the driver of this wagon, mister?
Yeah, that I am, Bo. I'm lucky to be here to tell you so. Mike McGinty's the name. Who be you?
Hickok's my name, United States Marshal.
Be you the one they call Wild Bill Hickok?
Some folks do.
And then if you're so all-fired wild, why weren't you on hand when them bushwhacking howl hoots held me up and took my strongbox with the gold?
Now, just a minute here, Pop. Watch out who you're talking to like that.
Hold it, Jingles.
Who's your bear grease friend, Hickok?
My deputy, Jingles.
Blowed up like a poison pup. Better stand him in the creek before he founders.
Why, you pint-sized salamander, hold your tongue before I douse your rattling head in the watering trough.
Jingles, go sit down while I ask McGinty some questions.
Yes, go sit on a horseshoe nail.
Doggone it, that little warthog can't talk to me like that.
Now, Mike, how many men held you up?
Well, I don't know. Could have been 2 or 20. It was dark.
Where'd they stop you?
About 3 miles out of town to the north, near the Camel Humps. First, a burst of gunfire, then a voice says, "Hold the wagon!" and I hauls my string to a stop.
Then what?
Well, another voice yells out, "Throw off the strongbox with the gold." Man, I does. Then the first voice yells, "Now get them coyotes moving." And I does it with these varmints shooting up the wagon as I went. Never got close enough for me to see even a shadow of them.
This has happened to you before, I hear.
Yeah, It's a dad burn off, and I'm getting to expect it.
You got no idea of who's pulling these stick-ups?
Nope.
You mean you have no idea, or you just won't tell?
Well, sometimes a man keeps his hide by keeping his mouth shut.
And sometime a man goes to jail for the same thing. I'll see you later, McGinney. Right now, I've got a few things to catch up on.
Well, let's get over to the hotel and get some sleep.
Well, I want to see Ray Taggart for a minute, then we'll go up and hit the hay.
Well, let's hurry. I'm plumb sleepy.
Jingles, that wagon.
Get out of the way, Bill. That's a runaway. Bill, that runaway team darn near got us.
That was no runaway, Jingles. That man was driving those horses.
He was? You mean he was trying to run us down?
That's just what I mean, partner. That makes twice tonight somebody's tried to get us.
You know, Bill, I'm getting the idea somebody around here don't like us.
You know, you could be right. Come on, we'll go see Taggart. And Jingles, don't say anything about that wagon. I'd rather figure that one out by myself.
Well, Hickok, did you talk to McGinty?
Yeah, I talked to McGinney, and I'm inclined to think he's a pretty smart boy.
What do you mean by that, Hickok?
He's smart enough to throw down a strong box full of gold instead of getting a stomach full of lead. And he's smart enough to keep his mouth shut.
I guess that's the way he's lived so long.
Well, now, if you ask
I didn't, Jingles.
Oh.
Nothing more you can tell us about those gold robbers, is there?
No, Hickok. I just know they're driving us out of business. I've been out of town a good deal, so I don't get all the dirt. But then being a detective is not my line. I leave that to men like you.
Well, in the morning, I'll ride out to the spot where McGinney was held up, just to nose her on a little. See you when I get back. Come on, Jingles, let's get some sleep.
Now, that's what I like to hear. Feather bed, here I come. Bill, you're getting harder and harder to figure out. First, you tell me I'm going up to bed. Then we go right out the back way, get on our horses, and start riding again. I'm getting more saddle sores than my horse.
Ooh, boy. Ooh. There's a spot, Jingles. There's the camel humps McGinney was talking about.
Oh, what are we doing out here in the middle of the night?
Jingles, would you recognize your horse's tracks among a lot of others?
Why, sure I would. By the way he throws his right front foot.
Then look around for some of them. Break off a piece of that juniper bush and light a torch.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Now we look for horse tracks. But, Bill, that's silly. What would our horses be doing out here in a... Oh. Bill, I found them.
I thought you would.
Hey, here they are, your horses and mine. Hey, they've been here before.
But we haven't.
Of course we haven't.
Now we know our horses were stolen to keep us in town while somebody robbed McGinney.
We do?
Yes. Back in Taggart's office, you gave me an idea as to why that somebody wants gold.
I gave you an idea? Oh, yeah, I remember. I said that, I was What did I say, Bill?
You said that $40,000 was enough to buy half the land in New Mexico.
That's right, I did.
What you didn't know was that it's up for sale.
Oh.
And that somebody is buying it with gold.
You don't say. Then you figured maybe there's a tie-up between this gold stealing here in Red Rock and the buying up of all the land in New Mexico?
There might just be, Jingles.
Bill, I want to ask you just one thing.
What's that?
Oh, why were we going on through Red Rock heading west?
Well, I got a letter from a friend of mine asking me to come out and investigate some land buying scheme.
In New Mexico?
In New Mexico.
Well, I'll be a hog-tight sand fleet, and we just stumbled saddle over apple cart onto...
Quick, Jingles. Back up in the rocks. We've got company. Just what I expected, but not so soon.
Well, will our horses be all right, Bill?
Yeah, they're back off the road. Now stop here.
Who do you think it is?
Be quiet and keep down.
Oh, why didn't I take up farming?
Them sun-baked rattlers. If I can find the gold, I'll make them squirm. Using me for a target and threatening me with lead poisoning if I talk.
Bill, that sounds like McGinney.
Shh. He's coming this way.
No, he stopped and looking around. Bill, I gotta move. I'm getting cramped.
Quiet, Jingles.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to step on your foot.
You didn't step on my foot.
I didn't? Then whose is it?
What are you talking about?
A foot. Wait till I feel around here. Now, Bill, there's there's 2 feet. No, there's 3. Bill, somebody...
Hey, who's up there? Come on out, you yellow varmints.
McGinney, don't shoot.
That trigger-happy tree-toad, I'll blast him. I'll just...
Fred, who is that knows me? Speak up or I'll blow you out of them rocks.
It's Wild Bill Hickok and me, Jingles, you lop-eared loon. Put away that hog leg now, for you hurt somebody.
Marshal, what are you doing out here?
Looking for you, that's what. You dumped that there gold yourself and come back to get it.
Shut up now. Shut up, both of you. Now listen.
Hey, more company. You know it's getting as crowded here as a square dance on Saturday night.
Just stay down and listen. Be ready with your guns.
I'm ready. McGinney, one peep out of you and I'll just sit on you.
Oh, I'm quiet, you big water buffalo.
All right, now, fan out and pick up anything you left here earlier. Hickok's coming out here in the morning.
Wait, it's them. Come back for their gold. Stand aside, Marshal. I got me a score to settle.
Quiet, McGinney. Not yet.
Come on, Dovey. We'll get the strong box.
Bill, did you hear that?
Yeah. Sounds like our men, all right.
All right, let's jump them then. What are we waiting on?
For one thing, we need the evidence. Wait till they get the gold, then we'll follow them and catch the big fish.
Well, for another thing, there's 10 of them, or I lost count.
All right, we got the gold. Now let's get out of here and head for the old mill.
Hey, they're getting away.
Quiet, you.
Who was that?
Somebody's in those rocks.
Hey, let's go.
Well, let them go, Jingles.
Are you loco, Hickok?
Not yet. Now, Jingles, light a match.
Well, all right, but I don't see... Holy horn toads, I plumb forgot about them 2 dead ones I left behind me.
All right, McGinney. Take a look. Who are those 2 men?
Them Shad Martin and Al Jackson, Marshal.
You know, there are 2 things I like about this Wild Bill Hickok show. I like the excitement, and I like the cereal that goes with it. Kellogg's Corn Pops. Just finished a whole box of this wonderful eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. You know, Wranglers, Kellogg's Corn Pops are hearts of corn, all puffed up big and crisp, with plenty of tasty sweetening on them. Now, you can eat them right out of the box by the handful or out of a bowl with milk. But don't go putting any sugar on them. No, sir, because like I just said, they've already got the sweetening right on them. Now, all you ranchers who are eating them right now, take a look at the bag inside the box. Looks like silver, don't it? Well, that bag's pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom will like this. That bag's wonderful for storing things in the refrigerator, and you just can't beat it for carrying sandwiches in and keeping them fresh and tasty. Now, don't go settling for 1 box of Corn Pops. The way your family's going to go for 'em, you're liable to miss out on some. Get your mom to load up big. Then out of the box or out of the bowl, you can have all the Kellogg's Corn Pops you'll want. And you'll want plenty. You know who loves Corn Pops. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Let's hustle on back to the show.
Jingles has just struck a match, and Wild Bill asked McGinty to identify the 2 dead men lying beside them in the rocks. McGinty takes one look and says that they are Race Taggart's partners in the High Pockets Mine Company, Shad Martin and Al Jackson.
Why didn't you tell me about them back in town, McGinney?
Well, I didn't know about them, Marshal.
You're lying, McGinney.
Never mind, Jingles.
Well, if I'd have told you then, they'd have shot me too, Hickok.
All right, I'll give you one more chance. Can you take us to the mill without being seen in the moonlight?
Just as safe and sure as a woodchuck, Marshal. Now, just follow close behind me, and we'll be there before you can say Mother McGinty's goat. Here's the mail, Marshal.
Bill, they're in there all right.
Yeah. Listen.
Just about the time we got the gold, this guy yells back up in the rocks.
You lame brains. I've told you before to be careful. This guy Hickok's no fool.
There, you said it.
And Hickok's hot on our trail. Why do you think I had you steal his horses? Just to cover this thing tonight. It was a payoff. Now we'll have to lay low until he leaves. Then we can all go to New Mexico and live like kings. The mine's played out. We've got all the gold. We've got Martin and Jackson out of the way. I'll take care of you all from here out.
Not from where you're going, Race. You won't take care of them.
Oh, it's Hickok. Shoot him, you fools.
Now, don't anybody lose their heads. I got an awful itch in my trigger finger.
And I'll get Hickok myself.
That was your last bid, Race. Reckon you and your boys can load those boxes of gold on your horses and pack it back into town for us.
Yeah, and then we can pack you all off to the calaboose.
Well, it all turned out right fine. Now I suppose you'll be heading on again, Mr. Hickok.
Yes, Bill, we've got to hit the trail.
Well, do you have to take Jingles with you? I'd be right proud to look after him.
Well, now, Miss Bell, that's right nice of you, but then, who'd look after Wild Bill?
Why, he looks like he could look after himself. But you, Jingles, why, you're just like a young colt.
Oh.
You said yourself you wanted to settle down.
Well, no, ma'am. Leastways not till the rest of the varmints like Race Taggart are put away in jail like he is. Now, come on, Bill. Let's get to riding before I get talked into something I just can't talk my way out of.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
We're mighty glad you could be with us today, folks, and we hope to see you around the diggings next week.
Yeah, and if there's any digging to do, you know who'll have to do it.
Well, if you're digging into Kellogg's Corn Pops, we'll both be doing it, right?
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you transcribed another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Virginia Gregg, Forrest Lewis, Lou Krugman, Barney Phillips, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. Courage, strength, and luck. That's what it took to drive the heavy freight wagons of the Old West over treacherous mountain trails. And the men who did were tough as rawhide. But they couldn't fight a mysterious jinx that brought death to every twist of the trail. And so it was that United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles came to String Canyon to investigate the Red Wagon Jinx.
Doggone it, Bill. Don't it seem like trouble enough comes along without us riding all over creation, chasing after it?
This is one time I wished we'd been there before the trouble started.
Yeah, I reckon if we had, Jeff Skinner'd be alive to meet us when we get to String Canyon.
Jeff was a great old man.
And tough. Why, Jeff could drive a wagon team over these mountain trails where no self-respecting billy goat'd go.
That's why I don't think his death was any accident.
It seems like Jeff's freight line was having more than its share of accidents. Like there was a jinx or something.
A jinx? I wonder.
But you figure it weren't just luck, huh, Bill?
I mean to find out if these accidents were planned.
And if you do, Bill, I reckon the ones that did the planning will need more than luck, huh?
Whoa, boy, whoa. Jingles, look below there, coming around the rim of that canyon.
It's a runaway wagon and it's on fire.
Come on. We'll cut through the pass and head it off.
If they get that far without going over the side.
Up, boy. Up. Let's go. Down this way.
I'm with you, Bill. Here comes the wagon, burning like blazes.
Get set.
I'll make a grab for the halter, Bill.
Right. I'll try to jump aboard and help with the reins.
Here goes. I got a hold, Bill.
Hang on, Jingles. Move over, driver. I'm jumping on.
I can't stop him, Bill. Drag on the reins.
Hey, driver, let's pull together. Whoa.
Oh, that does it, Bill, and not a second too soon. We just missed that canyon by our eyebrows.
Good as a mile.
Cut the traces, and I'll lead the horses away from the wagon.
Right, Jingles. Now, mister, let's try and save your wagon. Hey, mister.
Oh, what's wrong, Bill? Looks like the driver passed out.
He has. Cold. I'll get him down off of there. Now. Well, I'll be.
What is it, Bill?
The driver. He's a woman.
Is she coming out of it, Jingles?
Oh, sure. She's all right. There now, ma'am. Just take it easy. Poor little critter. Hey, real pretty, too. Even in them men's clothes she's wearing.
Well, who are you?
Huh? Who, me? Well,
Hello, miss. Feeling better?
Oh, I remember you now. You saved my life. Who are you, anyway?
The name is Hickok, miss.
Hickok? Are you the one they call Wild Bill?
Some folks do, miss. This is my deputy, Jingles.
Howdy, ma'am.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. We need some men in String Canyon.
You mean there ain't no men in town?
Oh, they're all afraid. Afraid to drive my father's wagons. Afraid of the jinx.
You must be Jeff Skinner's daughter.
I am.
We knew your dad, Miss Skinner.
I know. He talked of you often.
Doggone. I should have known you was Jeff Skinner's kin driving a wagon like that.
Well, knowing Dad, Mr. Hickok, you know why I had to keep the freight rolling through these mountains.
Yeah, I reckon Jeff would want it that way.
Yes, and how he tried to keep it that way. But one by one, he lost his wagons in accidents. His drivers quit to go to work for Sanchez.
Sanchez? He runs the other freight line?
Yes. But Dad wouldn't sell out, and neither will I. After he was killed, that left only me and Swede, the blacksmith. Swede's got a bad arm, so I drove.
Well, sorry we couldn't save the rig, ma'am. Horses are all right, though, on the ledge around the bend.
Get down, miss.
It's them. I'll come back to finish the job.
I see him, Bill, up there on top of that cliff.
It's pinned on this ledge. Can't get a shot at them.
Bill, they're shoving that big boulder off the cliff.
That thing will start an avalanche.
It's moving.
Come on, miss. We've got to make a run for it.
Here it comes.
Consarn it. You know, your old pal, Panhandle Jim, gets so doggone worked up, wondering how these stories are going to come out. I could bite a horseshoe nail in two. But since those Weston horseshoe nails aren't very crispy or crunchy, I do it the easy way. I sit here in the edge of my chair and chomp up big, crunchy handfuls of Kellogg's Corn Pops. Yeah, right out of the box is the way I eat my Corn Pops, because the sweetening's already on 'em. Come sunup, though, I go for Corn Pops at breakfast in a bowl with milk. But whoa there, hold the sugar, partner. The sweetening's already on Corn Pops. And Kellogg's Corn Pops, delicious as they are, contain lots of things you need. B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want of those golden hearts of corn puffed up big and crisp. Say, and that silver-like bag inside the Corn Pops box is pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your ma can use it to store things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches. But best of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Right. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingle.
After Wild Bill and Jingles rescued Jeff Skinner's daughter in the narrow mountain pass, the band of masked men who had stampeded her wagon returned to finish the job. By loosening a huge boulder, an avalanche came crashing down on the three who were trapped on a ledge below.
There. The worst of it's over now.
Oh, this big rock saved our lives.
You know, one of them rocks put a brand new part in my hair.
Well, Jingles, what do you think about those accidents now?
I don't think I like them.
What do you think, Mr. Hickok?
I think you've got yourself a new driver, miss.
Bill, you ain't fixing to start driving these mountain trails.
No, Jingles, but I think you are.
Oh, well, then that's all right. Huh? Who, me? Oh, no, Bill.
Ladies and gents, your kind attention, please.
Here, it's Big Pete Sanchez.
Thank you, folks, thank you. Well, I ain't no speech-making man, but this here blowout's kind of a celebration, you know.
You said it, Big Pete.
Yes, sir, because today marks the first anniversary of the Sanchez Freight Line. Now, I ain't fixing to brag, but you know, in 1 year, Sanchez Freight has come to be the top line in these here parts. And that's how come this party. Yeah, we've been lucky, while some others ain't been so lucky. But out west here, it's the best man wins. So now, let's put the feedback on, folks. All these fancy eats were hauled across these mountains by Sanchez Freight. So, soup's on, folks. Come and get it.
Yeah. Well, what's the matter, Swede? Lost your appetite?
I'm not hungry, Mr. Sanchez. I'm just worried sick over poor Miss Skinner, driving the rim road all by herself.
Maybe you figure the jinx has got her, huh, Swede?
I tell you, Mr. Sanchez, any harm come to her, you have me to answer to. And I just don't mean maybe.
You're loco. Who do you think you're talking to?
Quiet, one shot. Why, Swede, I'm surprised at you. You know I offered to buy her no-good red wagon line and take it off her hands.
Why, sure, Swede. Big Pete can't help it if she's stubborn. If she wants to go on losing her jink wagons in accidents.
Yo, I think you are Yanks, Mr. Sanchez. I think you know when accidents come.
Huh?
You shut your trap, Swede, or I swear...
Now, hold on, one shot. Now, you're a mighty good blacksmith, Swede, and I got a job waiting for you anytime you give up your crazy notions. But be careful who you go around accusing, savvy. You got no witnesses.
Don't be too sure of that, Sanchez.
Huh? Who's that?
Hickok's her name, U.S. Marshal.
Hickok.
Then you many Wild Bill. And Miss Laura, too.
No, but it can't be. Why, I saw
Shut up,
them.
you fool.
Today was no accident, Mr. Sanchez. Masked men met the wagon and set it on fire. If it hadn't been for Marshal Hickok...
Well, now, don't that go to show I'm right, ma'am? You can't run that line. It's too plumb risky.
I'll take the risk from here on in, Sanchez.
And the red wagon line is still in business. Thank you, friends. I know a lot of you have been afraid to ship by red wagon, afraid of what would happen to your loads, and I don't blame you. But it takes more than a jinx to stop the line that Jeff Skinner started here years ago. And we have law in String Canyon now. Wild Bill Hickok is here.
You ask me, there ain't no jinx on the red wagon line. Just plumb bad management.
Why, sure. Accidents don't happen when you know how to avoid them. I thought you folks wanted a reliable freight line.
We'll let the folks decide what they want, Sanchez.
This here's no affair of yours, Hickok. How come you're poking your nose in anyway?
I poke it in wherever I please, friend. It's my nose.
Oh, yeah? Well, I don't like it, savvy?
No? Maybe you'd like to change it, mister.
So it's trouble you want, huh? Well, you're a big man, Hickok. But I think I can cut you down to size.
Next time you pull a gun on me, one shot, pull faster, because next time I won't aim at the gun.
Joe by Yingo, you ain't just fighting women and broken down men like me no more.
All right, Hickok. This is my last offer. The little lady sells out now, or if it's war you want, then it's war you'll get.
If that's the way it has to be, Sanchez, then it's war.
All right, Hickok. This is my last offer. The little lady sells out now, or if it's war you want, then it's war you'll get.
If that's the way it has to be, Sanchez, then it's war. If that's the way it has to be, Sanchez, then it's war.
again.
John, just on time, too.
Oh, that makes 3 round trips this week, sweet.
Joe, and no sign of that old Yinks. Hello, Yingles.
Howdy, sweet. Howdy, Miss Laura.
Good work, Jingles. Where's Bill?
Oh, he's coming, ma'am. Well, here we are again. 3 in a row, all safe and sound, and none the worse for wear.
Oh, by golly, you are a sight for sore eyes, Yingles.
Well, we best get this team into the barn, sweet. Them horses is plumb tuckered.
Oh, I will fix them, Yingles. You bet you, and I will do a good job, too.
Yeah, and I'm going to spraddle out my weary bones somewhere and just take root, sweet.
How many trips we gonna let go through, Sanchez, before we stop 'em?
You ain't never been much of a hand at poker, One Shot. You know, you gotta let the other fella win a few hands so he begins to feel easy. And that's when you crack down on him.
I savvy. But we don't stand a chance of pulling those stunts like when I drove old man Skinner's team off the trail. Not with Hickok scouting every inch of the road when the red wagons roll.
Now, don't get excited, One Shot. We'll fix their little red wagon. And Hickok, too. There's lots of ways to skin a cat.
You're a great one for sayings, Big Pete, but I'm itching for action.
Look, here comes Hickok now, riding into town.
Whoa, boy. Whoa.
He sure keeps his eye on them freight runs.
Yeah, and Laura, she sure keeps her eye on him.
Hello, Bill. Can I take your horse or something?
Well, hello, Miss Laura. Well, no, ma'am, I guess I'll manage all right.
You always do. Well, everything went well again, huh?
Couldn't be better.
Bill, next trip, I want to go along.
Why, sure, Miss Laura, but why?
Well, I want to do a little shopping for a real pretty dress.
Well, all right, but I think that dress is pretty enough.
Do you, Bill? Do you really?
Howdy, Marshal. Howdy, ma'am. Well, looks like all's well that ends well, huh? I reckon you can't beat the Proverbs, can you?
No, Mr. Sanchez, you can't. And I have another one for you. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Well, that's true enough. And I'm plumb sorry I got so ornery the other day. Little competition's good for business.
Why, sure. All it took was a strong man's hand to pull the red wagon line back in shape.
Maybe so, but talking of Proverbs, I don't count my chickens until they're hatched.
Come on, Bill. Let's go.
The great Hickok. What a purty target. Turns his back on me just as big as you please.
Don't let it tempt you, One Shot. Where I heard it, Wild Bill's got eyes in the back of his head. No, I got a better way.
Let's hear it. I'll get even with him for shooting that gun out of my hand if it's the last thing I do.
And listen, and you won't get hurt. You heard what she said just now? She's going along tomorrow. Well, tonight, you and the boys are heading out to Long Bridge. You're going to work on them timbers till they're ready to go out.
I got you. The bridge goes out when the wagon hits it. And if the fall doesn't finish him, the rapids will.
Yeah. And when Hickok rides down to help him, there'll be a nice little ambush waiting for him. He'll have his hands full.
I got you. He'll never know what hit him.
It rained all day the night I left. The weather, it was dry. The sun so hot I froze to death. Susanna, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna.
Did anyone ever tell you you have a lovely voice, Jingles?
Boy, come to think of it, I don't recall anyone ever saying just that. But thank you, man. Thank you. You know, horses seem to like it, though. Seems to make them want to run.
Horses are just like people.
Oh, sure. Oh, now, Miss Laura. Now, take Nellie there. Now, she's a heap smarter than some folks I know.
Nellie seems to be afraid of something.
Yeah, come on now, Nellie. Doggone it. Just when I start bragging, she starts balking. Now, ain't that just like a woman?
She's frightened, Jingle. She's rearing up.
Now, hold, Nellie. Easy, gal.
That's Longbridge just ahead.
Yeah, maybe them rapids have got old Nellie kind of skittish. Funny, never acted that way before.
Jingles, now I'm scared. Where's Bill?
Oh, no, he's up in them mountains, ma'am, keeping an eye on us. Now, don't worry now. Here we go over the bridge.
Jingles, the bridge is going down.
Oh, Nellie!
in a fix. Well, the show's not even close to over, and I'm all out of corn pops. Here I've been telling you right along to load up on plenty of Kellogg's corn pops. Then your old pal, Panhandle Jim, runs clean out of corn pops himself. Well, that'll be a lesson to me, and to you, too. Remember to get plenty of Kellogg's corn pops tomorrow, sure. The new two-way cereal that's already sweetened for you. I said two-way cereal because that's the way you eat pops. Out of the box or out of the bowl. Dig in for a fistful any time of the day, but come breakfast, pour on a little milk, and you're all set. And before you start for the sugar bowl, take a taste. You don't need sugar, because corn pops are already sweetened for you. Say, and your ma lets you eat all the corn pops you want, too, because they contain B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy. Say, and take a look at that silvery bag that holds the corn pops in the box. That bag keeps Kellogg's corn pops fresh up to 10 times longer. It's great for packing sandwiches in after all the corn pops are gone. And your ma'll like it to store things in the refrigerator. Now, let's get together here and tell the folks who loves pops. Kids love pops, moms love pops, and pops love pops. Right. Now let's get rootin' tootin' back to the show.
When the heavy freight wagon, driven by Jingles with Laura as passenger, crossed Long Bridge, the timbers, cut by one shot, gave out, plunging horses, wagon, and riders into the rapids below.
Miss Laura, where are you? Can you hear me? Oh! Hold on now, I'm coming.
Help, quick! I can't stay up.
I'm coming now.
Current's pulling me downstream.
Well, try and keep your head above water. There, I got you. Keep kicking your legs now.
Well, we're still being swept down to the falls.
Yeah, I got you all right. But I just remembered.
What?
I can't swim very good.
Jingle! Laura! Hang on to each other, tight!
It's Bill!
Yeah, we're hanging, Bill!
I can't reach with my rope. I'm going to ride on downstream. Hold tight!
He's going!
Don't give up, ma'am. We got a chance.
I know! 1 in a million!
Well, Sanchez, we sure got Hickok now. Just one shot, that's all I need. Just one shot.
Reckon you can't miss from here, one shot.
Nah. Hey, what you suppose he's trying to do out there?
Dunno, jumping down off his horse.
Crawling out on that dead tree limb overhanging the river.
Yeah, building a loop with his rope.
Oh, I got it. He figures he'll drop the loop right over their heads when the current brings them down.
That varmint never gives up. Well, one shot, you got yourself a target.
Yeah, Sanchez. This is one time we can really say we got Wild Bill Hickok out on a limb.
Well, go on, plug him.
Yeah. Got him in my sights. Dead center.
Wait. Here comes the deputy and the gal like a couple of drowned rats. Current's dragging him to the falls fast.
Oh, what do you mean, wait? What for?
Just curious. Let's see if he really can drop that loop before you plug him.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Now, look, there they go.
He's lying flat in that tree limb. Got the rope swinging under him.
He's dropping
He's
it.
gonna miss.
He got him.
Yeah, roped him right in the edge of the falls.
Oh, Bill, you did it! You did it!
I told you he would, ma'am!
Just a few minutes more now. We'll have you out.
All right, one shot now. Now, while he's wrapping that rope around the limb, kill him.
Yeah. All right, Hickok. Good job, but not good enough.
One shot. You're hit. Oh, you fool. Why'd you yell out? You tipped him off.
Yeah, I'm done for it. I didn't figure he could do it from out on a limb.
I'm getting out of here. Come on, horse. Come on.
I see you, Sanchez. Come back here.
Come and get it, Hickok. I saved this for you.
Whoa, horse, whoa. Hey, Bill, take a squint at that trail down there.
Yes, sir, Jingles. That's one of Skinner's red wagons making another safe trip.
You know, since you got rid of Sanchez and his gang, they're all safe trips.
Wish old Jeff could see the way his wagons are rolling now.
So do I. Well, I reckon Miss Laura will miss you, though. I think we'll ever go back to String Canyon.
If there's trouble there, we'll go back.
But there's a heap more trouble where we're going.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. So let's make tracks. Up, boy.
Up. Ho. Well, I ain't worried, partner, but I noticed there's one kind of trouble we're plumb scared of.
What's that, Jingles?
You know what I mean, Bill Hickok. A woman with a Marion look in her eye.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Mighty glad you could be with us, folks. Hope you'll be with us when we tie up again next week.
I'll say we end up in a mess of trouble as usual.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir. Be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Ken Peters, Frank Gerstle, Joe Duvall, and Gene Bates. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. With both their war bags and 6 guns loaded for trouble, Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles are headed for the town of Pleasantville. After covering 30 miles yesterday, they made camp on the banks of a clear little stream called Singing Creek. This morning, they are just about to jump into the only bathtub known to Western trail riders.
Last one in's a rotten egg, Bill. Here I go.
Right with you, Jingles.
Man, does that feel good.
Yeah, it sure does. We sure hit a lot of dust yesterday.
Oh, you said it. Hey, throw me the soap, Bill, before somebody decides to plow me up and plant potatoes.
Here you are.
Oh, boy, I could just stay in here and wallow in this creek all day like a happy little hog.
Hey, don't sit down. You'll plug up the creek and leave me high and dry.
Oh, now, Bill, I'm not that big.
Then let's just say it's a small creek.
Yeah, let's. Hey, say, Bill, what are we going to Pleasantville for?
To see if I have any messages. I left word at Abilene that I'd stop in Pleasantville.
Then you mean that for once we're not heading for trouble?
Nope, we're just a-riding. Better get your boots on. It's time we're hitting the trail.
Okay. But that no trouble business sounds too good to be true. I'll still keep my fingers crossed till after we've checked that telegraph office for a message from Abilene.
Whoa, boy, whoa.
This the place, Bill?
Yep, this is it, Jingles. Let's go in.
Well, I still got my fingers crossed, and I've been hanging on to my rabbit's foot all the way into Pleasantville.
Well, howdy, strangers. What can I do for you?
We just dropped by to see if you had a telegram for us.
Yeah, but we don't want any.
What's that? You don't want any?
You heard me.
Well, you're not likely to get any, unless I know your names.
The telegram would be for Joe Smith.
Joe Smith? Now, Bill, you know that.
Never mind, Jingles.
Oh, okay.
What's going on here, gents? First you want a telegram, then you don't. You give your name as Joe Smith, but this big fella calls you Bill, and you're calling him Jingles. It just don't sound right. There's something fishy.
Yeah, kind of mixed up, huh? But it's all right, mister. You see, my partner's name is Joe Bill Smith. But his ma used to call him Mush in the face.
It don't make no difference. Ain't got no telegram for none of them fellas.
Oh, you haven't?
That's what I said. Nary a thing.
Woo! Hey, my rabbit foot's working today. No telegrams, no trouble. Come on, Bill, let's go paint the town red.
All right, Jingles. We'll be back later, mister, if a message comes.
Can if you want to. But in the meantime, you better be careful about painting the town red. Folks around Pleasantville like our town just the color 'tis.
Hey, Jingles, look up ahead there.
Yeah, medicine show. Come on, Bill, maybe we'll find something to do after all.
Now, gents, step right up close to the platform. That's it. I, Dr. T. Buddington Shoes, am about to perform some of the most amazing feats of prestidigitation ever to confound the eyes of man.
Bill, did you hear what he said he was going to do?
Yeah, I heard him.
Closer, boys. Now, in order to perform these amazing tricks, I shall need an assistant. You, my good man, you. The one with the shape like a bale of cotton.
Now, who's got a shape like that?
You, laughing boy.
Who's he? Who, me?
That's right. Step right up here and give me a hand.
Oh, no, not me.
Go ahead, Jingles. You were looking for something to do.
Well, all right.
That's right, my good man. Come right up those steps.
Well, I don't think I'm going to like this.
That's it.
Well, here I am.
Good afternoon, sir. May I introduce myself?
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
I am T. Buddington Shoes, Doctor of Health and Happiness, actor, traveler and musician, and originator of that wonderful nostrum, Dr. Chew's famous magic snake oil remedy, which I shall offer for sale in just a few moments. I also sing.
My goodness, all of that? Just imagine.
Every bit and more, sir. I am also a proponent of the theory that the hand is quicker than the eye.
Well, do tell. Well, go ahead and prove it.
Then what, may I ask you, sir, are you planning to do with that chicken under your hat?
Chicken? Oh, are you loco? There's no chicken under my hat. Now, look, I'll just take it off and show you. Well, what do you know?
And now, my good friends, I shall further amaze you by performing that famous trick of sawing a human being in half, right before your startled eyes. Here you are, sir. Will you be good enough to lie down in this big black box?
Yeah, the big... Who, me? No.
Certainly, sir. Without someone to saw in two, I cannot saw.
Oh, well, now, if you look real good, you can tell your friends you saw me heading down the street just lickety-cut. Hey, Bill, let's get out of here before I get separated from my other half.
What's the matter, Jingles?
Why, that smooth-talking galoot was going to saw me in two pieces.
That was only a trick, Jingles.
A dirty trick on my stomach, that's what. Hey, look who's coming.
Hey, you gents. Hey, wait up just a minute. Oh, yes, that there telegram you asked about, but didn't want, it come anyway, just a few minutes ago, for Joe Smith. And here it is.
Thank you, mister.
Oh, now, don't open it, Bill. Oh, now you've gone and done it. What did it say?
Looks like our fun's over, Jingles. This telegram spells trouble, and plenty of it.
Howdy, partners. This is Panhandle Jim. And you know what I just did? I turned my radio up. Got to munching my corn pops so loud I couldn't hear so good. I figure most of you wranglers are eating Kellogg's corn pops right now. If you aren't, here's what you're missing. Corn pops are golden hearts of corn, all popped up big and smiling. They're crisp and crunchy. And listen to this. They're already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box, or when you chow down at breakfast, in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. You've never tasted anything so downright good as Kellogg's Corn Pops. Yes, sir, I'll stake my new 10-gallon hat you never enjoyed better eating. Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops, so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, listen to this little saying I always use. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Just when Jingles has escaped being sawed in two by Dr. T. Buddington Shoes, the telegraph operator runs up to deliver a telegram to Wild Bill Hickok. Bill takes one look and says it means trouble, and plenty of it.
I knew it. Bill Trouble follows you around like a stalking lion. What's the telegram say?
Headquarters in Abilene says there's a couple of confidence men in this area. They want us to smoke them out.
Confidence men? You mean those buzzards that swindle old men and widows out of their land or money?
That's right, Jingles.
You want to send them an answer, Mr. Hickok?
Hickok? Now, how'd you know it wasn't Joe Smith like he said?
You don't think he could fool me, do you?
You're smart, huh?
All right, mister, so you know me. Well, don't spread it around, huh?
Oh, I won't, Marshal.
And send this reply to Abilene. Message received, wire complete description of criminals. And sign it Hickok.
I got you, Marshal. Hope they ain't closed for the day. It's kind of late.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. What time is it, Jingles?
Well, now, I'll just take a look at my old turnip and tell you it... Bill, my watch is gone. Some light-fingered salamander stole it, that's what.
Might have been a pickpocket in that crowd or on the medicine show.
Then let's go back there and cut him out of the herd.
Well, looks like the show's over.
Yeah, the crowd's breaking up and... Hey, hold it, gents! Hold it. There's a snake among you, and if I can find him, I mean to pull his fangs.
Take it easy, Jingles.
What's that, stranger?
I said there's a sidewinder in this crowd somewhere that stole my watch, and I'm about
That's
to...
mighty big talk, fat boy. Unless you mean to back it up, you better button that sagging lip.
You're doing some talking, mister. Maybe you're the one that got his watch.
Nobody talks to Slash Barker that way and lives. Draw, mister.
Did you see that draw? That's the fastest draw I ever seen.
You winged him, Bill.
Why'd you get into this, mister?
This is my partner. No one picks a fight with him without figuring on me, too.
Yeah? Well, you ain't seen the last of me. You got the drop on me once, but there'll be another time. And when it comes, they'll carve a slab for you on Boot Hill.
Don't be too sure about that. All right, men. Show's over. Break it up.
My land of living, Dr. Chews. It was sure thoughtful of you to come riding all the way out here with my bottle of remedy.
Not at all, my dear Mrs. Wilson. I was just closing up my show after a very successful day when I said to myself, Buddington, you haven't called on the widow Wilson this trip. Tonight is the night.
Oh, how sweet. You thought of me. My, it's been so long since a man has thought about me. It fair sets my hair to curling.
And a very pretty curl it is, too, Bedelia.
You call me Bedelia?
Please don't think me forward, ma'am.
Oh, I don't. Buddington.
Then I may hope, Bedelia.
Yes, Buddington. And now that I have found a man I can trust, I want your advice.
My advice about what, my love?
My money.
Money? How much money do you have, Bedelia?
$9,000.
That's a lot of money, Bedelia. Is it in the bank?
No, Buddington, it's here.
But you should not keep it here. If you want my advice, why don't you let me take it for you and put it in the Rock Falls Bank?
Oh, would you, Buddington? Here's the money.
You had it there in your chair all the time?
Yes. I knew I could trust you, Buddington.
Yes. Well, I must be going now.
So soon, Buddington?
Yes, but when I return, I may have something very personal to ask you, Bedelia.
Personal? Oh, Buddington.
But now I am off. I shall guard this money with my life until it is safely in the bank at Rock Falls. Goodbye, my fair Bedelia, until we meet again. Steady on, O mighty steed, whilst I the... What's the matter, Beelzebub? Is my poetry not to your liking? Then here is one I know you prefer. Looking at the upturned faces, Wayne cried, let our motto be, to the one who fights for freedom, God will give us victory. Belch the cannon's fire and thunder, burst the shells to left and right.
All right, you old fossil, reach for them stars.
Who dares to accost Dr. T. Buddington Shoes?
Or get down off that horse pronto, or you'll be breathing through your skin.
Why do you wear a mask? What business have you with me, sir?
$9,000 worth of business, you old goat. I'd hand it over, fast.
This is an outrage, sir.
Here it is. This'll buy me a lot of what I want, mister. And just to keep you from spreading the word too fast, I'm going to tie you up. Hold still.
You, sir, are a sneaking varmint and a low-life villain.
Instead of calling me names, you ought to be thankful I ain't plugging. There, that'll hold you. Adios, sucker. Give my thanks to the widow when you see her. Yeah!
Bill, I've been thinking.
You mean that supper we had started your brain to working?
Well, now, that might have had something to do with it. But I've been wondering whether that coyote / Barker could be one of those men you got a telegram about.
Might be, Jingles. We'll wait for a description and see if it fits.
Well, you got to watch out for him. He's out to get you, you know, and me too, come to think of it.
Jingles.
Yeah, somebody's limbering up a 6-gun.
The shots came from over this way. Let's go.
What do you reckon it is, Bill?
Hey, Jingles, look. Up there on the road.
Yeah, it's a man, and there's somebody on a horse riding away.
Too dark to see much. I'll take a pot shot anyway.
He's too far to hit, Bill.
Yeah. Let's stop and help this gent. Whoa, whoa, boy. Whoa, hold up.
Whoa.
Jingles, look who it is.
Did I hear you say Jingles, sir?
Oh, Bill, that sounds like Dr. T. Buddington Shoes.
It is Jingles. What happened, Dr. Shoes?
Here, now, I'll untie you while you tell us.
It's a tragedy, my friends. I was entrusted with some money by a very dear friend. But just now a masked bandit held me at gunpoint and took the money.
Whose money was it?
The widow Wilson's.
How much money?
$9,000, and that road agent is getting away with it.
Why, that ring-tailed lizard?
I'm not so sure he's getting away.
What do you mean, Bill?
You'd never catch him now, sir.
Can you make it back to town, Doctor?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Then go to the sheriff's office and wait. Jingles, go get Widow Wilson and bring her into the sheriff's office.
But what are you going to do, Bill?
I'm going to track down that thieving snake and drag him in at the end of a rope.
Partners, we're really getting both barrels on this show. But how about taking a minute to catch your breath while your old sidekick Panhandle Jim does a little chinning about something real good? It's about Kellogg's Corn Pops, a wonderful eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now listen close here. Corn Pops are hearts of corn all puffed up big and happy, with plenty of tasty sweetening on them. Now you can eat them the way I eat them when I listen to Wild Bill Hickok, right out of the box by the handful. But come breakfast time, Pour 'em out in a bowl and add a little milk. Now, just leave the sugar bowl in the pantry, because like I just said, they've already got the sweetening right on 'em. Every single corn pop. If you're eating 'em right now, look at the bag inside the box. That bag's pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's corn pops fresh up to 10 times longer. Now, don't go fussing with one box of corn pops. The way your family's going to go for 'em, you're liable to miss out on some. Get your mom to load up big. Then out of the box or out of the bowl, you can have all the Kellogg's corn pops you want. And you'll want plenty. Now, all together, let's tell everybody who loves corn pops. Kids love pops. Moms love pops. And pops love pops. Now, let's hustle on back to the show.
Now, Wild Bill has been riding for miles in full chase after the bandit when suddenly he stops his horse on a dark trail, dismounts, and puts his ear close to the ground, then listens.
Sure glad the Indians taught me this trick. Yep, there he is. With my ear close to the ground, I can hear his horse running. He's closer, and I'm gaining. Well, we haven't lost him yet. Come on, boy, let's get him. Up, boy. Up, boy. Let's go. Run!
Land of living, Mr. Jingles. Getting a body up in the middle of the night is enough to start me ailing all over again.
Well, I hope not, ma'am, but when Wild Bill Hickok says to get you, I just gotta get you.
Goodness. I hope you're right about poor Buddington not being hurt.
You ain't gone a little sweet on this Buddington, have you, ma'am?
Now, you just tend to your driving, young fella, and let's get on into town before I catch my death.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, mister. You might as well give up.
You ain't taking me in.
Now your gun's gone. Rein up.
You'll never catch me.
Okay, I've got a loop swinging to pull you off that horse. Here it comes over your head. All right, mister. Now I'm going to take you back into town like I promised Jingles. At the end of a rope.
You say Wild Bill Hickok told you to come here and wait, Doctor?
Yes, Sheriff, that's what he said, but it doesn't look like he's going to show up. So if you don't mind, sir, I think I shall take my departure.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't know what it's all about, but if Wild Bill Hickok says to wait, you wait.
But, Sheriff...
None of that button now. Just you wait.
My land of living, that was a wild ride. Evening, Sheriff. Or is it morning? Oh, there you are, Buddington.
Evening, Miss Wilson.
Evening, Sheriff. I'm Wild Bill Hickok's partner, and my name's Jingle.
Well, glad to make the acquaintance of any friend of Wild Bill's. By the way, where is he?
Oh, he's rounding up a varmint, Sheriff. He'll be along. Well, hello, Doc. So you made it back all right.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Buddington, are you really all right?
My dear, I cannot tell you how sorry I am about the money.
Doc, wait a minute. Do you mind if I take a little closer look at that watch chain you're sporting across your vest?
Why,
Now, who's this coming?
Just me, Sheriff, and a customer for your jail.
I knew you'd get him, Bill.
Well, he wouldn't have if he... Hey, Doc, what are you doing here?
Shut up, you idiot.
Well, now, do you two know each other?
I'd say they do, Jingles. They've been partners in crime for a long time.
What do you mean, Hickok?
A very clever scheme, Sheriff. They travel from town to town with a medicine show. Dr. Chews makes love to the widows, get their confidence and their money.
Then that's what you mean by confidence man, huh, Bill?
Exactly. When the doc starts for town on a dark road, Slash Barker comes along and holds him up.
Then Slash takes the money and skedaddles.
Oh, Buddington.
Later, they meet and split. Barker told me all about it.
Slash Barker, I'll kill you for this.
He's loco, Doc. I didn't tell him nothing.
No, Doc, he didn't. But what you just said is a confession if I ever heard one, and I've got plenty of witnesses.
I guess we won't have to wait for that wire from Abilene, huh, Bill?
No, Jingles, the description would fit these two perfectly. Here's your money, ma'am. I'd be mighty careful from now on.
Oh, I will, Mr. Hickok. But he talked so pretty.
Yes, ma'am. But you'd better stay shy of those sweet talking hombres. With all that honey running loose, there's bound to be a bee in the neighborhood, and, well, you might just get stung again.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, Andy and I will be back next week with more adventure and trouble.
Yeah, Guy, you always get the adventure, but what do I get? Nothing but trouble.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting transcribed story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Herbert Butterfield, Paul Frees, Howard McNear, Gene Vanderpyle, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you transcribed Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. The stagecoach road to Flat Rock winds through country that's wild and uncivilized, but at the moment all is peaceful. Only the rattle of the stage as it moves along the road, the creak of the leather as its team of horses pull against their harness, the crack of the whip, and an occasional shout from the driver. The passengers inside are half dozing, looking forward to the end of their journey in the town of Flat Rock. Suddenly, as the stage rounds a curve, 4 masked riders appear. Meanwhile, unobserved, a pair of strangers to Flat Rock rein up at the crest of the hill just above.
Well, doggone it, Bill, you're right. Those were shots.
We've ridden onto a hold-up party, Jingles.
Hey, wouldn't I know we'd hit trouble even before we're in town?
That's our business. Come on. Up, boy.
Hey, they've seen us, Bill. Let's let them have it.
Hold your fire, Jingles. You might hit one of the passengers in the coach. Will they break for it?
Hey, there they go. They're getting away, heading for the rocks.
Rein up, Jingles. Let me have your rifle. Best we can do from here is mark one of them for the future.
You winged him, Bill.
That's what I wanted to do. Come on. Up, boy.
Ho, ho. Hey, you mean if they try to get help for him?
Right. They'll give us a lead.
Well, here's a stagecoach, Bill.
Everybody all right, driver?
Ah, sure. Fine. Our payroll shipment's safe, too. Hey, haven't I seen you someplace?
Doggone it, Bill. Why doesn't anybody ever ask me that?
Any idea who they were, driver?
Well, I'm sure they belong to the Shadow Hills gang. Same masks and everything. They might double back. You going to follow us into town?
Sure. Climb on up there.
Good.
Oh, trouble, trouble, trouble. Now we ride along and back so the Shadow Hill gang can take a pot shot at us. And there must be some other way I could make a living. Something easy. Yeah, like raising polecats.
Get up there. Hey, give it. I want to thank you again, Bill and Jingles.
Oh, it was nothing at all.
Are you sure there's nothing more I can do for you?
No, we just wanted to know where the school was.
Well, that's it over yonder. What you aiming to do, Bill? Send Jingles to school?
Now, listen here.
You say the school teacher's name is Miss Sanders?
Mm-hmm. Miss Julie Sanders.
She's the one, all right.
Well,
Come
so
on,
long.
Jingles.
Good luck to you with your schoolwork, Jingles.
Oh, now cut that out.
Mr. Hickok, I have to go in soon. It's time for school.
Just a few questions, Miss Sanders, about the Shadow Hill gang.
The Shadow Hills gang?
Reed Bradford's bunch.
Yes, I know.
Hey, you were kind of sweet on Reed Bradford once, huh?
Never mind, Jingles.
Oh, it's all right. It's true. Reed and I were... Well, I did go with him. But not after I learned he was mixed up in all those robberies. And then when he went to jail...
The sheriff here in Flat Rock says you've heard from him since he went to jail.
Well, I'm not sure. You see, Mr. Hickok, I received 2 envelopes, each containing large sums of money. As I told the sheriff, Well, I'm sure the money's from Reed.
Probably part of what he got in that last big bank robbery, huh, ma'am?
That's what we're looking for. I haven't touched the money since it was delivered to me.
You expect another payment soon?
If Reed sends the money on schedule, I mean like the last 2 payments, well, there should be another visit tonight.
Well, that's all right, ma'am. Don't worry. We'll take care of things. All right, Jingles, tonight when the mysterious stranger arrives, you and I will be in that schoolhouse waiting for him.
Oh, you just leave it to me, Bill. 'Twon't be no trouble at all for me to catch that hombre. You know, I was always catching things in school. A rap on the knuckles, wad of paper behind the ear. Why, once I even caught the measles.
Wild Bill and Jingles sure don't fool around when it comes to getting after the lawbreakers. And your old pal, Panhandle Jim, don't fool around when it comes to eating Kellogg's corn pops either. Take it from me, partners, you're missing some real eating if you're missing out on corn pops. They're golden hearts of corn, all popped up, fat and happy. They're crisp and crunchy. And listen to this, they're already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box, or for some real fun at breakfast, in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. Yes, sir, you've never tasted a cereal as downright good as Kellogg's Corn Pops. Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, here's what you'll read on every box of Kellogg's Corn Pops. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. You can bet your boots they do. Now, let's get back to the show.
Back to Bill and Jingles. Several hours later now, and they wait, hidden in the shadows of the darkened schoolhouse.
Hey, you think he's going to show up, Bill?
Shh. Listen. Get back.
Well, I'm doing my best, but there's more of me.
Quiet. That's funny.
What? Oh, hey, look, Bill. He's stopping out in front. Hey, now he's putting something in the school mailbox. I know, the money from Reed Bradford, you reckon?
I think so.
Let's get him. Hold it, you! Climb down from that critter! Wait!
Hold it, Jingles.
Hey, Bill, you spoiled my shot. Are you letting everybody get away?
Let's have a look in that mailbox.
Oh, there it is, all right.
Money. A lot of money.
Yeah, and a lot more hidden where we never will find it. I don't see why you didn't let me stop him, Bill.
If you'd killed him, he couldn't have led us anywhere, Jingles. You got a couple of matches?
Sure. Why?
Strike a couple. I want to search the road out here.
Oh, search the road. Oh, well.
Hold them down closer. Over here now. Come on. Over here.
What?
I thought that horse dropped a shoe when it was coming up the road.
Huh? Dropped a shoe?
It was so quiet, and his hoofbeat suddenly sounded different to me.
Hey, come to think of it, why...
Here's a shoe, Jingles. Now, we'll just see if that blacksmith in town gets a little visit soon.
Any sign of Trigg yet, Chris?
Yeah. How's Shorty?
That bullet he stopped this afternoon ain't doing him any good, that's for sure.
It ain't doing any of us any good. If he hadn't gotten himself plugged, we'd be miles away by now.
Hold it. Hold it, Chris. Somebody coming.
It's Trigg.
Oh, hold it.
Yeah, about time you got back. Well, where's the doc?
He's out of town, over to Willow Creek. Won't be back till morning.
All right, that settles that. We ain't waiting. We're moving on.
Shorty ain't in no condition.
I don't care if he is or not. It's too risky staying here.
Well, okay. Only Reed wouldn't have...
I don't care what Reed would do or wouldn't. I'm running this outfit now.
Sure, Chris. I only meant that your brother...
My brother's in jail, and he's going to stay there a long time. Now forget him. Come on, let's start moving.
Maybe you won't be so anxious to move on after I tell you who I saw in town a little while ago.
Huh? Who'd you see?
Our old friend, Pop Willis.
Pop Willis? Say, we ain't seen him since he left the gang back at Abilene, right after the law caught up with Reed.
So Pop Willis is in Flat Rock, eh? Well, that's mighty interesting.
Him and Reed always was pretty close, Chris. Reed trusted Pop when he didn't trust us.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Trigger, I always had a hunch Reed told Pop where he'd hidden that money.
I figured the same all along. Well, do we move on or don't we?
We move, but not too far from Flat Rock. I know just the place, an old hideout of Reed's. The caves behind the waterfall in Dutch Canyon.
Let's go.
Hold it, Trigg. Shorty, Dave, and me are going to the cave. You're riding back to Flat Rock. Keep your eye on Pop Willis. I want to know every move he makes.
I'm coming. Did you bring the...
Did we bring what, Pop?
I was just going to have my meal in the room here.
We had a little talk with the blacksmith in town. He told us you were staying here at the hotel. Can we come in?
You're a marshal, ain't you? U.S. Marshal?
2 U.S. Marshals.
And you're Pop Willis, Reed Bradford's best friend. Go on in, Jingles.
After you, Mr. Hickok.
Hickok? You've come to... Look, I'm not with the Shadow Hills gang anymore. I left him as soon as Reed went to jail.
Oh, sure.
I believe him, Jingles.
Sure. They like to get their hands on me, too.
So you could lead them to the money you and Bradford hid?
I don't know about any money.
We were watching you at the school last night, Pop.
Oh.
We talked to the blacksmith about the shoe your horse dropped. Here it is.
All right. Reed Bradford wanted that teacher there to be well cared for.
You going to take us to the place you hid the rest of that money?
Well, might as well, or tell you where it is. You see the...
Oh, hey, Bill, some polecat shot him.
Pop.
No use. No use, son.
He's gone. The shot came from the window, Jingles. Let's get out there.
Ho, ho, ho.
No use, Jingles. Our killer had too big a start.
Yeah, trail gets away from us just down the river there.
Right. We'll ride up the canyon just on the chances he swung off at the waterfall.
Well, he's around here somewhere.
Sure. I'll bet the whole gang is. Somewhere.
Oh.
Come on. Up, boy. Up.
Hickok, he trailed you out here?
Yeah, him and that sidekick of his. But I give him the slip. It's too bad they don't know about this cave behind the waterfall, huh?
What happened in town?
Well, just like you asked me to, I kept my eye on Pop. I seen Hickok and his partner grab him at the hotel. They was trying to make him talk.
About the money?
Yeah. And Pop knew where it was, all right, just like we figured. You know what Reed's been doing all this time with our money, Chris? He's been sending nice big chunks of it to that schoolmarm.
What?
Yeah, every month. Pop's been delivering it to her.
Well, what do you know? Reed was always crazy about that Julie Sanders, but I never thought he... Hey, wait a minute. Pop didn't tell Hickok where the money was, did he?
He didn't get the chance.
What do you mean?
I shut him up with this. I got him with my first bullet.
What? You killed him? What, you crazy fool, you...
Now, wait, Chris.
With Pop dead, how are we going to ever find that money?
I got an idea. It's about the schoolmarm. A way we can make Reed tell us where he hid that money. Let go of me, will you, boss?
All right. Now spill it, but it better be good.
Doggone it, Bill, that hombre's given us the slip. No sign of him anywhere.
Afraid you're right, Jingles. We'll forget him for now. We got more important things to do back in Flat Rock, like paying a visit to Miss Julie.
What for?
We don't know how long the killer was standing at the window of that hotel. He might have heard a lot.
You mean about Bradford sending all that money to the schoolmarm?
Yeah.
Reed sure must have been plumb loco about that little filly to do that.
And it stands to reason he wouldn't want anything to happen to her.
That's right, but... Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm thinking if that gang could get their hands on Julie Sanders, it'd be a way of forcing Reed Bradford to tell him where the money is.
Why, them low-down ornery polecats. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ho-ho!
Thank you, ma'am. Good night.
Well, Bill, did you talk to the schoolmarm?
Nope. That was her mother. Miss Julie's gone.
Gone?
Left about a half an hour ago, right after she got my message.
Your message? You didn't.
Of course I didn't. Mr. Sanders said a man came by, told Miss Julie I'd sent him, that I wanted to see her right away.
Doggone, did Miss Julie's mother say what the critter looked like?
Yeah, kind of tall and skinny.
Trigger.
Yeah. Come on, Jingles. Let's ride.
Say, Bill, where are we heading in such a hurry?
Got a long ride ahead of us, Jingles. We're going to Abilene.
Abilene? Why?
Bradford's in jail there, isn't he?
Sure, but what about the schoolmarm?
Quickest way to find her is to go to Abilene. We could spend days up there in the hills looking for the gang hideout. Might find her too late.
But, Bill...
No harm will come to her, Jingles. Leastways, not until after one of the gangs had time to talk to Bradford. You know, I got a hunch he's going to get a visitor by morning, and I want to be there when that hombre shows up. Morning, Sheriff.
Yeah, well, doggone, Wild Bill Hickok. I thought you was over in Flat Rock. Howdy, Jingles.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Well, what are you two doing over here in Abilene?
Got a little business to take care of, Sheriff. Reed Bradford had any visitors this morning?
Yeah, Bradford? No, nobody's been around. Why?
When that visitor shows, let me know right away, will you?
Yeah, why, sure, Bill.
Bill.
What? Yeah, say, that looks like...
Chris Bradford, Reed's brother. A visitor I've been expecting, Sheriff. Say, any place we can get out of sight? Don't want him to see us.
Sure. Room back there. Help yourself.
Okay. Don't close the door all the way, Jingles. Leave it open a crack.
Here he comes, Bill.
Morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Bradford.
I'd like to see my brother, if you don't mind.
Reckon I don't. All right, just hang your guns on that peg.
There you are, Sheriff. Wasn't aiming to break Reed out.
Yeah, well, I didn't say you was. Come on. He's in his cell back here.
Hey, what do we do now, Bill?
Nothing. We just wait, that's all. Just wait.
Hey, I'd sure like to know what the Bradford brothers are going to be talking about. I sure would.
They'll talk about the hidden money, mostly.
But if Reed hasn't told so far...
I got a hunch he'll talk now. If only to save Miss Julie from harm.
Oh, I get you, Bill.
So we wait. Then we trail him.
Yeah.
Ease up, Jingles. We don't want to get too close to him.
Hey, look, he's stopping, Bill. Reckon the money's close by?
Yeah.
He's getting off his horse. Heading for that big cottonwood just off the trail.
Come on. We'll go the rest of the way on foot. Easy. We don't want him to hear us. Hold it.
I think he heard us. He's looking this way.
No, I don't think so.
Look. He's reaching under the tree. He's after the money, all right.
Yeah. Stuffing something in his saddlebags.
Do we get him, Bill?
No, we'll just stay on his trail. We've still got to find Miss Julie, and I'm hoping he'll lead us to her.
Yeah, but if he don't lead us into an ambush first.
That you, Chris?
Yeah. Ease up on your guns, Trig.
You get the money?
There it is.
I told you Reed'd see it our way.
The pretty little lady here give you any trouble?
Had to put a gag on her this afternoon. She heard someone out front start to holler for help. There's only Dave coming back from town. I got him up on lookout now.
Yeah, I talked to him on the way in. I ain't sure, but I got a hunch I was being followed. If that's so, Dave will be ready for whoever it is. Well, what's the matter, lady? That gag uncomfortable, huh? Sure. We'll take it off when we're good and ready.
Chris!
Dave, I wonder if... Yeah, what is it?
Got a couple of visitors, Chris. Caught these two hombres sneaking around outside the waterfall.
Howdy, Bradford.
Well. Wild Bill Hickok and his partner.
Nice place you got here. But for a boy of my size, well, it's a little snug.
Keep 'em covered, Dave. Look who's come to pay us a visit, Miss Sanders. The great Wild Bill himself. I got plans for you, Mr. Hickok. For you and your friend. Yeah, I got plans. And I don't think you're gonna like those plans at all.
Man, what a show. But let's settle back for a second and cool off, huh? I want to do a little chinning about something extra good. I mean the cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now, you know that vitamins and minerals in the food you eat are mighty good for you, help make you real healthy. Well, Kellogg's Corn Pops, delicious as they are, contain B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want. And the reason you'll just keep on eating them is 'cause those golden hearts of corn are puffed up big and smiling with flavor. And they're already sweetened for you. Eat them out of the box or out of a bowl with milk. But don't use any sugar, 'cause the sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. And that silver-like bag inside the box is really something. It's pure aluminum. Keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom can use it to store things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches. Yeah, partners, best of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Right, partners. Now let's sashay on back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Back to Wild Bill Hickok. It's a few moments later now. Bill and his friend Jingles, at the point of a gun held by a member of the Shadow Hills gang, have been led into the cave hideout to face Chris Bradford.
Yeah, Mr. Hickok. I'd say you'd come to the end of your trail, you and your partner. Dave.
Yeah?
Ain't you a little careless, getting a draw on Hickok and leaving his guns in his holster?
There wasn't much you could do about that, Bradford. Besides, I need my guns. Right now.
Dave!
Reach, gents.
Dave, you gone plumb loco? With the drop on him, you just stand there and let Hickok draw his guns.
What else could I do? My gun's empty.
What?
That's right. I emptied it before we came in. Sorry, fellas, it was just a little trick. So's we could come in here peaceful-like without any shooting. We didn't want to take the chance of the lady getting hurt.
You're not getting away with it.
Don't move, Trigger, or you'll get the same. All right, Jingles, get their guns.
Got 'em, Bill.
Well, guess that about winds up the Shadow Hills robbery.
Yeah, well, we got the money and the rest of the gang, and there's only one little detail we ain't taken care of, Bill.
Oh, Miss Julie. Take the gag off, Jingles.
Oh, not me. That's one job that's yours.
What do you mean?
Ain't nobody ever gonna say I helped make it possible for any woman to talk more than she usually does.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, we'll be around again next week with another adventure. So, hope to see you then. Right, Andy?
Yeah, that is if I don't start raising polecats in the meantime.
Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Gene Bates, Joe Duvall, Fred Howard, Jess Kirkpatrick, Clayton Post, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
In a card game, aces and eights are known throughout the West as a dead man's hand. There's a good reason for it. And this is the story of how the hand got its name.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith, an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just 1 minute, we'll bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentlemen. This is James Matthews with official results on the automobile competition the whole industry watches every year, the famous Mobile Gas Economy Run. This year's run, 1,883 miles from Los Angeles to Galveston, Texas, ranging from sea level through mountain passes. And once again, Chrysler Corporation cars took the lion's share of firsts. Plymouth, Chrysler, and Imperial again this year for the second straight year, winning first place over all other cars in their class in the famous Economy Run. Imperial, by the way, was sweepstakes winner, too, getting 62.7188 ton-miles per gallon. The forward look is a lot more than look. You get a better engine, brawnier brakes, torsionaire ride at no extra cost, and winning performance and economy in cars of the forward look from Chrysler Corporation. Take a drive this week in a car of the forward look. Plymouth, Dodge, DeSoto, Chrysler, or the triumphant Imperial. Drive one of America's performance winners from Chrysler Corporation. Now starring John Daner. This is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
I left Fort Benton, Montana Territory, in a little river steamer called the Pride of the West. The journey downstream on the Missouri was a good deal faster than that which I had made coming up from St. Louis just a few months earlier. I decided to write some articles for the London Times on river travel in the American West. But the balmy weather, coupled with a feeling of complete indolence, made me put off all thought of work. Several days passed, and then we docked at Fort Pierre in Dakota Territory. I went ashore to purchase a new pair of boots, and it was in the store of an outfitter named Judd Scott that I first heard the name of Deadwood. Well, the left one might be a bit tight. Yes, right here, in the heel.
Oh, she'll ease up, mister. Of course, I don't do much trade in ready-mades. If you had more time, I'd make you a real fine pair. Finest in Dakota Territory. Here, let me take it off. I'll try to work it out. So you're a newspaper correspondent, huh?
Yeah, we've had 'em come through, but none from England. Must be pretty interesting, your line of work.
Yes, it is. Quite.
Yeah, too bad you ain't staying around these parts. Your folks back home would get a pleasure out of reading about things we got around here.
You mean in Fort Pierre?
Well, there ain't too much going on here. I guess you could write about Jack McCall, though. Try it on now. It should be better. Now.
Jack McCall, huh?
Used to drive a stage between here and Deadwood. Got some tall yarns to spin about Indians and the like. Go ahead. Take a walk now.
Yes, I'd like to meet him.
He's back in Deadwood now. How's that? That better?
Yes, fine. Where is Deadwood?
You mean you ain't heard of it? Oh, worst bunch of cutthroats and outlaws living in all the territories and the United States is in Deadwood. They even got Wild Bill Hickok out there. I hear tell there's folks wanting to put him up for marshal.
Hickok? Yes, I've heard of him.
Yeah, it won't take Wild Bill long to clean up, I can tell you.
Deadwood, huh?
Oh, you taking the boots?
I'm taking them. I sold the remainder of my ticket to a man booking passage for St. Louis, and the next day took the stage from Fort Pierre to Deadwood in the Black Hills of Dakota Territory. At the Stagecoach station in Deadwood, I inquired after Jack McCall and was directed to Carl Mann's saloon. Even though it was Sunday, I was surprised to see that the place was practically empty. A hatchet-faced woman dressed in black was drinking alone at the bar, and I found McCall, a broken-nosed, sullen-looking man, sitting at a table playing a game of solitaire.
Yeah, it's me. Who's asking to know?
J.B. Kendall.
What's your business, J.B. Kendall?
Well, a gentleman in Fort Pierre mentioned your name. He runs the general store.
Judd Scott?
Yes, that's right.
How come you want to talk with me?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm a newspaper correspondent, and I thought there might be a story to write about Deadwood, and your friend suggested that I get in touch with you.
What kind of story are you thinking about?
I understand that Wild Bill Hickok is in town. Do you know him?
Why don't you ask her?
Hmm?
Or at the bar. Calamity Jane. Figures she knows him better than most.
Oh, well, thank you, I will. Perhaps I can buy you a drink after?
Suit yourself. I ain't going nowhere.
Miss Jane?
You talking to me? My name's Calamity. Ain't no miss in it. Calamity Jane.
I'm sorry. I'm J.B. Kendall. The gentleman over there mentioned that you were a good friend of Wild Bill Hickok.
Who? Why, that ain't no gentleman. That's a stinking pig by the name of Jack McCall. You've been sitting with him. Don't foul up the air around me. Hit the trail, mister.
Yeah, well, I was hoping you could introduce me to Mr. Hickok.
Hey, you English?
Yes.
Thought so. Knew an English feller down in Abilene. Wouldn't quit riding herd on me. Had to shoot him.
Oh.
New in town, ain't you?
Just arrived.
You ain't friend of McCall?
Oh, I only met him a few minutes ago.
What brings you?
I'm a writer, newspaper articles for the London Times.
Hey, I guess you heard about me and Wild Bill, huh?
Oh, yes.
Fastest man with a gun you'll ever see. I ain't too bad myself, but I ain't nothing to Wild Bill. Come on over to the table, bring the bottle, and I'll tell you about me and Wild Bill.
Calamity Jane was a strange, almost masculine-looking woman, hard and rough-voiced. She told me of her exploits as a scout with General Crook's army in the war against the Sioux, but most of the time she spoke of Hickok. About a half an hour had passed when I noticed Jack McCall get up from his table and come toward us.
Yes, sir. What Wild Bill done in Abilene, there ain't another man could have handled. Why,
Hey,
he...
mister, I thought you was going to buy me a drink.
Oh, not just now, Mr. McCall. I'm talking to the lady.
Oh, yeah, I see. It's mostly listening. Ain't nobody gets talked much around her.
McCall, You want me to put your eyeballs out with this bottle? You open that barn door of yours just once more.
Kendall, you come on down to Boot Hill Saloon when you're through. I'll tell you the truth about that female polecat there in a windy train.
One of these days, me or Wild Bill's gonna pump that coyote full of lead. Except he ain't worth wasting a ball on.
And all I know about him is that he used to drive the stage between here and Fort Pierre.
Yeah, lost that job because he couldn't hold his liquor. He used to be a buffalo hunter till the feller he worked for caught him stealing hides. He ain't no good, that one, and his pals is worse. You ever run into Tim Brady or Johnny Varnes, you watch your step, mister. Them's two of the boys, along with McCall, that Wild Bill's gonna run out of this town when he gets to be marshal.
Where is Wild Bill now?
He's up in the hills working on his claim. Him and his partner, Colorado Charlie. They ought to be back by tomorrow. He'd like to meet you, mister. Wild Bill always had a liking for you newspaper fellas. Well, what's your hurry? Sit down. We'll split another bottle.
Oh, thank you, but I think I'd better get settled. Wash some of this Dakota dust off.
What a dude. All right, go on up the hotel. Tell him Calamity Jane sent you, and if they don't give you the best room, I'll shoot up the place.
The recommendation was most effective. I got the best room in the hotel. 2 hours later, in spite of Calamity Jane's warning, I wandered down to the Boot Hill Saloon. I was curious about McCall and what he might have to say about Calamity and Wild Bill Hickok. I found him there, very drunk. He was talking to a heavy-set man who was chewing on an unlit cigar. McCall greeted me as an old friend.
Hey, what do you say, Kendall? You had enough of that female windbag, huh? Hey, Tim, this is the fellow I was telling you about. Kendall's his name.
Yeah.
Kendall. Hi.
How are you? Tim Brady.
I owe Mr. McCall a drink. I came down to settle my
Oh,
debt.
that's real fine of you, Kendall. Oh, Jim Kendall's coming to Deadwood to write a story about Wild Bill Hickok, the new marshal of Deadwood.
You go get yourself a drink, McCall.
Sure, Tim.
Take a chair, Kendall.
Marshal of Deadwood.
I wouldn't pay no heed to what McCall says. Not when he gets too much whiskey in him.
Did he say something?
About Hickok being marshal.
Oh, well, it's not particularly news. I heard that in Fort Pierre 5 days ago.
Well, don't you believe it?
Oh?
Fellers around here, they don't want his kind. You go writing in your paper or thing like that, you're going to have to turn right around and write that it ain't true.
He's not going to get the job?
No. I tell you, he does a lot of ear greasing, like that crowbait mare, Calamity Jane. But all them things you hear is just a lot of brag. Hickok never plugged a man unless the feller's back was turned. I was down to Abilene when he dragged Gulch full of coal. This is the worst thing you ever seen. Shot him in the back. Then by mistake he goes and kills his own pal, Mike Williams. No, sir. Deadwood ain't gonna put up a man like that for marshal. You think so?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose it depends on how many want him.
Oh, well, there's a lot of them miners up to the hill. They're the ones. Figure he's a real big man. Heard all them crazy stories about him. You want to know what I think?
I'd be very interested.
I don't think he'd last 2 minutes as marshal before somebody shot the daylights out of him. Yes, your best thing for Hickok to do is get out of Deadwood and stay out. You see him, you tell him that.
The next night, Calamity Jane introduced me to Wild Bill Hickok. He looked older, more tired than I'd imagined him. As we sat in his room, I noticed that he blinked his eyes, rubbed them, and seemed quite nervous. Constantly glanced toward the door. Calamity had gone out to buy some food.
Me and Colorado Charlie had a rough week up in the hills. Feels kind of good to get back. You ever done any mining, Kendall?
No.
Well, if you ever had the idea, get somebody else to do the work for you. Well, what do you think of Deadwood?
Oh, I haven't been here very long.
Ain't much like London, I'll bet.
No, it isn't.
Well, do a little cleaning up like I did in Hayes City and Abilene. We'll have a right nice little town.
When do you expect to begin as marshal?
Any day now, the boys are getting things moving.
I saw a man yesterday, Tim Brady.
Brady?
And he asked me to give you a message.
Huh?
The best thing for Hickok to do is to get out of Deadwood and stay out.
Well, that's what he said, huh?
Yes.
You know why? They're afraid of me. They know what's going to happen after I get sworn in. I run them out, and if they don't run, we have a showdown. Brady and his pal Varnes ain't got stomach for that.
I gather they're the somewhat unsavory element in Deadwood, is that so?
Mister, you ain't just milking pigeons. Why, them miners up in the hills would be dead ducks for Brady and his gang if it weren't for me. This is the worst mining camp in the territory. Ain't been no law here since it started, and Brady don't want none. That's how come the miners want me for marshal. Protection.
Well, I'm surprised he hasn't tried to get rid of you before this.
That jayhawker knows what had happened to him in a shoot-up. He ain't likely to try nothing. A fellow like that gets somebody else to do his dirty work.
Oh, it's only me, Bill. Put away the gun.
I told you, Charlie, you ought to knock.
Keep forgetting.
This is J.B. Kendall. He's going to write a story about me for an English paper.
Yeah, I run into Calamity down to Carl's place, and she told me. Nice to meet you, Kendall.
And you, sir.
My old pal, Charlie Utter.
Colorado Charlie's good enough.
Kendall's been talking to Brady.
Oh, that's so. Rest your saddle, Bill. You make me tired standing.
Brady said I ought to get out of town.
Oh, he'd like that fine.
Yeah, he'd like that. Well, I guess I'll go and wash up before Calamity gets back. You staying around, Charlie?
Yeah, I thought maybe we'd go down to Carl's later and play some cards.
All right. I'll be right back.
Sure. Got a lot on his mind, has Wild Bill. He ain't usually like this.
He seems to have trouble with his eyes.
Oh, you noticed, huh? I wouldn't want you to say nothing in front of Bill, but he's been scared he's going blind. Yeah, things sure don't seem like the old days. Oh, I gotta get these boots off. My feet's killing me.
How old is he?
Wild Bill? Yeah, let me see. 39. Of course, to hear him talk, you'd think he's closer to 60. I sure do fret over him sometimes. Always talking about dying, this and that. Ain't like the old days. He sure was a rip snorter. Oh, well, maybe when he gets to be marshal again, everything will be like it always was.
Calamity Jane came in with the food, and behind her, Bill Hickok. It was a strange supper. Both Colorado Charlie and Calamity kept up a stream of conversation, anecdotes singing the praise of Hickok's past accomplishments, but the atmosphere was strained. The man with the long hair didn't say very much. Afterwards, Charlie Utter invited me to accompany them to the saloon. I noticed that Hickok was reluctant. Possibly he had a feeling, a warning of what was to come. It was 8 o'clock when we arrived at Carl Mann's saloon and sat down at the card table.
Charlie, change seats with me. I ain't sitting with my back to the door.
Wild Bill, you're getting worse than an old woman.
Or maybe so, but that's the way it is. I like to see what's coming in.
Well, here. Yeah, take my place if you like.
No, sir. All he wants is a catbird seat. That's how come he's always winning. You ain't moving, Bill.
You got the right idea, Charlie. Wild Bill, you got your seat, and that's the way it's going to be. Carl, bring us a bottle of whiskey and a deck of cards. Marshal Hickok's going to be the big loser tonight.
After a few minutes, we were joined by a miner, and the 5 of us played. It was a friendly game, and we could see Hickok beginning to relax. He was a good player and held more than his share of winning hands. But while the game went on, there was something happening down the street in the Boot Hill Saloon. We didn't know it then, but after it was too late, we heard what had taken place. 3 men sat in a back room. one of them drinking heavily. This was Jack McCall. The other two were Tim Brady and Johnny Varnes, the leaders of the Toughs in Deadwood.
Well, I'm telling you, Jack, you'll be a big man.
Why, they'll look at you when you walk down the street. They'll say, there goes Jack McCall. He killed Wild Bill Hickok.
You hear what Johnny says?
Yeah, I hear. Give me another drink, Jack.
Well, sure.
He's in Carl's place right now. You could get him easy.
Oh, might not be so easy.
Well, you ain't afraid, are you, Jack?
No, I ain't afraid.
No.
No, I ain't afraid, but it just won't be so easy.
Of course, we could get somebody else to do it. We just figured, Tim and me, we figured you was the man for the
look,
job.
I ain't saying I won't
You know
do
what
it.
we could do, Johnny?
What?
We could maybe get that newspaper feller, Kendall, to write something about Jack in his paper.
Hmm?
How'd you like to see that, boy, in an English paper? Jack McCall shoots down Wild Bill Hickok. Yeah, you could go on the stage all over with that. Sure.
Yeah, he's right down the street, Jack.
Yeah,
I seen
sure.
him myself. You know what? He's sitting with his back to the door.
Now, you listen. Just listen. How come if you was there, you didn't plug him yourself?
Yeah, it ain't no use, Johnny. He don't understand. All right.
No,
Forget it,
wait a
Jack.
minute.
Go
I'm
on, get out of
just
it.
asking, that's all. Now, just tell me how come.
Because Calamity Jane and Colorado Charlie is with him. If they saw me, they'd know something was wrong. But not you, Jack. They wouldn't figure you drawing on Hickok.
Yeah. That makes sense. That's all I wanted to know was why.
All right. What do you say, Jack?
Sure, why not?
Give
Sure.
him a gun, Johnny. And don't you miss, boy, you hear?
Look at there.
3 kings.
He's beat you, Wild Bill.
I mean, son of a gun if he hasn't. I had you pegged for no more than 2 pairs.
Kendall ain't the best player I've seen, but he's sure a lucky one. Deal him out, Calamity.
All right.
The old feller once in Hayes City drew 2 cards to a royal. Luckiest thing I ever seen.
That's a loco thing for a man to do.
Sure was. He took one look at his hand and keeled over plumb dead.
I had a hand something like that. I won a Chinese girl with it a few weeks ago in Deer Lodge.
Chinese?
I did.
No kidding.
Sure.
What did you do with her?
Well, I gave her to a man I knew. He married her.
Open for $1.
Wait. Yes, I'm staying.
Stay? Me too.
I ain't proud. There. Cards?
3.
Kendall?
2, please.
Give me 1. Here's a man's gonna drop dead if he pulls it right.
How's about you, Charlie?
2.
Dealer takes 3.
Honest woman.
That's one thing I ain't nor never hope to be. Your bet, Wild Bill.
Well, I'll tell you, friends, I'm going to make this rough on you. $2.
All right. I call.
Not me. And I ain't dropping dead, neither. Well, I'll see you.
I'm a sucker. All right. What do you got, Wild Bill?
Prettiest 2 pair you ever seen. Aces and 8s.
Wild Bill Hickok slumped forward on the table. He still had the winning smile on his face, and the cards crumpled in his tightening fist. It was Calamity Jane who found Jack McCall. He was hiding in a butcher shop nearby. Colorado Charlie and I dragged him away before she had a chance to use the meat cleaver she was holding. We found 6 cartridges in McCall's gun. The only one to fire was the first, the one that killed Hickok. The other 5 were defective. Before I left Deadwood, McCall was tried for murder, but Brady and Varnes must have chosen the jury themselves, because the final verdict was not guilty.
Frontier Gentlemen was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre, Jeanette Nolan, Jack Moyles, Larry Dobkin, Stacey Harris, and Vic Perrin. Music was composed and conducted by Amerigo Moreno. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentlemen. James Matthews speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.